Surface: I am a pitiful creature, gloomy and socially anxious, trembling at the slightest fright. Inner self: I am a deity of words, well-versed in 100 ways to drive the possessive protagonist to madness for me. After being collectively rejected by the protagonists I created, the system bound itself to me. Your task is to oust the original host, ascend to their position, and heal them. Chapter 1: The author's demise and system binding. The city at midnight resembled a flowing river of stars. Save for a dim light stubbornly flickering in a window of an old apartment in a rundown neighborhood, akin to a candle on the verge of extinguishing, Mion curled up on a creaky computer chair. His overly long bangs nearly obscuring his view, his large black-framed glasses concealing much of his face. The cold glow of the screen was the sole source of illumination on his pale visage, reflecting the stark contrast between his somber exterior and the agile fingers dancing over the keyboard, composing fervent lines of scorching text. Gu Chun, with bloodshot eyes, held the boy tightly in his embrace, his heated breath cascading against the fragile neck. His voice hoarse and obsessive. You remind out from the tips of your hair to the ends of your toes. You can only belong to me. As the final punctuation marked the end of the passage, Su Mion exhaled deeply, reclining back, and instinctively drawing his shoulders in, allowing his bangs to better conceal his expression. This was the third chapter he updated tonight, a rapturous scene of forced love that perfectly satisfied his clandestine yearning for extreme possessiveness. He, Su Mion, known online as Sleeping in the Depths, was a somewhat renowned author of boys' love fiction on Haitang Novel Network, particularly adept at crafting narratives centered around obsessive characters and themes of coercive affection. The protagonists he penned were perpetually tormented, yet found alternative happiness within the confines of intense entanglements. However, the real Su Mion stood in stark contrast to the fervor of the worlds he created. Due to the bullying he faced in the orphanage for his effeminate appearance, he was immensely timid and shy, fearful of making eye contact with others, camouflaging himself with bangs and glasses, resembling a light-averse specter. Only in the utterly safe realm of the internet could he liberate the surging, unspeakable desires within. Gurgle. A faint spasm echoed from his stomach. It dawned on Su Mion that he had not eaten since the instant noodles he consumed at noon. He reached out, rummaging through the clutter of draft papers and snack wrappers on his desk, deftly retrieving a box of cold fried chicken. As he opened the box, the mingling sense of grease and spices enveloped him. Unbothered, he picked up a piece, nibbling delicately, akin to a small hamster furtively feasting in a corner. Completing his favorite passage, complemented by high-calorie junk food, constituted perhaps the few tangible joys in his dreary life. He contentedly licked his fingertips, as if he had just accomplished a grand sacrificial offering. But at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly seized his heart. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped it, abruptly halting the flow of blood. Ugh. Su Mion let out a muffled groan, the chicken bones slipping from his grasp to the floor. He instinctively pressed a hand against his chest, the pain surging with such ferocity that it rendered him momentarily powerless. His mouth opened wide, yet no cries for help escaped. His vision blurred rapidly, the fiery text on the computer screen twisting and swirling into a dizzying kaleidoscope of colors. Am I dying? I haven't seen Gu Chun and the child's wedding yet. There's still half a strawberry cake in the fridge. I forgot to eat it. Chaotic thoughts erupted in his mind, ultimately engulfed by an abyss of darkness. His frail body slid from the computer chair, collapsing onto the floor with a dull thud. His eyes, which always darted away, remained wide open, reflecting the old, dim yellow light bulb on the ceiling. The screen remained illuminated, the last half-composed sentence lingering at the bottom of the document. He was like a fragile treasure, locked in, consciousness akin to a wisp of smoke escaping from a body, drifted aimlessly in the void. Time lost meaning, until a cold, emotionless electronic voice abruptly resonated in his ear, akin to the chilling friction of metal. Detected compatible soul, Su Mion. Soul state, deceased. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. Contributing factors, irregular sleep patterns, prolonged mental strain, excessive intake of high-fat foods. Initiating binding process. Binding progress 10, 50, 100. Binding successful. Warning. Soul energy is dissipating. Activating emergency stabilization protocol. A powerful sense of confinement enveloped him, as if invisible chains had firmly bound his essence, dragging him toward a predetermined trajectory. Su Mion felt a tug from the depths of his soul, not painful, yet distinctly signifying his loss of freedom. Welcome to the World Repair Program, host Su Mion. I am your auxiliary system, number 666. Su Mion gazed in confusion at the chaotic void before him. Dead? Had he truly perished? All because of late-night writing and fried chicken? Immediately, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his consciousness. It turned out that the protagonists he had tormented in his narratives had collectively awakened and gone on strike. They refused to follow the predetermined plot to a happy ending, resulting in the collapse of their worlds due to the inability to advance the core story. As the source of all evil, he was forcibly recruited by the main god Space and must personally enter these crumbling worlds, oust the original protagonists, ascend to their positions, and ensure that those attackers who suffered due to his forced love find true happiness. Your task is enter the collapsing novel worlds, replace the original protagonists, and ensure the target attackers achieve a lifetime of happiness. Success will yield points, and upon reaching the required points, you may reshape your life in a new world. Failure. The voice of System 666 was cold and devoid of emotion, will result in soul annihilation. Su Mion fell silent, not out of fear, but rather an indescribable emotion. A blend of immense absurdity and concealed excitement erupted within the depths of his lifeless soul, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, creating ripples that spread outward. To personally experience the worlds of forced love he was most enamored with, to confront those possessive, obsessive attackers he had conjured from his imagination. Could this be the legendary paradise? Host, please confirm your understanding of the task. System 666 urged, perplexed by Su Mion's unusual silence. Understand. Su Mion responded internally, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor, yet it was not fear, but excitement. However, System, I have a question. Please proceed. I need to follow the original plot, right? Like being confined, forced, subjected to this and that. He endeavored to make his voice sound calm, even injecting a hint of just the right amount of trepidation. In principle, the system does not interfere with the host's specific execution methods, but must ensure the outcome results in the attacker achieving happiness. The system replied in a matter-of-fact tone, severe warning. Due to the collapse of the original world line caused by the original protagonist strike, the plot entails a high degree of unpredictability. The original protagonist's death is often directly correlated with the target's obsessive behaviors, and the actual danger the host may face could far exceed estimations. Please proceed with caution. In essence, the process was not restricted as long as a sweet, loving conclusion was achieved. Yet the beginning might very well be hellish. The malevolent elements hidden deep within Su Mion's soul, belonging to sleeping in the depths, began to stir into a frenzy. Familiar with various strategies, adept at striking the chords of those attackers, combined with his now seemingly exquisite and fragile visage, as transmitted by the system, which easily incited protective and possessive instincts. This was hardly a punishment, it was clearly a tailor-made immersive experience for him. Lastly, the question, Su Mion gazed at the luminous orb representing the system, her tone imbued with a peculiar, almost eager anticipation. Which is the first world? The core of System 666 flickered momentarily, retrieving the task list. First crumbling world, the secret captive of a top star. Target character, Guchun. Status of the original host. Deceased cause, subjected to prolonged forced isolation and possession. Plunged into extreme fear, ultimately resulting in mental collapse and the dissipation of consciousness. Countdown to world collapse. 71:59:59. The secret captive of a top star is the narrative he penned, revolving around the top celebrity Guchun, who, upon fortuitously saving an ordinary boy pursued by fans, becomes infatuated and forcibly confines him within a private mansion, severing all ties with the outside world, culminating in a bizarre happy ending amidst torment and heartache. Gu-chun ranks among the most obsessive characters in his repertoire of infatuated protagonists. A sigh of satisfaction nearly escaped Su Mion's soul. The onset of such high difficulty was precisely to her liking. The task is about to commence. Please prepare. Host point 3, teleportation initiating. In the fleeting moment before her consciousness was wholly engulfed by the surging vortex, Su Mion was left with a singular, resolute thought. Gu-chun await my arrival. Chapter 2. The secrets of the top-stream prisoner consciousness was abruptly thrust from the icy void into the realm of the tangible. The first sensation to wash over him was suffocation, not of a physical nature, but rather an oppressive feeling akin to being enveloped by a heavy, luxurious fabric. Su Mion suddenly opened his eyes, only to be greeted not by the cluttered ceiling of his rented apartment, but by an unfamiliar, softly hued beige ceiling adorned with a minimalist yet exquisitely designed chandelier, gently suspended above. He lay upon an excessively large and indulgently soft bed, his body sinking deeply into the down comforter, as though this overwhelming comfort sought to engulf him entirely. His heart raced within his chest, a frantic rhythm echoing the sense of having survived a harrowing ordeal. He had truly traversed worlds. Host's vital signs are stable. The integration of soul and vessel is at 100. Commencing transmission of world background and original host memories. The cold, electronic voice of System 666 resonated at a timely moment. In the next instant, a torrent of information surged into Su Mion's mind like a deluge breaking through a dam. This world was none other than the one he had crafted in his work, the secrets of the top-stream prisoner. The original inhabitant of this body, also named Su Mion, was an ordinary young man who had recently graduated and stepped into society. Due to his striking appearance, he had been rescued from an unexpected street harassment incident by the renowned superstar Gu-chun. However, this was not the beginning of a stroke of luck, but rather the prologue to a nightmare. Under the pretext of protecting him from the fervent harassment of obsessive fans, Gu-chun had brought him to this highly secure private domain located within a premier apartment building in the city center. He then severed all ties with the outside world, confiscating his phone, blocking internet access, and sealing the windows with specially designed bulletproof glass that could not be fully opened. The only exit was a heavy security door that required Gu-chun's fingerprint and password to unlock. The original host was akin to a canary meticulously nurtured within a gilded cage, gradually succumbing to despair amid the relentless solitude, fear, and hopelessness regarding the future. Ultimately, in the moment just before Su Mion's arrival, this young body succumbed to a cardiac arrest induced by extreme psychological stress. In the instant of memory integration, Su Mion acutely felt the remnants of the original host's profound terror. The dread of Gu-chun's penetrating gaze, the fear of this opulent prison, and the horror of losing oneself entirely. He propped himself up with his weakened body and surveyed his surroundings. The room was vast, adorned in a cold modern aesthetic, dominated by shades of black, white, and gray, with sharp lines that exuded an air of expense yet lacked any warmth, reminiscent of a luxurious suite in a top-tier hotel. Exquisite to the point of being sterile. The air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of cedar mingled with a certain crisp spice. The scent of Gu-chun's frequently worn cologne, omnipresent and declaring the owner's existence. Barefoot, Su Mion stepped onto the plush wool carpet that seemed to envelop his feet, making his way to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the bustling metropolis pulsed with the flow of traffic and the flickering of neon lights, appearing tantalizingly within reach, yet entirely obstructed by the impenetrable glass barrier. He attempted to push against it, but it did not budge. A visceral sense of suffocation, a feeling of true entrapment, enveloped him. This was a stark contrast to the fantasies he had conjured while typing away in his rented room. The confinement of words carries an ambiguous allure, whereas the confinement of reality first brings forth the instinctual tremors of lost freedom. System He pondered inwardly. Is this how the original owner met his demise? Indeed. The biased actions of the target, Gu Chun, are the fundamental cause of the original owner's death. Please take heed, host. The system's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Su Mian fell silent for a moment. He approached the adjoining cloakroom, which was filled with garments tailored to his size, from loungewear to outer attire, all lavishly branded, with tags still intact. Such meticulous care sent an icy chill through him. Finally, he paused before the expansive mirror in the bathroom. The reflection revealed a face that was unfamiliar, yet bore a resemblance to his own, albeit more refined. The skin was pallid from a lack of sunlight, the features soft, and the eyes strikingly beautiful, long, thick lashes framing clean, light brown irises. At that moment, still reeling from the overwhelming memories, a hint of bewilderment and fragility graced his visage, rendering him pitifully vulnerable. In stark contrast to the gloom he had deliberately concealed with bangs and glasses. This face naturally evoked a sense of protectiveness and a desire to harm. Su Mian raised his hand, gently touching the mirror-esque surface. This, he realized, was the weapon he would wield moving forward. Main task initiated. Ensure target Gu Chun achieves a lifetime of happiness. Current world subtask. Maintain a fragile persona to gain Gu Chun's trust and compassion. Task prompt. Gu Chun will return in 3 hours. Please prepare yourself. Gazing at his reflection, the fragile and delicate Su Mian slowly curled his lips, attempting to exhibit a timid, anxious smile. The figure in the mirror blinked slightly. The curve of his lips tentative, akin to a small flower swaying in the breeze, evoking a sense of pity. Perfect. Though inherently timid and shy, as a seasoned author, he understood precisely how to transform this trait into a weapon that could strike at specific vulnerabilities. The fear was genuine, yet utilizing that fear to achieve his goals was equally authentic. Just then, a faint series of beeps signaled the unlocking of the door outside. Su Mian's body tensed instinctively. This was no act, but a reflex born from the original owner's memories, which had conditioned him to respond to that sound with great intensity. The door swung open, revealing not Gu Chun, but a young man clad in a fitted suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of competence. He entered carrying a refined food box, Gu Chun's assistant. "Zhou Jin, Mr. Su, you are awake?" Zhou Jin's voice was gentle and courteous, adorned with a professional smile. Yet his gaze, sharp behind the lenses, swept over Su Mian's entire form as if appraising an item. "Mr. Gu instructed me to bring you something to eat. How do you feel?" Su Mian instinctively stepped back, fingers tightening around the oversized sleeves of his nightgown. His lashes lowered as he replied in a faint voice, "I am all right. Thank you." Zhou Jin placed the food box meticulously on the coffee table in the living room. "You need to be polite. Mr. Gu is quite concerned about you." He paused, seemingly mentioning it casually. "Additionally, Mr. Gu was displeased with your old phone and has taken care of that. If you need to reach out to the outside world, you may utilize the landline in the living room. Mr. Gu's private number can be found in the phone book." Su Mian's heart sank momentarily. Handled? The words were spoken so lightly. This was the official notice that severed all ties with the outside world. He raised his head, his eyes quickly glistening with unshed tears, filled with disbelief and confusion. Why? That was the mobile phone used by the original owner for several years, containing all his friends' contact information. Zhou Jin's smile remained unchanged, yet his tone bore an undeniable weight. "This is for your safety, Mr. Su. Please understand Mr. Gu's intentions." His gaze fell upon Su Mian's pale face, seemingly accustomed to the sight of his teary-eyed expression, even displaying a hint of veiled indifference. Clearly, the original owner had resisted in this manner before, but to no avail. "I understand." Su Mian felt as though Zhou Jin's gaze had pierced through him, causing him to swiftly lower his head, his shoulders slightly hunched. Ceasing to argue, suppressing the feelings of resentment and grievance within him, Zhou Jin appeared satisfied with his compliance, his tone softening slightly. "Please enjoy your meal. Mr. Gu will return shortly." With that, he nodded slightly and turned to leave, the sound of the password lock closing again resonating clearly, akin to a judgment. Su Mian stood rooted to the spot, listening to the fading footsteps before slowly lifting his head. The expression of fragility and helplessness on his face gradually faded, replaced by a complex blend of excitement and caution. He approached the coffee table, opened the food box, revealing an array of exquisitely arranged, nutritionally balanced dishes still steaming. He picked up the chopsticks and began to eat delicately, his movements refined while his mind raced. Zhou Jin, assistant to Gu Chun, was a formidable character, calm, rational, and utterly loyal to Gu Chun, an extension of his will. It was challenging to find a breakthrough with him. As for Gu Chun, Su Mian licked the small bit of sauce from the corner of his mouth. According to his memories and the original text, Gu Chun's obsession far exceeded his initial imagination. Such a man, faced with staunch resistance, would only feel a stronger urge to control, much like the original owner had experienced. Conversely, complete submission could render him disinterested swiftly. He required a delicate balance. Like a frightened animal, he must both fear Gu Chun and, amidst that fear, be irresistibly drawn to him, revealing an underlying dependency. He needed to make Gu Chun feel that he was a unique treasure, captured by his own hands, fragile and in need of his utmost protection and possession, while simultaneously, within this treasure, there existed a faint glimmer that shone solely for him. After finishing the last bite of food, Su Mian carefully set down the utensils. He walked to the window, casting his gaze once more towards the distant, shimmering lights below. 3 hours. He had time to craft a perfect persona for himself, weaving a gentle and sweet web. This time, he would no longer be the unseen author behind the scenes, but the actor stepping onto the stage, with only Gu Chun as his audience. The stage was set, the lights about to be positioned. The grand performance was about to commence. Chapter 3. The tremor of meeting a top influencer time flowed in silence, each moment resonating like a taut string. Su Mian did not squander these 3 hours. He meticulously explored the layout of the apartment, the living room, dining area, open kitchen, expansive terrace, which was also securely locked, and several vacant rooms aside from the master bedroom. It appeared that all sharp objects had been stowed away. Even the kitchen knives were conspicuously absent. This place felt as secure as a fortress, yet stifling, akin to an exquisite tomb. Ultimately, he chose to remain before the grand bookshelf in the living room. The shelves were predominantly filled with original texts and art books he could scarcely comprehend, cold and orderly, devoid of any human warmth. He pulled out a hefty photography collection, curling up in the corner of the sofa, yet was unable to truly immerse himself in it. His ears remained attuned, capturing any potential sounds from beyond the door. His heart thumped restlessly within his chest, a blend of fear for the unknown and an almost morbid anticipation. He replayed the impending encounter in his mind, envisioning every glance, every breath, every line of dialogue. When the distinctive, crisp beeping of the keypad echoed from the foyer once more, Su Mian involuntarily shuddered, the photography book slipping from his grasp and landing with a dull thud on the carpet. They had arrived. Instinctively, he curled into himself, burying his face in his knees, leaving only a fragile, vulnerable silhouette facing the door. He deliberately regulated his breathing to be light and shallow, his shoulders gently rising and falling, as if silently weeping. The footsteps drew closer, steady and powerful, each step resonating like a heartbeat. A faint, mingled scent of night, dews, chill, and fine tobacco, alongside the characteristic, aggressively refreshing aroma of cedar, swiftly permeated the space as the visitor approached, overpowering the air that had once been there. The footsteps paused momentarily behind the sofa. Su Mian could feel a palpable gaze upon his back, scrutinizing him with a cold, evaluative intensity. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Then, the footsteps resumed, encircling him. Su Mian did not immediately lift his gaze. He could see the polished tips of the man's black shoes and the long legs encased in tailored trousers. The pressure enveloped him like a tide, nearly suffocating. This was not merely an act. "Look up," the man commanded, his voice deeper and more resonant than the film's audio he had heard through headphones, imbued with an undeniable authority forged from years of commanding presence, striking Su Mian's eardrums with weight. Su Mian's body instinctively recoiled slightly, and then, As if summoning all his strength, he gradually, agonizingly slowly raised his head. His gaze first fell upon the impeccably pressed hem of the man's suit jacket, then slowly ascended, traversing the slender waist and broad shoulders, until it collided with a pair of unfathomable black eyes. Gu-chun. He was even more striking and imposing than the photographs had suggested. His facial features were sharply defined. With a high-nose bridge and tightly pressed lips, the jawline taut with tension. He seemed to have just returned from a formal event, still exuding a hint of the star's allure and aloofness that had yet to fade. Yet those eyes were as deep as impenetrable ink, swirling with an intense possessiveness reminiscent of the obsessive force that resided within his narrative, alongside a barely perceptible undercurrent of suppressed madness. Gu-chun gazed down upon him, his eyes piercing like a searchlight, methodically scanning his face, gliding over the reddening corners of his eyes and the quivering edges of his lips, ultimately resting upon the slight rise and fall of his chest, stirred by anxiety. Su-mian instinctively lowered his lashes, as if scorched by that gaze, his fingers twisting the soft fabric of his sleep pants, knuckles paling from the strain. He struggled to maintain composure, fighting the urge for his lips to curve into an inappropriate smile born of excitement. It was that sensation, the thrilling dread of being marked by a top predator, teetering on the brink of peril. Gu-chun bent down, retrieving the photography collection that had fallen at Su-mian's feet, casually placing it on the coffee table. He leaned in closely, an icy fragrance enveloping Su-mian entirely. Then he extended his hand, his cool fingertips brushing against Su-mian's jaw. Su-mian yodith, akin to a startled rabbit, instinctively wishing to recoil. Yet, Gu-chun's fingers pressed slightly, exerting an undeniable force that lifted his face, compelling their gazes to converge once more. "Are you afraid?" Gu-chun inquired again, his voice low and devoid of discernible emotion. His thumb, as anticipated by Su-mian, began to softly caress the delicate skin of his jaw with a sense of evaluation. The chill of his fingertips contrasted sharply with the warmth of his breath, creating an eerie juxtaposition. Su-mian's heart raced violently within his chest, threatening to burst forth. He parted his lips, but could not produce a sound, only managing a strained swallow before breathlessly uttering two words. "Not at all." His gaze flickered anxiously, attempting to evade Gu-chun's penetrating stare, which was too profound. As if a single glance, too many, would draw him into an abyss from which there was no return. Gu-chun scrutinized him for several seconds, and within those inky depths, something seemed to settle, while a more perilous essence appeared to surface. Suddenly, he leaned closer, their noses nearly touching, breaths intertwining. Su-mian could even count the thick, curled lashes, could see his own startled reflection in Gu-chun's pupils. "You're lying." Gu-chun's voice dropped lower, imbued with a husky magnetism that struck Su-mian's most sensitive nerves. His thumb continued to stroke Su-mian's jaw, applying a bit more pressure, leaving a faint red mark upon that porcelain skin. Su-mian held his breath, his mind momentarily blank. It was too close. The sensation of being entirely enveloped by the other's presence and breath transcended the limits of mere words. He instinctively wished to retreat, yet his body remained paralyzed, ensnared by Gu-chun's gaze and movements. He felt Gu-chun's eyes slide from his own, trailing down his nose, finally resting upon his slightly parted, dry lips, which trembled with tension. That gaze bore an almost covetous scrutiny. Time seemed to suspend in that moment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Gu-chun finally straightened up and released the grip on his chin. The suffocating sense of oppression receded somewhat, yet the tension in the air remained palpable. "Dinner." Gu-chun uttered these two words before turning toward the dining room, as if the earlier aggressive encounter had merely been a figment of Su-mian's imagination. Slumped on the sofa, Su-mian felt a thin sheen of sweat form on his back. He lifted his hand, gently touching the chin that Gu-chun had just caressed, where the coolness and strength of his fingertips still lingered. A slow breath escaped him, and his lips involuntarily curled into a faint, fleeting smile. It was an auspicious beginning. Gu-chun appeared to relish his vulnerability and fear, and the excessive attention hidden beneath that fear, perhaps even unnoticed by Gu Chun himself, was a chink in his armor that could be exploited. Rising to his feet, he moved cautiously toward the dining room like a timid creature approaching a source of danger. Dinner was elegantly arranged, the dishes as exquisite as ever. Gu Chun occupied the seat of honor, exuding grace, as if the oppressive man from the living room was a mere illusion. Su Mian took his place at the nearest position designated by Gu Chun, picking up his chopsticks but hesitating to select any food, instead nibbling at the rice in his bowl. Gu Chun glanced at him but said nothing, merely pushing a plate of meticulously deboned fish towards him, a forceful yet undeniable signal of care. Su Mian looked at the fish, his eyelashes fluttering, and with a voice as delicate as a whisper, murmured a soft, "Thank you." He then scooped a small spoonful and brought it to his mouth. The flavor was delightful, yet he found himself devoid of appetite. He could sense Gu Chen's gaze lingering on him, a constant, elusive presence. The hunting game had only just begun, and as the reluctant prey drawn into this scenario, he began to contemplate how to entice this determined hunter into willingly falling into the sweet trap he had meticulously woven. Chapter 4. The touch of fingertips and loss of control days passed in a facade of tranquility, undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. Su Mian gradually acclimated to the rules of this gilded cage. Gu Chun did not always appear. He was exceedingly busy, a top-tier celebrity with an unending schedule of engagements and filming. Yet, he seemed to regard this place as his sole sanctuary, returning no matter how late the hour. Su Mian adhered to the fragile persona he had crafted. Like a wandering spirit, he quietly roamed the apartment, often curling up in the corner of the sofa with a book or standing motionless before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the world beyond his reach. He ate sparingly, his movements always gentle, as though fearful of disturbing something precious. Gu Chun appeared satisfied with his docility. The scrutinizing, evaluative gaze gradually diminished, replaced by a deeper, oddly fulfilling observation. He would bring Su Mian various gifts, luxurious cashmere blankets, soothing aromatherapy oils, and even a vintage bracelet from an auction house, purportedly once worn by a princess of a distant realm. He never inquired whether Su Mian liked him. He merely placed things there, akin to providing toys for a pet. Su Mian accepted it submissively, whispering a soft thank you when Gu Chun looked at him, then quickly lowering his head to fiddle with those exquisite items. A hint of bewilderment adorning his face. He was awaiting an opportunity, a seemingly fortuitous yet meticulously calculated chance to shatter the current stalemate. That night, Gu Chun returned later than usual, the faint scent of alcohol mingling with his own icy cedar fragrance, creating an alluring yet perilous atmosphere. He appeared somewhat fatigued. A barely perceptible restlessness etched upon his brow as he carelessly tossed his tie onto the sofa and proceeded directly to the bathroom. As Su Mian emerged from the kitchen with a glass of water, he froze at the sight of Gu Chun, instinctively wanting to retreat back into the kitchen. However, Gu Chun halted, his gaze settling on him, infused with a deeper darkness from the alcohol. "Come here," he commanded, his voice husky. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mian slowly approached, stopping a few steps away, his head bowed, fixating on the tips of his slippers. Gu Chun remained silent, observing him intently. His gaze traveled from Su Mian's damp hair, having just washed his face, to his nervously pursed lips, eventually resting on the fingers gripping the water cup, knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Are you afraid of me?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his tone, as if toying with prey in his palm. Su Mian shook his head, too timid to speak, merely lowering his gaze further. Gu Chun seemed to chuckle softly, exuding a languid magnetism tinged with the aftereffects of alcohol. He took a step closer to Su Mian. Instinctively, Su Mian recoiled, but his heel inadvertently struck the edge of the sofa, causing him to lose balance. The water cup slipped from his grasp and fell with a dull thud onto the carpet, not shattering, yet spilling most of its contents. Drenching Gu Chun's expensive trousers and handcrafted shoes, the dark stains spreading rapidly. The air thickened immediately. Su Mian appeared paralyzed with shock, his face paling drastically, eyes wide with terror as he stared at the conspicuous wet mark on Gu Chun's pants. his body trembling uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," he stammered, his voice quivering with distress. Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Su Mian, who looked as though he might faint from fright. Eager to rectify his mistake, Su Mian hurriedly crouched down, his hands flailing as he attempted to wipe the moisture from Gu Chen's trousers. His trembling fingers chilled, inadvertently pressed against Gu Chen's solid calf through the luxurious, soaked fabric. In that fleeting moment, the sensation was warm, firm, and imbued with strength. Gu Chen's body stiffened imperceptibly. Su Mian seemed oblivious, or perhaps fully consumed by fear, his fingertips clumsily scrubbing at the wet stain, rendered awkward and helpless. Fingers occasionally brushed against the taut lines of the legs beneath the trousers, the slight friction, separated by a layer of damp cloth, felt as if charged with a faint electric current. I will help you clean it." Su Mian's voice trembled with a hint of despair. Lifting his face to gaze at Gu Chen, his eyes rimmed with red, the light brown irises clouded by a veil of moisture, fragile beyond belief. Gu Chen looked down at him, remaining silent and still. His gaze weighed heavily upon Su Mian's tear-streaked face before slowly shifting to the delicate, pale fingers that were now playing mischief on his own thigh. The influence of alcohol seemed to amplify certain sensations, and the gentle, teasing touch of fingertips became remarkably pronounced. Su Mian's fingertips continued their unconscious movement, attempting to dry non-existent deeper stains. His actions were chaotic, alternating between pressing and lightly gliding. Suddenly, his wrist was seized forcefully by a large hand. The grip was firm, radiating a searing warmth that instantly halted all of his movements. Su Mian let out a muffled groan of pain, raising his tear-filled eyes to look at Gu Chen with a mixture of confusion and fear. Gu Chen's gaze deepened further, swirling with inscrutable undercurrents, akin to the surface of the sea on the brink of a storm. His thumb, gripping Su Mian's wrist, unconsciously caressed the delicate skin on the inner side, where the pulse throbbed violently. "Do not move." Gu Chen's voice was gravely low, laced with a forcefully suppressed emotion. Su Mian seemed frightened by his gaze and tone, trembling even more violently. He attempted to pull away his restrained wrist, only to find it gripped tighter. The two maintained this peculiar stance, one crouching, presenting a vulnerable face, the other standing, looking down, holding onto the other's wrist. The air was thick with humidity, the scent of alcohol, cedarwood, and an unspoken, rapidly escalating tension. After several seconds, Gu Chen appeared to regain his composure, slowly releasing his hold. Su Mian immediately withdrew his hand as if burned, the other hand covering the reddened wrist, casting a timid glance at him. Gu Chen shut his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, the storm in his depths seemed to have calmed somewhat, though the darkness remained undiminished. He said nothing, even neglecting to acknowledge the disarray on the floor, turning instead to enter the bathroom with a slightly hurried pace. With a resounding bang, the bathroom door closed, sealing off the interior from the outside. Su Mian remained crouched on the ground until the sound of running water emerged from within, at which point he slowly exhaled a long, relieved breath. He lifted his hand to inspect the clear red marks encircling his wrist, a sly, triumphant curve gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The sensation of taut muscles and Gu Chen's sudden, tense response lingered on his fingertips. He stood up and approached the bathroom door, listening to the persistent sound of water inside. It appears the effect is even more pronounced than anticipated. A cold shower is hardly an effective remedy for intoxication, Mr. Gu. He understood that beneath the seemingly solid surface of ice, a barely perceptible crack had emerged from his unexpected collision, and beneath that fissure lay the molten lava poised to erupt. Chapter 5. The silent breakfast and the vanishing carrots. The sound of water in the bathroom persisted for an extended period. Su Mian quietly tidied the water stains and glass on the floor, moving with a gentleness reminiscent of a small creature cautiously navigating the night, fearful of leaving any trace. Upon completing this task, he curled up in the corner of the living room sofa, drawing the luxurious cashmere blanket over himself, revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes, tinged with a barely perceptible excitement, gazing toward the bathroom. When Gu-chan emerged clad in a bathrobe, his hair still dripping with water, he exuded the warm, humid aura of a recent bath, mingled with the crisp scent of the cold shower gel he frequently used, seemingly attempting to wash away the remnants of alcohol and that fleeting moment of loss of control. He did not glance at Su Mian, striding directly towards the bedroom, leaving behind a statement devoid of emotion: sleep. Su Mian felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, immediately rising from the sofa, almost tiptoeing as he swiftly slipped back into the room assigned to him, adjacent to the master bedroom, which also required Gu-chen's authorization to lock from the outside. Closing the door and leaning against the cold door panel, he finally allowed himself to wear a genuine smile, one laced with the satisfaction of a scheme well executed. The sensation of being gripped around his wrist lingered, the pulse beneath his skin seemingly still echoing the strength and warmth of Gu-chen's fingertips. The intense reaction confirmed its effectiveness. The next step involved consolidating this accidental provocation while maintaining an appearance of fear. That night, Su Mian's sleep was fitful. Half of it stemmed from the alertness of being in an unfamiliar environment, while the other half was fueled by excitement. He resembled a child in possession of a cherished toy, repeatedly savoring the ripples stirred within Gu-chen's fathomless eyes, all because of him. The following day, Su Mian awoke quite early. He deliberately lingered in his room for a while, listening intently to the absence of any sound outside, before gently opening the door. The apartment was eerily quiet. Gu-chan seemed yet to awaken or had perhaps already departed. He made his way to the dining area, discovering breakfast already laid out on the table. No longer was it the meal delivery from Zhou Jin, but rather food crafted from the kitchen of this very apartment. A simple Western breakfast, featuring fried eggs, bacon, toasted bread, and a small bowl of cooked carrot cubes. Su Mian's gaze lingered on the bowl of orange-red carrot cubes, momentarily pausing imperceptibly. Here it comes, a test of details. He quietly seated himself, picking up the knife and fork, and began to eat the fried eggs and toast with small, measured bites. His movements were refined, even excessively slow, imbued with a sense of restraint and unease, as if he were a guest in someone else's home. He ate with utmost concentration, as if the food on his plate was the sole worthy object of his attention. Naturally, he began to discreetly push the carrot cubes, bit by bit, to the edge of the plate, forming a small, neglected orange island. His actions were subtle, resembling an unconscious reflex, tinged with a hint of childish pickiness. Upon finishing the other items, he set down his utensils and gazed at the remaining carrots, slightly furrowing his brow, a hint of difficulty crossing his face. Then, as if surrendering, he gently nudged the plate aside. Throughout this entire process, he did not lift his gaze to survey his surroundings. As if entirely absorbed in his own little world, he was acutely aware that within this apartment, there were undoubtedly eyes left behind by Gu-chan. They could be surveillance cameras, or perhaps gleaned through Zhou Jin's reports. A man as possessive as Gu-chan would never allow his cherished pet to be entirely unmonitored. Consequently, he needed to convey these meticulously orchestrated insinuations with precision. In the following 2 days, Gu-chan appeared exceptionally busy, scarcely making an appearance in the apartment, not even returning at night. Only Zhou Jin delivered 3 meals punctually each day, diligently clearing away the remnants of carrots from Su Mian's plate. Zhou Jin maintained his professional demeanor, marked by a respectful distance. Yet Su Mian perceptibly sensed a subtle, almost imperceptible curiosity in the way Zhou Jin regarded him. After all, he was the first prisoner for whom Mr. Gu had specifically requested alterations to the menu. Su Mian remained indifferent to Zhou Jin's thoughts. Like the most patient of hunters, he continued to play his role, drifting through the apartment, reading, daydreaming, occasionally standing by the floor-to-ceiling window for an extended period, his silhouette slender and solitary. The morsels of carrots at the edge of his plate represented his unwavering, silent protest and perhaps a touch of whimsy. On the 3rd morning, Su Mian settled at the dining table as he had on previous days, only to be taken aback. The plate before him held a fried egg, bacon, toasted bread, accompanied by a small serving of vibrant green broccoli and a few plump cherry tomatoes. The familiar, orange-hued carrot cubes had vanished. His hand, poised with a fork, lingered in midair for a full 3 seconds. Lowering his gaze, He let his bangs obscure the involuntary smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth before slowly commencing his meal. He ate quietly, yet the tips of his fingers gripping the fork felt slightly warm. He had noticed, he was aware, and he had responded. This represented an exceedingly subtle form of communication, a silent game understood solely by the two of them. Gu-chun, through this almost indulgent gesture, tacitly permitted Su Mion's trivial act of defiance, as if to convey, I see you. Even your most minute habits do not escape my notice, and I am willing to make this inconsequential change for you. This was more stirring than any overt expression of sentiment. That evening, Gu-chun returned. As he entered the dining room, Su Mion was sipping milk, a faint ring of white residue adorning his lips. Upon seeing Gu-chun, he instinctively set down the cup, licked his lips to erase the trace of milk, and quickly lowered his head, his fingers curling nervously. Gu-chun's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, brushing over his recently glistened, moist lips, before settling on his plate, impeccably clean, devoid of any leftover morsels. He remained silent, taking a seat across from Su Mion. Zhou Jin quietly arranged a meal for him. Throughout the dinner, they exchanged no words. Yet Su Mion could sense that Gu-chun's gaze upon him had softened. The initial cold evaluation had given way to an ineffable intensity, as if he were observing a collection piece that had finally begun to reveal unexpected intrigue. As Su Mion nibbled on the broccoli, the small flame of hope within him burned even brighter. He was aware that he had successfully cast a stone into the chilling confines of this prison, and the ripples had begun to spread. Chapter 6. Dependency in the study following the carrot incident. Su Mion could distinctly sense a subtle shift in the atmosphere within this cage. The gaze that Gu-chun directed at him had softened from its usual cold appraisal, replaced by a deeper, inquisitive focus, akin to that of a scientist observing a subject that had unexpectedly reacted in an experiment. After dinner that evening, Gu-chun did not retreat to his study to address work as he typically would, nor did he venture outside. Instead, he settled on a sofa in the living room, idly picking up a financial magazine without actually reading it, his eyes instead drawn to Su Mion, who was curled up in the single armchair across from him, nearly burying himself in a heavy art book. Come to the study when I am there. Gu-chun's voice was low yet carried an unmistakable authority. Su Mion lifted his head from the book, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty crossing his eyes behind his glasses. His fingers instinctively tightened, crumpling the corner of a page. To the study? Yes, Gu-chun replied, his gaze sweeping over Su Mion's clenched fingers, as if to command him to remain within his line of sight while he read. There were no explanations, no inquiries, just a simple command, delineating a new territory that required all of his belongings to remain under his watchful eye. Su Mion lowered his eyelashes, softly murmuring an acquiescent while his mind raced with analysis. Was this a further manifestation of possessiveness? Or perhaps a form of closeness? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Scene task triggered. During the time spent together in the study, induce an unconscious dependency behavior. Task reward, 5 points. Su Mion understood. It seemed the system was also propelling the evolution of their relationship. Gu-chun's study, much like the other areas of his apartment, exuded a stark and unyielding style, dominated by a massive black walnut desk with a towering bookshelf behind it, crammed with an array of books and documents. The air was infused with the scent of ink, aged paper, and a more potent aroma of cedar that belonged to Gu-chun. He gestured toward a deep brown leather sofa against the wall, instructing, sit there. Positioned at an optimal distance from his desk, it allowed him to observe Su Mion without interruption to his work. Obediently, Su Mion clutched his art book and walked over to sit down. The sofa was spacious, yet he curled up in the corner, appearing even smaller. He opened the book, but did not truly engage with its contents. All his senses were attuned to the movements of the man not far from him. Gu-chun turned on his computer and began handling emails, occasionally answering a call, his voice low and succinct, embodying a calm decisiveness. In his work mode, he seemed to shed all personal emotions associated with Gu-chun, leaving behind only efficiency and sharpness. Su Mion quietly studied him. The warm yellow light from the desk lamp highlighted the sharp contours of his profile, His straight nose and taut jawline radiated an even stronger aura of detachment as he focused on his tasks. Yet for reasons unknown, Su Mian felt that, at this moment, Gu Chun possessed a steadiness and charm that was less suffocating than when he was assertively encroaching upon his space, allowing for quiet admiration. Time slipped by imperceptibly amidst the rhythmic tapping of keys and the occasional rustle of paper. Initially, Su Mian remained vigilant, but perhaps due to the overwhelming tranquility of the study, or perhaps because of the mental strain he had endured throughout the day, or perhaps the faint scent of cedar had a calming effect, he found himself reclining on the soft sofa, his eyelids gradually beginning to droop. He exerted effort to stave off slumber, yet his head bobbed like a chick pecking for grain, bit by bit. The art book in his hands slipped away unnoticed, landing softly on the thick carpet with a gentle thud. This sound roused Gu Chun from his reverie. He lifted his gaze toward the sofa, only to find the youth curled up in the corner, his head tilted to one side against the plush leather backrest, already asleep. His long bangs cascaded down smoothly, partially obscuring his delicate face, revealing a chin that, despite its exquisite contours, bore the weight of fatigue. His breaths were steady and shallow, the rise and fall of his chest in sync with his breathing. He slept deeply, seemingly unguarded. Was it the knowledge of his safety in this space that allowed him such vulnerability? Gu Chen's gaze lingered upon the boy's serene visage, the light from the screen reflecting in the depths of his own profound eyes, flickering like a distant star. At that moment, Su Mian, in the midst of his dreams, instinctively sought warmth, shifting slightly, his body leaning ever so slightly toward Gu Chun. His arm dangled, the tips of his fingers gently grazing the edge of Gu Chen's suit jacket draped over the armrest. The movement was exceedingly subtle, imbued with the innocence of a dreamer. Gu Chen's body paused imperceptibly. His gaze transitioned from Su Mian's tranquil sleeping face to the delicate, pale fingers that clutched his jacket. The coolness of the boy's fingertips barely registered any pressure, as if a gentle tug could easily free them. Yet, Gu Chun remained still. He did not withdraw his jacket, nor did he rouse Su Mian. He simply observed, watching the boy's fingers grasping his garment with a sense of reliance, taking in the unguarded expression of his slumber. The study was enveloped in the soft sounds of their intertwined breaths and the faint hum of the computer's operation. After a considerable while, Gu Chun shifted his gaze back to the computer screen. However, his keystrokes seemed to slow, as though he feared disturbing something precious. He did not retract his jacket, nor did he awaken Su Mian. As the night deepened, Gu Chun completed all his tasks and closed the computer. He rose and approached the sofa. Su Mian remained in a deep sleep, still holding onto the edge of his jacket. Leaning down, Gu Chun hesitated momentarily before extending his hand, not to pull away Su Mian's grip, but to gently retrieve the cashmere blanket that had fallen to the floor, draping it back over the sleeping youth. His fingertips paused for a fleeting moment upon touching Su Mian's shoulder, feeling the fragile bones beneath the fabric. Once the blanket was settled, Gu Chun straightened up, not immediately departing. He stood quietly in the darkness for a moment, his gaze as tangible as the night, tracing the blurred outline of the boy who leaned upon him. Then, he turned, treading softly as he exited the study, making no attempt to reclaim his jacket. The door closed softly behind him. Almost simultaneously, the sleeping Su Mian gradually opened his eyes. In the darkness, his gaze was bright and clear, devoid of any traces of drowsiness. He lowered his head, gazing at the fingers still gripping the hem of his expensive suit jacket, a faint, triumphant curve forming at the corners of his mouth. The jacket remained untouched. The blanket was his. He gently released his fingers, smoothing out the slightly wrinkled edge of the garment, then pulled up the blanket, imbued with Gu Chen's scent, wrapping himself tighter within its embrace. System 666. Scene task completed. Points 5. The crisp aroma of cedar lingered at the tip of his nose, mingling with the familiar scent of books that filled the study. Su Mian understood that a corner of that thick ice had begun to thaw. The balance of power in the game between hunter and prey was subtly shifting. Chapter 7. In the name of nightmares, the shared space of the study had seemingly become a new routine. Whenever Gu-chan was in the apartment at night and needed to work in the study, Su Mian was required to remain on the sofa therein. He continued to play the quiet role, cradling a book or an art album, mostly silent, occasionally furrowing his brow at perplexing content or softly curving his lips at intriguing images. He resembled a meticulously curated masterpiece, displayed within the owner's line of sight, quiet, beautiful, and fragile. Gu-chan rarely engaged him in conversation, yet Su Mian could sense the frequency of his gaze increasing, lingering longer than before. That scrutiny had evolved beyond mere observation, transforming into a habitual confirmation of his presence and state. Su Mian took great satisfaction in this development. He was patiently weaving a web of connection through his quietude, his compliance, and those eyes that occasionally betrayed a hint of confusion and vulnerability. System 666. Detecting a gradual increase in the target's trust. It is recommended that the host seek an opportunity to moderately breach the safety distance and deepen emotional ties. The opportunity soon presented itself. One late night, the apartment was serenaded by the gentle patter of rain, the droplets tapping against the bulletproof glass, creating a dull and persistent sound. Su Mian lay in his bed, wide awake. He was waiting for a sufficiently reasonable excuse to disrupt the current state of peaceful coexistence. Around 2 in the morning, the entire apartment fell into a profound silence, save for the incessant sound of rain. Su Mian took a deep breath, threw off the covers, and stepped barefoot onto the chilly floor. He refrained from turning on the lights, instead using the faint glow from the city outside to navigate to the door. First, he deliberately tousled his hair to make it appear more disheveled, then rubbed his eyes vigorously until the rims turned red, tinged with a hint of moisture. Clutching a soft pillow, he opened the door. The corridor lay enveloped in darkness, with only the faintest glimmer of light seeping from beneath Gu-chen's bedroom door, indicating he had not yet retired for the night, or perhaps had left a light on while sleeping. Su Mian approached the bedroom door, pausing for a few seconds as if gathering courage. Then he raised his hand and, with hesitant and trembling knuckles, gently knocked. Knock, knock. The sound pierced the stillness of the rainy night, ringing somewhat harshly in the silence. There was no response from within. After a few seconds of waiting, he knocked again, this time with slightly more force, laced with evident anxiety. Mr. Gu? His voice slipped through the crack of the door, imbued with a recent awakening's hoarseness and an unmistakable, overwhelming fear. Are you asleep? A faint rustling emanated from within, suggesting someone had risen from a bed. Moments later, the door was abruptly pulled open from the inside. Gu-chan stood at the threshold, clad in a dark silk robe, the collar slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of his firm chest. His expression was inscrutable, yet his gaze was sharp, tinged with annoyance at the disturbance and a hint of curiosity. Only a dim bedside lamp illuminated the room, casting a long shadow of his tall figure that nearly enveloped the fragile Su Mian at the door. What is the matter? His voice, low and husky, carried an added weight of pressure in the stillness of the night. Su Mian flinched under his scrutiny, tightening her grip on the pillow, her fingertips turning pale with the force. She tilted her head back, her eyes and nose flushed, shimmering with unshed tears, filled with lingering terror and helplessness. I had a nightmare. Her voice quavered, fragile like a mewling kitten. It's so dark outside, and it's raining. I am scared. As she spoke, she instinctively took a small step toward Gu-chan, her body trembling slightly, like a vine seeking support in a tempest, desperately yearning to cling to something. Gu-chan's brow furrowed ever so slightly. His gaze fell upon Su Mian's pale face, her expression of fear unmistakably genuine. The monotonous sound of raindrops against the glass was oppressive, easily breeding unsettling thoughts. He observed her standing barefoot on the cold floor, clutching her pillow, her delicate ankle visible beneath the hem of her robe, so slender it seemed it might snap with the slightest pressure. It was merely a dream. Gu-chen's voice bore no warmth, yet the irritation seemed to dissipate somewhat. But can I? Su Mian sumonet her karash. Her eyelashes adorned with tiny droplets of tears, trembling as she glanced at the expansive, reassuring bed behind Gu-chan. Please, can I not sleep alone? Upon uttering these audacious words, She suddenly realized their audacity, quickly bowing her head, her shoulders hunching in preparation for rebuke or worse consequences. Gu Chun fell silent. The air felt as though it had solidified, the only sound being the patter of rain. Moments later, just as Su Mian thought her plea had failed, Gu Chun shifted to the side, clearing the threshold. Gloomy. His voice was deep and devoid of emotion. Su Mian seemed momentarily stunned, gazing up at him in disbelief. Don't make me say it again. At last, Su Mian awoke from her stupor, clutching her pillow, and almost on tiptoe, she hurried past Gu Chun, leaving in her wake a faint trace of the soothing scent of shower gel. Gu Chun's bedroom was larger than her own, furnished with a stark simplicity that exuded a cold, hard elegance, dominated by shades of black and gray, filled with a distinctly masculine aura of territory. The king-size bed, shrouded in the dim light, resembled a silent abyss. Su Mian stood at the edge of the bed, somewhat at a loss, glancing back at Gu Chun. He closed the door, returned to his side of the bed, cast a brief glance at her, and without uttering a word, lay down, turning his back to Su Mian, as if he were merely an inconsequential fixture in the room. Su Mian pressed his lips together, cautiously climbing onto the other side of the bed, striving to stay close to the edge as he curled himself into a ball, pulling the corner of the blanket over himself. The mattress was astonishingly soft, enveloped in the familiar and aggressively invigorating scent of cedar emanating from Gu Chun, pervading every corner. With his back to Gu Chun, he could clearly hear the steady rhythm of the latter's breathing, feeling the warmth and presence of an adult man emanating from the other side of the bed. Step 1. Successfully infiltrating the territory. He closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and pretended to be asleep. Time passed slowly. Just when Su Mian thought the evening would end there, he sensed Gu Chun shifting behind him. Then, a warm breath approached. Su Mian's body tensed instantly, yet he maintained his guise of slumber. Gu Chun's arm, heavy with weight and searing warmth, crossed the invisible boundary between them, cautiously and tentatively resting on Su Mian's slender waist. That hand did not move further. It simply settled there, its palm transmitting a scorching heat and an undeniable sense of control through the thin fabric of his sleepwear. Su Mian's heart nearly ceased to beat in that moment. He could feel Gu Chun's chest faintly pressing against his back as breaths brushed against the fine hairs at the nape of his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. He has taken the initiative to overstep the boundary. This was not the script he had crafted, yet it was far more exhilarating than any outcome he had anticipated. Gu Chun's arm lingered at his waist for an extended period, long enough for Su Mian to almost believe he had fallen asleep. Then he felt that hand shift slightly, fingers curling to pull him closer, tighter against himself. Su Mian's back was nearly flush against Gu Chun's warm chest. It was a position filled with possessiveness and a sense of protection. Su Mian did not resist. Instead, he willingly relaxed his body, sinking deeper into that embrace and the enveloping scent of cedar. In the darkness, he slowly opened his eyes, a silent, cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth. System 666. Emotional connection with target deepened. Trust level 10. Intimacy level 15. The sound of rain outside had diminished unbeknownst to him. Nestled in the steady heartbeat and warm embrace of the man behind him, Su Mian found himself unexpectedly drowsy. The prey's disguise was so effective that the hunter began to draw the prey into his most intimate, inviolable territory. And this was precisely what Su Mian desired. Chapter 8. The obsessive mark. Su Mian awoke enveloped in an unprecedented warmth and sense of confinement. His consciousness had yet to fully return, and the first sensation he felt was the broad chest behind him, continuously radiating warmth, and the heavy arm draped across his waist. That arm held him firmly within a cedar-scented embrace, domineering and unyielding. He abruptly opened his eyes, the memories of the previous night flooding his mind. It succeeded, and the effect exceeded expectations. He dared not move, even holding his breath lightly for fear of disturbing the man behind him, who seemed still lost in slumber. He could distinctly feel Gu Chun's steady heartbeat resonating through the thin fabric of his nightwear, a rhythmic thumping against his back that evoked a strange, heart-stirring resonance. Sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting slender beams of light in the dim room, where dust motes danced silently within the illuminated shafts. Time appeared to thicken and slow in that moment. Su Mian cautiously, almost imperceptibly, attempted to shift his body slightly away from Gu Chen's embrace. He merely shifted his shoulder, yet the arm encircling his waist tightened instantaneously. The grip, stemming from instinctive sleep, was firmer and more resolute, drawing him deeper into that embrace. Gu Chen's chin inadvertently brushed against the strands of hair atop his head, emitting a vague, sleepy grunt. Su Mian's body stiffened entirely. This possessiveness is truly ingrained to the bone. He ceased his attempts to break free, instead remaining quietly, absorbing the pressure and warmth radiating from that powerful body. It was an exceedingly contradictory sensation, akin to being caught in the jaws of a fierce beast, yet simultaneously discovering an utterly safe harbor. Time slipped away unmeasured until he sensed a shift in the rhythm of the breathing behind him. Gu Chun had awakened. Su Mian felt the subtle changes in his body. The arm wrapped around his waist seemed to stiffen momentarily. However, Gu Chun made no immediate effort to release him, nor did he offer any explanation. He simply maintained the position in silence, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Minutes passed before Gu Chun finally moved. He withdrew his arm with a motion that was not particularly gentle, even tinged with a hint of morning irritability. He threw back the covers and rose from the bed, not casting a glance at Su Mian, and strode directly into the bathroom. It was as if the man who had allowed him into bed the previous night, even taking the initiative to pull him into his embrace, had merely been a figment of Su Mian's imagination. Su Mian slowly sat up, rubbing his slightly numb waist. The area where Gu Chen's arm had encircled him still seemed to retain that lingering warmth and sensation. He glanced down at the empty spot beside him, still holding the residual heat, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Silence, indeed, is the finest response. In the days that followed, life appeared to return to normalcy. Gu Chun remained busy, while Su Mian continued to be enveloped in care. Yet, certain dynamics had undeniably shifted. Gu Chun no longer explicitly required Su Mian to spend the night in the master bedroom. But Su Mian discovered that the lock on his bedroom door seemed to lose its efficacy at night. Gu Chun could enter at will, and he was tacitly permitted to seek refuge in that safer haven during nightmares. An unspoken understanding had formed between them. That afternoon, Zhou Jin arrived as usual to deliver supplies and documents. He set down the items and was about to routinely inquire if Su Mian needed anything else when Gu Chen's personal phone, resting on the coffee table, vibrated. The screen lit up with an incoming call from a contact named Lin Wei. Su Mian recalled this name. She was the leading actress in Gu Chen's recent collaboration for a new drama, and the media was buzzing about their on-screen chemistry, suggesting that she held a favorable view of Gu Chen in private as well. Su Mian was seated on the adjacent sofa, glancing at the name with little reaction, merely continuing to peruse the magazine in his hands as if utterly disinterested. Zhou Jin stole a glance at his phone, then at the bowed head of Su Mian, instinctively preparing to retrieve the device and hand it over to Gu Chen in the study. Just then, the sound of running water from the bathroom ceased. Gu Chen emerged, towel in hand, clad only in loose loungewear, his torso bare, droplets of water still clinging to his muscular chest and abdomen, exuding a potent aura of masculinity. He noticed the vibrating phone on the coffee table and Zhou Jin, who was about to pick it up, before his gaze fell upon the quietly seated Su Mian. Zhou Jin promptly explained, "Mr. Gu, it's a call from Miss Lin." Without uttering a word, Gu Chen approached the coffee table, but did not immediately answer the call. Instead, he seized the phone and abruptly ended the call, tossing it back onto the table with a soft thud. He then advanced towards Su Mian, his tall form casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely. Su Mian appeared startled by the sudden proximity, lifting his gaze in confusion, his fingers instinctively tightening around the edge of the magazine. Gu Chen leaned in, one hand braced against the back of the sofa beside Su Mian, effectively trapping him between himself and the furniture. The warmth and moisture of his freshly showered body mingled with the scent of shower gel and his own potent essence, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. He did not regard Su Mian. Rather, he turned his head slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over Zhou Jin, who still stood nearby. In a low voice that resonated with a chilling authority, Gu Chen declared, "Irrelevant individuals should be dealt with directly, without bringing them before me, nor allowing them to lay eyes on him." The him he referred to was unmistakably clear. Zhou Jin's expression stiffened, and he promptly bowed. "Understood, Mr. Gu." He instinctively glanced at Su Mian, who appeared diminutive beneath Gu Chen's looming figure, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions before he quickly averted his gaze. Only then did Gu Chen return his attention to Su Mian's face. Trapped in the confines of his presence, Su Mian tilted his head back, his light brown eyes vividly reflecting the flicker of Gu Chen's current, somewhat menacing expression. It seemed as though Su Mian was taken aback by Gu Chen's sudden and unabashed possessiveness, his cold tone rendering him momentarily speechless, tears welling in his eyes. Lips moving silently, his slender form trembling slightly. "Yes, just like this. Let everyone know that I am yours. That even witnessing another's phone call is intolerable." Gu Chen observed Su Mian's frightened demeanor, and for a fleeting moment, the coldness in his gaze appeared to thaw, only to be replaced by a deeper, more inscrutable emotion. He lifted his other hand, his damp fingertips gripping Su Mian's chin somewhat roughly, compelling him to tilt his head back and endure the scrutiny of his gaze. "Did you hear me?" His fingertips caressed the delicate skin of Su Mian's jaw with considerable pressure, leaving a faint blush in their wake. "You need only to look at me." His voice was deep, imbued with an undeniable command, and tinged with a latent irritation, the kind of which he himself was unaware, stemming from a fear of others coveting his possessions. Su Mian winced slightly from his grip, a hint of physiological tears welling in the corners of his eyes. He struggled to nod, his voice choked. "I hear you." Gu Chen gazed at his tear-filled eyes for a few seconds. The frail and helpless demeanor greatly pleased the beast within him, named possession. He lowered his head, kissing Su Mian's slightly parted lips with a force that bore the weight of punishment and the declaration of ownership. This kiss was not gentle. It bore the intensity of a bite, filled with an irresistible sense of conquest. Su Mian let out a whimper, passively enduring, his fingers weakly pressed against Gu Chen's bare, heated chest, the muscles beneath his fingertips solid as fire. Beside them, Zhou Jin had tactfully turned away, observing with the nose to the heart, diminishing his presence. As the kiss concluded, Su Mian nearly melted into the sofa, his lips swollen, his gaze dazed, gasping for breath. His face flushed with an intricate blend of feigned humiliation and simulated terror. Gu Chen brushed away the suspicious moisture at the corner of his lips, his movements imbued with post-coital languor and satisfaction. "Good," he remarked, straightening up, as if the terrifying man from moments ago was not he, turning towards the bedroom, leaving Su Mian alone on the sofa, resembling a flower battered by a tempest. Su Mian watched Gu Chen's retreating figure until the bedroom door closed, then slowly raised his hand, fingertips gently touching his slightly stinging lips, still imbued with Gu Chen's lingering essence. "The mark is complete. Now, even his closest assistant should fully comprehend my position." He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the fleeting glimmer of triumph in his eyes. The obsessive brand had already been inscribed, and he, willingly, relished it. Chapter 9. The true countenance beneath the frame, since that kiss laden with punitive intent. Gu Chen's control over Su Mian seemed to have entered a new phase. He no longer merely satisfied himself with keeping Su Mian within his line of sight. He began to directly interfere with every aspect of his life, including his appearance. The large black-framed decorative mirror was the first target. Gu Chen appeared particularly displeased with it. After several close observations, one evening, as Su Mian emerged from the bathroom, hair still dripping from his recent shower and glasses perched on his nose, Gu Chen finally spoke. "Take them off." His tone was commanding, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Mian paused, towel in hand, instinctively adjusting his glasses, a hint of hesitation and unease crossing his face. "Why?" he asked softly, his voice laced with steam. Gu Chen, seated on the living room sofa, focused on his slightly flushed face, partially obscured by the glasses, his brow furrowed. "They are an eyesore." He provided a blunt reason. Su Mian pressed his lips together, seemingly reluctant, yet too intimidated to resist. He hesitated, but ultimately raised his hand and slowly removed the glasses. Without the obstruction of his glasses, his entire face was instantaneously laid bare to the light. The misty vapor enveloped his fair skin, giving it the luster of exquisite warm jade, tinged with a delicate blush. Fresh from his bath, his light brown eyes appeared particularly moist and clear, with fine droplets clinging to his long, thick eyelashes, quivering gently with each blink. His features were already refined, and now, devoid of any concealment, his contours appeared even softer. With a straight nose and naturally rosy lips, he exuded an unguarded, pure innocence and fragility. He seemed quite unaccustomed to being so exposed under Gu Chen's gaze, his eyes flickering with a hint of panic, avoiding direct contact and slightly tilting his head, attempting to use his damp bangs to hide a bit more. This instinctive gesture only added to his allure, inviting further scrutiny. Gu Chen's gaze lingered on his face for a good 10 seconds. The living room was enveloped in silence, save for the faint sound of water droplets from Su Mian's hair landing on the towel. Gu Chen's eyes were profound, as if he had suddenly glimpsed a treasure obscured by dust, revealing unabashed astonishment, accompanied by a deeper sense of possessiveness. He had encountered numerous beauties, yet at that moment, this face, unadorned and tinged with moisture and confusion, struck him like a bullet, precisely hitting a hidden aesthetic within him. From then on, Gu Chen's voice, when addressing Su Mian, carried a deeper timbre, imbued with an undeniable authority as he commanded, "Do not wear them." Su Mian tightened his grip on the glass's arm and softly replied, "All right. Indeed, this visage is the finest weapon." From that day forward, Su Mian rarely donned those glasses in the apartment, especially in front of Gu Chen. He seemed to take some time to adjust. Initially, he would instinctively reach for his glasses, his gaze rendered more adrift without the barrier, appearing somewhat lost and moist, like a fawn wandering in a forest. This demeanor greatly pleased Gu Chen, who appeared to revel in Su Mian's subtle unease and dependence that arose from his presence. However, a true surprise occurred a few nights later. Su Mian was soaking in the bathtub, the warm water enveloping his body, dissipating the tension that had accumulated over the past days. With his eyes closed, he relished this rare moment of relaxation, yet his mind was replaying recent developments, contemplating the next steps. System 666. Hint: the target's attention to the host's appearance has significantly increased. This opportunity can be utilized to further enhance visual impact and deepen the impression. Su Mian felt a stir within. He had soaked for a while, and as he rose, perhaps due to the water being too hot or perhaps from the sudden movement, a wave of slight dizziness washed over him. He steadied himself by gripping the smooth edge of the bathtub, shaking his head to clear his senses. His gaze inadvertently swept across the foggy mirror beside him, catching a blurred reflection of himself, and a thought flashed through his mind. He deliberately did not dry off completely, casually wrapping himself in a bathrobe, the belt loosely tied, exposing expanse of collarbone and the delicate skin on his chest. Water droplets cascaded down his damp hair, trailing down his neck and disappearing into the depths of the robe's neckline. Without his glasses, his face, heated by the steam, glowed with an enticing flush. He pushed open the bathroom door, and a cloud of steamy warmth escaped. Gu Chen emerged from the study, seemingly on his way to the kitchen for water, and the two collided unexpectedly in the corridor. Su Mian appeared startled at the encounter, instinctively attempting to retreat back into the bathroom, but his steps faltered, unsteady. The collar of his bathrobe slipped, revealing more of his fair skin and the delicate contours of his collarbone. Gu Chen halted, his gaze locking onto him with an intensity that sent a jolt through the air. Bathed in the soft glow of the light, the boy appeared drenched. His dark hair tousled against his forehead and cheeks, droplets cascading down his graceful neck. Without the obscuring lenses, his eyes widened slightly in surprise, their brilliance accentuated under the illumination, clouded by lingering steam and a hint of confusion. Below the hem of the bathrobe, his slender, bare legs touched the chill of the floor, his toes curling nervously. He resembled a fruit recently peeled, succulent and glistening, exuding an unspoken allure. Gu Chen's expression darkened abruptly. akin to a tempest rising on the sea's surface. He clenched the glass in his hands silently. Su Mian, feeling exposed under Gu Chen's gaze, fumbled to tighten the collar of his bathrobe, stammering, I'll just go back to my room now," attempting to slip past Gu Chen. As he brushed by, Gu Chen suddenly reached out, gripping Su Mian's wrist with a force that was both powerful and searing, halting his escape. Su Mian gasped, forced to a stop, raising his eyes to meet Gu Chen's in a state of anxious bewilderment. Gu Chen, however, did not return his gaze. Instead, his eyes, burning with intensity, were fixed on Su Mian's unguarded, flushed face and the glistening skin revealed beneath the slightly parted collar of his robe. He leaned in closer, his warm breath cascading over Su Mian's sensitive ear and neck, eliciting a shiver of intensity. Was this intentional? Gu Chen's voice was hoarse, laced with an undercurrent of danger. He could not believe this was mere coincidence. Such a vividly enticing sight was laid bare before him, unprotected. Su Mian's heart raced, feeling the grip on his wrist tighten, as if Gu Chen's gaze could consume him whole. He shook his head vigorously, a layer of unshed tears quickly glistening in his eyes. "It's not me. I just feel a bit dizzy." His voice quivered, and his body trembled slightly, as if genuinely frightened, unable to withstand the weight of Gu Chen's invasive stare. Gu Chen scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. The panic and distress in Su Mian's eyes appeared genuine, the slight redness of his eyelids and the quiver of his lashes serving as the most effective extinguishers of doubt. The tempest within Gu Chen gradually quelled, yet the depth of his darkened gaze remained unchanged. He released Su Mian's wrist, but his fingertips glided slowly up Su Mian's forearm, lingering with a sense of evaluation and reluctance, finally resting on his smooth shoulder. The skin beneath his touch felt warm, delicate, still imbued with the moisture of the recent bath, akin to exquisite silk. Su Mian held his breath, paralyzed, afraid to move. Gu Chen's thumb grazed his bare collarbone. Not too heavy, yet not too light. That touch, akin to a jolt of electricity, made Su Mian tremble uncontrollably. "Go dry your hair," Gu Chen finally spoke. His voice still husky, but he withdrew his hand, as though that fleeting moment of loss of control had never transpired. Su Mian felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He nodded vigorously and nearly fled back to his room, hurriedly shutting the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he gasped for breath, his face devoid of any panic, replaced instead by the exhilaration of a plan coming to fruition and a hint of fluttering heartbeats stirred by the encounter. He raised his hand, gently touching the collarbone that Gu Chen had just caressed, as if the lingering warmth and strength of the other's fingertips still resided there. Visual impact achieved. The next step is to make him accustomed to my presence, to ensure he cannot live without it. Outside the door, Gu Chen stood still, staring at the closed door of Su Mian's room, unmoving for a long while. He lifted his hand, his fingertips seemingly still tinged with that delicate, warm sensation, along with the faint, enticing scent of the boy's shower gel. His gaze was deep, akin to an inky abyss. The visage beneath the frame was even more captivating than he had imagined, and the treasure he had confined within a cage seemed to unknowingly emanate an increasingly alluring glow, beckoning one towards descent. Chapter 10. Outing with blindfolded eyes after that unexpected encounter at the bathroom door, Su Mian could distinctly feel Gu Chen's gaze upon him, now more adhesive, imbued with an almost insatiable desire to consume him whole. Yet, Gu Chen appeared to be straining against some inner turmoil. Aside from the occasional punishing kiss and irresistible embrace, he did not make any further advances. Su Mian was in no rush. He understood that for a man like Gu Chen, who possessed a potent need for control, the slow erosion and silent temptation were far more intriguing and effective than overt displays of affection. System 666. The target's possessiveness continues to escalate. It is advised that the host creates scenarios of exclusivity and external curiosity to stimulate both protective and controlling desires. An opportunity quietly arose one afternoon. Zhou Jin delivered a set of attire suitable for going out, tailored to perfection, embodying a minimalist yet high-quality youthful design. "Mister," Gu will take you out in half an hour. He communicated in a businesslike manner, though his gaze lingered on Su Mian's now unobscured, increasingly refined face for a moment longer than necessary. Going out? The mere mention of those words sent ripples through Su Mian's heart, like stones cast into a tranquil lake. Having been confined in this lavish prison for far too long, he had nearly forgotten the visage of the outside world. A genuine yearning surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. He donned the outfit, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling traffic and the minuscule crowd teeming below, his fingers lightly pressed against the cold glass. Sunlight spilled over him, outlining a slender figure that, despite its slightness, could not conceal the anticipation within. When Gu-chan returned, this was the scene that awaited him. The youth stood bathed in a halo of light. His head slightly tilted back, the graceful yet fragile curve of his neck exposed, his gaze intently fixed on the window outside. His expression resembled that of a bird confined for an extended period, finally witnessing the vastness of the sky with newfound clarity. Gu-chen's footsteps faltered imperceptibly for a moment. Su Mian, hearing the sound, turned his head. Upon seeing Gu-chen, the spark of aspiration in his eyes was swiftly replaced by habitual unease and submission. He lowered his head slightly and softly inquired, "Are we going out?" "Yes." Gu-chen approached, his gaze sweeping over Su Mian's well-fitted attire, as if confirming that his belongings had been meticulously cared for. Then his eyes settled upon Su Mian's, which shone with an unusual brightness, tinged with anticipation, deepening in hue. He offered no further explanation, merely gestured for Su Mian to follow. Outside the apartment building, a sleek, luxurious black sedan glided to a silent stop, its windows tinted for privacy. The driver respectfully opened the door. This marked Su Mian's first venture beyond the confines of the apartment since his arrival in this world. The air of early summer, infused with the fragrance of greenery and the cacophony of urban life, enveloped him, a stark contrast to the perpetually tempered air within the apartment, which carried the cool scent of cedar. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply, his chest filling with the unfamiliar yet familiar essence of freedom. However, this fleeting sensation was abruptly snatched away as he bent to enter the car. Gu-chen's arm encircled him from behind, not in an embrace, but with an undeniable force that half pushed, half drew him into the back seat. Immediately following, Gu-chen entered the car himself, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, severing the connection to the outside world. The interior was spacious, yet the air seemed to constrict instantly. Before Su Mian could settle in, a soft, cool silk handkerchief was placed over his eyes, plunging his vision into darkness. "Mr. Gu," Su Mian exclaimed, his voice tinged with genuine panic and confusion. Instinctively, he reached up to remove the handkerchief, but Gu-chen's strong hand grasped his wrist with ease. "Do not move." Gu-chen's voice came close, imbued with an irrefutable command. He adjusted the handkerchief to ensure it completely obscured Su Mian's sight before deftly tying it behind his head. Su Mian froze, engulfed in darkness. While his other senses were heightened, he could feel Gu-chen's fingers occasionally brushing against the skin behind his ear, sending shivers down his spine. The scent of fine leather permeated the car, mingling with a strong, palpable aroma of cedar that clung to Gu-chen, becoming increasingly invasive in the absence of sight, as if enveloping him entirely. Blindfolded, it was unexpected yet undeniably thrilling. "What?" Su Mian's voice trembled with a hint of grievance, the darkness amplifying his unease as he unconsciously shrank towards the door. Gu-chen offered no response, instead loosening his grip on Su Mian's wrist to encircle his shoulder, drawing him closer to himself. "There's nothing worth seeing outside." Gu-chen's voice resonated low and close to his ear, imbued with a strange, almost hypnotic magnetism. A single word uttered nonchalantly, severing his ties with the external world entirely. It seems that only the small space occupied by Gu-chen is pristine and safe. The vehicle smoothly accelerates, merging into the flow of traffic. Su Mian leans against Gu-chen's embrace, his body slightly stiff due to tension and this peculiar intimacy. The world before him is engulfed in darkness, forcing him to rely solely on his auditory and tactile senses to perceive his surroundings. The sounds outside the car become clear and distinct. The rustling of tires against the pavement, the distant honking of horns, the faint murmur of pedestrians, and even snippets of music emanating from street-side shops. These once familiar sounds, now intertwining in the darkness, weave a vibrant and lively yet alien world that remains disconnected from him. He can feel the centrifugal force as the vehicle turns, can sense Gu Chen's steady and powerful arm draped over his shoulder. He even perceives the subtle rise and fall of Gu Chen's chest with each breath, along with the warmth of another person filtering through the thin fabric of his clothing. This complete reliance on the other, this enforced removal of sight, which forces him to passively experience the other's existence, greatly satisfies Gu Chen's desire for control. Initially, Su Mian remains stiff, but as the vehicle progresses, he gradually adjusts to the darkness. He ceases his struggles and cautiously presses his cheek against Gu Chen's chest. Listen, feel. This is the world you have created for me, filled only with your voice, your breath, your warmth. Gu Chen's body seems to relax imperceptibly at this display of dependence. The hand that had constrained him loosens, transforming from a binding grip into a more protective posture. He lowers his gaze to the obedient youth nestled against him. A silk handkerchief perfectly obscures those eyes that so easily betray unease and fragility, revealing only the delicate tip of his nose. Slightly parted lips tinged with a natural rosy hue, and a petite chin. This complete submission, this willingness to be controlled, delights him immensely. He reaches out, gently brushing aside the stray locks of hair that fall across Su Mian's forehead, his touch imbued with an unrecognized tenderness. Beneath his caress, Su Mian's eyelashes flutter beneath the handkerchief, resembling the wings of a startled butterfly. Time passes as the vehicle continues its journey before finally coming to a gentle halt. Gu Chen does not immediately remove the handkerchief. He maintains his embrace, whispering into Su Mian's ear with a strange sense of satisfaction. We have arrived. Su Mian quietly nods, refraining from speech, only tightening his grip on the fabric at Gu Chen's waist. System 666. The target's protective and controlling instincts are synchronously heightened. Intimacy value, 10. Only then does Gu Chen lift his hand to untie the knot at the back of his head. Light floods in abruptly, causing Su Mian to squint uncomfortably, taking a while to discern that the scene before him is not the bustling marketplace or public space he had imagined, but rather an exceedingly tranquil entrance that resembles a private domain, encircled by lush greenery that shields it from the clamor of the outside world. Observing the slight confusion in Su Mian's eyes, Gu Chen's lips seem to curve into the faintest of smiles. Get out. This time, he does not cover Su Mian's eyes again. Instead, he takes his hand, guiding him into this meticulously curated, pristine world. Su Mian trailed behind him, observing the intertwined hands of the two, before casting a glance back at the path they had traversed. The black sedan and that brief journey, deprived of light, resembled a silent ritual. He understood that Gu Chen did not entirely strip him of the right to experience the outside world. Rather, he employed an extreme method to convey, "You may feel, but only through me. What you see, hear, and sense shall remain within the confines I permit." And Su Mian, with a sense of acceptance, thought, "It is all right, Gu Chen. I shall have you personally unveil a broader world for me, and at the heart of that world, there shall only be you." Chapter 11. The mark of loss of control. Gu Chen brought Su Mian to a secluded private estate nestled within the lush foliage on the outskirts of the city. This place was evidently not open to the public, its serene environment almost isolating it from the world. The occasional chirping of birds accentuated the profound silence surrounding them. The expansive lawn was meticulously groomed, and in the distance stood a contemporary architectural marvel, characterized by its flowing lines. Though his eyes were not covered, Gu Chen maintained a firm grip on Su Mian's hand, as though fearing that if he loosened his hold, this newly liberated bird would take flight. Su Mian obediently walked beside him, slightly bowing his head, yet his gaze curiously swept across the surroundings, the refreshing air, the earthy scent of soil and grass. and the dappled light filtering through the leaves. All of this evoked a long-lost sense of relaxation within his confined spirit. At least, the air here is free. Guchen appeared quite familiar with this place, guiding him directly to a glass sunroom beside the main building. The sunroom was filled with a variety of rare plants, and at its center sat a set of comfortable wicker sofas. "Wait for me here," Guchen commanded, his tone maintaining its usual authoritative edge, yet lacking some of the tension present in the apartment. He had to attend to an urgent video conference that had arisen unexpectedly. Su Mian nodded, taking a seat on the sofa while watching Guchen's figure disappear down the corridor. Sunlight poured through the glass ceiling, enveloping him in warmth. He relaxed his body against the back of the chair, closing his eyes to savor this rare tranquility. He could even hear the gentle rustle of the breeze through the leaves, far more vivid than the unchanging background noise of the apartment. However, this serenity was short-lived. A somewhat surprised voice, belonging to an unfamiliar man, echoed from the sunroom entrance. "Oh, when did Gu Chan hide away? Such a charming little fellow." Su Mian abruptly opened his eyes to find a young man in casual formal attire, exuding an air of nonchalance, standing at the door, sizing him up with keen interest. Su Mian recognized him from Financial Magazine. He was one of Gu Chen's business rivals, surnamed Zhao, notorious for his roguish reputation. Instantly, Su Mian rose to his feet, a look of wariness and unease crossing his face as he instinctively took a half-step back, resembling a startled creature disturbed by an intruder. Observing this reaction, young Master Zhao's interest only deepened as he stepped closer with a grin. "Don't be afraid, little one. I'm a friend of Gu Chen's." "Are you a relative of his?" His gaze lingered on Su Mian's exquisitely delicate yet timid face, revealing an unabashed admiration mixed with a predatory curiosity. This scrutiny made Su Mian exceedingly uncomfortable, more so than Gu Chen's possessive stare, which repulsed him. Su Mian, part of my lips at a loss for words, yearning to extricate myself from this individual. He attempted to maneuver past the other man to exit the sunroom. However, young Master Zhao seemed to deliberately obstruct his path, a suggestive smile on his lips. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Why not make a friend? Gu Chun is rather dull, isn't he? It must be boring being with him." Just as Su Mian found himself cornered against the wall, his complexion drained of color and on the verge of losing control, a voice as frigid as ice shattered the air at the doorway. "Zhao Yun." Both men turned simultaneously. Gu Chan stood there, his expression stormy enough to rain. He had evidently just concluded a meeting, his tie still askew, hanging loosely around his neck. His gaze first shot like an arrow toward Zhao Yun, who was nearly pressed against Su Mian, then slowly shifted to Su Mian's face, which was etched with panic and helplessness. In that moment, Su Mian distinctly perceived the surging fury and malevolence in Gu Chen's eyes, capable of incinerating everything in its path. Upon seeing Gu Chen, Zhao Yun's smile faltered momentarily, before he feigned nonchalance, raising his hands. "Mr. Gu, you finished your meeting quite quickly. I merely happened to see this young fellow and wanted to greet him." Gu Chen ignored him entirely, striding forward with an intensity that seemed to drop the temperature in the sunroom several degrees. He forcefully yanked Su Mian from the corner, his movements rough and devoid of compassion. Su Mian stumbled, nearly losing his balance, a sharp pain shooting through his wrist. "Greet him?" Gu Chen's voice, though low, dripped with a chilling derision as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yun, his eyes reflecting the disdain one might reserve for an inanimate object, as if to say, "My possession is not for your touch." "Gu Chen, that S." Zhao Yun's smile finally faltered, attempting to defend himself. Yet Gu Chen had already turned his full attention back to Su Mian, whom he held tightly in his embrace. That gaze was profound, dark, imbued with an insane possessiveness, as if his absolute territory had been violated. "It seems I have been too lenient with you," Gu Chen murmured, lowering his head, his heated breath brushing against Su Mian's ear, his voice hoarse and dangerous, "making you forget whose you truly are." Before the words had fully left his lips, and under Zhao Yun's astonished stare, Gu Chen suddenly bent down and seized Su Mian's lips in a fierce kiss. This was no tender caress, but rather a punitive biting and ravaging, an irresistible force invading his soft lips, prying open his mouth, and overwhelming him with a ferocity aimed at obliterating any trace of foreign presence. Su Mian winced under the kiss, his whimpers swallowed entirely. He passively endured, his fingers weakly pressing against Gu Chen's chest, the push akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He could taste a faint metallic tang, unsure whether it was his own or Gu Chen's blood. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun stood by, dumbfounded, his face shifting from pale to flushed, ultimately awkwardly rubbing his nose and swiftly vacating the scene of this tumult, until only the two of them remained in the sunroom. Gu Chen seemed to have vented his fury, slightly withdrawing. Yet his arm continued to lock around Su Mian's waist like an iron clamp, firmly securing him in his embrace. Su Mian's lips were swollen and glistening, the corners still bearing traces of an ambiguous silver line and a faint hue of crimson. He gasped for breath, his eyes reddened and brimming with physiological tears, his gaze dazed, as if he had yet to recover from the sudden tempest that had engulfed him. Gu Chan beheld the pitiful yet alluring sight of Su Mian, completely marked by him, and the ferocity in his eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a deeper, almost obsessive darkness. He extended his hand, roughly wiping away the blood and moisture from the corner of Su Mian's mouth. "Remember this taste." Gu Chen's voice remained husky, imbued with a languid control that brooked no denial, only mine. Su Mian's body trembled slightly. He lifted his tear-filled eyes to meet Gu Chen's, whose face was close, radiating satisfaction and possessiveness, fear and a genuine flutter of the heart, born from such intense treatment, intertwined across his expression. He remained silent, burying his face into Gu Chen's chest, his body still quivering, as if only in this manner could he draw a modicum of safety from the suffocating desire that enveloped him. The flames of jealousy burned ever brighter, urging him to tighten his grip. Gu Chen, sensing the tremor of dependence within his embrace, tightened his hold contentedly. He lowered his head and placed a light kiss on the flushed tip of Su Mian's ear, a declaration of sorts. "Be good, let us return home." This brief excursion, filled with sunlight and greenery, culminated in a tempest of possessiveness. Yet, Su Mian understood that some things had irrevocably changed. Gu Chen's loss of control had exposed, deep within him, an increasingly undeniable concern born from himself. System 666. Target S possessiveness has surpassed the critical threshold. Jealousy has triggered intense, marking behavior. Intimacy, level 20. Dependency, level 15. Warning. Target S emotional stability is declining. Please ensure host safety. Safety? Su Mian silently chuckled in Gu Chen's embrace. What he desired was never absolute safety. Rather, he longed for this obsessive hunter to willingly succumb to the perilous sweetness he had woven. Chapter 12. Fever and icy fingertips. Upon returning from the estate, Su Mian felt somewhat lethargic. Perhaps it was the shock he experienced in the sunroom during the day. Or perhaps it was the draft that seeped in through the slightly open car window during their evening return. That night, he found his head heavy and his body intermittently chilled. He curled up on the guest room bed, wrapping himself deeply in the blankets. Yet the chill seeping from his very bones remained unyielding. This body is more uncooperative than I had imagined. Initially, he had intended to feign greater fragility, using the earlier fright to deepen Gu Chen's impression of him. But unexpectedly, he was struck by a genuine illness. As the night deepened, his temperature began to soar uncontrollably. His throat burned with dryness, and his joints ached as if they had been disassembled and awkwardly reassembled. Consciousness ebbed and flowed amidst the alternating waves of heat and cold, and he curled up uncomfortably, emitting faint, suppressed groans. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, in his hazy state, he sensed the door to the room being gently pushed open. Heavy footsteps drew near to the bedside, accompanied by a barely perceptible urgency. A cool hand rested upon his forehead, its touch in stark contrast to his fevered skin, bestowing a fleeting illusion of comfort. Su Mian instinctively nuzzled against that hand, whimpering like a small creature, cold. He heard a low, muffled curse escape. Then Gu Chen picked up the intercom, his voice cold and commanding as he ordered for a doctor to be summoned immediately. Everything that followed felt as though it transpired behind a veil of frosted glass. He could feel himself being partially lifted by strong arms, warm water brought to his lips. He instinctively sipped, the liquid alleviating the searing pain in his throat. He could hear Gu Chen's deep, taut voice resonating in his ear, seemingly calling his name, yet also urging him to swallow. A bitter concoction was subsequently administered, and he frowned in resistance, instinctively turning his face away. Yet that hand firmly held his chin, exerting an undeniable force. Just as he felt the urge to retch from the bitterness, a sweet pill was pressed into his mouth, instantly quelling the unpleasant taste. Candy? Was it prepared by him? The chaotic haze of his mind momentarily cleared due to this unexpected sweetness. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his blurred vision catching sight of Gu Chen's face, mere inches away. Under the light, Gu Chen's brow was tightly knit, his complexion even more pallid than that of the ailing patient, and within his typically inscrutable black eyes, there swirled a restlessness that Su Mian had never witnessed before. Was it an illusion? His body was once again laid flat, a cool, damp towel replaced upon his forehead. The refreshing chill elicited a satisfied sigh from him. Yet soon, the chill within him surged back, and he uncontrollably began to shiver, his teeth gently chattering. Cold, he once more murmured instinctively, curling up tighter. There was a moment of silence at the bedside. Then, Su Mian felt the mattress dip beside him. Shortly after, a body, imbued with the coolness of the outdoors, yet radiating immense warmth, leaned in, enveloping him and the blanket tightly in its embrace. It was Gu Chen. He had climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around him from behind. The embrace was initially somewhat stiff and uncertain, but soon tightened, securely locking Su Mian's cold, trembling body against his warm chest. Gu Chen's chin rested atop Su Mian's head, his heated breath brushing against his damp temples. Still cold? Gu Chen's voice emerged from the darkness, raspier than usual, even tinged with a barely detectable awkwardness. Su Mian could no longer think clearly. Instinctively, he curled deeper into the warmth, his back pressed firmly against Gu Chen's solid, heated chest, absorbing that reassuring temperature. His icy fingers unconsciously grasped Gu Chen's arm that lay across his waist, as though it were his sole lifeline. Gu Chen's body momentarily stilled at this complete dependence. Then he tightened his hold on Su Mian even further. A hand ventured from the edge of the blanket, precisely finding Su Mian's icy hand, enveloping it with its warm, dry palm, gently and firmly rubbing, attempting to dispel the bone-chilling cold. His hand is so warm. Su Mian's consciousness blurred once more, but before he succumbed to complete darkness, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. This illness seemed to have arrived at the most opportune moment. Su Mian's fever fluctuated throughout the night, tormenting him relentlessly. Gu Chen held him throughout, scarcely closing his eyes. During this time, the family doctor visited again, readjusting the four in medication. Following the doctor's orders, Gu Chen regularly monitored Su Mian's temperature, using alcohol swabs to wipe his palms and soles to assist in physical cooling, moving from clumsiness to a surprisingly competent rhythm. He silently performed these tasks, his expression perpetually grave, yet his gaze remained locked on Su Mian's face, flushed with an unnatural redness from the fever. Observing the boy's furrowed brow, the involuntary moans escaping his lips, and his fragile form that seemed as if it could shatter with a mere touch, an unfamiliar, tightening sensation spread within his chest, unsettling his heart. He loathed this feeling, this uncontrollable emotional turmoil stirred by another. Yet, when he attempted to loosen his embrace to fetch a glass of water, the slumbering Su Mian instinctively tightened his grip on Gu Chen's shirt, murmuring in distress. That dependent posture bound him invisibly to the spot. Ultimately, he relinquished his intention to leave, instead holding the boy even tighter, as if wishing to transfer his own vitality to him. As dawn approached, Su Mian's temperature finally subsided, his breathing grew steady and prolonged, and he fell into a deep sleep. Gu Chen cautiously withdrew his now-numb arm, moving with utmost care so as not to disturb the sleeping figure. He stood at the bedside, gazing down at Su Mian's tranquil visage. The flush in the boy's face faded, returning to an almost translucent pallor. Long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, his lips pale, appearing utterly docile and harmless. He seemed a stark contrast to the trembling, murmuring boy who had relied on him so completely the night before, yet they curiously overlapped in his memory. Gu-chan extended his hand, his fingertips hovering above Su-Mion's cheek, as if to touch, but ultimately, he simply brushed aside the damp strands of hair from the boy's forehead. His gaze was profound and intricate. System 666. Peak record of protective instincts toward the target. Concern for the host's health elevated to the highest level. Gu-chan remained in place for quite some time, until the light outside brightened, and then he turned, leaving the room silently. Su-Mion slept soundly, awakening languidly in the afternoon. The fever had receded, although his body remained weak and drained. The despairing chill and searing heat had vanished. He opened his eyes, staring at the familiar yet foreign ceiling, momentarily dazed, the fragmented memories of the previous night slowly resurfacing. Administering medicine, sugar pills, cold towels, and that fervent, enveloping embrace, along with the hands that clumsily yet steadfastly warmed his frigid fingers. He stirred slightly and realized that the warmth of a gentle embrace lingered in his palm. Did he guard me through the night? Su-Mion propped himself up on his arms, attempting to rise, yet found himself weakened and struggling. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Gu-chan entered. He had changed into a fresh outfit, his hair meticulously styled, returning to his usual aloof and refined demeanor. However, the faint shadows beneath his eyes betrayed a night devoid of rest. He approached the bedside, looking down at Su-Mion with a familiar, scrutinizing gaze, albeit tinged with something else. Awake? His voice retained its characteristic coolness. How do you feel? Su-Mion lowered his eyelashes and replied softly, much better. His voice was still somewhat hoarse and frail. Gu-chan said nothing further. He simply reached out, brushing the back of his hand against Su-Mion's forehead. After confirming his temperature was normal, he withdrew his hand. The motion was effortless, as if the attentive caregiver who had cradled him to sleep the previous night was a stranger. Zhou had prepared a light porridge. After Gu-chan finished speaking, he turned to leave. Mr. Gu, Su-Mion called out suddenly, halting him. Gu-chan paused, but did not turn back. Su-Mion gazed at his tall figure, which bore an almost imperceptible weariness, and bit his lip. With a voice that was weak yet remarkably clear, he whispered, "Thank you." For a fleeting moment, Gu-chan's silhouette seemed to stiffen. He offered no response, nor did he look back, departing the room with purpose. Su-Mion watched as the door clicked shut, then slowly reclined once more, burying half his face into the soft pillow. The pillow and blanket still held a faint, elusive scent of cedar that belonged to Gu-chan. He closed his eyes, a silent smile gracing his lips. It appears that the iceberg within has begun to thaw. This illness arrived abruptly, yet it seemed to accelerate certain transformations. Chapter 13. The wishes of stars. The fever had ebbed like a retreating tide. Although Su-Mion's high fever had subsided, his body remained frail, his complexion paler than usual, like a fragile piece of glass, as though speaking too loudly might shatter him. Gu-chan seemed to acquiesce to his recent privileges, no longer insisting he stay in the study, even permitting him to rest during the day on the expansive bed in the master bedroom, where sunlight flooded in and the view was more expansive. Zhou meals had become exceptionally light and exquisite, now featuring several medicinal dishes. Su-Mion ate quietly, occasionally frowning slightly at the bitterness in his mouth. Yet he persevered to finish every morsel. Gu-chan's presence in the apartment had noticeably increased. He still spent most of his time in the study, tending to work, but his visits to the bedroom became more frequent. Sometimes he would enter to retrieve a document, other times simply to pour water, his gaze often drifting to the quiet figure lying on the bed. At times, Su-Mion was awake. At others, he succumbed to slumber. When awake, he would hug his knees, leaning against the headboard, gazing blankly out the window. His eyes, unshielded by glasses and rendered clearer by illness, were now even more expressive, easily brimming with emotion. He gazed out at the limited expanse of sky, fragmented by towering buildings, watching the birds soar and the clouds drift. his eyes betraying an undeniable yearning, tinged with a subtle, imprisoned solitude. When Gu Chun entered, this was the scene that greeted him. The young man, clad in loose, soft white pajamas, curled up in the center of the spacious bed, appearing particularly delicate. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a fluffy golden halo around him. Yet it could not penetrate the thin veil of melancholy in his gaze. He stared at the sky, lost in thought, oblivious to Gu Chen's arrival. Gu Chen paused at the threshold, discontent brewing within him at the sight of Su Mian's expression, which suggested that the one he had securely tethered to his side had drifted far away to a realm beyond his complete control. He approached the bedside, his shadow enveloping Su Mian, who only then seemed to regain awareness, hastily lifting his gaze to meet Gu Chen's, instinctively pulling the covers tighter around him like a startled creature. "What are you looking at?" Gu Chen's voice remained devoid of warmth, yet his gaze was fixed intently upon Su Mian's face. Lowering his eyelashes, Su Mian gently shook his head, murmuring nothing, his voice soft and fragile from his recent illness. Gu Chen appeared unsatisfied with this response. He settled beside Su Mian, the mattress yielding slightly under his weight. Reaching out, he grasped Su Mian's chin, not gently, compelling him to lift his head and meet his gaze. "Speak," he commanded. The pressure on Su Mian's chin was somewhat painful, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears, reflecting Gu Chun's assertive visage. He bit his pale lips, seemingly wrestling with his thoughts, and finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, laced with an imperceptible hint of grievance and longing, he murmured, "It's so stifling here." He hesitated, his long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings, his voice dwindling to an almost unconscious murmur. "I want to see the real stars, not the fragmented night sky sliced by skyscrapers, nor the distorted points of light seen through bulletproof glass. I long for the true, vast heavens adorned with countless stars." As his words hung in the air, the room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by their intertwined breaths. Upon realizing the extravagance and impracticality of his wish, Su Mian quickly averted his gaze, panic surging within him as he clutched the bed covers, his knuckles paling. He gambles. Will Gu Chen perceive this as an audacious demand, or will he indulge it? Gu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the lowered head of Su Mian, revealing a vulnerable nape. His fingers, still grasping Su Mian's chin, eased their grip slightly, but did not release. "You wish to see the stars?" Such a request was innocent, fragile, imbued with a purity that starkly contrasted with the calculated, transactional world in which they existed. Much like Su Mian himself, whose innocence shone with a blinding clarity. He ought to feel displeasure. He should scold this naive yearning. A prisoner, whose very outings required blindfolding, had no right to dream of the starry sky. Yet, gazing at Su Mian's anxious countenance, trembling at the thought of having misspoken, as if he might shatter at any moment, Gu Chen found those icy rebukes lodged in his throat. He recalled the previous night, as this body trembled in his embrace, whispering of the cold. He recalled the way he unconsciously grasped his arm, a posture of complete reliance. An unfamiliar, almost tender emotion surged uncontrollably within him once more. He released his grip and stood up. Su Mian's heart sank slightly with his movement. As it failed, yet, Gu Chen did not depart, nor did he reprimand him. He merely gazed down from his elevated stance and casually remarked, "Take care of your health." Then, he turned and exited the bedroom. There was neither agreement nor refusal. Su Mian watched the door close again and slowly released his grip on the blanket's edge. His palm was damp with perspiration from tension. No refusal means there is hope. In the following days, Su Mian exhibited an astonishing degree of obedience. He took his medication punctually and made efforts to eat, albeit with a poor appetite. Whenever he felt slightly better, he would, with Gu Chen's tacit approval, take a few slow steps in the living room. He no longer gazed vacantly out the window, but sought out light reading or tended to the small, delicate plant Gu Chen had previously gifted him. He was demonstrating through his actions that he was endeavoring to restore his health. Gu Chen observed all of this without comment. Yet the variety of supplements and medicinal dishes sent by Gong Jun increased, and the apartment's temperature was meticulously regulated to the most suitable range for a patient's recovery. A few days later, Su Mion's complexion had markedly improved. Although still somewhat frail, there was finally a hint of color in his face. That evening, Guchen returned earlier than usual. Instead of heading to the study, as was his custom, he walked directly to Su Mion, who was seated on the sofa with a book. "Come with me," he said. Su Mion put down the book and stood up, somewhat bewildered, before following Guchen. Guchen did not lead him outside, but directed him toward the interior of the apartment, to an elevator that Su Mion had never been permitted to use, one that required special access to operate. The elevator ascended slowly and eventually came to a stop. The doors opened to a cool breeze, imbued with the essence of a summer night. Before him lay the rooftop terrace of the apartment. The terrace was meticulously maintained, resembling a refined sky garden, surrounded by transparent glass railings that ensured safety while preserving the view. The most striking feature was a professional astronomical telescope positioned at the center of the terrace, its black metallic body gleaming with a cold luster under the soft illumination of the terrace lights. Su Mion stood frozen at the elevator entrance, hardly able to believe his eyes. The night sky was not entirely clear, with thin layers of clouds, yet he could still see scattered stars, clearer and brighter than those visible from the window below, resembling shards of diamonds scattered across a deep blue velvet canvas. Guchen approached the telescope, adjusted it, and then turned his head to look at Su Mion, who remained rooted in place. His voice, carried by the night breeze, sounded somewhat distant. "Don't you want to see the stars?" Su Mion's heart raced suddenly. He walked forward step by step, his footsteps somewhat unsteady, as if treading upon clouds. He reached the telescope and looked at Guchen, feeling a bit at a loss. Guchen gestured for him to take a look. Su Mion lowered his head, bringing his eyes close to the eyepiece. In that instant, his breath caught in his throat. In the eyepiece, what once appeared as a blurred point of light transformed into a clear and magnificent world. Saturn, adorned with its distinctly visible rings, floated serenely against the inky black backdrop. A beauty so breathtaking it defied description. It was a splendor that words and images could scarcely capture, a stunning vision emanating from the depths of the cosmos. He gazed for an extended period, long enough for his eyes to grow weary, before slowly straightening his posture. Turning his head, he glanced at Guchen, who had been standing beside him all along. The dim lights of the rooftop subtly outlined Guchen's profound profile, his gaze also fixed upon the distant starry sky, exhibiting an expression of tranquility that Su Mion had never witnessed before, an almost serene depth. The night breeze tousled the strands of hair on Su Mion's forehead and brought with it the familiar, crisp scent of cedar emanating from Guchen. Yet, beneath the celestial expanse at this moment, that aroma seemed to lose some of its assertiveness, gaining a refreshing clarity instead. "Did you see it?" Guchen withdrew his gaze and looked at him. Su Mion nodded. He did not express his gratitude verbally. Instead, he tilted his head back to meet Guchen's eyes, which sparkled brighter than any star in the sky, reflecting unadulterated surprise and emotion. His pale cheeks flushed with a delicate hue of excitement. After a few seconds of gazing at Guchen, he suddenly reached out, cautiously and gently, his fingertips brushing against Guchen's pinky finger, which hung at his side. It was an exceedingly subtle gesture, imbued with both hesitation and profound reliance. Guchen's finger quivered almost imperceptibly, yet he did not withdraw. Su Mion's fingertips were cool, and the pressure with which he grasped Guchen's pinky was so slight it was nearly negligible. "I see the stars, and you too." Guchen silently allowed the connection, savoring the delicate touch of reliance. He beheld Su Mion's eyes shimmering under the starlit sky, reflecting both the celestial bodies and his own image. A peculiar sense of serene satisfaction quietly supplanted the usual control and restlessness he felt. System 666. The emotional needs of the target have been met. A slight increase in happiness noted. The host's influence over the target has significantly intensified. Thus, the two stood on the rooftop, one gazing up at the stars and the person beside him, the other accepting the subtle reliance, forming a tranquil and extraordinary tableau beneath the urban night sky. Su Mian understood that the path to this man's heart had been pried open just a sliver more. The starry sky had become their first unspoken, shared secret. Chapter 14. Awkward flattery. That night, on the rooftop, under the stars, marked a subtle turning point. Gu Chen's demeanor toward Su Mian seemed to shift from a purely possessive scrutiny to a blend of something more complex. An awkward desire to draw closer that he perhaps had not fully recognized himself. He began to present Su Mian with gifts. No longer merely the expensive, cold standard items from before, these gifts became an eclectic assortment, some even bewildering. On the first day, Zhou Jin delivered a velvet box. Inside lay a diamond bracelet, intricately designed, with a centerpiece stone that sparkled brilliantly, its value sufficient to purchase an entire apartment in the city center. As Su Mian opened the box, he squinted against the dazzling light. He glanced at the bracelet, then lifted his gaze to observe Gu Chen, who appeared to be casually flicking through a magazine, yet was subtly monitoring his reaction. Gently closing the box, he pushed it aside and softly murmured a thank you, returning to his book without further ado. Gu Chen's fingers paused imperceptibly over the magazine. The following day, the gift transformed into a limited edition men's watch, its dial adorned with deep blue sapphires. The mechanical intricacies crafted with the precision of a work of art. Su Mian picked it up to examine it, his fingertips lightly grazing the cool surface before he set it down just as gently, offering another airy thank you, yet devoid of the surprise Gu Chen had anticipated, only conveying a hint of unease and detachment when confronted with such opulence. On the third day, he received a set of top-tier painting tools, complete with paints, brushes, and an easel, all from a brand renowned as a luxury in the industry. Gu Chen likely recalled his previous interest in art catalogs. Su Mian touched the exquisite brushes, but ultimately shook his head, his voice barely a whisper. I cannot paint. In the days that followed, an array of extravagant and unique gifts found their way to Su Mian, ranging from antique trinkets to custom-made musical instruments, encompassing nearly every conceivable luxury meant to delight. Su Mian's response remained consistent, polite, compliant, tinged with unease, and then silence. Those gifts, capable of driving anyone to madness, seemed merely a temporary storage of items in his possession, failing to stir even the slightest ripple within his heart. Diamonds, luxury watches, antiques. Gu Chen, are you measuring my worth with price tags? Or do you believe that these possessions can fill the void of captivity? Gu Chen's expression grew increasingly somber with each passing day. Seated in his study, he watched the surveillance footage of Su Mian quietly tending to a small, inconsequential green plant, his gaze intent, occasionally brushing his fingers against the tender leaves, a faint, genuine softness gracing his lips. That image was more vivid than any expensive gift he had ever received. An unnamed agitation surged within him. He was accustomed to controlling everything, to effortlessly achieving his goals through wealth and power. Yet, before this fragile youth, as delicate as glass, these tried-and-true methods faltered for the first time. He realized he was entirely unaware of what the other truly desired. This sense of losing control was profoundly unsettling. Zhou Jin stood nearby, observing his employer's sullen profile and the invaluable jewelry design draft that had been returned, understanding dawning upon him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly. Mr. Gu, it seems that Mr. Su is not particularly concerned with material possessions. Gu Chen shot him a cold glance. Zhou Jin immediately fell silent, yet inwardly he marveled. After years of following Gu Chen, it was the first time he had witnessed him so earnestly trying to please someone, only to face repeated setbacks. Mr. Su, seemingly delicate and incapable of self-sufficiency, proved to possess a mind that was difficult to fathom. That afternoon, Gu Chen did not go to the office. For the first time, he remained in the living room, watching as Su Mian watered the green plant. The youth moved with utmost care, the water trickling gently onto the soil. His gaze intensely focused, as if engaged in an extraordinarily significant task. Do you like plants? Gu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice deliberately slowed, rendering it somewhat stiff. Su Mian appeared startled by his unexpected utterance. His hand trembled slightly, nearly causing the kettle, to slip from his grasp. He steadied his thoughts, gently placing the kettle down, and with his head lowered, replied yes. It possesses a vibrant life force, far more than this cold apartment and those lifeless jewels. Gu-chan fell silent for a moment. As evening approached, Zhou-jin returned once more. This time, he did not bring an extravagant gift box, but instead several eco-friendly cardboard boxes of various sizes. Su-mian looked on with curiosity. At Gu-chen's nod, Zhou-jin opened the boxes. Inside were not rare and precious woods, but rather some common, easy-to-care-for indoor plants, lush monstera, elegantly poised fiddle leaf figs, and a few pots of softly colored succulents. There was even a small bag of nutrient-rich soil and a set of charming gardening tools. Place these on the balcony, Gu-chan commanded, his tone no different from when he had ordered the delivery of millions in jewels. Zhou-jin promptly complied. Su-mian stood aside, watching as the workers carefully arranged the greenery on the balcony, which had remained vacant, save for a few cold pieces of exercise equipment. The originally stark and desolate space instantly transformed into a softer, more vibrant area with the addition of these green lives. His gaze followed the swaying leaves, his eyes gradually brightening, akin to a lake glimmering in the sunlight. A hint of genuine, subtle color flushed his pale face. Gu-chan, attentively observing his reaction from the corner of his eye, felt an inexplicable agitation within him oddly settle when he finally saw, unmasked, pure joy reflected in Su-mian's eyes, which had always carried traces of unease and timidity. So he actually enjoys this. Su-mian approached the balcony, his fingertips gently brushing against the broad, glossy leaves of the monstera, then lightly touching the plump leaves of the succulents, his movements tender as if caressing a fragile dream. He turned back, glancing at Gu-chan, who stood at the threshold between the living room and balcony, his eyes sparkling and his lips curving upwards uncontrollably, revealing a genuinely innocent smile, tinged with a hint of foolishness. "Thank you," he said. This time, the gratitude expressed was no longer perfunctory or hesitant, but warm and heartfelt. Gu-chan, taken aback by his smile, paused momentarily. When the youth smiled, his entire face seemed to radiate light. Those light brown eyes curved into beautiful crescents, long lashes fluttering, and his pale cheeks blushed faintly, reminiscent of cherry blossoms blooming in early spring, more dazzling than any jewel or scenery he had ever encountered. Gu-chan instinctively averted his gaze, his throat subtly constricting. He murmured a response, then turned to retreat to the living room, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. However, Su-mian noticed that as he turned, the tense line of his jaw seemed to soften slightly. System 666. Target character has discovered a part of the host's true preferences. A slight increase in happiness. Actions to please have shifted from material accumulation to catering to personal tastes. Su-mian remained on the balcony, joyfully tending to his new companions. He picked up a small trowel and cautiously loosened the soil in a pot of succulents that appeared to be in need of repotting. His movements were clumsy, yet earnest. Gu-chan sat on the living room sofa, holding a document, yet his gaze repeatedly drifted towards the balcony. He observed the figure squatting among the greenery, appearing particularly delicate, yet no longer enveloped in a sense of lethargy. Watching him use his dirt-stained fingers, somewhat awkward yet genuinely content, a strange and peculiar sense of satisfaction quietly filled Gu-chen's chest. It turned out that to coax a smile from this little bird, it did not require an extravagant cage. It merely needed a few inconsequential green leaves that he truly cherished. He seemed to begin relishing the feeling of crafting a small world with his own hands. Chapter 15. An equal request. The verdant hues on the balcony transformed the stagnant air within the apartment, akin to a drop of ink falling into still water. Su-mian's life appeared to have gained a glimmer of hope. He devoted increasing amounts of time each day to caring for these plants, his actions evolving from initial clumsiness to a growing proficiency. Watering, loosening the soil, and wiping the leaves, he undertook these tasks with diligence, his focused gaze occasionally breaking into a faint, genuine smile at the sight of a newly sprouted bud. Gu-chan observed all of this with quiet attentiveness. He no longer presented those extravagant yet hollow gifts, but subtle changes began to emerge within the apartment. A comfortable beanbag chair had appeared in the corner of the living room. Facing the balcony, a few light-hearted gardening guides and plant encyclopedias had quietly integrated themselves onto the bookshelf. And one morning, Su Mian discovered a small basket of dew-kissed strawberries on the dining table, vibrant red and exuding a sweet fragrance, starkly contrasting with the imported fruits he usually consumed. Carrying a rustic essence of life, Su Mian picked up a strawberry, cautiously taking a bite, the sweet and tangy juice bursting in his mouth. Lowering his eyelashes, he savored it slowly, a corner of his heart seemingly pricked by the trivial strawberry. He began to approach me in a way I could comprehend. This transformation allowed a long-nurtured thought within Su Mian to break free from its confines. He was no longer content to merely be a fragile being, passively fed and cared for. He craved more interaction, a need for Gu Chun to grow accustomed to his presence, rather than merely possessing him. He sought to establish a connection with Gu Chun from a relatively equal position. That evening, when Gu Chun returned, Su Mian stood in the center of the living room, rather than curling up in the corner of the sofa, as usual, seemingly having waited for a while. Clad in soft loungewear, his frail figure bore an air of subtle resolve. Gu Chun removed his coat, his gaze sweeping past him. Casually inquiring, "Is something the matter?" Su Mian took a deep breath, raising his eyes to meet Gu Chen's. His clear gaze reflecting a tentative expectation and a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. "Mr. Gu," his voice remained soft yet no longer entirely timid. I want to learn how to cook." As soon as the words left his lips, the air in the living room seemed to come to a standstill. Gu Chen was poised to step towards the study when he abruptly halted, turning around with a barely perceptible furrow in his brow. His gaze upon Su Mian was laden with scrutiny and a hint of disapproval. The kitchen was perilous. He succinctly declined, his tone unyieldingly cold. "Cooking? No knives, no fire, no scalding oil." Su Mian appeared to anticipate this reaction. He did not retreat, nor did he immediately lower his head in submission as he had in the past. Instead, he took a small step forward, his hands instinctively twisting together before him, his voice imbued with a plea yet remarkably clear. "I won't touch anything dangerous. I can start with something simple, like frying an egg or boiling noodles." He paused, casting a quick glance at Gu Chan before swiftly averting his gaze again. His voice dropping slightly, tinged with a note of grievance. "I just don't want to always wait for others to bring things to me. I want to be able to do something." The last few words were almost whispered, yet they grazed Gu Chen's ears like feathers. The phrase "not wanting to always wait for others" caused Gu Chen's gaze to settle heavily on Su Mian's face. The youth bit his lower lip slightly, his eyes reddening, not from fear, but rather from a sense of loss and stubbornness born of unacknowledged desires. In that moment, he did not appear to be demanding a right. Rather, it seemed he was pleading for a modicum of autonomy. Gu Chun's rational mind warned him of the trouble and risks involved, deeming it unnecessary. He could effortlessly continue to have Zhou Jin arrange for the finest chefs to prepare exquisite meals, catering to his every need. Yet, gazing into Su Mian's eyes, brimming with hope and a hint of desperation, the icy refusal lingered unvoiced. He recalled the focused expression on Su Mian's face while tending to the greenery and the glimmer in his eyes when tasting strawberries. In those fleeting moments, Su Mian appeared more vividly alive than ever, rather than merely a delicate artifact. The prolonged silence began to weigh heavily on Su Mian's heart, nearly driving him to abandon hope and retreat into his shell as he often did. Just then, Gu Chan finally spoke, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. "I have free time tomorrow afternoon." Su Mian's head shot up, his eyes widening in disbelief and surprise, as if he had received an extraordinary boon. "Really? Is it true?" His voice trembled with elation. Gu Chun, observing the instant illumination in his gaze, felt the discomfort that arose from breaking the norm peculiar dissipate somewhat. He affirmed with a simple then added, his tone carrying the usual command but softened with less chill. "Only while I am present. Listen to me." "All right, I will definitely listen to you." Su Mian nodded vigorously, his face blossoming into a radiant smile, devoid of shadows, akin to a crescent moon suddenly emerging from behind clouds, dazzlingly bright. Gu-chan was momentarily taken aback by this smile, then awkwardly averted his gaze, turning towards the study, his footsteps seemingly hastening slightly. The following afternoon, Gu-chan indeed cleared his schedule. In the spacious open kitchen, however, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Su-mian, clad in a brand-new, slightly oversized apron, stood before the countertop, gazing at the gleaming stove and an array of kitchen utensils, appearing somewhat at a loss. Gu-chan leaned against the countertop, arms crossed, his gaze akin to that of an exacting overseer, intently fixed on every movement of Su-mian. He had shed his usual austere suit for a loose, dark knitted sweater, diminishing the sharpness of his business demeanor, yet his formidable presence and scrutinizing eyes still amplified Su-mian's anxiety. "What is the first step?" Gu-chan inquired, his voice resonating in the spacious kitchen. "Fry an egg," Su-mian replied softly, retrieving an egg from the nearby basket. Recollecting the culinary videos he had watched, he attempted to crack the shell against the pristine countertop, but his actions were adorably clumsy. He miscalculated the force, causing the shell to shatter, nearly spilling the egg white onto the surface. He gasped, flustered. Gu-chan's brow instantly furrowed, almost moving to intervene. However, Su-mian quickly regained his composure. Carefully breaking the egg into the preheated frying pan, the oil had been poured in by Gu-chan earlier, his expression unyielding. The pan immediately sizzled and bubbled. The sound startled Su-mian, causing him to instinctively recoil, his hand holding the spatula, trembling slightly. "What are you afraid of?" Gu-chan's voice came from an uncomfortably close distance behind him. Turning around, Su-mian realized that Gu-chan had positioned himself directly behind him, effectively encasing him between the countertop and his own body. The familiar, intense scent of cedar enveloped him, mingling with the gradually wafting aroma of the cooking food, creating a strangely intimate atmosphere. Gu-chan's hand reached around from behind, covering Su-mian's hand that gripped the spatula. That hand was warm and dry, exuding an undeniable strength, securely enveloping his cool, trembling fingers. With a firm yet gentle push, Gu-chan's deep voice resonated close to his ear, carrying a warm breath. Su-mian's body froze, all his senses converging on the hand that enveloped his, and the warm chest pressing against him from behind. He could feel Gu-chan's steady heartbeat, rhythmically thumping against his back through the thin fabric. Too close. Guiding him, Gu-chan maneuvered his hand with precision, flipping the egg in the pan. The golden edges of the egg began to crisp, retaining a surprisingly intact shape. "Do you understand?" Gu-chan asked, his voice still intimately close. Su-mian's heart raced like a drum, his cheeks uncontrollably flushing, even the tips of his ears tinged with crimson. He nodded absent-mindedly, his mind blank, struggling to recall any steps. Gu-chan observed the rosy tips of his ears and his utterly dazed expression, a hint of an almost imperceptible smile flickering in his eyes. He released Su-mian's hand and stepped back half a pace, though his commanding presence lingered. "Continue," he instructed, his gaze unwaveringly focused on the egg in the pan, as if it were a critical endeavor requiring utmost vigilance. Dazed, Su-mian relied on muscle memory to clumsily persist in his egg-frying endeavor. In the process, he nearly burned himself on the handle, thanks to Gu-chan's swift intervention, added too much salt, which prompted a frown from Gu-chan after tasting, though he said nothing. And ultimately, when removing the egg from the pan, the edges were slightly charred, and the shape was rather askew. As he carefully transferred the unappetizing fried egg onto a plate and presented it to Gu-chan with a sense of pride, his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, filled with the exhilaration of accomplishing a significant task and the anticipation that accompanied it. "Mr. Gu, would you care to try?" he inquired softly, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Gu-chan gazed at the rather tragic-looking fried egg on the plate, then shifted his attention to the speck of flour that had unknowingly adorned Su-mian's nose, and finally to the pair of bright, eager eyes that seemed to implore him for praise. After a moment of silence, he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece, and brought it to his mouth. It was salty, with a slightly bitter edge. Yet, observing Su-mian's anxious grip on the apron, his eyes fixed on him without a blink. Gu-chun hesitated for a moment before slowly finishing the rest. "It's passable," he declared, offering an exceedingly sparse evaluation. However, those two words caused Su Mion's smile to blossom instantaneously, more vibrant than any plant on the balcony. He forgot his nervousness, dismissed his fears, and was left with pure joy. "I'll try again tomorrow. It will definitely be better," he proclaimed with unwavering confidence, eagerly mapping out what he would learn to cook next. Gu-chun watched as Su Mion flitted around the kitchen, tidying up the remnants of their culinary endeavor. In his usually inscrutable gaze, a fleeting softness emerged, one that even he himself was unaware of. That afternoon, the kitchen may not have produced a flawless dish, yet it seemed to have conjured something far warmer than mere food. Su Mion realized he had successfully entwined a thread named daily life around Gu-chun's world, and this was merely the beginning. Chapter 16. A test of trust. The brief waft of culinary warmth that filled the kitchen resembled an illusion, failing to truly dissolve the invisible frost that lingered within the apartment. Su Mion remained the exquisite glass figurine in need of tender care. Yet he keenly sensed that Gu-chun's gaze, once as precise as a scalpel, now contained a barely perceptible new element, a complex emotion hovering between tacit approval and inquiry. He found himself granted a modicum of insignificant choices within Gu-chun's watchful gaze, selecting the brand of fertilizer for the flowers, deciding the types of fruits for dessert. These trivial rites, akin to tiny droplets of water trickling into parched soil, tenuously sustained Su Mion's faint yearning for autonomy. An opportunity presented itself on an otherwise ordinary afternoon. Gu-chun was ensconced on the living room sofa, immersed in emails, his profile sharply defined. Meanwhile, Su Mion curled up on the carpet beside him, leaning against the sofa, his fingers aimlessly gliding over the tablet that could only play a solitary farming game. His thoughts were entirely withdrawn from the virtual garden. His peripheral vision repeatedly strayed toward the coffee table where Gu-chun's unrestricted personal phone lay carelessly. That small black rectangle was the unfiltered gateway to the outside world, a connection to reality beyond the confines of their shared existence. Su Mion felt her heart pounding rapidly beneath her ribs. This was it. It was to touch the most sensitive nerve of his being. It was dangerous, yet worth the risk. I must ascertain whether this indulgence towards the plants could counterbalance his deeply entrenched desire for control. She inhaled deeply, as if to muster enough courage to challenge a dragon. Gently setting down the cold tablet, she turned and raised her face, fully exposing herself to Gu-chun's gaze. Gu-chun, sensing the movement, lifted his eyes from the screen, his expression bearing the usual air of condescension and inquiry. "Mr. Gu," Su Mion's voice was as delicate as if she feared to disturb the air, carrying a carefully calculated tremor. She extended a slender finger, somewhat fragile, timidly pointing towards his phone. "May I borrow your phone?" The atmosphere seemed to constrict instantly, an invisible pressure descending abruptly. Gu-chun's gaze shifted almost imperceptibly, the calm demeanor replaced by a sudden accumulation of ominous clouds, reminiscent of a storm's approach. He set down his computer and leaned forward, his shadow engulfing Su Mion entirely. "What are you doing?" His voice, though not raised, was laced with a chilling coldness, infused with scrutiny and warning that pierced through Su Mion's thin attire. He was indeed immediately alert, his reaction far more intense than anticipated. There could be no retreat. To withdraw now would render all efforts futile. Su Mion instinctively shrank back from the low pressure he emitted, her eyes quickly reddening as physiological tears began to gather. Yet, she bit down hard on her lower lip, tasting a hint of iron, forcing herself to maintain her upward gaze. Her voice, tinged with misunderstood grievance and a quiver, faltered as she explained, I wanted to check the lowest leaf of the fiddle leaf fig on the balcony. The edges seem to be yellowing. Is it because I overwatered it? Or is it lacking some kind of fertilizer?" Her words hastened, as though she were eager to prove her innocence. The tablet could not provide such detailed care instructions, and Assistant Zhou always seemed to be too busy. I hesitate to trouble him over such trivial matters." Upon uttering her last sentence, She seemed to exhaust all her strength, abruptly lowering her head, her shoulders slightly trembling. The soft ends of her hair cascading down to obscure most of her expression, leaving behind a silhouette so fragile it appeared as though it might shatter with the slightest touch. Her reasoning was sufficiently specific, harmless, and profoundly humble, placing herself in a position of dependency, relying solely on him. The gamble rested on whether this bit of greenery could outweigh his accursed instinct for control. Gu-chan fell silent, his gaze akin to the most precise of instruments, firmly locking onto Su-Mion's lowered head, attempting to dissect any trace of pretense from her subtle tremors and the exposed, delicate curve of her neck. To inquire about a plant? This rationale was naive to the point of folly, yet it perfectly aligned with his recent, excessive attentiveness towards those few green lives. Gu-chan's fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the smooth armrest of the sofa, producing nearly inaudible sounds, a sign he was deep in thought. The phone was the only breach in communication with the outside world. Any unknown number or erroneous message has the potential to disrupt the delicate balance of the present. Rationality blares a sharp alarm in his mind, as countless scenarios of potential chaos flash by in rapid succession. He can almost envision the moment his phone spirals out of control, triggering a cascade of reactions. Yet his gaze falls upon Su-Mion's frail figure, slightly curled in nervousness. The childish gaming interface flickering on the carpet, and the plants on the balcony that he has tenderly cared for, now showing signs of distress. Gu-chan has been unusually quiet and compliant lately, even beginning to seek out activities within the confines of his cage. If even such a seemingly innocent request, merely aimed at pleasing him and nurturing this fleeting interest, is met with outright refusal, would that not render previous tacit approvals ludicrous? Would he not be frightened back into that lifeless shell once more? A subtle, unsettling psychology, which he is reluctant to delve into, begins to take root. He does not wish to disrupt this relatively tranquil state, which occasionally provides him with a peculiar sense of calm. Time drips slowly in the suffocating silence. Su-Mion feels a heaviness settle in his heart, his fingertips digging deeply into his palm. Has he failed? Is he unwilling to even grant this small opening? He braces himself for the impending wrath, his body taut like a bowstring. Just then, the heart-stopping tapping ceases. Gu-chan makes a move. He reaches out and picks up the phone from the coffee table. Su-Mion's heart leaps, his pupils constricting. However, Gu-chan does not immediately hand over the phone. His fingers glide swiftly across the screen, performing a series of actions, silencing social media notifications, restricting browser access, and initiating a background monitoring program, executing everything with undeniable authority in mere seconds. Only then does he extend the phone, screen facing up, within Su-Mion's reach. 10 minutes. Gu-chan's voice remains devoid of warmth, delineating clear boundaries. Only what you have mentioned is permitted. He has relented, though shackled with heavy restrictions. He has indeed made a concession. Su-Mion nearly holds his breath, extending a trembling hand to cautiously receive the device, which feels as though it weighs 1,000 pounds. Upon touching its icy surface, he involuntarily shudders. Initially in disbelief, he hesitates, handling it with utmost care as if it were a fragile treasure or a scalding iron. "Thank you," he utters, his voice thick with genuine emotion, as if he has emerged from the brink of despair. He promptly unlocks the phone, opens the browser, and, with fingers slightly clumsy from excitement and anxiety, types in the keywords, fiddle leaf fig leaf tips yellowing causes. As the page loads, he immerses himself in the content, his gaze intent, occasionally murmuring softly in realization when he discovers potential causes and frowning gently when dismissing erroneous options. His attention is entirely focused on the screen, yet his posture remains taut, betraying his awareness of the oppressive gaze behind him. He can feel that piercing look like a tangible spotlight, firmly fixed on his back, scrutinizing, assessing, and imbued with a myriad of emotions that seem to penetrate through him. One must not be distracted, nor engage in any superfluous actions. Let him see that my sole focus lies upon this withered leaf, and I care only for that which he permits me to cherish. Time passed, second by second. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he discovered a seemingly reliable piece of care advice, silently noted it down, then resolutely exited the browser, dimming the screen and returning the phone with both hands. "Mr. Gu, I have found the information," he reported softly, a hint of relief washing over his face, mingled with a cautious eagerness to please, as if he had completed a task. Gu Chun accepted the phone, his fingertips inevitably brushing against Su Mion's cool fingers before parting. He cast a fleeting glance at the pristine screen, confirming its accuracy, before his gaze, profound and contemplative, returned to Su Mion's face. The youth tilted his head back, the remnants of a blush lingering around his eyes, yet his gaze remained clear and untainted, radiating pure, heartfelt gratitude. System 666. Preliminary trust test successful. The subject has made a balance between absolute control and limited freedom. The host's performance aligns with expectations of harmlessness and dependence. Trust level 5. Gu Chan placed the phone back down, remaining silent as he resumed his work on the computer. Yet Su Mion understood that, in the silence, something had irrevocably changed. The impenetrable wall had been pried open by a single withered leaf, creating a mere hairline fissure. He picked up the tablet again, tapping into the monotonous gardening game, feeling the warmth of sunlight on his skin, yet a different undercurrent surged within him, starkly contrasting with before. 10 minutes. A completely harmless search conducted under his surveillance and constraints. "Guchen, do you see? I am quite obedient. My world is so small that it only accommodates you and the things you allow to exist. In this meager freedom, I shall make you accustomed to, allowing you to gradually, willingly bestow more." He slightly tilted his head, stealing glances at Gu Chen's stern profile. The hunter, believing himself firmly in control, remained oblivious to the fact that the docile prey was guiding him, loosening the constraints bit by bit. Chapter 17. The invitation to the concert. Those 10 minutes of freedom afforded by the phone were akin to a stone cast into a deep pool. Once the ripples dissipated, the surface of the water seemed to regain its tranquility. Yet Su Mion knew that certain things had quietly transformed. Gu Chun had not withdrawn those trivial privileges. In fact, occasionally, while he tended to the balcony plants, the gaze that fell upon Su Mion's back was less scrutinizing and more imbued with an indescribable observation. "The gap has been pried open. A more natural approach is needed to acclimate him to my presence and integrate into his life, even into his world." Days flowed in a rhythm that appeared unchanged. Su Mion remained quiet and fragile, yet he began to exhibit more distinct nuances of his own identity in subtle details. For instance, he would reorganize the gardening books he had read according to his own understanding, or when frying an egg, he would secretly attempt to sprinkle a dash of black pepper instead of adhering strictly to Gu Chun's acceptable standards. These minute changes were like spring rain nourishing the earth, silent and unnoticed. That evening, Gu Chun returned later than usual, enveloped by the coolness of the night breeze and a subtle hint of fatigue. He removed his coat and instinctively glanced towards the living room sofa, where Su Mion was indeed nestled in a beanbag, clutching a tablet, seemingly engrossed in a video, headphones adorning his ears, his expression one of intense focus. As Gu Chun approached, he discerned that the tablet was playing the official recording of his sensational concert from the previous year. In the footage, the man stood at the center of a brilliantly illuminated stage, akin to a sovereign commanding all, his voice resonating through the expensive sound equipment, a sonorous bass imbued with an enchanting allure. The screams of the fans surged like a tsunami. Sumiana birda terli captivativ. Unaware, even as Gu Chun positioned himself behind him, his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide, the glow from the screen danced in his clear pupils, brimming with unadulterated astonishment, even a barely perceptible yearning. Now is the moment. Let him perceive that I am drawn to his brilliance. Yet my attraction extends beyond that radiance. Gu Chen's gaze shifted from the tablet screen to Su Mion's profile, so near yet so engrossed. The youth's long eyelashes fluttered gently with the transitions on screen, his soft lips unconsciously parting slightly. This complete immersion in his own world pleased a certain secret vanity within Gu Chun. He reached out and gently removed one of Su Mion's headphones. Startled, Su Mian jolted back to reality like a frightened fawn. Upon recognizing Gu Chun, the fear dissipated, replaced by a blush of embarrassment, as if caught in a compromising situation. Flustered, he hurriedly paused the video and removed the other headphone, his voice stammering, "Jigu, sir, you're back." Watching this, Gu Chen's tone was devoid of emotion. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon the paused image of himself beneath the spotlight. Su Mian nodded, fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the tablet, softly stating, "Yes. These clips can be found online, just these few on repeat." He hesitated, lifting his gaze, his eyes sparkling with a cautious, almost reverent glow. "You look wonderful on stage. The song is beautiful too." His praise was direct and sincere, devoid of any ornate language. Yet it resonated with Gu Chun more than any critic's accolades. Gu Chun remained silent, merely picking up the tablet and scrolling through the comment section of the concert footage, filled with fervent expressions of love from fans and various technical analyses. He noted that Su Mian's viewing history prominently featured the few segments that showcased his relatively upbeat, even occasionally tender songs, rather than the more explosive dance tracks that ignited the crowd. Gu Chun, does he prefer this type? A subtle sensation brushed through his heart. He set the tablet down and, seemingly casually, inquired, "Next Saturday, at the auditorium, there will be a concert." Su Mian's eyes widened in astonishment, a gleam of disbelief igniting within them, akin to stars suddenly illuminated. From initial surprise to the realization of what this implies, his gaze rapidly coalesced with immense anticipation. Yet he dared not reveal too much, fixating intently on Gu Chun, awaiting further elaboration. Gu Chun observed Su Mian's eager expression, which he tried to conceal but could not, and continued in a calm tone, "Do you wish to go?" The simplicity of the three words made Su Mian's heart nearly skip a beat. He nodded vigorously several times. But then, as if recollecting something, the light in his eyes dimmed slightly. He lowered his head, his voice dwindling to a faint whisper tinged with uncertainty and a hint of humble pleading. "I want to, but can I really go?" he asked cautiously, as if beseeching a grand favor from the heavens, mindful not to appear overly eager, wanting to convey that he was acutely aware of his own station, not daring to harbor such extravagant wishes. Gu Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on Su Mian's lowered head, which exposed a sliver of his fair neck, still bearing the faint remnants of the earlier emotional outburst that had left its mark. Gu Chan responded affirmatively. Watching Su Mian's eyes instantly sparkle again, he added, with his characteristic tone of undeniable authority, "The spot has already been reserved." "Thank you. I truly appreciate it." Su Mian's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy, his face blossoming into a pure and radiant smile that almost dispelled the gloom that had lingered around him for years. However, just as Gu Chan was about to turn and head to his study, Su Mian, summoning immense courage, spoke up again, his voice softer than before, laden with tentative hope. "Mr. Gu, may I make a small request?" He swallowed nervously, scrutinizing Gu Chen's expression, and upon sensing no immediate displeasure, he continued in a hushed tone, "Could I possibly sing a happy song at the concert?" Upon finishing, he immediately lowered his gaze, his fingers nervously entwined, as if he had uttered something utterly audacious. In the original narrative, the songs he wrote for the prisoners were too sorrowful. "I desire not a confession steeped in possession and lamentation, but rather a glimmer of light, a genuine joy that belongs in the sunlight." "A happy song?" Gu Chen echoed, his tone inscrutable. He scrutinized Su Mian with profound intensity. Su Mian dared not lift his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of grievance, something that sounds warm and makes one want to smile. "The songs you've sung before, they feel so heavy. They make me a bit sad." He positioned himself purely as a listener, articulating his most visceral feelings, not out of jealousy or possession, but simply out of a desire to avoid sorrow. Gu Chun fell silent. It had been ages since he had sung what one might classify as a happy song. His musical realm had long been filled with intricate arrangements, profound, or rather, dark, lyrics, and intense dramatic tension. Happiness? That simple and straightforward concept seemed to have been long forsaken by him. Yet, Gazing at Su Mion's anxious yet persistently hopeful visage, he found himself unable to utter a refusal. This little creature always managed to present unexpected yet innocuous requests when he thought he had everything firmly in hand, like a timid kitten cautiously extending its paw to test the boundaries. And this time, what he was touching was his music, a deeper corner of his soul. Guchun, a happy song? For him. Let us see how I feel. After a prolonged silence, Guchun finally uttered an ambiguous remark before turning and leaving the living room. He neither affirmed nor rejected. Yet as Su Mion observed his retreating figure, a triumphant smile gradually graced her lips. The absence of immediate denial suggests potential. Guchun, you will sing. You will be willing to sing a different song for me. She donned her headphones anew and opened the encore segment of Guchun's concert on her tablet. The encore songs from previous years were invariably charged with explosive energy and poignant emotionality, steeped in the tradition of heartfelt rock. System 666. The target's acceptance of the host's involvement in his personal sphere has increased. Emotional investment has risen. The concert is poised to become a pivotal emotional turning point. Leaning back in her recliner, Su Mion closed her eyes, her anticipation building for Saturday night, when the stars would shine solely for her. And perhaps a song unlike any other would be performed. The hunter began to contemplate altering the call of the hunt for his prey. This transformation, in itself, represented the prey's greatest triumph. Chapter 18. Soliloquy under the sea of stars. In the subsequent days, the apartment was permeated by an unspoken, clandestine anticipation. Sumian demand quiet. But her eyes occasionally sparkled with a barely perceptible light, as if silently counting down to an important moment. During the brief interlude, when Guchun permitted her to use her phone to research plan information, she cautiously searched for promotional posters of his concert, fixating on the interplay of light and shadow that accentuated Guchun's austere profile. After a time, as if startled from a trance, she swiftly closed the page and returned the phone. Guchun observed all of this without mentioning it. He became busier than usual, spending extended hours in his study. Sometimes, late at night, as Su Mion drifted between sleep and wakefulness, she would hear faint, intermittent strumming of a guitar from next door or the muffled, tentative hum of melodies. These tunes were starkly different from the powerful and sorrowful rock she was accustomed to. They carried an unfamiliar softness and tentative exploration. He is preparing. He is genuinely contemplating that joyful song. This realization stirred a delicate, unfamiliar ripple in the depths of Su Mion's heart. Finally, Saturday night arrived. Before departing, Su Mion stood in the dressing room, gazing at her meticulously groomed reflection in the mirror. Her pale cheeks, tinged with a hint of excitement, bore a soft pink hue. Her carefully tended black hair no longer obscured her eyes, and she wore the soft, well-tailored white top sent by Guchun, rendering her as pristine as moonlight. When Guchun entered, his gaze lingered on her for several seconds, longer and deeper than usual. Without uttering a word, he extended his hand to instinctively smooth what were non-existent creases in her collar, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the delicate skin of her neck, sending a shiver coursing through her. Let us go. His voice was deeper than usual. This time, there was no blindfold. The car drove directly into the underground VIP passage of the stadium, bypassing the throngs of eager fans. Zhou Jin had arranged for the area to be cleared in advance, and they silently ascended to the top-tier box, which offered the best view and complete privacy. One side of the private box is adorned with one-way glass, offering a clear view of the magnificent concert venue, while the other side features a cozy lounge area. Below, a vast sea of fans, wielding glowing sticks, cheers thunderously, their excitement muted and distant through the glass, transforming into a mere background sound. Su Mion stands before the glass, captivated by the fervor of tens of thousands, his heart brimming with an indescribable emotion. This is his first time experiencing the world in which Guchun resides so viscerally, immense and radiant. Yet, he finds himself isolated from this cacophony, positioned in the most unique spot closest to the stage. Is this the essence of his world? So far yet so within reach. The concert commences. The moment Guchun appears at the center of the stage, The sound waves from the audience threaten to lift the roof off. Bathed in spotlight, he stands like a born monarch, commanding the breath of everyone present. Each classic song unfolds, some stirring, others deeply emotional, infused with his signature, heart-wrenching cries, repeatedly elevating the atmosphere to new heights. Su Mian is entranced. The live Gu Chun possesses an impact far greater than that on screen. His formidable aura and nearly flawless stage presence render it impossible to look away. He adheres to Gu Chun's earlier request, foregoing his decorative glasses, allowing his clear pupils to vividly reflect the radiant figure on stage. Filled with pure awe and a hint of enchantment, unbeknownst even to himself. He occasionally widens his eyes in response to the explosive stage effects, or purses his lips at poignant lyrics, unconsciously swaying to the rhythm of the music, fully immersed in the experience. During a brief interlude, Gu Chun's gaze sweeps towards the upper box several times. Though he cannot see the interior through the one-way glass, he knows that little bird is there, watching him. As the concert nears its conclusion, it is time for the iconic encore song, Prisoner, laden with obsession and possessiveness. Fans begin to chant the song title in unison, their voices echoing through the venue. Suddenly, all stage lights extinguish. The once boisterous arena gradually quiets, enveloped in a sense of curious anticipation. A gentle spotlight, reminiscent of moonlight, gradually illuminates Gu Chun. He sits at the edge of the stage, his electric guitar replaced by a wooden one, his demeanor unusually relaxed. Adjusting the height of the microphone stand, he again glances towards the box, despite seeing nothing. Addressing the microphone, his voice resonates through the high-quality sound system, carrying a tenderness that is markedly different from his usual style, slightly awkward yet gentle. The next song is a new one. He pauses as if weighing his words, eliciting a ripple of excitement from the crowd. It's quite simple, perhaps a bit childish. His fingers gently strum the strings, and a fresh, warm melody, akin to a babbling brook, flows throughout the expansive venue. Without intricate arrangements or desperate shouts, only the pure tones of an acoustic guitar and his deep, gentle voice. Before encountering you, the world resembled a black and white silent film, echoing with chaos while my heart lay barren. Until one fateful day, moonlight graced my window, illuminating a timid star that dared not twinkle. The lyrics were unembellished, the melody simple, even tinged with a hint of naivete. Yet, in stark contrast to his previous style, this music was like a tender hand gently clasping the hearts of tens of thousands present. The fans listened in hushed awe, their faces reflecting surprise and deep emotion. Su Mian stood in the box, breath held. He understood. This song was not an account of obsessive possession, but rather a portrayal of an encounter, depicting a cautious approach, a desire to safeguard that fragile, clumsy sentiment. He wrote it, he truly wrote it. Not Prisoner, but Starpoint. For me, as the song drew to a close, the melody softly waned. Gu Chen's fingers pressed the final chord, the lingering notes resonating. He lifted his gaze once more towards the box, and this time his voice, clear and unreserved, reverberated throughout the venue, penetrating the one-way glass of the box, striking Su Mian's heart with force. This song is called Starpoint. He paused, as if having made a profound decision, his voice imbued with an almost desperate sincerity, a gift to my star. The venue fell into silence, only to erupt into a frenzy of applause and screams more fervent than ever before. The flashbulbs in the press area ignited in a brilliant array. Gu Chun, the top-tier star who had never publicly expressed any romantic inclinations, had, at a concert, declared his affections through a love song. Who was the star? Amidst the chaotic uproar, Gu Chen's voice rose again, silencing the clamor, carrying with it his inherent, undeniable strength, yet curiously blended with an unprecedented, almost pleading gentleness. I once wished to hide him, to monopolize all the brilliance. His voice traveled through the microphone, reaching every corner, but now, I wish to invite him to share my life. Su Mian, he pronounced that name clearly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the one-way glass, landing directly upon Su Mian's face. Will you? Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The sea of glowing sticks, reminiscent of a vast starry sky, ceased its waving, and the deafening cheers and discussions faded into an eerie silence. In Su Mion's world, only the figure on stage, shedding all pretense and awkwardly confessing, remained, along with that unmistakably clear question echoing in his ears. He stood rooted in place, utterly still. It succeeded, more than anticipated, before the eyes of the world. Yet why does my heart race so? Why do I feel like crying? He sensed the astonished gaze of Zhou Jin behind him, could envision the tumultuous waves stirring in the outside world at that moment. Guchen remained on stage, waiting. Under the spotlight, he stood tall, yet an almost imperceptible tension lingered. Slowly, Su Mion raised his hand. He did not glance at the thrumming sea of stars below, nor heed any gaze upon him. His eyes were solely fixed on Guchen on the stage. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of live spectators and countless viewers before screens, despite their inability to see him in the box, he performed an exceedingly simple act. He raised his hand and gently removed the large, transparent glasses that served as both disguise and defense, with the lenses no longer obscuring his features. His exquisitely flawless face was revealed for the first time, unreservedly illuminated by the lights. His light brown eyes, as clear as water, brimmed with a complex array of emotions: shock, sentiment, a hint of confusion, but predominantly a gradually clarifying, gentle yet resolute radiance. He gazed at the figure on stage and slowly unveiled an unmistakably clear smile, glistening with tears. There was no sound in response, yet the act of removing his glasses and that heartfelt, tear-streaked smile spoke volumes. On the stage, Guchen, from a distant vantage point, seemed to receive this signal. The tension in his jawline softened, replaced by a wave of overwhelming joy and contentment that dispelled the remnants of anxiety in his eyes. He inclined his head slightly towards a box. System 666. Warning. The stability of the world core has significantly increased. The target's sense of happiness has surpassed the threshold. A critical emotional turning point confirmed. Detecting abnormal energy fluctuations with a subtle enhancement in correlation to the real world. Information fragments being recorded. The uproar within the venue soared to new heights, mingling with the excited screams of fans, the frenzied inquiries of reporters, and the lingering notes of the gentle song star points. Yet, Su Mion seemed oblivious to it all. He simply watched Guchen, the man who had crafted a sea of stars for him, and, beneath this celestial expanse, offered him the soul, tender melody. The hunter's confession reverberated throughout the forest, while the prey stood still, shedding his disguise to respond to this grand pursuit with his true self. From that moment, it seemed as if the game had transformed entirely. Chapter 19. The final chapter of The Prisoner the Concert, a tempest that swept across the entire online world, was firmly isolated by Guchen's absolute power and resources beyond the confines of that penthouse apartment. No reporter could approach, no unauthorized photographs surfaced, and all inquiries and investigations were deftly thwarted at the door by Zhou Jin's professional smile and impenetrable responses. However, within the eye of the storm, the atmosphere inside the apartment quietly shifted. The previously omnipresent, cold surveillance cameras had, one day, silently ceased to function. Not from damage, but rather, the power had been intentionally cut. The heavy security door, which required Guchen's fingerprint and password to unlock, remained sturdy. Yet Su Mion discovered that he seemed to have been added to the access list. Guchen did not explicitly state this. He merely allowed Su Mion to follow him to the door without objection or a scrutinizing glance. The most significant change came on a sunlit morning when the cold metal bars sealing all the windows and the locks of the specially designed bulletproof glass were carefully dismantled by professional workers. As the final barrier of metal was removed, radiant, unobstructed sunlight cascaded into the living room like a golden waterfall, dispelling the long-standing gloom. Su Mion stood enveloped in the halo of light, squinting his eyes in slight discomfort. He approached the window, extending his hand to effortlessly touch the cool glass. Yet this time, beyond the glass lay not an impenetrable cage, but a vibrant, tangible city skyline. A gentle breeze swept in through the intentionally left gap, carrying the fresh scent of early summer foliage, mingling with the lingering cold fragrance of cedar within the room. The fence has truly been dismantled. He did it with his own hands. Su Mian gazed down at the minuscule flow of vehicles and crowds below, a sense of dislocation washing over him. Gu Chan stood not far behind, watching as the sunlight outlined the slender silhouette of the youth, as if it were glowing. He did not speak, merely stepped forward to place a small, cool object into Su Mian's open palm. Su Mian looked down to find a set of keys, not the key to the apartment door, which remained electronically secured, but rather the keys to the balcony sliding door, a cabinet in the study that had always been locked, and among them, one he recognized as belonging to the sunroom of the estate in the countryside. "You belong here." Gu Chen's voice broke the silence, calm yet imbued with an unprecedented weight. "And in my heart, you are the sole master." There were no grandiloquent phrases, no passionate gazes, only a simple declaration, yet held more power than any vow. He entrusted Su Mian with a portion of control over this space, and more importantly, the key to the territory of his heart. Su Mian grasped the cool yet weighty keys, his fingertips trembling slightly. He turned, lifting his face to meet Gu Chen's gaze. The sunlight danced in the clarity of his eyes, reflecting the depth of Gu Chen's brow and eyes. "Aren't you afraid I might run away?" he asked softly, a hint of playful cunning creeping into his tone, an inquiry he would never have dared to voice in the past. Gu Chen's gaze darkened, but not with displeasure. Rather, it held a deeper emotion, a blend of possession and resignation. He reached out, not with the usual force, but gently caressed Su Mian's cheek, his thumb grazing the delicate skin beneath his eye. "I offer myself to you." He leaned in, their foreheads brushing, breaths mingling, his voice deep and tender. "Is that all right?" It was a question laced with an undeniable certainty that brooked no refusal. Su Mian's heart fluttered as if gently tickled by the softest feather, sending a shiver through him. He beheld the enlarged, handsome visage before him, looking into the depths of those always unfathomable black eyes, now clearly reflecting his own image. Suddenly, memories of fear and despair upon his arrival resurfaced. The scrutinizing gaze, the days of confinement, the scheming at the bathroom door, the feigned dependence in the study. Moments of vulnerability during fever, the starlit rooftop, and that world-shattering confession at the concert. Scenes flashing by like a revolving lantern. Run? How could I ever run? Every effort, every cautious step was to ensure you would willingly open this door for me and lay your heart bare. He did not respond with a simple yes or no. Instead, he slightly lifted himself onto his toes and undertook a bolder action. He initiated a kiss upon Gu Chen's lips. It was an inexperienced kiss, imbued with tentative exploration and immense courage. No longer a passive reception, but a clear response. For a moment, Gu Chen's body stiffened, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected assertiveness. Yet, in the next instant, overwhelming joy and a surge of profound emotion engulfed him. He transformed passivity into initiative, deepening the kiss, encircling Su Mian's slender waist with his arms, as if wishing to meld him into his very being. This kiss was no longer a punishment or a possessive mark, but was filled with affirmation, solace, and an indelible affection. Sunlight poured over the two embracing figures, warm and tranquil. After a considerable time, Gu Chan slowly withdrew, his breath slightly unsteady. He gazed at Su Mian's lips, swollen and glistening from the kiss, and the blush that adorned his cheeks, his eyes revealing an unmasked fervor. Here, he surveyed the apartment that had once been a prison but was now suffused with sunlight, his voice hoarse as he declared, "This is our home." Su Mian softly repeated that word, feeling a warmth seep into the cold recesses of his heart, gradually melting away the frost. Nestled in Gu Chen's embrace, he listened to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the warmth of the sun and the strength of the arm around his waist. System 666. World core stability has reached 100. The target's happiness is at a sustained peak. A strong resonance of souls has been detected, enhancing the resolution of reality's fragments by one. The key remained tightly grasped in Su Mian's palm, pressing against his skin painfully, yet providing an oddly reassuring sense of solidity. The former prisoner had personally acquired the key to unlock the cage. And the hunter who had constructed that cage voluntarily stepped into the sweet constraints woven by the other's heart. The chapter of captivity had turned. Henceforth, this place was home, a sanctuary belonging solely to the two of them, perhaps still fraught with obsession and possession, yet overflowing with sunlight, verdure, awkward affection, and gentle starlight. Su-mian closed his eyes, burying his face in Gu-chen's chest. In this first world, is the strategy nearing success? Gu-chen, spending this life with you does not seem so bad. Outside the window, the sky was a deep blue, with clouds drifting lazily. Chapter 20. The happy period and a new prologue time, when genuinely cherished, always seems to pass with extraordinary swiftness. The uproar from the concert gradually subsided, skillfully transformed by Gu-chan into a tale of blessings, at least on the surface. That penthouse apartment truly became a home. Sunlight poured unobstructed into every corner, and the greenery on the balcony flourished under Su-mian's meticulous care, even blooming delicate white flowers. The air was no longer filled with the chill of cedar and oppression, but rather a fragrant blend of culinary delights, the fresh scent of plants, and the warm atmosphere of their shared life. Gu-chen remained the busy superstar, but his schedule always reserved ample space for home. He dismissed numerous unnecessary social engagements and reduced his multinational duties, all to return on time for a meal prepared by Su-mian, an experimental dish that could either succeed or fail. Together, they would sit on the balcony in rocking chairs, watching as the city lights gradually illuminated the night. Zhou Jin remained the efficient assistant he had always been, yet his visits to the apartment became less frequent. Even when he did come, it was mostly to report on work. The gaze he directed towards Su-mian no longer bore the initial scrutiny and veiled pity. Instead, it reflected a complex tranquility imbued with a hint of reverence. He had witnessed how Mr. Gu transformed from a cold, flawless statue into a being imbued with flesh and blood, joy and anger, all because of this person. Zhou Jin's perspective. He once believed Su-mian to be a fragile plaything of Mr. Gu's fleeting fancy, destined to be discarded like others who had attempted to draw near. Little did he expect that it was Mr. Gu himself who would ultimately find himself ensnared. This was not a physical confinement, but rather a willing descent into emotional entanglement. Su-mian's body, it seemed, had received a modicum of nourishment from this serene and joyful existence. Though still more delicate than most, his face gradually took on a healthy glow, and his smiles became increasingly genuine. No longer meticulously calculated, but rather emanating from a place of heartfelt warmth. He still experienced moments of shyness, his ears reddening under Mr. Gu's unabashed gaze. Yet he learned to respond, offering a glass of warm water when Mr. Gu was weary from work or simply providing a quiet embrace. A unique intimacy blossomed between them. Mr. Gu's possessiveness had not waned. It merely transformed in its expression. He remained disinclined to allow Su-mian too much exposure to the outside world. Yet he personally took him to private art exhibitions and tranquil mountain retreats, enveloping him in a carefully curated, secure environment. Su-mian relished this obsessive affection, occasionally seizing the opportunity to make trivial requests, such as asking for a longer embrace on a rainy night or playfully distracting Mr. Gu from his late-night work with a sleepy kiss. Often, Mr. Gu would embrace him from behind on the balcony while they admired the night view, resting his chin atop Su-mian's head, his arms encircling his waist, his palm naturally resting against his flat abdomen. Alternatively, when Su-mian grew weary from reading, he would unconsciously lean his head against Mr. Gu's shoulder, prompting the latter to set aside his documents and adjust his posture for greater comfort, his fingertips absently twirling the soft strands of Su-mian's hair. Kisses became a daily, natural occurrence. Morning kisses, good-night kisses, even fleeting touches as they passed each other, each imbued with lingering affection. Time flowed gently in this manner. Su-mian occasionally found himself in a daze, almost forgetting that this was merely a fabricated world. He watched as the man beside him effortlessly placed peeled shrimp into his bowl, noting the slight curl of his lips in response to a careless joke. A wave of genuine, poignant tenderness surged within his heart. Gu-chen, How wonderful it would be if all of this were not just a task. System 666. Warning. Host's emotional investment has surpassed the safe threshold. Reminder. The task world is a data simulation. Su-Mian silently replied in his mind, I know. He knew, yet he found himself unable to control it. The fortress of the human heart, in the course of conquest, is it not also subject to insidious erosion? Time swiftly passes, decades slipping by in the blink of an eye. Together, they have weathered countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters, witnessing the gradual emergence of fine lines at the corners of their eyes and the quiet encroachment of silver strands amidst the black. Gu-chun has gradually faded from the limelight of the entertainment industry, diverting more energy towards the behind-the-scenes, simply to afford himself more time to accompany his star. Su-Mian's constitution has always been fragile, and on a tranquil autumn day, his decline began in an irreversible manner. Gu-chun relinquished all his engagements, steadfastly remaining by his side. He did not exhibit excessive sorrow. Rather, his gaze deepened into silence, and his care grew increasingly meticulous, as if striving to wrestle with the invisible hand of fate for a few more moments. Su-Mian lay on the spacious bed where they had shared countless nights over the decades, sunlight pouring through the pristine glass window, warming him gently. His vision had grown somewhat blurred, yet he could distinctly feel Gu-chun's hand clasping his, the strength reminiscent of decades ago, imbued with an undeniable warmth and resolve. Su-Mian's voice was faint, akin to a feather about to drift away. I am here, Gu-chun immediately replied, leaning closer, pressing his ear to Su-Mian's lips. In this life, I am very happy. With his last reserves of strength, Su-Mian curved his lips into a smile, pure and tinged with a hint of dependence, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Meeting you. Gu-chun's body trembled violently, tightening his grip on Su-Mian's hand, burying his face in the increasingly cold palm. His shoulders subtly quivering. There were no tears, only the weighty, stifled breaths. The stars are returning to the heavens. Yet, he has illuminated my world sufficiently. Su-Mian slowly closed his eyes, a smile of contentment gracing his lips, his breath gradually settling into tranquility. Su-Mian sensed the essence of life ebbing from his corporeal form, his spirit beginning to feel weightless, gently ascending. World mission The Secret Captive of the Top Stream has concluded. Mission Completion Assessment, SSS level. Commencing reward settlement. Anomalous energy resonance detected. Analyzing. Successfully recovered an integrated fragment of soul. Obsessive thought X1. Current soul integrity 5. Fragment characteristics. This fragment enhances the host's allure and comprehension of extreme focus and possessive emotions. An indescribable warmth and a faint pull course through the depths of his soul. A sensation fleeting yet palpably real. Su-Mian's consciousness gradually coalesced within the system's realm, observing the newly integrated golden speck, imbued with Gu-chun's lingering essence, quietly pulsating in his soul, stirring ripples within his heart. Was that Gu-chun's teleportation prepared? Entering the second world, the tyrant's substitute queen. A new journey is about to commence, and within Su-Mian's heart, beyond understanding the mission, there blossomed a subtle, ineffable connection to that peculiar fragment of energy. Chapter 1. The cage of a new world. His consciousness was abruptly yanked from warmth and tranquility, akin to a soul submerged in the deep sea, violently dragged back to the surface. The lingering warmth of the first world cradled by Gu-chun seemed yet to dissipate when the cold, electronic voice of System 666 resonated deep within Su-Mian's soul. World 1 Task Completion Assessment, SSS level. Point settlement in progress. Initiating transfer to World 2. Before Su-Mian could react, a violent wave of dizziness, akin to having his very soul torn asunder and forcefully crammed into a confining vessel, engulfed him. Instantly, he was besieged by a sharp pain, throbbing relentlessly at his temples, accompanied by an intensely nauseating bitterness of medicinal scent that rushed into his nostrils. Struggling, he managed to open his eyes, which took a moment to focus. Before him lay an unfamiliar sight, a dark wooden bed adorned with intricate, fearsome beast carvings. Heavy black drapes hung from all sides, obscuring much of the light and casting the space into a dim, oppressive gloom. The air was infused with a rich, exotic fragrance of spices, entwined with the acrid bitterness of the medicine, creating a suffocating melange. He shifted slightly, a wave of debilitating weakness washing over him. The left wrist bore the unmistakable sensation of tightness, wrapped in layers of fabric, alongside a hidden sting. With great effort, Su Mian raised his right hand to his forehead, his fingertips encountering a cold, damp sheen of sweat. He turned his head, surveying his surroundings. This was an exceedingly spacious and opulent palace, furnished with ancient, substantial decor, exuding a unique style that blended rawness with sternness. A massive bronze beast head incense burner exhaled curling wisps of smoke, while the walls were adorned with furs and weapons as decoration. Yet, in a nearby corner, an incongruous pot of nearly withered orchids stood, starkly at odds with the harshness of the environment. Awake? A slightly hoarse, aged voice resonated beside the bed. Su Mian then noticed an elderly maid, kneeling at the bedside, garbed in dark palace attire, her expression respectful yet tinged with fatigue. She held a white jade bowl containing a thick, dark soup that emanated a pungent bitterness. "You have been unconscious for 3 days. The physician stated you lost too much blood and require proper recuperation." The maid inched the bowl closer, her tone laced with formulaic concern, yet her eyes betrayed a numbed weariness born of hardship. "Your Majesty, please take the medicine." "Your Majesty?" A torrent of information surged into Su Mian's mind at that moment, accompanied by the emotionless announcement of System 666, World 2, the Tyrant Substitute Queen background loading. Host current identity, Su Mian, a prince sent from the weakened southern nation of Yu for a diplomatic marriage. Target character, Zhou, the ruler of the northern dominance. The Yin Kingdom. Original host status, deceased, reason, unable to bear the humiliation of being regarded as the tyrant's substitute for his beloved. The original host committed suicide by wrist-cutting 3 days prior. Main quest, ensure the target character Zhou experiences a lifetime of happiness. Current world side quest, maintain the original host's aloof and proud demeanor, with a focus on the homeland. Warning, the target character in this world possesses a violent temperament, decisive in killing, with a twisted emotional state, presenting a high danger level. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Su Mian's gaze fell upon his left wrist, heavily bandaged. No wonder he felt so weak and in such pain. The original host was indeed remarkably resolute, defiantly resisting a fate that relegated him to the role of a mere shadow. He inherited shards of the original's memories. Steeped in endless humiliation, Zhou's cold, scrutinizing gaze forever piercing through his eyes as if observing another. The mixed expressions of sympathy and disdain from those within the palace, as well as a profound yearning for a distant, warm homeland, resonated deeply within him. This longing was vivid and tangible, the gentle patter of spring rain beneath the eaves, the fragrant scent of osmanthus wafting through the air, and the soft, lilting calls of Wu No. He could not suppress a couple of coughs, his throat dry and painful. Observing this, the old matron silently pushed the bowl of medicine closer, her lips moving slightly as if to utter something, but ultimately, it only materialized into an almost inaudible sigh. Su Mian did not immediately reach out for it. He propped his frail body, attempting to sit up, and the old matron set down the bowl, extending her hand to assist him. Her palm was rough, bearing the marks of years of labor. Her movements were not particularly gentle, yet she carefully avoided the injured area on his wrist, leaning back against the headboard. Su Mian's gaze drifted past the old matron to the half-open, intricately carved wooden window. Outside lay a dreary gray sky, with dry winds whisking in fine particles of dust, carrying an air that was starkly different from the gentle, watery landscapes of his homeland in the south of Yu. This atmosphere evoked a bittersweet recollection of the refreshing taste of new tea before the rain back home, a contrast so stark it was almost painful. Here was the new cage that imprisoned him, colder and more unadorned than Gu Chen's modern apartment. He inhaled deeply, the air, a blend of medicinal scent, spices, and dust, irritating his lungs. The role of the tyrant Inzhou, with his cold and aloof demeanor, deeply connected to his homeland, seems to resonate more closely with my own nature. Slowly, he extended his hand and grasped the bowl of dark medicinal soup. His fingertips brushed the warm rim, the surface of the liquid reflecting a blurred image of himself, one that bore some resemblance to the original host, yet appeared more refined and fragile due to the shift in souls. His complexion was pale, lips devoid of color, but his eyes, having absorbed an abundance of information, seemed particularly profound. He lowered his eyelashes, bringing the bowl to his lips. The bitter liquid surged down his throat, inducing a wave of nausea. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Like drinking a poisoned chalice of fate, he silently and resolutely consumed the entire bowl. Following the bitterness, a faint warmth began to quietly blossom within his weakened body, instilling a modicum of strength to resist this frigid world. As he returned the empty bowl to the old matron, his fingers trembled slightly, uncertain whether from weakness or the body's instinctive aversion to bitterness. The old matron accepted the bowl and softly remarked, "The queen should rest well." This old servant takes her leave. She attentively tucked the blankets around Su Mian before bowing and exiting the inner chamber. The heavy palace door closed behind her with a muffled thud, akin to a lock being secured. Silence enveloped the chamber once more. Su Mian leaned back against the headboard, closing his eyes, feeling the subtle warmth from the medicine coursing through him and the sharp pangs from his wrist, a constant reminder of his perilous situation. System 666. Host, do you require a psychological state assessment? No need. Su Mian silently responded in her heart, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Compared to the obsession of modern celebrities, the distorted nature of ancient tyrants seemed to resonate more with my inclinations. However, this new beginning appeared to be even more dire than the last world. At least Gu Chun had initially donned a facade of protection, whereas Inzhou boldly inscribed the word substitute upon his pillar of shame. Cold and aloof, longing for the homeland, Su Mian slowly raised her right hand, her fingertips gently brushing over the thick bandages encircling her left wrist, feeling the resolute scars hidden beneath. Inzhou, do you enjoy watching others play the role of shadows? Then I shall perform for you. Yet I wonder, when a shadow awakens its own soul and begins to rebel against its predetermined fate, will you, the tyrant, furiously seek to destroy it? Or will your desire to possess it grow even more fervent? A faint, delicate smile, laden with profound meaning and a hint of fragile provocation, gradually emerged on his pale face. A new game had begun. Chapter 22, Chapter 2. The tyrant's scrutiny, the warmth brought by the medicinal concoction, did not linger long. Dissipated by the sudden, heavy, and rhythmic footsteps resonating from outside the hall. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, but carried an invisible weight, each step seeming to tread upon the strings of one's heart, causing the air to thicken with tension. The elderly matron, who had been waiting outside, practically stumbled in, her voice trembling with barely contained fear as she whispered urgently, "Your Majesty, the Queen has arrived." Su Mian's heart jolted, not an act, but a primal instinct left behind by this body. She instinctively tightened her grip on the embroidered quilt covering her, her fingertips sinking into the soft fabric, knuckles turning white. He was here, the tyrant who regarded her as a mere substitute, who had driven the original owner to her demise. She barely had time to react before the heavy doors of the hall were forcefully pushed open, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. A tall, imposing figure stepped through the blinding light from outside, clad in dark robes adorned with golden dragons, cinched at the waist with a jade belt. He stood with an aura that seemed to absorb all light and air within the hall. His features were strikingly handsome, with brows that arched into the hairline, a proud nose, and a jawline as sharp as a blade. Yet his deep-set eyes resembled ancient, unyielding ice, swirling with malice and an unfathomable gloom. When his gaze swept over her, it felt as though a cold blade had grazed her skin. It was none other than the monarch of the Yin kingdom, Inzhou. He strode forward to the bedside, exuding a chilling presence mingled with a faint, sanguine scent of power. His eyes measured Su Mian with the precision of a ruler, coldly assessing from head to toe, ultimately resting upon her face, which bore a resemblance to the moonlight of his memories. Under his scrutiny, Su Mian's body trembled involuntarily. She lowered her lashes, attempting to evade that suffocating gaze, her thick lashes casting an anxious shadow upon her pale cheeks. It seemed she would not meet her end, after all. Injo spoke, his voice deep and metallic, devoid of any warmth. He suddenly leaned down, his icy fingers, calloused and firm, seized Su Mian's chin, compelling him to raise his head and meet his gaze. The grip was so forceful that it caused Su Mian's jaw to ache, as if his bones might shatter. The tone was commanding, devoid of any room for dissent. Su Mian was forced to raise his eyes, colliding with those deep, cold pools of darkness. Within them, his own startled and helpless face was clearly reflected, but more so, there was a chilling focus that seemed to scrutinize him, comparing him to another. Indeed, it was as though he were appraising an object, a mere shadow. Injo's fingers caressed the delicate skin of Su Mian's jaw with a languid touch, as if assessing a commodity, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Indeed, he resembled her in these features, this contour, perhaps 7 or 8 parts. His fingertips even glided to the corner of Su Mian's eye, pressing down with force, seemingly to confirm something. Su Mian felt the corner of his eye redden under the pressure, tears welling up in his eyes, but he bit down on his lower lip, refusing to let them fall. Regrettably, Injo's voice suddenly turned frigid, as if tempered by ice, devoid of any charm. She would not exhibit such cowardice and despair as you do. His words struck Su Mian's heart like a whip, lacerating the remnants of the original owner's dignity. Since you have come to In country bearing this face, conduct yourself with due propriety. Injo stepped closer, his heated breath nearly brushing against Su Mian's face, laden with a potent warning. Remember, you are merely a trinket for Gu to reminisce about the past. Bury your futile thoughts and cheap pride. With that, he abruptly released his hold. Su Mian felt as though his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the bed, gasping for breath, his chin marked with vivid red imprints. He turned his head, burying half his face into the brocade quilt, leaving only a quivering, fragile silhouette facing Injo. His voice strained with suppressed sobs and a hint of imperceptible defiance. Then, Your Majesty, please refrain from gazing too long. The words were softly spoken, yet echoed distinctly within the silent hall. Injo paused mid-turn, his attention returning sharply to the curled figure on the bed. The atmosphere in the hall plummeted to a freezing point. Even the elderly matron, wishing to shrink into the floor, held her breath. What did you say? Injo's voice dropped dangerously low, reminiscent of the calm before storm. Su Mian's body instinctively shrank, yet he did not turn back, nor did he repeat himself. That silent resistance was far more cutting than words. Injo's gaze fixated on the nape of his neck, pale and slender, as though it could snap with a mere bend. A storm brewed in his eyes, yet it culminated in a mere cold smirk. Sharp-tongued and keen-witted, with a flick of his sleeve, he turned away, his voice laced with an undeniable cruelty. Since you cannot die, prepare yourself for the palace banquet in 3 days. Do not disgrace Gu's reputation, nor tarnish her shadow. The heavy footsteps resumed, gradually fading away, until the oppressive atmosphere dissipated slowly with the closing of the hall doors. Su Mian maintained his position on his side, utterly motionless. The elderly matron hesitated before approaching, noticing the distinct redness upon Su Mian's chin. A flicker of complexity crossed her eyes as she quietly remarked, Your Majesty, what purpose does this serve? She hesitated, almost speaking further, but ultimately sighed and began to tidy the nearby medicine bowl in silence. Su Mian gradually opened her eyes, devoid of any trace of panic or tears, leaving only a chilling clarity and a hint of intrigue. With a gentle motion, she raised her hand to caress her still aching jaw, her fingertips recalling the lingering force and warmth that belonged to the tyrant. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Target's initial contact completed. Danger rating, extremely high. Emotional fluctuation value, severe. It is advised that the host cautiously maintain their persona. Rest assured, Su Mian mentally responded, her gaze drifting to the overcast sky beyond the window. The more you emphasize that I am merely a shadow, the more I shall demonstrate to you how this shadow will gradually compel your eyes, which are forever lost in memories of the past, to be unable to look away from me. Her hand, curled within the silken quilt, tightened into a fist. In this contest against the tyrant, she had successfully concluded the first round, and the true performance was merely beginning. Chapter 23. Chapter 3. Secrets behind the portrait. Once Injo departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the chamber for what felt like an eternity, before the air seemed to stir once more. The elderly matron cautiously tidied the remnants of the medicine bowl and silently lit another incense burner, attempting to dispel the lingering, heart-pounding tension. She observed Su Mian, who remained motionless on her side, and after several moments of hesitation, gently advised, "Your Majesty, the Emperor's demeanor may be somewhat cold, but please do not take it to heart. It is essential to take care of your health." Su Mian offered no response, burying her face deeper into the quilt. Sighing, the matron quietly withdrew, leaving the space to her. It was only when the palace doors closed once more that Su Mian slowly sat up. The redness on her chin was still evident, accompanied by a slight sting, a reminder of Injo's merciless grip. She approached the vanity, gazing into the dim reflection in the bronze mirror. This face appeared pale, fragile, with remnants of a blush at the corners of her eyes from being forced to look up. Do I resemble her? In what way? She extended her finger, delicately tracing her own brows and eyes. The fragmented memories of the original owner always depicted that radiant figure in a hazy light, whereas Injo's cold, scrutinizing gaze, eternally searching for similarities, remained vividly clear. "Matron," Su Mian suddenly spoke, her voice still tinged with hoarseness. The matron, who had been waiting outside, immediately entered, responding, "What commands does your Majesty have? Having lain all day, I feel somewhat stifled. I wish to step outside for some fresh air." Su Mian lowered her eyelashes, her tone gentle. The matron's face revealed a hint of difficulty. "Your Majesty, your health has yet to fully recover, and the winds outside are strong. Should you catch a chill, just a short stroll nearby, not venturing far." Su Mian raised her eyes to meet the matron's gaze, her light brown irises imbued with a quiet determination that was not forceful, yet difficult to refuse. The old matron observed the faintly pleading expression on his pale, fragile face, and her heart softened. Considering all he had recently endured, she ultimately nodded. "This old servant will accompany you for a brief stroll along the corridor and return shortly." Su Mian inclined his head slightly, expressing his gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness, ma'am." Supported by the matron, he stepped out of the chamber. The corridor was well ventilated, and the dry, dusty breeze brushed against his face, bringing a liveliness that contrasted with the stifling air inside the hall, though it was much colder. He tightened the thin fabric of his clothing around him, his gaze seemingly wandering as it swept over the palace surroundings. This palace appeared somewhat secluded, with few guards present. Occasionally, palace attendants hurried by, heads bowed, stopping at a distance upon noticing him, bending in a respectful gesture, their eyes cast down, unwilling to meet his gaze. Yet, the air of their demeanor conveyed not merely respect, but also a sense of distance and caution, as if wary of being associated with him. The ominous substitute for the queen. "Does His Majesty often visit this place?" Su Mian inquired softly, as if casually mentioning it. The matron paused briefly, supporting his hand. "His Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs and seldom steps into the inner palace. Even when he does, it is primarily to handle matters in the Qinghui Hall or to take a brief respite in the Lanhua Pavilion." Lanhua Pavilion. Su Mian committed the name to memory. It was inextricably linked to that ethereal moonlight figure. "Is Qinghui Hall far from here?" he asked again. Returning to the queen, "Not far at all, just ahead. Cross through that patch of bamboo forest, and you shall find it." The matron pointed in a direction, then seemed to realize she had spoken too freely and quickly added, "However, His Majesty prefers not to be disturbed while attending to state matters." Su Mian nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He leaned against a corridor pillar, his attention seemingly captivated by a few drought-resistant plants in the courtyard that thrived in the wind and sand, while in reality, he meticulously memorized the surrounding terrain. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the matron urged him to return to the chamber, concerned that he might truly catch a chill. Once back in the chamber, Su Mian claimed a desire to calm his mind with some reading and inquired where he might find books. The matron hesitated for a moment, but eventually led him to a small study connected to the chamber. The study was modest in size, with shelves containing various classics and historical texts, covered in a thin layer of dust, clearly indicating that the original occupant seldom visited. Su Mian's gaze skimmed over the weighty tomes, ultimately landing on a meticulously framed scroll hanging on the wall behind the desk. It was not an imperial decree or a painting, but rather a finely detailed portrait of a beautiful woman. The figure in the painting wore flowing palace attire, her features exquisite, exuding a gentle and serene demeanor, with a hint of a tender smile that seemed capable of melting all the world's ice and snow. The contours of her brows and eyes bore some resemblance to Su Mian, yet her essence was entirely distinct. The woman in the painting embodied warmth and spring waters, while Su Mian, at that moment, resembled cold ice and autumn frost. In the lower right corner of the painting, a line of small characters read, "Embracing the moon," thinking of her as if in madness. The handwriting was bold and commanding, in stark contrast to the softness of the woman depicted, unmistakably belonging to Inzhou. Indeed, Lanwei was she. Su Mian stood quietly before the painting, gazing up at the woman depicted. The matron stood behind him, observing the painting, then glancing at Su Mian's slender silhouette, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes as she softly remarked, "This was the previous Lady Ruyu. His Majesty holds her in high esteem." The sentiment expressed in embracing the moon, thinking of her as if in madness indeed speaks of profound affection. Su Mian's fingertips gently brushed across the writing desk, collecting a speck of dust. He remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the painting for an extended period, his expression tranquil and unperturbed. The system interjected with key information. Lady Xia, the object of Inzhou's youthful admiration, characterized by her gentle and compliant nature, passed away 3 years prior. Her death marked a turning point, leading to Inzhou's increasingly violent temperament. Gentle and compliant? Deceased? A barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Su Mian's lips. Thus, it appeared that Inzhou was fond of those who were utterly submissive, as soft and harmless as the moonlight. However, both the original owner and Su Mian himself were clearly not of that kind. He averted his gaze from the painting, turning instead to the corner of the bookshelf where several volumes on the geography of the Yu kingdom rested. He approached, withdrew one, and traced his finger over the familiar character for Yu on the cover, his movement imbued with a subtle sense of nostalgia. Being connected to my homeland certainly facilitates certain endeavors. He did not immediately open the book, but walked to the window, gazing out at the desolate courtyard. In stark contrast to the floral abundance depicted in the painting, this place felt like a cold palace. "Mother," he spoke softly, his back turned to the old matron, his voice so faint it might be swept away by the wind. The spring in the Yu kingdom must be shrouded in mist and rain, with willow fluff drifting about. The old matron offered no response, merely bowing her head in silence. The only sounds that remained in the chamber were the faint rustle of pages stirred by a gentle breeze and the aura of chill and solitude emanating from a youth, which felt incongruous within this northern palace. Su Mian knew that within these palace walls, countless eyes, some sympathetic, some disdainful, some scrutinizing, and others like Inzhou's, coldly observing him as though he were merely a vessel for another, were watching him. Yet, he remained indifferent. "Inzhou, you are fixated on a fading illusion, and I shall ensure you witness how this illusion is gradually supplanted by a living, thorny substitute." His grip tightened around the book, his knuckles turning pale. Chapter 24 Chapter 4 A chance encounter in the Imperial Garden under the meticulous care of the Imperial physician and the strict supervision of the old matron. The wound on his wrist gradually healed. The heavy bandages were removed, revealing a ghastly new scar, a striking pink mark upon his fair wrist. The sense of physical weakness, too, began to dissipate with the passage of time, and the medicinal brews, though he still felt frail. At the very least, he could now rise unassisted, no longer requiring someone to support him constantly. Su Mian consciously began to expand his range of activities, no longer confined to the sleeping quarters and the ventilated corridor. He maintained the original owner's icy, aloof demeanor, speaking little and adhering strictly to propriety. Most days, he sat alone in the small garden of his palace, or immersed himself in a volume of the Yu Kingdom's geography beneath the sparse shade of trees. The descriptions of the misty reign of the Jiangnan, with its quaint bridges and flowing waters, stood in stark contrast to the dust-laden winds of the north, amplifying his solitary figure and enveloping him in an unshakable longing for his homeland and the melancholy of wandering. The persona must remain intact, yet this aloofness must also be perceptible. On this particular afternoon, the sun shone just right, dispelling some of the northern chill. The elderly matron observed that Su Mian's complexion seemed satisfactory and cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, several hardy magnolias in the imperial garden are in full bloom. If you find yourself feeling weary, perhaps a leisurely stroll would lift your spirits? Just be sure to return promptly." Su Mian raised his gaze and glanced at the matron, giving a slight nod. He understood that while the palace appeared tranquil, it was rife with spies. Every move of this awkwardly positioned substitute queen was likely under scrutiny, ready to be relayed to Yingzhou at any moment. The imperial garden was a grand sight, far more opulent than a secluded courtyard. Its expansive layout, with flowing waters and rugged rock formations, although lacking the delicate elegance of Jiangnan gardens, possessed a unique northern grandeur. However, the flora primarily consisted of cold-resistant and drought-tolerant varieties, their hues not as vibrant as those of the south, exuding a certain resilient strength. Su Mian adjusted his somewhat understated palace attire and strolled along the cobblestone path. He deliberately avoided the main thoroughfare where he might encounter other consorts, choosing instead the tranquil waterside. Sunlight filtered through the sparse branches above, casting mottled shadows on his pale visage. He paused, gazing at his blurred reflection in the water, along with the distant silhouette of the majestic palace, his expression vacant, as if peering through it all to catch a glimpse of the far-off landscapes of the kingdom of Yu. At that moment, the sound of jingling bells accompanied by the playful laughter of women approached. Oh, who could it be? Ah, it is the queen. Such grace. Coming to admire the flowers so soon after recovering. Su Mian turned to see a striking woman clad in a rosy palace gown, adorned with pearls and jewels, gracefully approaching amidst a crowd of palace attendants. Her beauty was undeniable, yet her gaze held an unmistakable air of arrogance and scrutiny, as if ensnaring Su Mian within its grasp. From fragmented memories of the original owner, Su Mian recognized her as Lin Meirun, a favored beauty in Yingzhou's harem. Hailing from a powerful family in the north, known for her notoriously bold and flamboyant nature, Su Mian lowered his lashes, offering a slight nod as a gesture of greeting. Remaining silent, maintaining a cool demeanor laced with a hint of reluctance towards social interaction. Lin Meirun, observing his demeanor, revealed a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She stepped closer, deliberately allowing her gaze to linger on Su Mian's face, her tone dripping with exaggerated admiration. "Ah, no wonder His Majesty has chosen to place you in Wangshu Palace. Your features and aura, upon closer inspection, bear a striking resemblance to the late Lady Ruyue, especially that furrowed brow of yours. It truly stirs pity in my heart." She emphasized the resemblance to Lady Ruyue, prompting the nearby attendants to emit low, ambiguous laughter. Su Mian's fingers curled slightly within his sleeves, yet his expression remained impassive as he replied coolly, "You jest, my lady." "Yist," Lin Meirun teased, covering her lips with her fan, her eyes dancing. "I assure you, I am quite serious. Lady Ruyue was once the apple of our emperor's eye, gentle as water, exceptionally talented. Her melodies could enchant even the birds. Yet, alas, beauty is fleeting. Though you bear her likeness, the essence and spirit are, regrettably, somewhat lacking. Such qualities cannot be forced." Her words were unmistakably laced with veiled mockery, insinuating that he was merely a poor imitation a clumsy mimicry of a bygone grace. Su Mian lifted her gaze, calmly regarding Lin Meiren. Her light brown eyes were as clear as a tranquil lake, reflecting the imposing figure of her counterpart without a hint of disturbance. "I am who I am," she declared, "and I have never aspired to resemble anyone else. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." Her tone remained even, tinged with an almost feeble air. Yet the assertion of her identity pierced like a subtle thorn. Lin Meiren, taken aback by such directness, faltered momentarily before her composure slipped, and she retorted with a cold smile, "Such arrogance, Your Highness! With a countenance like yours, one naturally feels invincible. Yet I wonder how long this favor will endure. Let us hope you do not tread the same path as." Her words trailed off, laden with malicious insinuations. Ignoring her, Su Mian turned to depart. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure clad in deep black, standing by the ornamental rockery for an indeterminate length of time. In Zhou stood there, hands clasped behind him, his face obscured by the shadows of the rocks, rendering his expression unreadable, though his tall, imposing frame emanated an undeniable pressure. Lin Meiren noticed In Zhou as well, her face instantly transforming into a charming smile, eager to approach him with greetings. Yet he paid her no heed. His gaze traversed the assembly, landing precisely on Su Mian. Clearly, he had overheard much of Lin Meiren's earlier remarks. Su Mian's heart skipped a beat, not from fear, but from the subtle ripple of a scheme coming to fruition. She halted in her tracks, lowering her head slightly. Sunlight filtered through her long eyelashes, casting delicate shadows. Her tightly pressed lips and slightly pale knuckles betrayed her not entirely indifferent demeanor. "Did you hear that? Your harem's perception of me as a mere substitute," she mused silently. In Zhou stepped forward from the shadows, sunlight illuminating the sharp angles of his face, yet his countenance remained devoid of warmth. He approached Su Mian directly, his towering presence exuding an air of authority. Lin Meiren quickly called out, "Your Majesty." In Zhou raised a hand, silencing her. His gaze remained fixed on Su Mian's downcast face, and he suddenly reached out, not to grasp her chin, but rather with a calloused fingertip. He brushed the corner of her eye that had been wounded by Lin Meiren's words. There were no tears, only a subtle sheen illuminated by the sun. "Feeling wronged?" In Zhou's voice was deep, devoid of discernible emotion. Su Mian turned her head aside, evading his touch, her voice light and airy. "I dare not." His hand lingered in the air, his eyes growing darker. He withdrew his hand and shifted his attention to Lin Meiren, whose expression fluctuated like the tide. His tone remained neutral, yet bore an undeniable weight of authority. "The Imperial Garden is windy, and given your delicate constitution, Lin Meiren, it would be prudent for you to return to the palace and rest." Though his words sounded like concern, they were in essence a dismissal. Lin Meiren's complexion paled, and she dared not speak further. She curtsied and retreated, casting a venomous glare at Su Mian as she departed. With the crowd dispersed, only the emperor and empress remained, alongside the distant palace attendants kneeling in silence, fearful to breathe. In Zhou regarded Su Mian, towering over her, requiring him to slightly lower his head to discern her expression. Should anyone dare to gossip in the future, simply dismiss them. He paused, adding, "Since you are my queen, no one shall belittle you." The words seemed to bolster him, yet they carried an air of benevolence, a patronizing care for all things. Su Mian continued to lower her gaze, softly responding, "Yes, Your Majesty." He did not lift his head, nor did he reveal any semblance of gratitude or joy, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Only the tightly clenched sleeve and the slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within him. In Zhou regarded him for a moment, ultimately saying nothing, and turned to leave the Imperial Garden. Su Mian remained rooted in place, only lifting her gaze once that dark figure vanished from sight, before slowly turning her attention towards the direction Lin Meiren had departed, a faint and icy curve gracing her lips. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 25. Section 5. The shattered hairpin. The encounter in the Imperial Garden resembled a stone cast into a lake, failing to create significant ripples in In Zhou's demeanor, at least on the surface. He continued to be engrossed in state affairs, seldom stepping into the inner palace, and had not summoned Su Mian again. However, Su Mian could distinctly sense that the cage known as Wangshu Palace had seemingly fortified its invisible barriers. The palace attendants served with heightened caution, and even the elderly matron spoke with meticulous care before him, as if fearful of inciting some ire. He is waiting for me to recognize reality and completely succumb to the fate of a shadow. Su Mian demandunurith. Like the most patient of hunters, she spent her days reading, strolling, and daydreaming towards the south, flawlessly embodying a demeanor of cold aloofness intertwined with longing for her homeland. She awaited an opportunity to shatter this stalemate. That opportunity arrived unexpectedly one dusk. The chief eunuch beside Inzhou personally came to Wangshu Palace, followed by two young eunuchs bearing a brocade box. The elderly eunuch wore a respectful yet distant smile, his voice thin and sharp. "Your Majesty, a gift from the Emperor." The brocade box was opened to reveal a lining of bright yellow satin, within which lay a jade hairpin. The pin was crafted from exquisite mutton fat jade, warm and flawless. While the head was intricately carved into a half-blooming magnolia, its form lifelike, with petals as delicate as gossamer, shimmering under the dim candlelight. Su Mian's gaze fell upon the jade hairpin, her pupils narrowing imperceptibly. "The magnolia is the favored flower of Lady Ryu." The elderly eunuch, keenly observing her reaction, added with a smile. "The emperor said that Lady Ryu cherished magnolias in her youth, often adorning her hair with them. This hairpin was personally designed by His Majesty and expedited by the inner court, hoping that the Empress might appreciate His Majesty's intentions." Appreciate His Majesty's intentions? Su Mian scoffed inwardly. It was merely a means to render her a more suitable substitute. She extended her slender fingers and gently grasped the hairpin. The cool touch of a jade was exquisite, the craftsmanship undeniably superb. As she caressed the magnolia, her fingertips could discern the subtle undulations of the petals. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon her. The elderly matron's gaze was complex, tinged with concern, while the eunuch appeared to anticipate expressions of gratitude, eager for her to adorn herself with it immediately. Su Mian raised her eyes to meet the eunuchess, her expression neutral, her voice calm and unwavering. "Please convey my thanks to His Majesty for the gift." The eunuch's smile faltered slightly, as though he had not received the expected response, and he merely bowed, saying, "Very well, I shall return to report." At the very moment the elderly eunuch turned, about to step out of the hall, a sharp, resonant sound of shattering abruptly pierced the silence within the chamber. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. There, the priceless magnolia jade hairpin, recently bestowed upon Su Mian, had slipped from her grasp and shattered upon the hard bluestone floor, breaking into 2 or 3 pieces. The fragmented jade scattered about, and the exquisite magnolia petals were torn asunder, losing all their luster. Su Mian stood frozen in place, her complexion paler than before, staring blankly at the shards on the ground, her right hand still lingering in a grasping motion, trembling slightly. She seemed stunned by the unexpected incident, murmuring, I slipped. Your Majesty." The head matron gasped in horror, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The chief eunuch's expression turned an ashen gray, and he spun around, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Su Mian, a mix of astonishment and fury in his eyes. "Your Majesty, this was a gift from the Emperor." He could hardly believe his eyes. This new queen had dared to act so brazenly. The air in the hall felt as though it had frozen. All the palace attendants terrified, prostrating themselves in silence. At that moment, an urgent announcement rang out from outside, laced with barely concealed trepidation. "Your Majesty, the Emperor has arrived." A figure clad in dark attire, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind, suddenly appeared at the entrance. Inzhou, evidently having just finished his administrative duties, bore the remnants of fatigue and his customary cold demeanor in his brow. He had clearly heard the commotion within, and his gaze immediately fell upon the glaring fragments of jade on the floor. In that instant, his aura transformed into something exceedingly ominous. He stepped forward, his boots thudding against the blue stone, echoing like the ominous beats of a death knell. without a glance at the prostrated attendants, his gaze, sharp as an icicle, pierced directly towards Su Mian, who stood before the shards. "Did you do this?" His voice, though not loud, emerged with a calm that belied the brewing storm. Like the stillness before a mountain storm, Su Mian lifted her head, meeting his gaze. In her light brown eyes, a mixture of panic and helplessness flickered, but deep within, there resided a hint of resolute determination, one she had not fully grasped herself. She did not respond, merely tightening her pale lips. In a swift motion, Inzhou reached out, grasping her delicate neck with a force that was both lightning fast and astonishingly powerful, nearly depriving her of breath in an instant. Su Mian found herself lifted off the ground, her back crashing against the cold pillar of the hall with a dull thud. The sensation of suffocation surged over her like a tidal wave, darkness encroaching upon her vision. Desperately, she struggled, her hands clutching at Inzhou's iron grip, her nails whitening from the exertion, yet unable to shift him even slightly. "You dare to break something so precious?" Inzhou's face loomed closer, their noses nearly touching. His eyes aflame with unbridled fury and a fierce sense of offense. "Who gave you the audacity?" Su Mian opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Only a pained rasp from her throat. Physiological tears, a response to the lack of oxygen, quickly filled her eyes, cascading down her pale cheeks and dripping onto the back of Inzhou's hand, which clutched her neck, scalding hot, as Su Mian teetered on the brink of consciousness. Amidst his futile struggles, his wide sleeves slipped from his arms, revealing a scar on his left wrist that had yet to fade completely. A grotesque and twisted reminder of his, the original owner's, resolute intent to die. The bloodthirsty gaze of Inzhou, upon encountering that scar, recoiled as if seared by flames. For a fleeting moment, the pressure of his grip slackened imperceptibly. The fresh, pink flesh starkly contrasted with the surrounding fair skin, silently narrating the despair and fortitude of the body's former owner. The seething fury in Inzhou's eyes strangely stagnated, giving way to a more profound and intricate emotion. Was it astonishment? Anger? Or perhaps a hint of something that even he had not fully recognized, stirred by that resolute scar? He fixated on the mark before raising his gaze to Su Mian's face, marred by pain and defiance, the result of suffocation and tears. A few seconds of utter silence elapsed. Finally, he released his grip on Su Mian's neck with a jolt. Su Mian fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, curling up as he erupted into violent coughs, gasping for the precious air, tears streaming more fiercely as his body trembled from the aftermath of survival. Inzhou stood above him, observing from a lofty position, his chest slightly heaving, his expression inscrutable. He paid no heed to the shattered jade on the ground, nor did he cast another glance at Su Mian. After a long pause, he uttered a cold remark through gritted teeth, "Waste." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned, striding away from the Wangshu Palace, laden with unspent resentment. Inside the hall, only the suppressed coughs and labored breaths of the surviving Su Mian echoed, accompanied by the scattered jade shards and the anxious murmurs of the palace attendants. Su Mian lay on the cold ground, his fingertips digging deep into the icy surface, feeling the searing pain in his throat and the faint itch at the scar on his wrist. System 666. Warning. The target's intent to kill has reached a critical point. Host behavior is excessively risky. Yet, amidst his violent coughing, a barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of Su Mian's mouth, unseen by anyone. "I have one." He saw the scar and it worked. The shattered jade hairpin was both a provocation and a test. That scar, a protective talisman, also served as the key to awaken something deep within the tyrant's heart. The game had entered a new phase. Chapter 26. Chapter 6. The touch beneath the scar after Inzhou swept away. The Wangshu Palace was enveloped in a profound stillness. The attendants remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe, while only Su Mian's suppressed and intermittent coughs resonated through the vast hall, jarringly clear and piercing. The old matron was the first to react, scrambling to Su Mian's side, her voice tinged with a quivering sob. "Your Highness, how are you?" She gazed at the vivid purple marks encircling his neck, and his face, flushed from the violent coughing, filled her with heart-wrenching concern, yet she dared not touch him. Fearing further harm, Su-mian waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was unharmed, yet every breath he took sent a sharp pain coursing through his throat and chest. He curled up on the ground, his body trembling slightly from exhaustion and lingering fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Instinctively, he raised his right hand to touch the painful area of his neck, and as his fingertips grazed the swollen, bruised mark, he could not suppress a shiver. His left hand lay limply on the ground, exposing a grotesque pink scar, starkly contrasting with the surrounding pale skin. The sudden contraction of In-jo's pupils and the immediate release of pressure in his grip were vividly imprinted in Su-mian's mind. The system notified him. The target's intent to kill has receded to a safe threshold. A rare emotional fluctuation has been detected. Associated factor: the scar on the host's left wrist. Acknowledged, Su-mian responded inwardly, his breath still unsteady. Quick! Summon the imperial physician. The old matron, regaining her composure, barked at the still-dazed palace attendants, her voice trembling with fear. No, don't! Su-mian managed to utter, his voice hoarse as if it were a worn-out bellows. Help me up. The old matron hesitated for a moment, but seeing his resolute demeanor, she cautiously assisted him, lifting him from the cold ground and guiding him to a soft couch nearby. Throughout the process, Su-mian appeared remarkably frail, leaning heavily on the old matron for support. Some palace attendants, quick to act, attempted to gather the shattered pieces of jade from the floor. Do not touch them, Su-mian rasped, his gaze sweeping over the cold, glimmering shards. Just leave them there. The attendants recoiled in fright, looking helplessly at the old matron, observing Su-mian's pale visage and the ghastly bruises on his neck. She glanced at the fragmented jade on the ground, seemingly understanding, and gently shook her head at the attendants. Su-mian leaned against the soft pillow, his eyes closed, breathing lightly. He needed the chaos around him, the broken jade hairpin, and the fresh and old scars on his neck and wrist to collectively form a striking tableau, indelibly etched in In-jo's mind, as well as in the eyes of all who might witness this scene. He gently pulled up his sleeve, revealing the scar on his left wrist more clearly. With his cool fingertips, he unconsciously rubbed the raised, twisted flesh repeatedly, his movements slow and imbued with a self-destructive focus. His gaze vacant as he stared at the coffered ceiling, as if lost in some painful memory. Look closely. Behold the depths to which your majesty has forced a living soul. The old matron brought warm water, carefully feeding him a few sips. The soothing warmth flowed down his scalded throat, offering slight relief. She gazed at the scar on Su-mian's wrist and the fresh wound on his neck, tears spilling from her eyes as she murmured, "Your Majesty, why must you provoke him so?" Su-mian did not respond. He simply closed his eyes wearily. He understood that although In-jo had departed, the news from this place would reach him in its entirety, including his current frailty, his scars, and his concern for the shattered jade. Indeed, approximately half an hour later, the chief eunuch by In-jo's side returned. This time, the arrogance on his face had significantly diminished, replaced by a complex, scrutinizing respect. Two imperial physicians trailed behind him. "Your Majesty," the chief eunuch bowed. "His Majesty has commanded the physicians to come and take your pulse." Su-mian remained with his eyes closed, unresponsive, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber or simply chose to ignore them. The physician approached cautiously, examining the bruises on his neck before checking his pulse. The physician's countenance grew grave as he prescribed a remedy to invigorate the blood, dispel the bruises, and soothe the spirit, advising an abundance of rest and the avoidance of further stimuli. The chief eunuch listened silently, his gaze flickering several times between Su-mian's limp wrist and the uncollected shards of jade upon the floor, his eyes betraying uncertainty. Once the physician and chief eunuch departed, silence enveloped the hall once more. The old matron, following the physician's instructions, fetched the ointment, intending to apply it to Su-mian's neck wounds. However, Su-mian slightly turned his head, his voice hoarse and cold. "There is no need. Your Majesty, if this bruise is left untreated, it may take days to fade and will only grow more painful the old matron urged. Let be. Su Mian opened his eyes and looked at the old matron. In his light brown irises, the previous emptiness had vanished, replaced by an almost frigid calmness. Let it remain. The old matron, witnessing the resoluteness in his gaze, opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing, only reddening around the eyes as she silently returned the ointment. As night deepened, the palace lanterns flickered to life one by one. Su Mian maintained his position against the soft couch, unmoving. The shards of jade on the ground glimmered coldly in the candlelight, resembling crystallized tears. He understood that Inzhou would most likely not return this night. The tyrant needed time to process the chaos of the evening and the unprecedented impact that the scar had wrought upon him. Anger? Perhaps. But more likely, confusion? Confusion over why a shadow bore such resolute scars that did not belong to her. Su Mian gently lifted his left hand, gazing at the scar on his wrist. This was not his injury, yet it had become his most potent weapon at this moment. He slowly curled his body, burying his cheek in the soft brocade pillow, leaving behind a fragile silhouette, seemingly burdened with endless pain and grievance. System 666. The emotional fluctuations of the target character are ongoing, with heightened attention towards the host. Danger rating adjusted to medium-high. In a corner unseen by anyone, Su Mian's lips curved ever so slightly. The pain was real, as was the lingering fear. Yet, hope quietly burgeoned beneath the shattered jade hairpin and the grotesque scars. He wagered on that thread of sentiment towards death and resolve, perhaps even unnoticed by Inzhou himself. Obscured beneath his fury, this night he had survived, and tomorrow would herald a new beginning. Chapter 27, Chapter 7. Midnight sobbing in the following 2 days. Wangshu Palace seemed to transform into a forgotten island. Though the palace gates remained unlocked, a profound stillness pervaded, more profound than ever before. The palace attendants moved with the utmost caution, their footsteps barely making a sound, and their voices hushed to a whisper, as if shrouded in an unspoken dread whenever their eyes met. The emperor's sudden wrath that day, coupled with the queen's alarming bruises upon her neck, hung over them like an invisible pall, casting a shadow in every heart. The shattered jade lay undisturbed on the ground, dust settling upon it like a silent accusation of something amiss. Su Mian's injuries served as the perfect guise. He spent most of his time reclined on the couch or nestled in a soft chair by the window, a circle of pale silk draped around his neck, concealing the purplish imprints, yet accentuating his pallor and the lingering, fragile malaise in his gaze. He consumed little sustenance, though he dutifully ingested the medicinal broth delivered to him. His eyes, often distant, lost in the sight of a few drought-resistant shrubs swaying in the wind and sand, as if he had been gazing for an eternity. The old matron observed with concern, her heart heavy, yet she dared not press him, instead tending to his needs with heightened care, remaining vigilant throughout the night. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the palace, broken only by the unique, whistling wind from the northern lands, which swept relentlessly over the eaves, adding to the somber atmosphere. Su Mian lay upon the bed in the inner chamber, the curtains not fully drawn. His eyes were closed, breaths long and steady, resembling the tranquility of deep slumber. Yet, his senses were acutely attuned, like the most perceptive radar, capturing every rustle within and beyond the palace walls. He was aware that Inzhou had a habit of wandering the palace corridors alone late into the night, occasionally dismissing his attendants to stroll nearby or to sit briefly in the Qinghui Hall, where the portrait of the white moonlight was kept. The Wangshu Palace, fortuitously, lay along the path he might traverse. As the minutes trickled by, just as Su Mian thought the night would yield no revelations, a faint yet remarkably firm sound of footsteps approached, shattering the silence of the night. The footsteps paused momentarily outside the Wangshu Palace. Su Mian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly adjusted his breathing, making it slightly more hurried and erratic. Then from deep within his throat emerged a suppressed, delicate whimper. The sound was barely audible amidst the wind, yet it bore a piercing quality, filled with helpless terror and a despair akin to that of a drowning soul. It was as if he were submerged in the depths of a nightmare from which he could not awaken, instinctively crying out in anguish. He sobbed intermittently, his shoulders trembling imperceptibly, curling tighter as if to shield himself from the ceaseless fears of his dreams. Unconsciously, he bit down on the corner of his blanket, muffling the sound with a soft, weeping whimper. Outside the hall, the footsteps that had momentarily halted resumed, this time advancing toward the entrance of the Wangshu Palace. The heavy palace door was silently pushed open by a large hand, marked by prominent knuckles, creating a narrow gap. Inzhou's tall figure entered like a shadow in the night, slipping in without a sound, unaccompanied by any attendants. The inner hall was dimly lit by a solitary horn lamp, casting a yellowish glow that elongated and distorted his shadow. He stood in the shadows at the entrance, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, precisely locking onto the curled, slightly trembling figure on the bed. Su Mian faced away from him, her delicate nightgown outlining the slender contours of her back, her black hair cascading onto the pillow, gently swaying with her suppressed sobs. The sound of her weeping came in intermittent bursts, reminiscent of a child overwhelmed by profound grievances yet too timid to wail aloud, each breath carrying an agonizing fragility. Inzhou remained motionless, shrouded in darkness, his expression obscured, yet his gaze weighed heavily upon Su Mian, colder and deeper than the northern night. He did not advance, nor did he inquire, refraining from the usual impatience and cruelty that would rouse her from slumber. Instead, he observed in silence, witnessing a stark contrast to the gentle, serene presence of the Yu he remembered, whose furrowed brow exuded poetic grace. Yu would never succumb to such disarray, nor produce such chaotic sounds imbued with primal fear. Yet this voice, this tremor, pierced through the layers of his heart's ice like a slender needle, delivering an acute and unfamiliar sensation. As Su Mian's sobs gradually diminished, as if her strength had waned, only the occasional faint gasp and the nasal breath following her tears remained. She continued to curl up, seemingly in search of a fragile sense of safety. Inzhou lingered in the shadows for an extended period, long enough for the horn lamp's flame to flicker and emit a soft crackle. At last he moved. He advanced with excruciating slowness, almost silently, stopping a few steps away from the bed. From this vantage point, he could discern the contours of Su Mian's side profile more clearly, noting her damp eyelashes and the tear stains cascading from her pillow, still fresh. His gaze fell upon her left arm, carelessly draped over the embroidered quilt, bare of any covering. The sleeve of her gown had slipped down, revealing a small portion of her wrist, adorned with a twisted pink scar. In the dim light, the scar resembled an unsightly worm, coiled upon skin that should have been as flawless as white jade. Inzhou's breath caught for an imperceptible moment, his eyes fixated on the scar, then returned to Su Mian's tear-streaked face, his brow furrowing slightly. A fleeting hint of irritation, so subtle that even he scarcely recognized it, passed through the usual stormy depths of his eyes. It was as if something beyond his control had veered off course, causing discomfort. He did not draw nearer, nor did he make any gesture of consolation. After a moment, he turned, silently retreating from the inner hall as he had entered, gently closing the door behind him, sealing away the room's fragility and sorrow. Outside, the sound of the wind continued unabated. On the bed, Su Mian remained still until his footsteps faded completely, lost in the sounds of the wind, before she slowly, almost imperceptibly, opened her eyes. Clarity filled her gaze, leaving no trace of sleepiness or fear. He raised his hand, using his fingertips to wipe away the artificial moisture at the corner of his eye, a faint, cold curve gracing the corner of his lips. System 666. Target individual visited late at night. Duration, 7 minutes and 34 seconds. Emotional fluctuation detected. Present. Level of attention towards the host, 5. Smiley face, he has arrived. He is seen. He did not express anger. Su Mian rolled over, lying flat on the couch, gazing at the dim canopy above. He understood that certain seeds, once sown, could take root and flourish even in the most barren and tumultuous of soils. His task was to incessantly nurture that seed named curiosity and emotion, coaxing it to break through the hardened heart of Inzhou. The night was still long, Yet his plan had finally taken a small step forward. Chapter 28, Chapter 8. The cold light of the golden hairpin. Inzhou's silent visitation in the dead of night had not brought any substantial change to Wangshu Palace. The medicinal concoction remained bitter, the palace walls still icy, and the shards of broken jade lay scattered on the ground, increasingly shrouded in thickening dust, resembling an unhealable wound that spanned the heart of the palace. The bruises on Su Mian's neck, soothed by ointment, transitioned from a horrifying purple-red to a yellowish hue, gradually fading. However, the suffocating sense of violence gripping his throat seemed to be imprinted deep within his soul. He became increasingly reticent, often speaking scarcely a few words throughout the day, merely leaning against the window, observing the stubborn stones in the courtyard, worn by the relentless winds and sands. His gaze vacant, lost in thought. Within that chilly pride, there mingled a more palpable air of desolation and lifelessness. The old matron attempted various ways to console him, mentioning the newly transplanted hardy flowers in the imperial garden or sharing snippets of amusing tales from the marketplace outside the palace. Su Mian listened with a detached demeanor, offering no response, occasionally forcing a smile that appeared more sorrowful than any frown, a weary curve of his lips. It is time. I can no longer wait. On this particular afternoon, a rare beam of thin sunlight pierced through the usual northern gloom, filtering through the window panes and casting a few indistinct patches of light upon the cold floor. Su Mian sat before the dressing table, the copper mirror reflecting his pale, gaunt visage. The old matron was carefully combing his somewhat dry long hair with a horn comb. Upon the dressing table, alongside some simple rouge and powder, lay a few pieces of jewelry that, while not particularly extravagant, were of decent quality: a plain silver hairpin, a pair of pearl earrings, and an elegantly antiquated golden hairpin, sharpened to a fine point. This hairpin was one of the few dowries brought from the Yu Kingdom, its design rustic and not in vogue with the contemporary palace adornments of the Yin Kingdom, thus having remained unworn. Su Mian's gaze fell upon the golden hairpin. Its slender body and unadorned head, lacking excessive embellishments, reflected a chilling glimmer under the dim light. The old matron followed his gaze, but paid it little heed, chattering on. The weather is quite fine today. Would the lady like to wear this pearl hairpin? It appears quite elegant. Su Mian did not respond. He extended his hand, his fingertips gliding past the smooth pearls, directly grasping the golden hairpin. The cold metallic sensation spread through his fingertips. He grasped the golden hairpin, slowly rising to his feet and turning towards the elderly matron. The sunlight fell perfectly upon one side of his face, illuminating his overly tranquil expression and those abyssal eyes, seemingly infused with all the despair and determination one could muster. The matron observed the golden pin in his hand and the peculiar look upon his countenance, her heart inexplicably trembling, and she forced a smile, saying, "Your Highness, this pin is rather old. It would be better if—" Her words were abruptly cut short, for Su Mian had raised the hairpin, the sharp tip now aligned ominously with the left side of his cheek. The movement was neither swift nor hasty. It bore a chilling and resolute conviction. "Your Highness!" The matron was struck with terror, her soul nearly fleeing her body. The comb in her hand clattered to the ground as she lunged forward, attempting to seize it. "What are you doing? Put it down. You mustn't." Su Mian stepped back, evading her grasp. His gaze remained tranquil, even infused with a strange, liberating emptiness as he regarded the panicked matron. His voice was as gentle as a breeze that could disperse at any moment. "Since the emperor only favors this face," he paused, a profoundly bleak smile stretching across his lips, reflecting the glinting, menacing tip of the golden pin aimed at his cheek, rendering it all the more harrowing. "Then if I were to destroy it," his voice rose slightly, imbued with a resolute finality, "would I then be able to reclaim my true self? Would I no longer have to be anyone's shadow?" As the last word fell, he forcefully flicked his wrist, the pin unhesitatingly descending towards the delicate skin of his cheek. "No!" The matron screamed in a piercing wail, recklessly throwing herself at him, clutching his raised arm tightly. "Stop the queen! Quickly, stop her!" The palace servants waiting outside were startled by the commotion within, rushing in to witness this horrifying scene. They turned pale, their faces devoid of color, as they scrambled forward, some holding their waists, others attempting to restrain him. Just in the nick of time, they managed to subdue Su Mian, preventing the pin from making contact with his skin. "Let me go. Release me." Su Mian struggled fiercely, as if he had been harboring an immense force that burst forth at this moment. His seemingly frail body unleashed an astonishing strength, nearly overwhelming the several servants attempting to restrain him. His eyes turned crimson, tears finally cascading down like a torrential flood. Mingled with his hoarse cries, "Let me destroy it. Destroy this face. I do not want to be like her. I do not." The golden pin clattered on the bluestone floor, emitting a clear ring as it rolled into a corner. Su Mian, as if drained of all his strength, ceased his struggles, slumping within the grasp of the servants, overwhelmed by a torrent of uncontrollable, despairing sobs. His cries were no longer stifled, filled with endless grievances, hopelessness, and a nearly mad stubbornness. The matron held him close, tears streaming down her own face, repeatedly patting his back. Silly child, why must it come to this?" The hall descended into chaos, cries and words of comfort intertwining in the air. Yet no one noticed that outside the hall at some point, a dark figure had stood there for quite a while. Inzhou stood silently, his countenance dark enough to drip with malice, evidently just having concluded court, still bearing the oppressive aura of the assembly. He listened to the desperate cries from within, hearing each anguished wail that shattered her, wishing she would not end up like this. He observed the frail figure, held firmly by the palace servants, nearly fainting from tears, and the golden hairpin that had fallen to the ground, glimmering coldly. His hands, hanging at his sides, unconsciously clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. In his profound gaze, there was no longer mere brutality or scrutiny, but rather a tumultuous blend of emotions so complex that even he could not decipher them. Shock, fury, perhaps even a trace of unprecedented impact brought on by her fierce and near-tragic resistance. He did not enter immediately. It was not until the cries within softened into despairing whimpers that he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked open the ajar palace door with a resounding crash. The deafening noise plunged the chamber into silence. All the servants, including the elderly matron, froze in place, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld the imposing figure of the emperor at the threshold. Inzhou strode in with purpose, his gaze as sharp as icy blades, surveying the chaos around him, landing finally on Su Mian, who lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her eyes hollow. His attention then fixated on the fallen golden hairpin. He approached Su Mian, crouched down, and forcefully seized her wrist, the very hand that had attempted to inflict harm upon herself with the hairpin. The grip was so strong that Su Mian gasped in pain, her dazed eyes sharpening with a lingering fear and defiance as they met his shadowed visage, now clouded with brooding intensity. "Is this truly how you wish to perish?" Inzhou's voice was low and hoarse, suppressing a terrifying storm. "Or do you simply despise this face so much?" Su Mian winced at his grip, tears streaming even more fiercely, yet she bit her lip, refusing to respond. Inzhou's gaze bore into her tear-filled eyes, which now reflected no trace of gentleness, but instead, raw fragments of pain and despair. He abruptly pulled Su Mian up from the ground, nearly dragging her as he pressed her firmly into his embrace. It was a possessive and constraining hold, one that allowed no refusal, leaving no space between them. Su Mian's face was forced into the cold, embroidered fabric of his royal robe, her nostrils filled with the scent of dragon's saliva and his overpowering, dominant masculinity. "Do you wish to mar your beauty?" Inzhou lowered his head, his heated breath fanning against her ear, his voice laced with a fierce determination. "Absolutely not." His arms, like iron bands, tightened around her trembling form as if he intended to crush her against him, insisting that she remain by his side, bearing this face. His words were still cruel, filled with possessiveness, yet the strength of his embrace, the act of preventing her self-destruction, and the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest revealed an inner turmoil that Su Mian understood. His meticulously orchestrated plan had succeeded. System 666, Significant deviation in target behavior patterns detected. Emotional fluctuation values have surged to peak levels. The possessiveness and attention towards the host are rapidly escalating. In his arms, Su Mian closed her eyes, allowing her tears to soak the luxurious dark dragon robe. The first step has been accomplished. Chapter 29. Chapter 9. The Uncontrolled Kiss. Su Mian found herself fiercely restrained in Inzhou's embrace, her entire face buried within the cold, luxurious fabric of his intricately embroidered dark robe. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of dragons, saliva, and the aggressive aura that belonged to him. His hold was as unyielding as iron, his arms tightening around her like a searing brand, rendering her breathless and immobile. She could distinctly feel the tumultuous beating of his heart against her ear, its rhythm resembling a war drum, intertwining with her own disordered heartbeat, which was a result of her fear and tears. This was not a tender embrace. Rather, it was a primal confinement, infused with rage and an absolute possessiveness. "Let me go." Su Mian managed to voice her fragmented, tear-choked protest, her hands weakly pushing against his chest, but the muscles beneath her fingertips were as rigid as stone. Unyielding, her struggles resembled the futile flailing of a dying creature. Instead of loosening his grip, Inzhou only tightened his hold, clutching her trembling form, imbued with despair and the saltiness of tears, even closer. He lowered his head, resting his chin upon the crown of her head, his voice emerging from between clenched teeth, laced with lingering hostility and an unacknowledged agitation and panic stirred by her fierce resistance. "Do not move," he growled, his heated breath brushing against the sensitive contours of her ear and neck, sending an involuntary shiver coursing through her. Should she dare to seek death? He paused, seemingly at a loss for an appropriate, sufficiently intimidating punishment. To kill him? No, he had never truly contemplated taking her life. At least not after witnessing her raise a golden hairpin towards her cheek, at which moment a more potent emotion eclipsed that thought. To confine her? To torment her? Such notions seemed to have lost their significance. Su Mian's tears soaked his shirt, the intense warmth seeping through layers of fabric as if branding his skin directly. Her subtle, suppressed sobs pierced through the hardened shell of his heart like countless tiny needles. Abruptly, he loosened his grip slightly, but his large hand instead forcefully cradled her tear-streaked face, compelling her to look up at him. Their gazes locked. Su Mian's eyes were swollen from crying, her long lashes clumped together with tears, her light brown irises resembling clear glass, reflecting the somber and intricate expression on Inzhou's face. In her gaze resided a lingering terror, a stubborn resistance, and a hint of fragile bewilderment born from being pushed to the brink. This visage, though still reminiscent of the moon, bore an expression that was vivid and painfully defiant, a quality that Yu had never possessed. Yu was gentle, soft, and would never confront him so fiercely, resorting to self-destruction as a means of resistance. An unfamiliar, intense impulse seized Inzhou without warning. He leaned down, and in the midst of Su Mian's astonished, wide-eyed stare, he pressed his lips against hers with an almost brutal force, not permitting any chance of refusal. This was not a gentle kiss. It resembled a one-sided act of plunder and punishment. His lips, imbued with a searing heat, descended heavily, sucking and biting with a fervor that suggested an intention to consume Su Mian whole. They pried open his unguarded jaws, plunging deep within, sweeping away all his breaths and whimpers. For a fleeting moment, Su Mian's mind went blank. A sharp sting erupted on his lips. A faint metallic taste of blood permeated his mouth, the source of which remained a mystery. Inzhou's breath forcefully invaded all his senses. The potent blend of male pheromones mingled with the coldness of ambergris was nearly overwhelming, threatening to render him unconscious. He passively endured this kiss, rife with brutality and possessiveness, his body growing weak from oxygen deprivation and shock. The hands that had initially sought to push him away unconsciously slipped down, resting helplessly upon Inzhou's arm. Is this the tyrant's mark? The kiss lingered for an eternity, until Su Mian began to struggle lightly, emitting a faint, tear-choked whimper due to lack of air. Only then did Inzhou seem to awaken abruptly, releasing him with a suddenness that left Su Mian gasping for breath. Fresh air flooding his lungs and inducing a wave of dizziness. His lips were swollen, the corners stained with a trace of blood, his eyes redder than before, glistening with unshed tears, reflecting a dazed expression as if he had yet to recover from this unexpected tempest. Inzhou gazed at his ravaged appearance, which now seemed even more tragic yet exquisitely beautiful. His chest heaved violently, the storm in his eyes unquenched, now muddied with deeper, indistinguishable currents. He reached out, roughly wiping the blood from Su Mian's lip with his fingertip, the motion neither gentle nor devoid of frustration. Remember, his voice, rendered hoarse by their kiss, bore an undeniable command. Your life, your face belongs solely to me. Without my permission, you are unworthy even of death. Su Mian lifted his tear-filled gaze to meet his lips parting as if to speak, yet ultimately only a faint, weary sob escaped, and he slowly closed his eyes, allowing tears to cascade once more. He ceased to resist, falling silent as though all strength had been drained, leaving behind merely a shattered shell to be toyed with. Observing Su Mian's complete surrender, Inzhou felt an odd diminishment of the nameless fire within him, replaced by a deeper, vortex-like possessiveness. He swept Su Mian into his arms, disregarding the terrified, bowed heads of the palace attendants, and strode purposefully toward the inner chamber's bed. He placed Su Mian upon the soft silken quilt, his movements lacking tenderness. Su Mian curled away from him, his frail shoulders trembling slightly, still silently weeping. Inzhou stood at the bedside, watching him for an extended period. The chamber was filled only with Su Mian's suppressed sobs and the remnants of shattered jade, silently bearing witness to the events that had transpired. Finally, Inzhou said nothing, turning away, burdened with an unrest and complex emotions, departing from Wangshu Palace. The sound of the door closing echoed in the silence. On the bed, Su Mian slowly opened his eyes. He raised a hand, gently touching his still stinging and swollen lips, his fingertips brushing against the dark crimson stain. System 666. The target's behavioral patterns continue to exhibit abnormalities. Intimate contact has occurred. A preliminary emotional connection has been established. Warning: the target's emotions are highly unstable. The host must proceed with caution. Su Mian gazed at the crimson mark on his fingertip, a flicker of cold calculation flashing in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by an overwhelming fatigue. Indeed, intimacy beginning with pain and conquest aligns perfectly with his character. He pulled the brocade quilt around himself tightly, as if that would shield him from the lingering, formidable aura belonging to the tyrant. This kiss was both a perilous signal and a groundbreaking advancement. Inzhou's heart was in disarray, while his own must remain colder and harder. Chapter 30, Chapter 10. Now, I am no longer like her, am I? After Inzhou departed, Wangshu Palace descended into a silence even deeper than before. The palace attendants slipped away without a sound, and even the old matron remained outside, hesitant to intrude. Only Su Mian remained within, curled up on the expansive bed, resembling a wounded creature licking its wounds. The sharp sting of his bitten lips was still vivid, and it felt as though traces of Inzhou's domineering essence, mingled with a faint hint of blood, lingered in his mouth. Su Mian buried his face deep into the quilt, attempting to dispel the heart-wrenching sensation. Yet his body uncontrollably recalled the oppressive force of those iron arms that had gripped him tightly, nearly crushing his bones, along with that suffocating kiss filled with the meanings of conquest and punishment. Brutal, direct, and overflowing with a desire for control. He truly is a thorough tyrant. He maintained his position, unmoving for a long time, until the light outside transitioned from a dusky yellow to a deep gloom, and the palace lanterns were quietly lit, casting flickering shadows on his slender back through the draped curtains. A subtle sound emerged from outside the palace doors. The cautious voice of the old matron. "Your Majesty, dinner is prepared. Might you partake?" Su Mian offered no response. The old matron waited outside for a moment, ultimately refraining from further persuasion, releasing a barely audible sigh as her footsteps gradually faded away. Night deepened. At last, Su Mian stirred his somewhat stiff body, slowly sitting up. He did not summon anyone to attend to him. Instead, under the dim light, he walked barefoot to the dressing table. The copper mirror reflected a face in disarray. His eyes were red and swollen, his complexion pale as paper, and most strikingly, his lips were swollen and cracked, vividly revealing the intensity of the recent invasion. He raised a hand, fingertips gently brushing over the wound on his lower lip, eliciting a faint sting. System 666. The target's emotional value remains in a state of high fluctuation. The host must maintain the stability of their persona. Understood. Su Mian responded coldly within his heart. He needed to capitalize on the aftermath of this conflict. Inzhou's loss of control precisely validated his prior actions, indeed shaking the layers of ice. Yet, that alone was insufficient. He needed to inscribe a deeper, unique mark of Su Mian within the tyrant's heart. He picked up a comb, slowly untangling his somewhat disheveled long hair with meticulous care. Then, he did something that was entirely contrary to the original owner's habits. He refrained from masking his weariness with cosmetics, eschewed adornments, and even relaxed the brow that was typically furrowed to maintain a semblance of poise. There he sat, with a face untouched by artifice, marked by scars and traces of tears, clad in a garment so plain it bordered on the threadbare, quietly awaiting. He was wagering, betting that Inzhou would come. The tyrant, who had just lost control, could not truly let go. He would either return to exert further pressure or to seek confirmation. Time flowed in the silence. Outside the palace, the wind lamented and the drip of the water clock echoed. Finally, as the hour approached midnight, when all was hushed, the familiar, steady, and oppressive sound of footsteps resounded once more outside the Wangshu Palace. Pausing before the door was silently pushed open, Inzhou appeared, still clad in dark robes, seemingly having just emerged from the burdens of governance, his brow furrowed with an indelible weariness and a hint of lingering agitation. He entered the inner chamber, his gaze immediately locking onto the quiet figure seated before the dressing table. Su Mian did not turn, seemingly unaware of his arrival, her eyes fixed on the blurred reflection in the mirror. Inzhou approached step by step, his shadow enveloping Su Mian entirely from behind. He halted behind her, his gaze falling upon the swollen eyes, pale cheeks, and the conspicuously injured lips that bore the marks of his own doing. His expression deepened, a complex array of emotions roiling beneath the surface. Su Mian, through the mirror, met his gaze. After a moment of silence, she slowly turned, tilting her head to look up at the imposing figure of the man before her, as grand as a mountain. She did not lower her lashes in fear, as usual, but instead met Inzhou's eyes directly. The dim light flickered across her face, illuminating the unusual clarity of calm washed clean by tears in her eyes, and the stark redness of her swollen lips. She raised her hand, delicately touching the corner of her injured mouth with her fingertips, then directed her gaze into Inzhou's fathomless black eyes, her voice soft yet resonant in the quiet chamber, tinged with the huskiness of tears, yet distinctly echoing. Now, she inquired, her tone placid as if merely stating a fact. I am no longer like her, am I? Inzhou's body subtly stiffened. His gaze seemed to be nailed to Su Mian's face, firmly anchored by her words. This statement struck like a thunderclap, cleaving through something he had long clung to within his heart. Not like her. The face before him, though still bearing a resemblance to Ru Yu, lacked the gentle submissiveness of her eyes, the adoration and reliance. Instead, there was a near-barren calmness, a clarity and defiance born from being pushed to the brink, marred by scars, and those swollen lips, bearing the marks of his violence, all stood in stark contrast to the flawless, moonlit visage he remembered. This realization felt like a rusty, dull knife, slowly carving into his heart, bringing forth an unfamiliar and numbing pain. It was not anger, nor was it offense. Rather, it was a profound sense of weightlessness, as if something entirely beyond his control had veered completely off course. He fixed his gaze on Su Mian, his atoms apple-bobbing as if he wished to articulate something, yet no words escaped his lips. He yearned to question her, to unleash his fury, to employ more forceful means to revert this person before him back into the quiet, submissive shadow she once was, but all sounds were lodged in his throat. Su Mian looked up at him, unflinching and undeterred, awaiting his response. That serene gaze pierced through him more effectively than any cries or resistance could. After what felt like an eternity, Injo suddenly reached out, but instead of seizing her neck or pinching her chin as before, he roughly brushed his fingertips across Su Mian's swollen lips, applying enough pressure to elicit a slight furrow of her brow. "Close your mouth," he finally managed to rasp, his voice hoarse. Yet this admonition rang hollow and ineffective. Su Mian observed the turmoil and confusion that was unmistakably evident in his eyes, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, the corners of her lips curled into a fleeting, ironically poignant smile. System 666. Core cognition of target subject has been impacted. Host positioning is beginning to waver. Emotional connection has significantly intensified. Injo seemed pricked by that minuscule curvature of her lips, abruptly withdrawing his hand and turning away. No longer casting a glance at Su Mian, his silhouette appeared somewhat rigid under the light. "Stay well," he left her with that unthreatening remark, hastily departing from Wangshu Palace, his retreat imbued with a hint of desperation. Silence reclaimed the hall once more. Su Mian slowly raised her hand to caress her lips, now bruised anew, gazing in the direction where Injo had vanished, her eyes glinting with a cold light, akin to a hunter observing its prey stepping into a trap. A fisher has already appeared. He understood that from this moment forth, Injo would no longer perceive her merely as a substitute resembling her. Instead, she would be Su Mian, a living, breathing entity who bore thorns, capable of resistance, capable of bleeding, and capable of leaving indelible marks upon his heart. Chapter 31. Subtle changes in the days following that near escapade. Injo had not set foot in the inner palace, nor had he summoned Su Mian. It was said that the emperor's temperament had grown even more capricious than usual. Several ministers had been publicly reprimanded for their ineptitude, and the decrees of demotion were swift and brutal, casting a shadow of low pressure over the entire court. Yet, Wangshu Palace seemed to have welcomed a belated, peculiar spring. The shattered jade on the ground had finally been meticulously cleared away by the servants, leaving no trace of dust behind. A new incense, fragrant yet subtle, replaced the previous overpowering exotic spices that had permeated the air. The meals served were no longer uniform, rugged dishes characteristic of the North. Instead, a variety of refined, delicately flavored dishes began to appear, even including the occasional small plate of exquisite, sweet desserts from Jiangnan. The most noticeable change, however, was in the gifts bestowed. No longer were they related to Madame Ruyue, such as magnolias, musical scores, or her favored colored fabrics. In its stead, there lay several bolts of subdued yet lustrous Jiangnan silk brocade, their touch soft and cool, jars of pre-rain Longjing tea, whose leaves unfurl in hot water, releasing a crisp aroma distinctly different from the brick tea of the northern regions, and even a few long-lost, rare tomes on the art of chess and landscape painting. Their annotations elegantly penned, clearly not by Injo, but rather reminiscent of a bygone Jiangnan scholar's treasure collection. Each of these treasures precisely encapsulated Su Mian's, or rather, the preferences and background he deliberately chose to exhibit, tastes and origins. They bore no connection to Lady Ruyue, belonging solely to Su Mian. The old matron, observing the ceaseless stream of gifts, felt her frown gradually replaced by an expression mingled with both consolation and deeper concern. As she served Su Mian the fresh tea, she could not help but murmur softly, "Your Majesty still holds the Empress in your heart. See, all of this is tailored to your preferences." Su Mian lifted the white porcelain teacup, the rising steam blurring his downcast lashes. He took a gentle sip, the tea's bittersweet essence confirming its quality as exceptional Longjing. He did not respond to the old matron's words, merely stating, "This tea is acceptable." He began to truly understand Su Mian, rather than merely molding him into a second Ruyue. He set down the teacup and approached the bolts of brocade, his fingertips gliding over the intricate, subtle patterns. This material was exceedingly precious in Yugua, reserved solely for the royal family and esteemed aristocrats. Injo's gesture, while a sign of goodwill, also served as a discreet reminder of Su Mian's current identity and circumstances. Su Mian outwardly accepted it all with composure, neither displaying surprise nor resisting as vehemently as before. He maintained his aloof demeanor, yet the pallor of lifelessness in his brow seemed to dissipate somewhat. He began to spend more time in his small study, poring over those rare chess manuals, occasionally unfurling rice paper to sketch the hazy, rain-soaked memories of Jiangnan using the scant remaining hui ink he had brought from Yugua. No longer confined to the palace or that small garden, he would occasionally stroll deeper into the imperial garden on sunny days, intentionally avoiding paths where he might encounter other concubines. He also ceased to be perpetually silent, sometimes inquiring with the old matron about the customs and traditions of Yin country, or asking about trivial matters from the preceding dynasty, posing his questions casually, yet listening intently. All these subtle changes, naturally, were conveyed through countless eyes and ears to Yin Zhou, as he examined the reports from the hidden guards detailing Su Mian's daily actions and words. His brow would sometimes furrow, then relax. At the third quarter of the sea hour, observed chess manuals in the study for half an hour, frowning 3 times, smiling once. At the initial hour of the Shun period, tasted a new confection from Jiangnan, unfinished. Inquired about how ice is stored in the northern winter, his expression seemingly curious. Between the lines, the vivid and genuine Su Mian, imbued with his own likes, dislikes, and curiosity, gradually replaced the previously indistinct shadows of someone either lifeless or fiercely resistant. Yin Zhou set down the report, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the imperial desk. He found himself unwittingly pondering whether Su Mian's frowns stemmed from a challenging chess position or something else entirely. What, he wondered, had prompted that rare smile? The delicacies from Jiangnan, are they simply unpalatable, or is it merely because they were dispatched from the royal palace of Yin? This uncontrollable curiosity stirred a slight annoyance within him, yet he could not suppress it. That evening, Yin Zhou perused official documents late into the night, an inexplicable restlessness lingering in his heart. He set down his vermilion brush and rubbed his temples, almost instinctively dismissing his attendants and making his way towards the direction of Wangshu Palace once more. He did not enter. Instead, he stood silently in the shadows outside the hall, just as he had done before. The lights within remained aglow, and a faint scent of ink wafted out. Through the slightly ajar window, he beheld Su Mian seated at her writing desk, neither reading nor painting, but fixated on a single black piece, lost in thought over a half-finished game of Go. Her silhouette appeared delicate and tranquil beneath the lamp's light, her long lashes lowered, casting soft shadows upon her fair cheeks. The pervasive melancholy that often enveloped her seemed to have receded, replaced by a serene focus, as if she were immersed in her own world. There were no tears, no despair, no fear or resentment towards him, just a quiet existence. Yin Zhou stood there, observing for quite some time. The night breeze, cold and brisk, stirred his dark robe, yet he remained oblivious. It was not until the palace made quietly dim the lights that her figure rose to enter the inner chamber that he slowly averted his gaze and dissolved into the depths of the night. This time, his footsteps seemed to touch heavier than when he arrived. Inside, Su Mian, preparing to rest, caught a fleeting glimpse of the familiar dark robe outside through the window as the maid trimmed the lamp's wick. She lowered her eyelids, concealing a flicker of understanding in her eyes. System 666. The target's behavior pattern continues to deviate from the original setting. The host's focus shifts, and the depth of engagement intensifies. His curiosity has begun to awaken. This is promising. Su Mian understood that subtle infiltration is far more effective than overt confrontation. He was like a silent droplet of water, gradually eroding the solid rock within the tyrant's heart, named Ruyu. Chapter 32. The incident of the delicacies days slipped by in a seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous undercurrent. Su Mian maintained his aloof facade, yet he no longer confined himself entirely within Wangshu Palace. He began to frequent his small study or the sunlit corners of the courtyard, where sometimes he played melodies that were not the elegant ancient tunes favored by Lady Ruyu. but rather pieces infused with the gentle charm of the water towns of you, more melodic and tinged with a hint of sorrow at other times. He picked up the brush to paint, forever creating hazy landscapes on rice paper, rather than the vast wilderness of the northern lands. His attitude towards the items sent by Inzhou, which aligned with his tastes, remained indifferent, neither overly joyous nor overtly rejecting, simply integrating them into his daily life as if they were always meant to be there. I cannot allow him to feel he has completely grasped me too quickly. One afternoon, when the sun was particularly warm, Su Mian gazed out at the resilient green plants swaying in the breeze and suddenly addressed the elderly matron attending to her. "Matron, is the little kitchen perhaps in need of assistance?" The old matron was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "Of course it can be used. Does your highness desire something particularly special?" "No need," Su Mian interjected, her voice gentle yet imbued with a subtle insistence. "I wish to try it myself." A glimmer of surprise flickered in the old matroness' eyes, but upon meeting Su Mian's calm, yet resolute gaze, she ultimately acquiesced, personally heading to the small kitchen to make arrangements, accompanied by two nimble and discreet maidens to assist her. Su Mian shed her voluminous outer palace robe, donning a simple, unadorned outfit, and entered the modest yet adequately equipped kitchen. She did not aspire to create anything extraordinarily exquisite. Rather, she sought the process itself, a means to infuse the essence of her homeland into her current existence. She chose to prepare the commonly enjoyed osmanthus cake from Jiangnan. The procedure was not overly complex, yet it demanded patience. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate, pale wrists, the scar on her left wrist still prominently visible. With utmost seriousness, she personally sifted the glutinous rice flour, her movements somewhat unpracticed but earnest. As warm water mingled with the flour, her slender fingers kneaded the mixture, the fine powder adhering to her fingertips, even inadvertently smudging a bit on her nose, though she remained blissfully unaware. The old matron observed from the side, eager to assist. It was halted by Su Mian's gaze. She needed this scene of personal endeavor to be witnessed. "Look, I am not merely a shadow, dependent and imitative. I am attempting, in my own way, to leave a mark here." The gentle aroma of rice, combined later with the sweet scent of osmanthus honey bestowed by Inzhou, gradually filled the small kitchen, starkly contrasting with the usual mutton and heavy spices of the northern court. Su Mian noted her intently watching the fragrant steam rise from the steamer, her profile softened and tranquil amidst the mist. At last, the delicacies emerged from the steamer, their appearance lacking in refinement. Even slightly crooked, yet the fragrant sweetness was undeniably genuine. Su Mian gazed at the steaming platter, adorned with golden osmanthus blossoms, her expression complex, as if through them she glimpsed distant horizons. She carefully placed a small dish of the delicacies into a food box, addressing the old matron. "Save this dish. The rest you may share." She did not specify for whom, but the old matron understood, meticulously securing that dish. However, before this dish could find its rightful recipient, an unexpected incident occurred. In the evening, a sleek, regal cat stealthily slipped into the small kitchen from an unknown source, quietly seizing the piece of cake that Su Mian had intentionally set aside. Moments later, a startled maid sweeping outside emitted a terrified scream. The royal cat lay at the kitchen door, frothing at the mouth, convulsing, appearing on the brink of death. The delicacies are poisoned. The maid, pale and trembling, collapsed to the ground. The news spread like wildfire throughout Wangshu Palace. The old matron hurried over, and upon witnessing the dying cat and the scattered, half-consumed, poisoned delicacies, her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. "Your Highness, are you all right?" She stumbled into the inner hall, and upon seeing Su Mian sitting there unscathed, she let out a sigh of relief, quickly followed by tears of dread. "Thank heavens you have not encountered misfortune." Su Mian sat by the window, listening to the chaos outside, his face devoid of expression, though his hands resting on his knees tightened slightly, knuckles paling. The machinations of the harem have begun. He was not surprised. As a figure of precarious status and a mere substitute queen recently favored by his majesty, He was naturally a thorn in the side of some. Yet, he did not anticipate such a direct and ruthless approach. Check. He uttered a single word to the flustered old matron, his voice as cold as ice. Before the people of Wangshu Palace could investigate, news had already reached Inzhou. He arrived faster than expected, bringing with him a chill colder than the northern night winds. The guards had already secured the small kitchen and the related palace attendants, presenting before him the corpse of the cat and the remaining poisoned snacks. Inzhou gazed at the exquisite yet deadly delicacies, then turned his eyes to Su Mian, who stood at the entrance of the inner hall, pale and fragile, as if the wind could blow him away at any moment. A storm brewed in his eyes. Instead of questioning anyone immediately, he strode up to Su Mian and grasped his wrist with such force that it made Su Mian furrow his brow slightly. "Have you eaten?" Inzhou's voice was taut, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning his face as if to ascertain his well-being. Su Mian shook his head, attempting to withdraw his hand, but it was gripped tighter. After a few seconds of scrutiny, confirming that Su Mian was indeed unharmed, the tension in Inzhou's jaw eased, though the storm in his eyes remained undiminished. He suddenly pulled Su Mian into his embrace, his arms encircling his slender back like iron bands, the pressure nearly suffocating. Su Mian was forced to bury his face against Inzhou's solid chest, where he could distinctly hear the frantic beating of his heart, racing out of control. "Who did this?" Inzhou's voice, low and dangerous, whispered near his ear, brimming with unmasked murderous intent. Su Mian struggled slightly in his hold, but it was futile. He could only murmur, "I do not know." Inzhou did not press further, only tightened his embrace, a gesture imbued with a nearly savage possessiveness and affirmation. Then, he released him, turning to face the kneeling palace attendants and guards. His expression transformed back to the cold and imposing demeanor of an emperor. "Investigate thoroughly," he commanded, his voice not loud. Yet it caused the temperature in Wangshu Palace to plummet. Every individual who had come into contact with the ingredients and utensils for the snacks was to be rigorously interrogated. The guards on duty today, negligent in their responsibilities, would each receive 30 strokes of the rod. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on the pale-faced old matron. "Take good care of the queen. Should there be any further mishaps, you shall face dire consequences." His orders were delivered one by one, coldly and efficiently. Once these matters were addressed, Inzhou turned his attention back to Su Mian, standing beneath the light. Su Mian had his head bowed, long eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, obscuring his expression. Only his slightly trembling shoulders betrayed that he was not truly indifferent. Inzhou approached him, raising his hand as if to touch his face, but ultimately only brushed against a loose strand of his hair, the gesture appearing somewhat awkward. "If you wish to eat anything in the future, let the imperial kitchen prepare it." He paused briefly. His tone remained somewhat cold, yet softened slightly. "There is no need for you to take action personally." After speaking, he cast a lingering glance at Su Mian before turning on his heel and departing, leaving behind an air of tension and a roomful of anxious palace attendants. Su Mian stood frozen in place until the sound of Inzhou's footsteps faded completely. Slowly, he raised his gaze towards the plate of pastries that had long since grown cold, mirroring the bitterness in his heart. System 666. Encountering external threats. Target's protective mechanism activated. Desire for possession and attention significantly heightened. Is this a blessing in disguise? He gently touched his wrist, which had been gripped tightly by Inzhou, now slightly reddened, a glint of icy sharpness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the inner palace was fraught with peril. Yet this incident seemed to have subtly altered Inzhou's demeanor. It was not merely a matter of possession, but perhaps something more profound. It seemed that this game must continue. Chapter 33. The night of coexistence. The aftermath of the pastry incident swiftly quelled under Inzhou's decisive measures. Several palace attendants responsible for the procurement and oversight of the small kitchen were executed, and a low-ranking consort, typically unassuming, was bestowed with white silk, her family similarly exiled. Through this blood-soaked proclamation, Inzhou declared to the entire inner palace that the master of Wangshu Palace was not to be trifled with. Consequently, Wangshu Palace experienced an unprecedented tranquility nearly impenetrable. The palace attendants became increasingly cautious, their actions deliberate to the point that even their breaths seemed measured. Su Mion's life appeared to return to its former routine. Reading, painting, occasionally playing the zither, yet beneath the facade of maintained calmness, there lingered an almost imperceptible weariness and vigilance. He no longer mentioned cooking himself, and he merely sampled the exquisitely prepared Jiangnan dishes delivered from the imperial kitchen, which had surely undergone rigorous scrutiny. He resembled a plant startled by a sudden storm. Though he had survived, he had drawn in his leaves, becoming more silent and distant. Inzhou remained busy, seemingly engulfed in endless military and political affairs. However, unbeknownst to him, his visits to Wangshu Palace had increased. No longer did he arrive with the fury of scrutiny or the chill of command. Sometimes, he would simply come in the evening, silently sitting for a while, sipping a cup of Su Mion's bitter Jiangnan tea, his gaze occasionally resting on Su Mion, deep and inscrutable, no longer probing as it once had, as if he sought to peer through his skin into another soul. He is confirming my existence, ensuring my safety. That night, a rare, gentle spring rain fell outside, tapping against the glazed tiles, creating a delicate, persistent sound that rendered the hall even more tranquil. Su Mion, having just bathed, donned a soft, simple nightgown, his damp hair cascading loosely behind him. He sat on a soft couch by the window, illuminated by a bright palace lamp, perusing a chess manual. The cool, moist air from the rain seeped in through the window cracks, prompting him to instinctively pull his slightly open robe closer around him. The familiar, steady sound of footsteps approached from outside the hall, accompanied by the subdued greetings of the palace attendants. Su Mion's fingers, which had been turning the pages of a book, paused momentarily, yet he remained seated, not lifting his gaze. Inzhou entered, carrying with him a hint of cool dampness and a faint scent of wine. Though he had indulged slightly, he was not inebriated. The usual sharpness of his demeanor had softened somewhat, replaced by a profound, lingering weariness and restlessness. He waved away the attendants who were about to serve him, his gaze settling on the tranquil figure by the window, illuminated by the lamp. Su Mion maintained his reading posture, his profile appearing gentle and focused under the light. The damp tips of his hair clung to his fair neck, exuding a refreshing cleanliness reminiscent of after a bath, which blended intriguingly with the warm, humid aura surrounding Inzhou, characteristic of the Jiangnan region. Unlike his usual approach, Inzhou did not stride directly towards him or issue commands. Instead, he silently moved to the opposite side of the soft couch, lifted his robe, and took a seat. The dark dragon robe lost some of its rigidity under the soft glow of the lamp. A distance of an arm's length separated them, and neither initiated conversation. The only sounds in the hall were the occasional rustling of pages, the steady patter of rain outside, and the subtle crackling of the burning lamp wick. An extraordinary, non-stifling silence enveloped the space between them. Su Mion sensed the weight of Inzhou's gaze upon him. It bore no aggression, resembling a pure observation, imbued with a relaxation that even the master might not have consciously recognized. He continued to gaze down at the chess manual, though his fingertips lingered unconsciously over a particularly intricate position. Was he weary? Was he seeking a moment of solace for me? This realization stirred a delicate ripple within Su Mion's heart. After an indeterminate time, Inzhou spoke suddenly, his voice rendered husky by fatigue and the effects of alcohol. "What are you reading?" Su Mion halted his page-turning, lifted his eyes to meet him. This was the first time Inzhou had inquired with such a nearly placid tone, devoid of command. "A manual of endgame strategies," Su Mion replied softly, careful not to disturb the rare tranquility from a previous dynasty. It is said to be quite thought-provoking. Inzhou's gaze swept over the densely packed diagrams on the yellowed pages. Although he was not particularly keen on chess, he did not divert his attention, merely stating, "Do you comprehend it?" "Only at a superficial level," Su Mion responded, closing the book and gently placing it on the small table beside him. "Your Majesty seems fatigued today." He refrained from inquiring about matters of the previous dynasty or showing any concern, merely stating a fact. Inzhou leaned against the back of the couch, closed his eyes, and rubbed his throbbing temples, a barely audible sigh escaping his throat. He did not respond to Su Mian's comment, but instead asked, "Is there any calming tea?" Su Mian hesitati briefly. The palace was well stocked with various rare tribute teas and herbal concoctions prepared by the imperial physicians. Yet at this moment, he sought it from him. "Yes," Su Mian replied, rising to approach the small tea table, personally retrieving the warm water from the red clay stove, rinsing the teaware, and selecting the tea leaves. His movements in brewing tea were deliberate and unhurried, embodying a unique elegance and focus characteristic of the scholars from Jiangnan. His slender fingers gracefully interacting with a white porcelain tea set, creating a visually pleasing harmony. He chose not to utilize the exquisite tea utensils gifted by Yinzhou, opting instead for a seemingly ordinary yet perfectly suited set of white porcelain he had brought from Yugua. The tea leaves were not the finest pre-rain Longjing, but rather a commonplace, slightly smoky ripe pu'er, known for its calming effects. As he poured the brewed tea into the cup, he cradled it with both hands and offered it to Yinzhou. Yinzhou opened his eyes and gazed at the teacup presented to him, then lifted his gaze to meet Su Mian's serene and unruffled face, reaching out to accept it. At the moment their fingertips brushed, he felt a fleeting touch against the coolness of Su Mian's fingertip. They both paused momentarily before naturally parting ways. Yinzhou lowered his head and took a sip of the tea. The flavor was rich, imbued with a subtle medicinal aroma. Unlike the crisp taste he was accustomed to, yet the warm liquid slid down his throat, oddly soothing some of his restlessness. He refrained from commenting on the quality of the tea, silently drinking until the entire cup was empty. Su Mian sat quietly across from him, observing. After finishing his tea, Yinzhou placed the empty cup back on the small table, his gaze returning to Su Mian. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly spoke, "It's getting late. Let us rest." With that, he rose but did not immediately depart, instead walking towards the inner chamber. Su Mian watched his retreating figure, his fingertips curling slightly. In silence, Su Mian followed him into the inner chamber. Yinzhou said little, removing his outer robe and lying down on the spacious bed, occupying the outer side. He closed his eyes, the fatigue etched on his brow still evident. Su Mian stood by the edge of the bed, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, he extinguished most of the candles, leaving only a single lamp burning in the corner, and then cautiously laid down at the far side of the bed, turning his back to Yinzhou. A distance sufficient to accommodate another person lay between them. The chamber fell into tranquility once more, punctuated only by the relentless patter of rain outside and the gradually deepening, rhythmic sound of Yinzhou's breathing. Su Mian Layewak, gazing at the indistinct outline of the curtain in the darkness, his body slightly tense due to the powerful presence beside him. He could feel the warmth emanating from the other side, catching the faint scent of alcohol, ambergris, and the calming tea they had just consumed. To share a bed in such a manner was an unprecedented beginning. He was uncertain whether Yinzhou was asleep or, like him, still awake. All he knew was that this night was unlike any previous night. There was no coercion, no aggression, not even an abundance of words. It was merely a silent, almost uncanny coexistence. This shared existence seemed to herald a profound, quietly unfolding transformation, more significant than any fierce conflict. As Su Mian gradually acclimated to the strong presence of the breathing beside him, he slowly closed his eyes. That night, the rain outside Wangshu Palace fell with an unusually lingering cadence. Chapter 34. The frightened horse of the hunting ground as spring deepened. The ice and snow of the northern lands melted away completely, giving rise to a fervent growth of flora and fauna. The beasts that had hibernated through the winter emerged in droves, marking an opportune moment for hunting. The royal family of the Yin Kingdom upheld a tradition of springtime hunts, serving not only as a means to test the archery skills of the army, but also as a grand spectacle to demonstrate martial prowess and share joy with the subjects. Su Mian had presumed that such an occasion bore no relevance to her, a mere substitute queen confined in semi-captivity. However, to her surprise, on the eve of the hunt, the chief eunuch by Yinzhou's side personally delivered a set of riding attire. It was not the ornate hunting garb customary for women, but rather a meticulously crafted, elegantly simple male riding outfit, perfectly tailored to her form. By imperial decree, It was requested that the queen accompany his majesty on the spring hunt. The chief eunuch, with downcast eyes and a tone of utmost respect, spoke words that brooked no contradiction, gently stroking the cool, smooth fabric of the garments. Su Mian refrained from inquiring further and simply replied, "Understood. Is he taking me along to broaden my horizons, or does he have ulterior motives?" On the following day, the royal hunting grounds were adorned with fluttering banners, and the sounds of excited voices and neighing horses filled the air. Officials from both civil and military ranks, along with royal relatives and favored concubines, were resplendently attired, creating a magnificent spectacle. Clad in the dark azure riding attire, with her long hair elegantly tied up, Su Mian appeared strikingly graceful, her demeanor tall and poised. Yet the lingering detachment and pallor in her eyes rendered her starkly out of place amidst the vibrant energy surrounding her. She was positioned slightly behind Yin Zhou's royal carriage, affording her a clear view of him clad in golden armor, mounted upon a sleek, ebony steed. Sunlight cascaded around him, imbuing him with an aura akin to that of a celestial warrior, exuding an imposing presence that was difficult to behold directly. Many gazes, both curious and scrutinizing, fell upon Su Mian, some harboring intrigue, while others, like Lin Meiren, openly displayed jealousy and derision. With her gaze lowered, Su Mian sat composed, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around her. Only when Yin Zhou occasionally glanced back in her direction did she subtly lift her eyes, their brief connection severed almost instantaneously. The hunt commenced with a resounding blast of the horn. Yin Zhou led the charge, accompanied by his loyal guards, plunging into the dense woodland, while other nobles followed suit, kicking up a cloud of dust amidst the cacophony of shouts and the thrill of the chase. Su Mian did not partake in the hunt, but was permitted to remain in a designated safe zone, escorted by guards, riding a gentle mare at a leisurely pace. The springtime hunting ground was alive with vigor, the air rich with the sense of fresh grass and earth, while distant roars of wild beasts and the barks of hunting dogs echoed faintly. Inhaling the liberating air, so different from the oppressive confines of the palace, Su Mian felt her tightly wounded nerves begin to ease. Yet, calamity often strikes in the most unexpected of moments. As she rode along a gentle slope where the trees grew sparse, the once docile mare beneath her suddenly emitted a piercing whinny, rearing up on its hind legs with no warning. "Beware, your majesty!" The guard's alarm was drowned out by the chaos of the uncontrollable horse. Su Mian felt an overwhelming force threatening to throw her off, gripping the reins tightly, her legs squeezing the mare's sides in a desperate attempt to regain control. Yet the sudden upheaval was beyond her command. The mare's eyes were wild with fright, and it shook its head violently before bolting into the depths of the woods. Away from the guards, the wind howled in her ears as branches lashed out like ghostly claws. Su Mian lowered his body, pressing closely against the horse's back. His internal organs jolted as if displaced, and his heart raced violently, nearly bursting from his chest. He could sense the shadow of death trailing closely behind him. Should he be thrown from the steed or scraped by a branch, the consequences would be dire. The horse has been tampered with. Who could be responsible? At that critical moment, a figure clad in dark garments surged forth like lightning from the rear. It was Yin Zhou. He had evidently been monitoring the situation and had turned his horse's head almost instantaneously at the onset of the disturbance. The black steed beneath him was a rare breed, unmatched in swiftness, and within mere breaths, he had caught up with the runaway mare. "Hold on." Yin Zhou's voice resonated through the wind, cold and taut. He refrained from attempting to seize Su Mian's reins, as that could easily lead both horses to lose control. Instead, at the moment when both horses ran side by side, he seized the opportunity, sprang from his saddle, and propelled himself forward like a lithe cheetah, leaping onto Su Mian's horse. "Your Majesty!" The guards in the distance were struck with terror at the sight. Su Mian felt an immense force surge from behind, and before he knew it, he was lifted from the galloping horse into a firm and searing embrace. With a thud, they both crashed onto the thick meadow, Yin Zhou below and Su Mian above. The tremendous impact elicited muffled groans from both, and Inzhou swiftly rolled over several times to dissipate the force before coming to a halt. Dust and grass flew about. Su Mian lay atop Inzhou, his mind a blank slate, ears echoing with a dull thrum, only the intense heartbeat reverberating from beneath him resonating in his eardrums. He lifted his gaze to meet Inzhou's face, which was alarmingly close. Inzhou's golden helmet had fallen away during the roll, his dark hair disheveled, and a slender cut from a branch marred his forehead, oozing beads of blood. Yet, his deep-set eyes now resembled a cold pool ignited by an eerie flame. Fixated on Su Mian, swirling with lingering fury and a fear that Su Mian had never before witnessed, an almost palpable dread. Yu Inzhou's voice was hoarse from the recent upheaval and tension, his arm around Su Mian's waist tightening as if to affirm his existence. "Are you unharmed?" Su Mian stared blankly at the blood trickling from his brow, then glanced down at Inzhou's arm, which had been scraped by stones and grass during their tumble. Slowly seeping crimson, his heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an unseen force, a strange and bittersweet emotion surging to his throat. He shook his head, attempting to speak, but found his throat too parched to utter a sound. Instead, he extended a trembling hand, gently touching the wound on Inzhou's forehead with his fingertips. Inzhou's body stiffened imperceptibly. At that moment, a large contingent of guards finally arrived, panicking and kneeling in disarray. "Your Majesty, we have arrived late to protect you. We deserve the gravest punishment." Inzhou disregarded them, his gaze still fixed on Su Mian's pale visage. Observing the lingering terror in his eyes and the genuine alarm reflected in his expression over the injury, he slowly sat up, yet still did not release the hand that encircled Su Mian's waist, as if it were his only lifeline. With his uninjured hand, he lifted Su Mian's chin, meticulously examining his face, confirming that aside from fear, there were no other injuries. Inzhou finally turned his gaze towards the kneeling guards. His voice as cold as the depths of winter, demanding, "Investigate thoroughly. Spare no one involved with that horse." "Yes." The guard acknowledged the command and promptly set to work. It was only then that Inzhou assisted Su Mian to stand, yet he did not relinquish his grip, holding him almost protectively as they approached his steed. He deftly mounted the horse, then leaned down, extending his hand towards Su Mian. Su Mian gazed at the hand, marked with scrapes and blood, hesitating for a moment before placing his own hand atop it. With a slight pull, Inzhou hoisted him onto the saddle, positioning him in front of himself. It was a posture laden with a sense of protection, his chest pressed against Su Mian's back, his arm encircling his waist, firmly grasping the reins. "Return to camp," Inzhou commanded, his tones still frosty, yet the arm around Su Mian conveyed an undeniable firmness. The steed strode forward with a steady gait towards the camp, followed by the silent guards, and the scene now undergoing a meticulous search. Leaning against Inzhou, Su Mian could distinctly feel the warmth of his chest and the steadiness of his heartbeat, mingled with the faint scent of blood in the air. Lowering his lashes, he beheld the scarred arm that encircled his waist, and within him, the frozen lake of his heart seemed disturbed by a pebble, rippling with layers of emotions he could not control. System 666. Target's protective instinct peak triggered. Heightened concern for host's safety. Significant emotional bond intensification. "He was injured for me." Su Mian closed his eyes and gently rested his head against Inzhou's solid chest, for the first time unburdened by calculation or disguise, surrendering to a complex wave of exhaustion, mingled with fear and an odd sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, Inzhou, attuned to the subtle tremors and rare dependence of the person in his embrace, felt something within his deep-set eyes quietly shatter and then quietly rebuild. The unexpected incident at the hunting grounds was like a fissure, tearing away the guise of conspiracy and the impenetrable, icy shell that existed between the two. Chapter 35, Chapter 15, Who Are You? The startled horse incident at the hunting grounds acted as a massive stone cast into the depths of the court and harem of the Yin Kingdom, stirring up turbulent undercurrents. Yinzhou's arm was not severely injured. After careful treatment by the physician, it was deemed manageable. However, the small scratch on his forehead served as a glaring reminder to all of the day's peril and the emperor's extraordinary protection of this surrogate queen. The implicated stableman, the guard captain responsible for inspecting the horses, and several suspicious low-ranking palace attendants were swiftly executed, leading to widespread ramifications. The entire court was engulfed by an atmosphere of trepidation. Yin Zhou's iron-fisted approach once more declared that the Wangshu Palace was his forbidden zone. Tread upon it and face death. Meanwhile, Su Mian, at the epicenter of the incident, appeared to undergo subtle transformations after experiencing the brush with death. He remained as aloof and taciturn as ever, yet the intentionally cultivated lifelessness in his demeanor was supplanted by a deeper, more authentic essence. It was the lingering trepidation of having survived a catastrophe, coupled with the fleeting, complex emotions that even he could not fully grasp when faced with Yin Zhou. Yin Zhou's treatment of him had also transformed. He would still visit Wangshu Palace, sometimes in the evening, bearing the fatigue of court affairs, silently sipping a cup of his carefully brewed calming tea. At other times, it was late at night, akin to that rainy evening, merely sharing the same bed without any further transgressions. However, the gaze he cast upon Su Mian was no longer merely one of scrutiny and possession. It now held an ineffable focus, as if he were reinterpreting a profound, yet captivating tome. That evening, after dinner, Yin Zhou deviated from his usual routine of reviewing memorials and chose to remain in the inner chamber of Wangshu Palace. The palace lanterns cast their shadows on the wall, elongating their figures. Su Mian sat by the window, illuminated by the last vestiges of daylight, polishing a jade flute he had brought from Yu country. It was one of the few cherished belongings he kept close, seldom touched. Yin Zhou approached him, but did not sit down. He merely stood beside him, his tall figure exuding an intangible sense of pressure. His gaze traversed Su Mian's delicate fingers and the jade flute, finally resting upon his face. The chamber was enveloped in silence, save for the subtle sound of cotton against the flute's shimmering surface. Suddenly, Yin Zhou extended his hand, not to grasp the flute, but rather, with a deliberate slowness and an almost probing intent, he gently brushed across Su Mian's forehead, which no longer bore the deliberate mimicry of Ryu's makeup, gliding down the bridge of his elegant nose, ultimately pausing at the naturally stubborn curve of his lips. His fingertips, calloused yet warm, lingered there for a moment. Su Mian halted his polishing, his body momentarily stiffening, yet he did not shy away. Instead, he lifted his gaze to meet Yin Zhou's. Yin Zhou's fingertip lingered on his lips for an instant, bringing forth the memory of that day on horseback, when Su Mian's genuine panic had shone through his eyes, a stark contrast to the tender, adoring gaze of Ryu in his recollections. With a slight pressure, Yin Zhou caressed the soft curve of Su Mian's lips, then gradually moved downward, tracing the graceful outline of his jaw, finally parting the slightly open collar of Su Mian's robe to reveal a delicate collarbone and a swath of fair skin beneath. There, no trace of Ryu could be found, only the youthful, vibrant lines that belonged to Su Mian. Tell me. Yin Zhou's voice resonated in the tranquil chamber, deep and husky, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Even a hint of confusion that he himself had yet to recognize. Who are you? The three words were spoken softly, yet they struck Su Mian's heart like a heavy hammer, reverberating through the fragile ice that lay between them, known as a substitute. Su Mian's fingers tightened around the jade flute, turning pale at the tips. He met Yin Zhou's dark, profound eyes, which seemed to draw in his very soul, and his heart raced uncontrollably within his chest. He finally asked him. He fell silent for a moment, as if gathering courage or perhaps seeking confirmation of something. The air in the hall was thick, punctuated only by the occasional soft crackle of the lamp's flame. Then he slowly and distinctly spoke. He refrained from uttering the name associated with the Prince of Yu, a name tinged with political connotations, and instead chose a title that resonated more deeply with his essence, a name uniquely belonging to Su Mian himself. Minister Ming. His voice was soft yet clear, each syllable resonating like the gentle tapping of a jade flute. Su Zijin. The name evoked the sentiment of the verse. Qing Qing Zijin, Yu Yu accent. embodying an intellectual grace that starkly contrasted with the delicate charm of the name Ru Yu, a name befitting a lady. Inzhou's pupils contracted ever so slightly. He softly repeated the name Su Zijin, the syllables rolling off his tongue, imbued with a strange yet profound sense of belonging. This name bore no resemblance to the fixed symbol of Ru Yu in his memory. He gazed into Su Mian's eyes. No, Su Zijin's eyes, wherein lay no fear, no desire for approval, only a serene calmness, as tranquil as a moonlit cold pool, reflecting his own somewhat disordered visage. After a long pause, Inzhou finally managed to extract a single syllable from his throat. His fingers moved from Su Mian's collarbone to cradle his face, the grip firm, yet imbued with a solemnity akin to a proclamation. Su Zijin, he fixed his gaze upon him, each word deliberate, as though branding him from this moment forth. In my solitary eyes, there shall be only you. This was not a declaration of love, but rather a domineering decree, a mark of possession from a tyrant upon his newly discovered treasure. He leaned down, their foreheads gently touching, their noses nearly brushing, breaths mingling in a heated exchange. This time, he did not descend upon him with the same brutish fervor as before. Instead, he observed closely, with a near-greedy scrutiny, the clarity of those eyes that reflected only his own image. "Do you remember?" he inquired, his voice low and laced with an undercurrent of threat, yet tinged with an imperceptible sincerity that even he was unaware of. Under his confinement and watchful gaze, Su Mian, Su Zijin, slowly, almost imperceptibly, nodded. "Yes, your majesty," he responded softly, lowering his eyelashes to shield the fleeting complexity that flickered within his gaze. System 666. Core objective has achieved a significant breakthrough. The target's perception of the host has transcended the framework of a mere substitute. Independent affinity and possessiveness are now firmly established. World task completion has significantly elevated. Inzhou seemed pleased with his response, releasing his grip, yet maintaining an unwavering gaze upon him, as if he could never gaze enough. He understood that something fundamental had irrevocably transformed from that moment onward. The illusion named Ru Yu was gradually fading from his heart. In its place, a vibrant and prickly reality named Su Zijin was boldly intruding into his frigid, tyrannical world, beginning to take firm root. Su Zijin slightly turned his face away, evading that scorching gaze, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the cool jade flute. The first step has been taken. He has finally seen me. He understood that this was merely the beginning. For a tyrant to acknowledge your independent existence is one thing, but to teach him the essence of love is a chasm of 1,000 mountains and rivers apart. Yet at the very least, the path leading to the perilous peak known as happiness had finally revealed its nascent trajectory, and he, undoubtedly, would tread along this path. Chapter 36. A unique treasure. The name Su Zijing resonated like a stone cast into the tranquil lake of Inzhou's heart, igniting ripples that had yet to subside. No longer did he seek the shadow of another through Su Mian. Instead, he began to scrutinize this individual, possessing a distinct name and soul, with a newfound gaze imbued with inquiry and possessiveness. The shift was unmistakable and swift. On the very day following Su Mian's revelation of her courtesy name, Inzhou issued an imperial edict, not through the Ministry of Rites, but directly via his chief eunuch. Accompanied by a cadre of silent and formidable palace guards, they proceeded to several designated chambers within the palace. Among these was the long-regarded Forbidden Ground, the Lanyue Pavilion, which housed all the relics of the late Lady Ruyue, as well as the Qinghui Hall, where Inzhou frequently lingered. Captivated by the portrait that depicted the moon in its embrace, evoking fervent longing, the chief eunuch, holding the edict, proclaimed with a chilling and merciless tone that reverberated through the vast halls, "By decree of His Majesty, all items related to the late Lady Ruyue are to be sealed and stored. No one shall dare to disturb them without a royal command." The palace mates exchanged glances, astonished and bewildered, yet none dared to question. They watched as the guards swiftly removed the portraits from the walls, rolled them up, and placed them in especially crafted brocade boxes, meticulously accounting for the well-preserved musical instruments, jewelry, and garments, sealing them one by one and carrying them out of the halls. The entire process was efficient and silent, as if erasing traces that ought not to exist. In less than half a day, the palace, once imbued with the lingering essence of white moonlight, appeared as though it had been cleansed by a silent storm, now significantly more pristine. Those reminders, both subtle and overt, of Su Mion's role as a substitute vanished. The news spread like wildfire throughout the palace, causing ripples far more intense than any previous upheaval. Lady Lin, in a fit of rage, shattered a beloved set of glazed tea utensils, while other consorts were left in a state of anxiety, furtively speculating on the means by which this suddenly unique queen had compelled His Majesty to such lengths. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Wangshu Palace remained unusually serene. Su Mion stood at the threshold, observing as the last sealed box of items was carried away, her expression inscrutable, though her fingers, slightly curled at her side, betrayed a flicker of emotion. He had indeed accomplished this monumental step. She did not feel an overwhelming joy. Rather, a deeper sense of caution enveloped her, akin to walking along the edge of a precipice. Inzhou's actions were tantamount to severing a certain obsession, thrusting Su Zijing into the glaring spotlight. This unique honor bore with it a heavier burden and a more perilous scrutiny. As evening descended, Inzhou arrived. He was not clad in court robes, but rather in a dark, intricately patterned everyday garment, exuding less of the emperor's formidable aura and more of an oppressive weight that belonged solely to him. He entered the Wangshu Palace, his gaze immediately fixating on Su Mion, as if to confirm his presence, meticulously surveying him from head to toe. Everything had been tidied up. Approaching Su Mion, his tone was unremarkable, as if stating the most mundane of facts. Yet, within the depths of his profound gaze lay an unmistakable, almost obsessive focus. Su Mion lifted his head to meet his eyes. The dying rays of the sunset filtered through the window panes, casting a warm hue upon Inzhou's cold, austere contours, yet failing to dispel the profound depth in his eyes, which was singularly devoted to one person. Your Majesty, there is no need for such sentiment. Su Mion's voice was soft, tinged with a subtle complexity, acknowledging that these were indeed cherished memories of the emperor. Inzhou extended his hand, not to caress his face, but to gently grasp his cool wrist, his fingertips brushing over the now faint scar. This gesture was devoid of evaluative intent. It resembled an unconscious habit of affirming possession. Just old belongings, long shrouded in dust. Inzhou's voice was low, suggesting that with new treasures acquired, the old must yield. His gaze remained fixed on Su Mion, each word articulated with crystal clarity. From this moment forward, in my eyes, there is only you, Su Zijing. These words were more stirring than any solemn vow, for they emerged from the lips of a tyrant, imbued with his distinctive, undeniable dominance and destructiveness. Su Mion's heart skipped a beat. He felt the weight of Inzhou's proclamation, alongside an almost overwhelming, fervent desire to possess him. System 666. The target's obsession transfer is complete. Host uniqueness confirmed. Core task progress significantly advanced. Inzhou took his hand, not in a forceful manner, but with an almost serene strength, leading him out of the Wangshu Palace. They did not ride in a sedan chair. Rather, they walked side by side along the palace path. The setting sun elongated their shadows, intertwining them. The palace attendants they encountered knelt at a distance, their heads bowed low, hardly daring to breathe. Inzhou paid them no mind. His attention seemed solely fixed on the person beside him. He guided Su Mion past the once-adorned Qinghui Hall, now desolate, through the resplendent imperial garden that had once brought Su Mion sorrow, and finally, they arrived at a lofty platform with the most expansive view in the palace. Below them lay a cascade of palatial structures, while in the distance, the sun was poised to dip below the horizon, enveloped by encroaching twilight. Behold! Inzhou gestured toward the vast realm that belonged to him, his voice mingling with the evening breeze, ethereal yet imbued with absolute authority. In this boundless land and endless palaces, henceforth, The only one who may stand by my side and share in this view is you alone. He was not promising to share the world. He was declaring an ultimate, exclusive claim. Su Mian stood beside him, the evening wind tousling his garments and hair. He gazed upon the grand yet frigid panorama, feeling little tumult within, yet distinctly aware that Injua was attempting to offer him something in his unique, almost clumsy yet fiercely assertive manner, a gift that was distorted, yet represented the most profound form of affection that this tyrant could comprehend. He fell into silence for a moment, neither attempting to free himself from Inzhou's grasp nor responding to the discourse regarding the empire. Instead, he slightly turned his head, gazing at Inzhou's sharply defined profile, illuminated by the setting sun, and softly remarked, "The wind has grown fierce, Your Majesty. Your wounds are newly healed, and it would be unwise to remain exposed to it for long." He offered no words of gratitude, nor did he exhibit any overt signs of emotion. His simple expression of concern, however, curiously assuaged the last flicker of uncertainty stirring within Inzhou's eyes. Inzhou turned his head, gazing deeply into him, and in the twilight, his gaze shone with astonishing brilliance. Return to the palace. He tightened his grip on Su Mian's hand, turning to lead him step by step down the high platform. His silhouette remained erect and solitary, yet it no longer bore the frigid aloofness that had once kept others at a distance. Su Mian followed closely behind, observing their clasped hands, before casting one last glance at the palace, now shrouded in dusk. An unparalleled treasure? Inzhou, do you comprehend that a gem, if endowed with its own will, may no longer willingly remain as merely an object of collection? He was acutely aware that his standing in the heart of this tyrant had undergone a profound transformation. Yet, this was still a far cry from happiness. What he sought was not to be treated as a singular, unique artifact, but rather as a complete and equal individual. The path ahead remained long. Nonetheless, he had, at the very least, succeeded in teaching this tyrant, who regarded all as mere fodder, to truly observe. Chapter 37. The envoy from the homeland, the singular honor and pressure enveloped Su Zijing like an invisible tide. Inzhou's treatment of him was indeed markedly different from before. The bounties continued to flow, no longer as tests or compensations, but rather evolving into a habitual display of ownership. He would naturally find his way to Wangshu Palace when weary from reviewing memorials, sometimes even bringing along less pressing documents to address in Su Zijing's company while he studied or engaged in a game of chess. A peculiar tacit understanding began to form between them. Inzhou remained sparing with his words, yet the oppressive hostility that once filled Wangshu Palace seemed to have diminished significantly. He would silently enjoy the tea brewed by Su Zijing, and when he played the zither, he would set down his brush and listen quietly, their eyes occasionally meeting, revealing the deep undercurrents of fervor and focus that Su Zijing had increasingly come to recognize. He is growing accustomed to my presence, as one does to air and water. However, this seemingly solid tranquility, constructed unilaterally by the tyrant, was soon disrupted by external turbulence. The kingdom of Yu dispatched envoys. When the news reached Wangshu Palace, Su Zijing was in the midst of copying a landscape painting. His brush faltered, and a drop of dark ink spread across the rice paper, ruining a significant portion of his work. He set down his brush, staring at the blotted mark, remaining silent for a long time. System 666. Warning, critical plot node triggered. The original host concerned for his homeland is facing a test of character. Please proceed with caution. Host. The old matron beside him bore an unmistakable look of worry. She, a long-standing member of the palace, understood the origins of the queen, as well as the implications the arrival of the envoy from his homeland carried for him, residing in the enemy's court with a sensitive identity. The matron hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Su Zijing raised his hand, silencing her. He approached the window, gazing at the clouds and the southern sky that connected him to the memories of his homeland, his hands subtly clenching in his sleeves. Maintaining his facade was a requisite of his mission, yet deep within, the bond to his native land that belonged to the original owner, along with his own awakened consciousness regarding his current predicament, intertwined fiercely. When Inzhou arrived that evening, his countenance bore a deeper gravity than usual. He dismissed the palace attendants and stepped before Su Zijing, scrutinizing him with piercing eyes, as if seeking any trace of emotions linked to his homeland that should not be present. The envoy from the Yu Kingdom has arrived. Inzhou spoke, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, ostensibly to celebrate the birthday of the emperor. Su Zijing lowered his gaze, concealing all emotions within, and replied coolly, "I am already aware. Do you wish to meet them?" Inzhou suddenly inquired, his tone feigning calmness, yet beneath it lay a palpable tension and a hint of probing. Su Zijing's heart sank slightly. This was a trap. Regardless of whether he expressed a desire to meet or not, it could incite Inzhou's suspicion. He raised his gaze to meet Inzhou's inquisitive stare, his tone steady, even imbued with a slight detachment. "Your Majesty's longevity warrants the attendance of all nations. As the Queen of the Yin Kingdom, I must adhere to court protocols. Whether to meet or not is entirely at your Majesty's discretion." He articulated no personal inclination, deftly returning the decision-making power to Inzhou, thereby upholding the Queen's duty without revealing undue concern for his homeland. Inzhou studied him for a moment, seemingly attempting to discern any flaw in his tranquil expression, but ultimately merely grunted, his meaning ambiguous. He did not pursue further inquiries. However, that evening, as they remained in Wangshu Palace, the silence felt more oppressive than ever, with the arm around Su Zijing's waist holding him particularly tightly. At the formal reception banquet, Su Zijing donned the intricate ceremonial garb befitting the Queen of the Yin Kingdom, seated slightly below Inzhou, exuding grace and an icy demeanor that contrasted starkly with the surrounding clamor. When a venerable envoy from the Yu Kingdom, a gentleman of around 50 with an elegant visage, approached with the ceremonial gifts, Su Zijing felt Inzhou's gaze upon him, as tangible as if it were a physical weight. The old envoy recited the congratulatory phrases, his voice imbued with the soft intonations characteristic of Southern scholars. Amidst a lengthy enumeration of the treasures being presented, he interjected a rapid, almost whispered phrase in the dialect of the Yu Kingdom. "The spring flood in Jiangnan raises concerns for the dikes. The people are anxious." His voice was so low it nearly drowned in the melodious sounds of the banquet, yet Su Zijing comprehended it. His fingertips dug sharply into his palm beneath the ample sleeves. Was this not merely a birthday greeting, but also a warning and a plea for assistance? He maintained an impassive facade, even his eyelashes remaining perfectly still, as if he had heard nothing. He sensed Inzhou's assessing gaze upon him. After the envoy withdrew, the banquet continued. The music was enchanting, the dances graceful. Yet Su Zijing felt as if needles were pricking at his back. He understood that Inzhou's spies were ever present, and the message relayed by the old envoy was unlikely to remain concealed. Indeed, once the banquet concluded, Inzhou deviated from his usual path to the study, instead following Su Zijing back to Wangshu Palace. As the palace doors shut, sealing off the outside world, Inzhou dismissed all the attendants, leaving only the two of them in the vast hall. He approached Su Zijing, his towering figure exuding an intense sense of oppression, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon him. "What did that old man say to you just now?" Su Zijing's heart tightened abruptly. He had indeed heard something, or, at the very least, had begun to harbor suspicions. He could neither acknowledge nor completely dismiss it. He raised his eyes, allowing a hint of bewilderment and a touch of grievance to grace his countenance. "Your Majesty, why do you speak thus?" The envoy merely delivered routine congratulations and a list of tributes. "I did not catch anything else." "Did not catch anything else?" Inzhou sneered, suddenly seizing Su Zijing's wrist with a grip so forceful that it elicited a slight frown from him. "Do not play games with me, Su Zijing. Your homeland must be in trouble, yes?" His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on dissecting his flesh to unveil the most genuine thoughts within. Su Zijing made no attempt to struggle against the grip. He simply turned his head slightly, his voice trembling imperceptibly yet maintaining a semblance of calm. "Since your Majesty has already made up his mind, I have nothing further to say. I am presently in the Kingdom of Yin, as your Majesty's Queen. The affairs of Yu Kingdom have no bearing on me." The last few words were uttered softly, yet imbued with a deliberate coldness that delineated boundaries. Injo scrutinized him, observing his forced composure, the slight tremor of his eyelashes, and the tightness of his lips. As the storm within his eyes surged with increasing intensity. Was it anger at his concealment, or irritation at this desperate attempt to distance himself, which only served to highlight his inner turmoil? He suddenly pulled Su Zijing closer, their noses nearly touching, their breaths audible. "What does it have to do with you?" Injo echoed his words, his voice low and dangerous, yet melodious. "Su Zijing, remember this. Everything you possess now is granted by me. Your heart can only reside with me. Should I discover that you still harbor thoughts of that place?" His unfinished statement was laden with a chilling threat. Su Zijing closed his eyes, long lashes casting fragile shadows beneath, and softly replied, "I would not dare." Injo regarded him, this figure of submission tinged with stubbornness, as the unnameable fire within him blazed ever more fiercely, yet he found no outlet for his fury. He suddenly lowered his head and fiercely pressed his lips against Su Zijing's, a kiss that bore no resemblance to previous acts of conquest, but rather felt punitive, infused with jealousy and unease, until the faint taste of blood filled his mouth, prompting him to release Su Zijing breathlessly. "You had better not dare." Injo roughly wiped away the blood at the corner of Su Zijing's lips with his fingertip, his gaze lingering on him for an extended moment before he turned and strode out of Wangshu Palace. Su Zijing remained rooted to the spot, only raising his hand to touch his stinging lips when the sound of the palace doors closing echoed in the silence, his eyes reflecting a chilling clarity. System 666. Character integrity facing scrutiny. Current score 75,100. Trust level of the target character fluctuating, jealousy and possessiveness rising sharply. It was indeed not so easy to pass. He understood that Injo's suspicions had not been entirely allayed. The troubles that loomed over his homeland weighed heavily upon his heart, like a burdensome stone. He walked to the window, gazing into the pitch-black night sky of the south. "Injo, while you desire my heart, have you ever considered that the bonds of the heart are not easily severed? This intricate game of loyalty and trust has entered a more complex and perilous phase with the arrival of the envoy from the homeland." Chapter 38. Chapter 18. Candor and Trust. After Injo departed, burdened with unspent resentment and palpable jealousy, the palace of Wangshu was once again enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. The palace maids walked on tiptoe, fearful of provoking the emperor's wrath, which could descend at any moment. Su Zijing sat alone in the inner chamber, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against his lips, still sore from Injo's biting, yet his gaze remained a frigid calm. The flickering candlelight cast his slender silhouette against the wall, stretching and contracting like shadows in a dance. System 666. Warning: trust level of target has declined. Possessiveness and desire for control have reached a dangerous threshold. The protagonist's commitment to maintaining the facade of loyalty to the homeland faces continuous scrutiny. "I know," Su Zijing coldly replied within his mind. He understood better than anyone Injo's suspicious and volatile nature. The envoy's whispered words at the banquet had pierced like a thorn into Injo's heart. If not promptly addressed, allowing suspicion to fester could render all previous efforts futile. "I cannot wait for him to investigate on his own, nor can I allow him to believe that I am concealing the truth." He needed to take the initiative to seemingly lay himself bare within the other's grasp, in exchange for a glimmer of hope, or perhaps even more. As night deepened, the palace clock ticked softly. Su Zijing estimated that Injo had likely concluded his urgent state affairs and returned to his chambers, yet he would certainly find no solace in sleep. Rising, he did not summon a maid for assistance, but instead donned a simple, unadorned robe, allowing his inky hair to cascade over his shoulders, accentuating his pale complexion, which exuded an air of fragility. He approached the writing desk, unfurling a blank sheet, yet he did not pick up the brush. He merely stood in silence, as if contemplating something profound. Then he turned and strode toward the palace door. "Your Highness?" The elderly matron stationed outside gasped upon seeing him emerge. particularly taken aback by his unadorned and solitary appearance. "Where are you headed? It is late." "I'm going to the Emperor's chambers." Su Zijing's voice was soft, yet it radiated an undeniable resolve. The matron inhaled sharply. "Your Highness, the Emperor has just retired. You risk invoking his wrath." "I am aware of my own heart," Su Zijing replied, bypassing her and continuing outward. His steps were measured, yet imbued with unwavering determination. The night breeze rustled his thin robe and dark tresses, his silhouette illuminated by the palace lanterns, appearing both courageous and imbued with a tragic sense of inevitability. The guards on duty were equally astonished to see him, wanting to impede his passage, yet were halted by the calm intensity of Su Zijing's gaze. "I must see the Emperor," he declared, his voice clear in the stillness of the night. The guards dared not act without permission and hurried inside to relay his request. Indeed, Inzhou had not yet retired. Sitting with a brooding expression at his desk, his fingers gripping a confidential report regarding military affairs at the borders of the Yu Kingdom. Upon hearing of Su Zijing's late-night visit, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a deeper, more menacing darkness. "Let him in." Su Zijing entered Inzhou's chamber. This place was even more desolate and austere than the Wangshu Palace, the air thick with the fragrance of dragon saliva and the lingering frigide de la bifitine en pro. Inzhou sat beneath the lamp, clad in dark garments, his ink-black hair framing a countenance as cold as ice, regarding her with the scrutiny reserved for a criminal. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" His voice betrayed no emotion, yet the suppressed fury within him was nearly palpable. Su Zijing offered no bow, merely pausing a few paces before him, lifting her gaze to meet his unwavering stare. The candlelight flickered in her clear eyes, reflecting a resolute candor akin to a gambler at his last desperate throw. "I have come to seek your Majesty's pardon," she began, her voice imbued with a barely perceptible tremor, yet each word was articulated with clarity. Inzhou raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, awaiting her elaboration. At the banquet, the envoy from the Yu Kingdom indeed spoke words that should not have been uttered. Su Zijing continued slowly, noting how Inzhou's gaze sharpened like a dagger. Yet she did not flinch, pressing on. She employed the dialect of the Yu Kingdom, referencing the spring floods in Jiangnan, the potential hazards to the levees, and the anxiety of the common folk. She laid bare the concealed words that had been intentionally obscured, presenting them to Inzhou without alteration. Inzhou's fingers tightened around the confidential report, knuckles paling. He fixed his intense gaze upon Su Zijing, a tempest brewing in his eyes. "You indeed heard. Why did you not speak then?" Su Zijing met his penetrating gaze, a faint, sorrowful smile gracing her lips. "I dare not speak." "Dare not?" Inzhou scoffed coldly. "Indeed, I dare not." Su Zijing lowered her eyelashes, her voice dimming under the weight of exhaustion and a hint of grievance. "I feared your Majesty might suspect my lingering feelings for my former homeland, worried that you might think my heart still clung to my old ruler. Unworthy of being the Queen of Yin, I trembled at the thought of inciting your Majesty's wrath and endangering the innocent people of the Yu Kingdom." Raising her gaze, a glimmer of moisture welled in her eyes, not feigned but a genuine response to her tumultuous emotions. "Your Majesty, I stand here now as the Queen of Yin. The kindness of the Yu Kingdom, where I was born, I cannot forsake, yet I am acutely aware of who now reigns over me, who is my true refuge." She stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, tilting her head to look up at him. Her voice, though choked with emotion, was remarkably clear. "After much contemplation and restless nights, I deemed it better for your Majesty to hear this from me directly, rather than learn of it elsewhere and harbor suspicion. My heart, your Majesty may scrutinize as you wish. I desire nothing more than for you to trust me. Just this once." With that, she gradually knelt, not in a posture of pitiful supplication, but in one of complete surrender, willing to face judgment. Her slender frame trembled slightly upon the cold ground, her disheveled hair obscuring much of her face, revealing only her delicate neck and quivering shoulders. Inzhou observed her kneeling before him, absorbing the astonishing candor of her confession. The anger and suspicion that had once surged within him were curiously mitigated by a more complex emotion. He had not anticipated Su Zijing would come forth of her own accord, nor could he have foreseen her forthright revelation of such a secret. Most surprising of all was that her motive for confessing stemmed from a fear of his distrust and a concern for the innocent. Her words, a blend of truth and deception, struck at the very core of Inzhou's concerns, loyalty and control. He did not immediately bid her rise, but instead remained silent, gazing at her. Within the hall, only the crackling of the flames and Su Zijing's suppressed, faint gasps could be heard. After a long pause, Inzhou finally spoke, his voice still deep, yet infused with a hint of softness. Do you understand the consequences of deceiving your sovereign? I do, Su Zijing replied, lowering his head, his voice muffled. I am willing to accept any punishment. Inzhou rose and stepped before him, casting a shadow that enveloped Su Zijing entirely. He extended his hand, not in anger, but somewhat roughly lifted Su Zijing's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Remember the words you spoke today. Inzhou's eyes were like the most precise chisel, carving every nuance of emotion etched upon Su Zijing's face. Your fate is solitary. Your home lies here in solitude. Should I discover even a hint of deceit? There is no deceit, Su Zijing interjected, his eyes clear and resolute, embodying a determination akin to a last stand. Inzhou observed him for a long while, as if he sought to imprint this moment into the depths of his soul. At last, he exerted his strength, lifting Su Zijing from the ground and pulling him into his embrace. It was an embrace unlike any before, still powerful, yet devoid of destructive intent. Instead, radiating a sense of affirmation. I alone shall handle matters concerning the kingdom of you. Inzhou's voice resonated from above, carrying the distinct coldness of an emperor. You need not concern yourself further. Do not dwell on it. He did not explicitly state his trust, nor did he express doubt. Yet the tacit approval of Su Zijing's presence, coupled with an imperceptible hint of reassurance in his embrace, spoke volumes. Su Zijing buried his face against Inzhou's solid chest, closing his eyes and allowing his body to relax, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. System 666. Trust level with target character has risen. Crisis averted. Emotional connection significantly enhanced due to honest behavior. A gamble won. He understood that this was not complete trust, but rather a reprieve born from the tyrant's regained sense of control following his voluntary surrender. Yet at least he had crossed this threshold. And perhaps within Inzhou's cold heart, a small, sincere seed named Su Zijing had taken root. The night stretched on, and the path to happiness seemed to have gained an additional stepping stone, paved with danger and calculation. Chapter 39. The coronation ceremony. Su Zijing's honesty that night acted as a potent elixir, though it did not entirely cure Inzhou's deep-seated suspicion. It succeeded in chiseling a narrow crevice in the ice wall surrounding his heart, allowing light to seep through. Inzhou refrained from further discussion regarding the flooding in the kingdom of Yu, but through subtle inquiries made by an elderly matron, Su Zijing learned that the Yin court had swiftly dispatched a shipment of river management supplies and skilled craftsmen under the guise of neighborly assistance to aid the kingdom of Yu. This action stirred some murmurs within the court, yet Inzhou silenced them with an iron fist. No longer did he require Su Zijing to play the role of a mere shadow, nor did he isolate him from the world. Instead, he began to envelop him more directly and indisputably under his wing, proclaiming his ownership. The zenith of this proclamation was the long-awaited coronation ceremony, which sent ripples throughout the court and beyond. When the news broke, the entire Yin court, and even the former dynasty, erupted in astonishment. A prince, once regarded as a mere substitute from a defeated nation, is poised to ascend as the legitimate and unparalleled queen of the Yin kingdom. This unprecedented turn of events shatters established conventions and disrupts numerous vested interests. The conservative officials, led by Lin Mayerin and his kin, have repeatedly petitioned with fervent rhetoric, even resorting to threats of death. Nevertheless, Inzhou's resolution leaves no room for reconsideration. Dissenters are dismissed, and those who threaten their lives are expelled from the palace. Their voices crushed under the weight of the emperor's absolute authority and ruthless measures. What he seeks has never been the approval of the masses, but but rather their absolute obedience. On the day of the grand ceremony, before dawn, Su Zijing is awakened. A procession of palace maids and eunuchs enters in a steady stream, attending to his bathing, incense, and dressing. The intricate, heavy black ceremonial robe of the queen, adorned with golden thread depicting celestial bodies and elaborate phoenix motifs, is layered upon him, almost suffocating him. The moment the 12 tassels of the white jade crown are placed upon his head, the cascading pearls obscure part of his vision, isolating him from the world beyond, leaving only the immediate realm. He is guided to the vast square before the ancestral temple. As the sun rises, its golden rays illuminate the white marble-paved square and the dignitaries standing solemnly on either side. Banners flutter, and the atmosphere is thick with a sense of solemnity. Inzhou, seated high upon the 9-tiered dais in resplendent black ceremonial attire, gazes down with penetrating eyes that find Su Zijing, who is steadily advancing along the imperial path. Su Zijing lowers his gaze to the golden-threaded carpet beneath him, each step taken with utmost steadiness. He senses countless eyes upon him, curious, scrutinizing, envious, and resentful, but he remains undistracted, his focus solely on the man at the end of the steps, the one who holds his fate in his hands and whom he is quietly transforming. The officiant's voice rises, resonating across the square, reciting the lengthy and archaic proclamation. Su Zijing kneels in accordance with the rites, listening, and then bows again. Finally, he ascends the 9-tiered steps, halting beneath the imperial throne. Inzhou rises, receiving the golden phoenix seal, symbolizing the queen's authority, from the officiant's hands. He slowly approaches Su Zijing, standing just a step away, their eyes locking in a moment heavy with significance. Inzhou's gaze is as profound as the sea, swirling with a familiar, fiery possessiveness, yet now tinged with an earnest, almost solemn glimmer. He extends his hand, not handing the seal directly to the officiant, but presenting it personally to Su Zijing. Su Zijing, his voice, though not loud, resonates clearly across the silent square, imbued with the undeniable authority of an emperor. Accept the seal. Su Zijing raises his hands, and as his fingertips brush against the cold, weighty phoenix seal, a barely discernible tremor courses through him. He steadies himself to accept it, the heavy burden feeling like more than just a ceremonial artifact. It embodies Inzhou's distorted yet profound sincerity. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He bows his head, his voice calm and unruffled, carrying through the beaded curtain. Inzhou gazed at his lowered profile, obscured by the beaded curtain, and suddenly reached out, gently parting the swaying pearls to reveal Su Zijing's entire handsome yet pallid visage, fully exposed to the sunlight and his fervent gaze. This act, deemed improper, stirred a subtle commotion among the officials below. However, Inzhou remained unperturbed. His fingertips lightly brushed against Su Zijing's cheek, a gesture imbued with a near tenderness, starkly contrasting his usual cold and domineering demeanor. From this day forth, Inzhou's eyes swept over the silent assembly of officials, ultimately returning to Su Zijing's face. His voice resolute and unwavering, akin to a solemn vow. "You, Su Zijing, are the one and only empress sharing this vast realm with me, in life and in death, united in the same bed, even in our graves." These words, reverberating with thunderous intensity, echoed in every ear present. This proclamation transcended mere coronation. It was an almost obsessive declaration binding their fates irrevocably together. At that moment, Su Zijing's heart raced uncontrollably. He lifted his gaze, meeting Inzhou's eyes, which seemed to ignite his very soul. Within that unfathomable darkness, he perceived a fervent obsession named eternity. System 666. Target's happiness index significantly elevated. Core world mission happiness progress surpasses 70. Host's influence reaches its zenith. After a brief silence, the officials finally reacted, swiftly kneeling in unison, their cheers resounding like a tempest. "Long live your majesty! Long live! Long live! Long live the empress! Long live! Long live!" Their voices surged like a tide, engulfing the two standing high above. Inzhou grasped Su Zijing's hand that held the phoenix seal, leading him to face the prostrated subjects and the sprawling palace. Sunlight bathed them in a resplendent halo. Clad in dark robes with ink-black hair, they stood side by side, one exuding an aura of divine authority, the other radiating an ethereal coolness, creating a strangely inviolable harmony. Su Zijing felt the warmth of Inzhou's palm on the back of his hand. Gazing at the dense crowd below and the endless expanse of territory beyond, his heart a tumult of emotions. Once a prisoner, a mere substitute, today he stood at the pinnacle of power, adorned with the most esteemed title. Is this the utmost glory and possession he can offer? Following the ceremony was a grand palace banquet. Su Zijing sat beside Inzhou, graciously receiving congratulations from all quarters, maintaining a composed demeanor, though the slight tightening of his lips and occasional distracted gaze revealed his inner turmoil. Inzhou appeared to be in high spirits, even indulging in more drinks than usual. No longer did he scrutinize Su Zijing with a constant gaze. Instead, beneath the table, he discreetly held Su Zijing's hand resting on his knee, his fingertips gently caressing his cool skin, conveying a silent, almost soothing intimacy. As the night deepened and the banquet concluded, Inzhou took Su Zijing's hand, walking step by step towards the newly adorned chambers of the empress, all under the respectful gaze of the palace attendants. Inside, the red candles blazed brightly, exuding a celebratory warmth. Inzhou dismissed all the palace attendants, and the doors of the hall closed behind him, sealing off the outside world. He turned and gazed at Su Zijing, who stood in the center of the hall. Still clad in that heavy ceremonial robe, his expression profound. Approaching him, he raised his hand, this time with great deliberation, and slowly removed the weighty crown, placing it aside. Next, the layers of the intricate robe were shed, until only the plain white garment remained. Su Zijing remained quietly still, allowing him to act like a delicate porcelain doll. As all symbols of identity and power were stripped away, Inzhou beheld the slender and authentic Su Zijing before him, a figure that belonged solely to him. And the turbulent emotions within his eyes finally surged forth. He reached out, cradling Su Zijing's face, his thumb gently caressing the furrowed brow. His voice husky with the effects of wine and an uncontainable emotion. "Now, you are mine." It was not a command of an emperor, but a declaration of possession tinged with a sigh of satisfaction, utterly complete, from status to person, all mine. Su Zijing lifted his gaze to meet his. In the candlelight, Inzhou's features seemed to soften, and the tumult beneath his eyes revealed something more complex and fervent than mere brutality. He remained silent, slowly closing his eyes, a wordless consent. Inzhou leaned down and kissed his lips. This kiss was no longer a punishment or a theft, but rather an exploration imbued with a near-reverent tenderness. Meticulously tracing the shape of his lips, savoring his shallow breaths, as if tasting a once-lost, exquisite treasure. As the kiss deepened, Su Zijing's body trembled slightly. The hands that had hung by his side unconsciously grasped the fabric at Inzhou's waist. This path seemed to finally reveal a glimmer of light ahead. The red drapery fell silently, shrouding the room in a haze of intimacy. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, quietly cascading over the palace that had just witnessed a grand ceremony. The era of the substitute had come to a definitive close, while Su Zijing's entangled life as the empress with the tyrant had only just begun. Chapter 40. The definition and withdrawal of happiness. The coronation ceremony served as a clear watershed, irrevocably dividing Su Zijing's existence in the Yin kingdom into two distinctly different phases. The weighty ceremonial robe and the cold phoenix seal not only conferred upon him status and honor, but also functioned as an invisible lock, binding him more tightly to Inzhou and this northern court. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, this lock did not bring about a more suffocating confinement. Rather, it unlocked a peculiar and slowly flowing tranquility. Inzhou remained the decisive and fearsome tyrant who made the courtiers tremble, yet within the confines of the Jiaofeng Hall. In that space that belonged solely to the two of them, his oppressive wrath gradually dissipated. He no longer regarded Su Zijing as an object to be constantly wary of or chastised, but instead grew accustomed to his presence, much like one becomes accustomed to the rhythm of their own breath. He would remember that Su Zijing disliked overly intense incense, thus in the pepper room. Only the elegant Suha fragrance was burned throughout the year. He would notice the fleeting hint of melancholy that occasionally surfaced as Su Zijing perused the records of Yugua's landscapes, prompting him to discreetly arrange for more books and paintings from Jiangnan to be brought forth, even transplanting several cold-resistant green bamboos into the courtyard. On one occasion, after Su Zijing casually mentioned a refreshing dessert from Jiangnan, he tacitly permitted a chef from Yugua to enter the palace, solely to replicate that taste from memory. In his own clumsy way, he was attempting to fill the void labeled as homeland. These subtle changes permeated silently. Su Zijing was no longer a mere substitute existing only through fierce resistance or meticulous calculation. He had become an integral and essential part of Yinzhou's life. In this lengthy game, Su Zijing also underwent a quiet transformation. He remained cool and aloof, but no longer bore the initial coldness laced with despair and wariness. He began to genuinely engage with the books sent by Yinzhou, and when playing the guqin, he no longer exclusively played the mournful tunes of nostalgia. Occasionally, he would venture into the vast melodies of the northern lands. Though not yet skilled, they bore a unique charm. Even during moments when Yinzhou was troubled by border skirmishes or court disputes, Su Zijing would silently offer him a perfectly brewed, calming tea, or make a seemingly casual move on the chessboard that surprisingly often unraveled the stalemate. Between them, an unspoken understanding formed, requiring no excessive words. A glance, a subtle gesture, could convey their sentiments. Yinzhou remained taciturn, yet the gaze he directed at Su Zijing harbored a fervent possessiveness that had not diminished, but rather deepened, infused with a tenderness he himself had not yet realized, bordering on dependence. Time flowed like water through these seemingly mundane days. Seasons changed. The green bamboos in the courtyard sprouted new leaves, only to be blanketed by white snow. Su Zijing observed the fine lines etched on Yinzhou's brow from the burdens of state affairs, catching glimpses of the genuine fatigue that occasionally surfaced when he shed his imperial facade before her. The ice wall in her heart, initially constructed solely for the sake of duty, had unknowingly melted away significantly over time. The system's cold prompt echoed in her mind, detected that the emotional state of the target character is consistently stable, with a sustained sense of happiness at peak levels. Core world mission, Yinzhou's happiness completion rate, 99. Host emotional investment exceeds expectations. Su Zijing's hand, poised over the chess pieces, hesitated momentarily. Exceeds expectations? She lifted her gaze to Yinzhou, who was deeply engrossed in contemplating his next move. The candlelight softened his harsh contours, and within those eyes, usually brimming with power and calculation, only the chessboard and her reflection were mirrored at that moment. Indeed, when had she ceased to regard Yinzhou merely as a task to be accomplished? Was it the moment he shielded her from the startled horse? Or when he awkwardly endeavored to erase every trace of the moon's influence within the palace? Or perhaps, amidst the countless unremarkable days and nights spent together, that twisted sense of possession had subtly infiltrated their lives, transforming into an indelible bond that was difficult to relinquish? It's your turn. Yinzhou's deep voice interrupted her thoughts. Su Zijing lowered her gaze and placed her piece on the board. Yinzhou gazed at the chessboard, his brow slightly unfurling, revealing a hint of a faint smile, a narrow victory. Su Zijing also curved her lips ever so slightly. In that moment, there were no sovereigns or subjects, no emperors or empresses, only the two individuals at either end of the chessboard. Years passed, and under Yinzhou's iron-fisted rule, the state of Yin flourished, gaining the allegiance of all corners of the realm. Though his reputation for brutality remained largely intact, it was well known throughout the court that the cool and taciturn Empress Su was the sole person capable of tempering his ferocity and calming his restless spirit. On an ordinary autumn afternoon, the warm sunlight bathed the Pepper Hall in a golden hue. Yinzhou, seldom indulged with leisure, reclined on a soft couch by the window, a scroll of unfinished memorials in hand. Su Zijing sat beside him, gently fanning him, her gaze lingering on the strands of silver threading through his hair. A peculiar tranquility settling in her heart. She sensed that the moment was drawing near. The System 666. Target's happiness level has reached 100. World task completed. Prepare for extraction. The system's voice echoed once more, imbued with a sense of conclusion. Su Zijing lowered her fan and, with the utmost gentleness, brushed aside a stray lock of hair from Inzhou's forehead. Her touch roused him from his light slumber. Inzhou opened his eyes, meeting the proximity of Su Zijing's gaze. For a fleeting moment, confusion flickered in his eyes, quickly transforming into a profound tenderness that threatened to drown one in its depths. He grasped the hand Su Zijing attempted to withdraw, pressing it against his cheek, quietly inquiring, "What is it?" Su Zijing looked at him, shaking her head, tightening her hold on his hand, softly replying, "It is nothing. I merely feel that time is serene, and that is enough." Inzhou studied her for a long while before slowly responding, "With you here, all is well." The two fell into silence, nestled together, savoring the last warmth of the afternoon sun. Su Zijing felt vitality gradually ebbing from her body, akin to the retreating tide. She experienced no panic, only a sense of relief that followed the completion of a task, accompanied by an unexpected pang of reluctance. She lifted her gaze, taking one last earnest look at Inzhou, as if to etch his image deep into her soul. Inzhou seemed to sense something amiss. He tightened his grip on her hand, a flicker of imperceptible panic flashing in his eyes. "Zijing?" Su Zijing offered him a faint yet profoundly genuine smile, akin to ice melting and spring blossoms unfurling. "Inzhou," she softly called, no longer addressing him as Your Majesty, "if there's a next life." Her words trailed off, and her gaze began to blur, her grip on Inzhou's hand gradually loosening. In a sudden rush, Inzhou embraced her tightly, feeling the chill of her body seep into his embrace, a wave of uncontrollable, immense panic and sorrow surging in his typically cold eyes. He did not scream or rage. Instead, he buried his face deep into the hollow of Su Zijing's neck, trembling violently, as if he had lost the entire world. "Zijing," he rasped, his voice fractured and pained. Su Zijing's spirit gently detached from her body, hovering in the air as she watched the emperor below, who clung to her as if all strength had been stripped away in an instant. World task: the tyrant's substitute empress has been completed. Task completion assessment, SSS level. Commencing task reward settlement. Detecting abnormal energy resonance. Analyzing. Successfully recovered and merged soul fragment of violent desire X1. Current soul integrity, 10. Fragment attributes. This fragment enhances the host's perception and resonance with intense emotions and protective instincts. A wave of warmth, reminiscent yet distinctly different from before, infused his soul. It felt more fervent, imbued with a power that had once been suppressed, now transformed into a guardian force. The sensation was clearer than the last. Su Mian's consciousness gradually coalesced within the system's space, observing the two golden light points within his soul, the first representing Gu Chen's obsession, the other embodying Inzhou's ferocity. They did not repel each other. Rather, a peculiar harmony emerged. The clarity of these two fragments intensified. Teleportation ready. Preparing to enter the third world. S-Class Professor's forbidden object. A new journey was about to commence, and Su Mian's curiosity, heightened by the integration of the second fragment, grew increasingly pronounced. Chapter 1. Becoming a humanoid, calming agent. Excruciating pain pierced through him, akin to an invisible ice spike relentlessly drilling into his temples, churning violently within his very essence. Su Mian's consciousness was forcibly yanked from a state of chaos by the agonizing torment that tore at his soul, his heavy eyelids struggling to part. As he opened them, he was met with blinding, stark white light. He found himself reclining on an ergonomically designed metallic chair, its touch chilling to the bone. His wrists, ankles, and forehead were firmly restrained by flexible metal rings. The frigid sensation pressed against his skin. More alarming were the slender, translucent tubes, shimmering with a ghostly blue hue. One end connected to his temple and wrist vein, while the other extended to a nearby, complexly structured apparatus that emitted a low hum. Within the tubes, faint glimmers of liquid were being drawn slowly and steadily from his body. With each extraction, the weakness emanating from the depths of his soul and the piercing headache intensified. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectants and a peculiar, cooling liquid, devoid of any warmth. Where was his place? His last recollection lingered on the moment Gu Chen's world met its end, his soul being reclaimed by System 666, poised for the next mission. Warning: Host soul is experiencing severe mental rejection during fusion with vessel. Initiating emergency stabilization protocol. The cold electronic voice of System 666 resonated urgently within Su Mian's mind. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness like a flood unleashed from a dam, impossible to resist. The world he currently inhabited was one of advanced interstellar technology. The original owner of this body was a rare individual named Su Mian, known as a guide. His sole value lay in the fact that he was the only known entity within the entire empire capable of achieving a high compatibility with S-class psychic users. Specifically the empire's chief scientist, Ling Zhao, and able to soothe his tumultuous psychic energy as a humanoid calming agent. Ling Zhao, a treasure of the empire, possesses a formidable mental prowess capable of propelling technological advancements. However, this mental strength is plagued by extreme instability, with periodic eruptions of psychic turmoil potent enough to obliterate small starships. Upon the discovery of the original host, they were forcibly conscripted to become Ling Zhao's exclusive possession. The final fragment of memory reveals the original host, after an intense session of mental guidance, experiencing the harrowing sensation of their consciousness being wholly devoured and assimilated by Ling Zhao's cold, colossal, and destructive mental force. The despair of their self being erased ultimately shattered this youthful body, causing their awareness to dissipate in an ocean of unending terror. Current world, S-class professor's forbidden pet. Main task: ensure the target, Ling Zhao, attains a lifetime of happiness. Secondary task: maintain the fragile persona of a selfless guide. System 666 swiftly issued the task. Severe warning: the target, Ling Zhao, prioritizes rationality, is emotionally detached, and harbors an inherent aversion to guides, viewing them merely as necessary tools to preserve his sanity and facilitate research. The host's actions must be executed with utmost caution. Su Mian struggled to process this information. Internally, a selfless and fragile guide. Understood, it necessitates portraying a delicate flower swaying in the wind, one he may wish to pluck and feel pity for. He attempted to move a finger, only to elicit a colder response from the metallic ring. The luminous flow within the conduit persisted, while waves of headache and weakness crashed over him, assaulting his recently stabilized consciousness. S-class professor? Mental guidance? A mere tool? TSK. This identity is far more direct and cruel than the previous world's physical confinement. At that moment, the heavy alloy door of the laboratory slid open with a soft sound, revealing a tall man, clad in a meticulously tailored silver-gray uniform. With a rigid shoulder line and buttons fastened to the very top, he exuded an air of authority. His visage was exceedingly handsome, yet sculpted from the hardest ice, devoid of any superfluous expression. A pair of frameless glasses perched on his nose, behind which lay rare silver-gray eyes, resembling a desolate expanse cloaked in ancient snow. Calm, hollow, devoid of any warmth characteristic of humanity. He entered without casting a glance at Su Mian, and an invisible, suffocating mental pressure enveloped the room, intensifying the throbbing in Su Mian's already aching head. This was Ling Zhao. He proceeded directly to the control console, his elongated fingers swiftly tapping on the screen, retrieving the data transmitted from the conduit moments earlier. His movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any redundancy, akin to a flawlessly operating machine. The compatibility rate stabilized at 987 with a 0.3 percentage point increase in guidance efficiency compared to the previous session. He spoke, his voice as frigid and direct as his gaze. akin to the reading of a scientific report. However, the synchronization of mental fluctuations still faced interference. At last, his gaze shifted from the screen to rest upon Su Mian, who felt a jolt of alarm as the hair on their neck stood on end. That gaze was not one meant for a person, nor even for a living being. It was a pure, extreme scrutiny reminiscent of a scientist observing cells in a petri dish or an engineer inspecting a component of a precision instrument. Su Mian's heart raced wildly within his chest, driven by an instinctive fear that arose when a living being confronted a superior predator. This sensation was far more immediate and merciless than any forced romantic narrative he could craft. Ling Zhao approached, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silent laboratory. He halted before the metallic chair, gazing down upon Su Mian with an air of superiority. The cold lenses of his glasses reflected the overhead light, obscuring the true emotions concealed within his eyes. Your mental fortitude. Ling Zhao's gaze swept across Su Mian's pale, sweat-drenched visage and the slight curl of his body, a manifestation of suffering. His tone remained unchanged, devoid of warmth. Not pure enough. Aznir, pure. To deal with a rational iceberg like you, what is required is a precisely administered virus, not purity. He raised his hand, his fingertips hovering just above the conduit connecting to Su Mian's forehead. A more potent, frigid mental force, akin to fine needles, unceremoniously attempted to penetrate Su Mian's mental landscape. Su Mian emitted a brief cry of pain, his body tensing involuntarily as if struck by an unseen electric current. Even with his limbs restrained, a violent struggle ensued. The sensation was 100-fold more agonizing than mere extraction of mental energy, as if his brain were being forcibly laid bare for examination. Ling Zhao frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Su Mian's intense reaction and the inadequately pure mental barrier. He withdrew his mental probe and his hand. Before our next session, adjust your state, he coldly declared, as if the previous near violation of mental space were merely a routine calibration. I have no need for inefficient tools. With that, he cast one last indifferent glance at Su Mian before turning towards the control panel, beginning to document the data he had just gathered, leaving Su Mian with a cold, distant figure that felt eternally out of reach. Slumped in the frigid metallic chair, Su Mian gasped for breath, his back soaked with cold sweat. The points where the conduits connected at his wrists and forehead throbbed with a dull ache. The remnants in his mind were the sensations of Ling Zhao's cold, orderly mental force, devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if he had been swept away by a torrent of metal. Tools? Efficiency? Ling Zhao, you are indeed colder than the data suggested. Yet this only adds to the challenge, does it not? He gazed at the figure absorbed in the world of data, a mix of shuddering and extreme excitement quietly unfurling from the depths of his heart. System 666. Initial impression of target. Inefficient tool. Trust level 0. Please, host. Reverse the situation promptly. Su Mian slowly closed his eyes, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth, hidden from Ling Zhao's view. Not pure enough. Inefficient. Just perfect. He would ensure that this rational, supremacy-driven S-level professor would come to experience firsthand what it meant to wield fragility as a blade and dependency as poison, gradually eroding his sanity and dismantling his principles until he willingly offered all his attention and chaotic fervor to this so-called inefficient tool. Chapter 42. Chapter 2. The Cold Protocol of Utilization. The metallic ring clicked lightly, releasing the restraints. Su Mian nearly collapsed as he slid from the frigid chair, his feet touching the ground, eliciting a wave of dizziness that forced him to steady himself against the adjacent instrument console. Deep within his mind lingered the lingering pain and humming sensation from the forcible extraction of his mental energy and the intrusive examination by Ling Zhao's mental probe. Still reeling from the ordeal, the alloy door slid open once more. This time, it was not Ling Zhao who entered, but a young man clad in a silver-gray uniform reminiscent of military attire, yet more aligned with Ling Zhao's design. He stood tall and upright, his features composed, yet his gaze was piercing, his lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air of undeniable rigor and a barely perceptible scrutiny. He was Ling Zhao's aide, Zhou Ming. Sumian, guide. Zhou Ming's voice mirrored his expression, stiff and devoid of emotion. In his hand, he held a sleek photon panel. In accordance with Professor Ling Zhao's directives and Article 7, Section 3 of the Empire's Special Talent Recruitment Act, I am here to inform you of the behavioral regulations that you are to adhere to strictly. Instinctively, Sumian straightened, his fingers curling unconsciously against the cold edge of the instrument console, his eyelashes casting a fragile shadow upon his downcast eyes as he softly replied, "Yes." Here comes the manual for tool usage. Zhou Ming seemed unsurprised by his compliance and began to recite the guidelines monotonously. First, you are not to approach the core research areas where Professor Ling Zhao is located without summons, including but not limited to the main laboratory, private lounge, and data analysis center. Second, when mental guidance is required, you must cooperate unconditionally and promptly, with no excuses for delays. Third, during the guidance process, you are to completely open your mental landscape, without any reservations or barriers, to ensure maximum efficiency. Fourth, your daily life and activities will be arranged by me. Without permission, you are not to engage with any external information or communication devices. One by one, the cold stipulations felt like invisible shackles, strictly confining Su Mian's range of movement, mannerisms, and even the freedom of his thoughts. His existence had been distilled into mere lines of text on the slender photon panel, a living apparatus, ever ready to offer his mental energy unconditionally. After reciting the regulations, Zhou Ming closed the photon panel, his gaze settling on Su Mian's still pale face, emphasizing in a bureaucratic tone, "These regulations pertain to Professor Ling Zhao's mental stability and the advancement of vital imperial research projects. It is imperative that you remember them. Any violations will be regarded as a detriment to the Empire's interests, and you will bear the consequences." With his head bowed, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, Su Mian appeared both fragile and submissive. He responded softly, "I understand. I will comply. Unconditional cooperation? Complete openness? Ah, reste assured. I shall comply beyond your expectations." Zhou Ming seemed somewhat satisfied with his demeanor, his tone softening slightly. "Your lounge is in the adjacent B7 area, where nutritional supplements will be delivered at scheduled intervals. Now, please follow me to familiarize yourself with your surroundings." The so-called B7 area was merely a small suite connected to the main laboratory, scarcely better than a cage. Aside from a bed, a rudimentary sanitary unit, and a delivery port for liquid nutritional supplements, it was nearly devoid of furnishings. The walls are cold, a stark metallic hue, devoid of any embellishment, save for the relentless and unwavering light that emanates from above. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the first formal guidance test will take place. Before departing, Zhou Ming made one last request: to be adequately prepared and to ensure that one's mental faculties are at their optimal state. The door closed behind him with a dull thud. Su Mian approached the room's sole window, which was in fact a vast one-way display screen, simulating the grandeur of the outer cosmos. Vast, splendid, yet chillingly illusory. He raised his hand, fingertips gently grazing the frigid surface of the screen. System 666. The side mission Selfless Sacrifice of the Fragile Guide has been activated. Please establish this persona during the initial formal guidance. At 3 o'clock sharp, Su Mian was escorted back to the main laboratory by Zhou Ming. This time, he was not bound to a chair, but rather seated in a relatively comfortable chair designed for mental guidance. Ling Zhao stood at the control console, making final adjustments to the complex energy flow diagrams displayed on the screen. He did not even spare Su Mian a glance. "Commence," Ling Zhao commanded, his voice cutting through the air devoid of any emotion. Su Mian inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. He attempted to carefully guide his mental energy as he remembered from the original host's memories, striving to reach out and soothe the vast and frigid metallic storm. However, Ling Zhao's mental energy proved far more aggressive and exclusionary than he recalled. It felt akin to a droplet of water attempting to merge into a tempestuous whirlwind composed of countless sharp metallic fragments. The moment his mental energy approached, It was mercilessly torn apart and repelled. Synchronization rate is 5 percentage points below baseline. Mental fluctuations exceeding acceptable noise levels. Ling Zhao's icy voice resonated, laced with evident displeasure. The repellent reaction intensifying. Su Mian, focus your attention, eliminate distractions. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Su Mian's forehead. Distractions? My sole distraction is how to perform this act flawlessly. He endeavored to maintain the output of his mental energy, striving to appear dedicated and focused. Yet Ling Zhao was evidently unsatisfied. Your efficiency is lacking. He interrupted once more, this time turning to face Su Mian directly, his silver-gray eyes piercing through his spectacles. Sharp and fixed on Su Mian's face, which had paled from exertion. Your mental fluctuations are unstable, rife with unnecessary emotional disturbances. This is a waste of my time. He raised his hand, seemingly intent on forcibly intervening again, to rectify Su Mian's mental output in a more aggressive manner. At that moment, Su Mian suddenly opened his eyes. His complexion was alarmingly pale, lips devoid of color, and his eye sockets slightly reddened, his light brown irises clouded with confusion, grievance, and a hint of stubbornness he was struggling to maintain. He gazed at Ling Zhao, his voice quivering slightly, as if he had summoned all his courage. Yes. EMC, Professor E. I'm just a bit scared. He seemed unable to continue, tilting his head slightly, his slender fingers gripping the armrest of the chair tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. He resembled a small creature driven to the brink, too frightened to resist, merely exhibiting the most primal form of fear. Scared? Ling Zhao repeated the word, his tone ambiguous, neither questioning nor declarative. Escrutanos Sumian. His gaze lingering momentarily on the redness of his eyes and the slight tremor of his lips. Beside them, Zhou Ming furrowed his brow, evidently disapproving of such emotional displays as unprofessional and in need of correction. Ling Zhao lowered the hand he had raised slowly. He refrained from any further intrusive mental interventions, yet offered no comfort. He simply redirected his attention to the control panel, swiftly recording observations, while coldly instructing, today's testing concludes here. Zhou Ming, escort him back. Yes, Professor. Zhou Ming promptly replied. Ling Zhao hesitated briefly, adding without turning back, should he remain in this state during the next session, administer a stabilizer. A stabilizer? The very term suggested something far from benign. Su Mian's body quivered almost imperceptibly. A stabilizer? Do they intend to reduce me to a mere thoughtless tool? He was half supported, half led by Zhou Ming out of the laboratory. As he approached the exit, he cast a glance back. Ling Zhao remained before the luminous screen, his tall figure cold and detached, as if the preceding moment of pause and his concern with the word fear had never transpired. Upon returning to the chilling confines of Area B7, Su Mian collapsed onto the bed. System 666, first counseling evaluation, failure. The subject impression remains unchanged. Warning: if the efficiency of counseling does not improve, the host may face enforced mental stabilization procedures. Su Mian raised a hand, vigorously rubbing his cheeks, dissipating the expression of frailty and helplessness that had graced his features moments before. He approached the screen depicting a simulated starry sky, gazing at its artificial brilliance. Fear? Indeed, I do feel a twinge of fear. Fear that you, this iceberg, are not melting swiftly enough, Professor Ling Zhao. The initial attempt appeared to have failed. Yet he had successfully cast a stone named emotion into the realm of Ling Zhao's unwavering rationality. Even if it merely stirred a trifling ripple, it affirmed that this fragile path was not entirely impassable. Next time, he would ensure that the ripple spread even further. Chapter 43, Chapter 3. Deliberately calculated weakness, the mental stabilizer loomed like the sword of Damocles above Su Mian. He understood that Ling Zhao was resolute. Should the next counseling session be deemed inefficient, he would not be met with gentle measures. The nutritional supplement delivered by Zhou Ming tasted like chewing wax, and Su Mian sipped it slowly, his mind racing as he replayed the previous failure. Ling Zhao demanded absolute efficiency, devoid of emotional interference. The original owner's timid and fear-laden approach to counseling was evidently inadequate. His own attempts to concentrate had only garnered worse evaluations. Rejection of emotional interference? Ling Zhao, what you truly reject are uncontrolled emotions. But what if it is the emotions you require? A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He would orchestrate a performance that would inflict harm upon himself to delight others, transforming each counseling session into a testament of selfless devotion. The second formal counseling session arrived as scheduled. Ling Zhao stood once more at the control panel, his silhouette tall and frigid. Zhou Ming stood to the side, his gaze scrutinizing, akin to overseeing the operation of a delicate instrument. Commence. Ling Zhao's command remained succinct as always. Su Mian closed his eyes. This time, he did not clumsily attempt to merge into the metallic tempest as he had previously. He entirely relinquished the methods of the original host. He recalled the subtle expressions and postures from Gu Chen's world that could evoke a sense of protectiveness, weaving that fragility into the guidance of his mental energy. No longer did he strive to resist the coldness and exclusivity of Ling Zhao's mental force. Instead, he directed his own mental energy to transform into an exceedingly gentle, warm stream, imbued with a hint of timidity. This stream no longer sought to plunge into the heart of the storm. Rather, it cautiously entwined itself around the periphery of Ling Zhao's mental force, akin to vines wrapping around a mighty tree, delicately aligning with its inherent frigid trajectory, slowly and meticulously untangling the threads of energy that had become slightly chaotic due to the upheaval. This method of guidance was extraordinarily taxing, demanding immense concentration and a nuanced control over mental energy. Su Mian had to perpetually maintain the guise of gentleness and warmth, not allowing a single trace of his own emotions, which could be deemed noise, to escape. On the control panel's display, the data began to shift. The synchronization rate rose to the baseline. Ling Zhao's icy voice resonated, devoid of discernible emotion, yet at least it had ceased to decline. Zhou Ming's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Su Mian sensed that Ling Zhao's originally repellent mental force showed a faint decrease in resistance to his harmless yet effective contact. The cold metallic torrent remained formidable, yet it no longer tore at him with the same destructive force as before. Yes, accept it, become accustomed to it. The guidance proceeded smoothly. Su Mian's complexion began to pale gradually. This was not a facade. Maintaining such a high-precision, performative guidance was immensely draining on his mental energy, causing fine beads of cold sweat to emerge at his temples. As the guidance neared its conclusion, and the turbulence at the outermost edge of Ling Zhao's mental force was fundamentally subdued, Su Mian knew the moment had arrived. He covertly intensified the output of his mental energy, allowing that warm stream to dim and thin abruptly, as if exhausted, just as it completed the final touches of untangling. Simultaneously, he emitted a deeply suppressed groan, tinged with pain from his throat. His body lurched suddenly, not backward, but forward, leaning weakly as if all strength had drained away. His face turned as pale as parchment. Even his lips lost their final hue of color, as if all vitality had been siphoned away in that recent sacrifice. The direction of his fall aligned perfectly with Ling Zhao's position. Ling Zhao, who had been intently focused on the changes in the display, instinctively reached out his arm the moment that warm body was about to touch the ground, catching him deftly. Su Mian's forehead collided squarely with Ling Zhao's cool, hard uniform, enveloping him in a faint, chilling aura that belonged to Ling Zhao, mingled with the unique scent of disinfectant prevalent in the laboratory. Unlike the icy demeanor of his mental prowess, the chest of his body radiated warmth, its sturdy strength palpable through the fabric. Su Mian leaned weakly against him, eyes tightly shut, her long, dense eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a fragile butterfly. His breath became shallow and hurried, the entirety of his being feeling weightless, as though devoid of any mass. Ling Zhao's arm stiffened. He was accustomed to engaging with the coldness of data and instruments, to wielding his mental power in intangible confrontations. Yet he had seldom, if ever, experienced such direct physical contact with another entity particularly one that had just been engaged in intricate mental operations, now seemingly so fragile that the slightest touch could shatter it. Su Mion's mental energy waned significantly in his perception, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, standing in stark contrast to the warm flow that had effectively organized his own mental power moments before. Zhou Ming was also taken aback, instinctively stepping forward. "Professor." Ling Zhao did not immediately push Su Mian away, nor did he respond to Zhou Ming. His silver-gray eyes lowered, resting upon the pallid face of a youth in his arms, his gaze behind the lenses inscrutable. The arm that encircled Su Mian's shoulders distinctly felt the sharp outline of the scapula beneath the thin fabric and the subtle tremor. Such a significant depletion. The data would not reveal the truth of this frailty, but the tactile sensation of the body in his embrace, along with the diminishing mental waves, was painfully evident. After several seconds, Ling Zhao spoke in a steady voice, devoid of emotion. "Excessive consumption of mental energy. Take him back to rest and administer double the nutritional supplements." "Understood," Zhou Ming replied immediately, stepping forward to take Su Mian from Ling Zhao's arms. Just as Zhou Ming's hand was about to make contact with Su Mian, Ling Zhao subtly shifted his body, evading Zhou Ming's action, still cradling Su Mian and half carrying him toward the laboratory's entrance. "Monitor his vital signs and the recovery of his mental energy," Ling Zhao instructed Zhou Ming, simultaneously opening the door to Area B7. His movements were not particularly gentle, yet neither were they harsh as he placed Su Mian onto the simple bed. Su Mian sank weakly into the bedding, his eyelashes fluttering as if attempting to open his eyes, but lacking the strength to do so. Ling Zhao stood by the bed, gazing down at him for a moment before turning away, departing without a backward glance. The door closed behind him, leaving Su Mian alone in the room. He did not awaken immediately, maintaining his comatose posture until he was assured that the footsteps outside had faded away. Then he slowly opened his eyes. No trace of weakness or confusion remained in his gaze. Instead, it was filled with the cold calm of the most astute hunter, accompanied by a hint of triumphant amusement. He lifted his hand, gently brushing against the forehead that had just rested against Ling Zhao's chest, where the cool sensation of the uniform and a whisper of body warmth still lingered. System 666. The target's perception of the host tool attributes has experienced a subtle shift. Trust level 5. Completion of side quest has been preliminarily enhanced. Did you feel that, Professor Ling Zhao? This weakness was born for you. Will you, next time, extend your hand to catch me? He turned over, facing the fall screen that simulated a starry sky. The cold laboratory seemed to retain a trace of inconsequential yet tangible warmth, a remnant of that fleeting contact imbued with warmth. He understood that a small fissure had been carved into that icy wall. Chapter 44. Part 4. The silent germination of dependence. The taste of the double nutrient solution remained as insipid as ever, akin to swallowing a meticulously calculated chemical substance. Su Mian sipped slowly, feeling the energy gradually flow into his limbs, mending the genuine exhaustion incurred from his previous performance. Leaning against the frigid headboard, his gaze fell upon the smooth metallic surface of the wall opposite, where his pale and tranquil reflection was vaguely mirrored. System 666. Target individual. Ling Zhao's attention towards the host has increased. Data analysis. His concern for the host's weakened state post-guidance surpasses the conventional threshold for attention to guidance efficiency. It is advised that the host reinforces this behavioral pattern. Su Mian lowered his eyelashes, the corners of his mouth imperceptibly curving upward. It appears that weakness stirs his rational nerve more than efficiency. In the ensuing days, Ling Zhao did not proceed with the next guidance session immediately. Su Mian relished the leisure, spending his days in Zone B7, either staring blankly at the artificial starry sky or curling up in bed, hovering between sleep and wakefulness. He deliberately maintained an aura of languor as if recovering from a grave illness. Even when Zhou Ming brought the nutrient solution daily, his movements were deliberately more sluggish, as if conserving the strength to lift his hand. Zhou Ming meticulously reported these observations to Ling Zhao. Vital signs had returned to normal levels. Mental fluctuations stabilized. Yet behavioral activity remained low, indicating that he had not fully recovered from the previous exertion. Zhou Ming stood before Ling Zhao's experimental station, reporting with precision. Ling Zhao was adjusting a sophisticated energy confinement field generator. Without pausing in his task, he responded with a faint acknowledgement, indicating his awareness. Zhou Ming hesitated, adding, "Professor, should we urge him to proceed with the next guidance session promptly?" "Project progress." "No need." Ling Zhao interrupted, his silver-gray eyes, framed by lenses, fixated on the stable, rotating blue glow at the core of the generator. The stability of the data was more crucial than a blind pursuit of progress. Ensure his condition is optimal before proceeding to the next session. Zhou Ming was somewhat taken aback. Professor Ling Zhao had always prioritized research progress and seldom delayed experiments due to the state of a tool. He bowed his head. "Yes, I understand." 2 days later, the new guidance day arrived. This time, as Su Mian entered the main laboratory, he keenly sensed a difference. Beside the guidance chair stood a small energy replenishment device, radiating a gentle blue light. Though it appeared to be yet another cold instrument, its very presence suggested a preemptive measure for his potential weakness. "Oh, prepared with emergency measures in advance?" "Professor Ling Zhao, you are a touch more considerate than I had imagined." Ling Zhao remained at the control console, not turning around. Zhou Ming stood a short distance away, his gaze shifting between Su Mian and the new device, his expression complex. "Begin." The command was as succinct as ever. Su Mian closed his eyes, skillfully entering a state of focus. He repeated the strategy from last time, transforming his mental energy into a warm, gentle stream, meticulously untangling the frigid tempest of metal. This time, he executed the process with even greater finesse, demonstrating precise control over the expenditure of his mental power. He sensed that Ling Zhao's mental energy no longer exuded the absolute repulsion it once did, although still cold and formidable. It seemed to grant a tacit approval for his harmless contact, and as his mental stream traversed particularly chaotic zones, that immense force exhibited a subtle, almost instinctual cooperation. "The adaptation is progressing?" "Excellent." The guiding process unfolded more smoothly than before, with the synchronization data on the screen consistently maintaining above the baseline, occasionally even experiencing slight ascents. As the session neared its conclusion, Su Mian employed the same tactic once more. He covertly manipulated his mental energy, allowing the final stream to flicker and wane like a flame running low on oil after completing the last node of untangling. His complexion rapidly paled, and his body trembled slightly, portraying a more convincing portrayal of weakness than the previous performance, exuding a sense of exhaustion akin to a bowstring at its limit. He leaned forward. Almost instantaneously as his body swayed, a strong arm reached out, steadying him by the shoulder and halting his descent. It was Ling Zhao, who had somehow left the control panel and stood beside the guiding chair. His movements were swift, imbued with an anticipated urgency. Su Mian's forehead once again pressed against the cool, firm texture of the uniform chest. This time, the proximity was greater. He could faintly hear the steady rhythm of Ling Zhao's heartbeat resonating through the chest cavity, each beat striking his eardrums. Unlike the previous awkwardness, Ling Zhao's arm only hesitated momentarily at their initial contact before encircling Su Mian's frail shoulders with a grip that, though not gentle, was sufficiently sturdy to support most of his weight. Su Mian leaned weakly against him, eyes tightly shut, breathing shallow and rapid. This time, he did not fully succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, with a flicker of remaining awareness, his delicate fingers instinctively lifted, gently grasping a small section of fabric from Ling Zhao's uniform. The movement was subtle, imbued with a sense of dependency, akin to a drowning person clutching the only piece of driftwood. Ling Zhao's body tensed imperceptibly for a moment. He could distinctly feel the gentle tremors of the body in his embrace, the warmth of Su Mian's forehead resting against his chest, and the icy, slender fingers grasping at his collar. This posture of complete reliance, reminiscent of a fledgling bird, starkly contrasted with his understanding of how tools should behave. The data confirmed that the guidance had been successfully completed, meeting efficiency standards. Yet, the sensations conveyed a different message. This tool was fragile, capable of depleting its strength due to his demands and unconsciously seeking his support. Zhou Ming stood a short distance away, watching this scene unfold, his face once again reflecting disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately bowed his head in silence. The professor's actions had transcended the bounds of his comprehension and commentary. Ling Zhao did not immediately push Su Mian away, nor did he attempt to pry apart the fingers that clutched his collar. He maintained his embrace, standing still, his silver-gray eyes lowered, gazing at the pale, fragile profile of the youth in his arms and the faintly trembling eyelashes. The depth of his gaze, veiled behind his glasses, was profound and inscrutable, concealing turbulent emotions beneath its surface. The laboratory was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of machinery and Su Mian's deliberately softened, pitiful breaths. It felt as though an eternity had passed, or perhaps merely a fleeting few seconds, before Ling Zhao finally moved. Instead of releasing Su Mian, he bent slightly, his other hand slipping beneath the boy's knees, and with a gentle yet firm motion, he lifted Su Mian entirely into his arms. To Ling Zhao, Su Mian's weight felt as light as a feather. This sudden, weightless state nearly disrupted Su Mian's composure. Instinctively, he buried his face deeper into Ling Zhao's neck, tightening his grip on the fabric of his collar. Ling Zhao, cradling him, walked steadily towards the laboratory door and instructed Zhou Ming to initiate the deep recovery mode in his room, postponing the next guidance session. Understood, Professor, Zhou Ming promptly replied, hastening to open the door to Zone B7. Ling Zhao gently laid Su Mian on the bed. His movements were not overly tender, yet he ensured to avoid any potential jostling. As he straightened, preparing to withdraw, Su Mian's unconscious grip on his collar remained unyielding. Ling Zhao hesitated for a moment, then reached out, his fingertips delicately prying apart Su Mian's fingers one by one. The coolness of his fingertips contrasted with the warmth of Su Mian's skin, evoking an unusual sensation. Once released, Su Mian's fingers fell limply on his sheets. Ling Zhao glanced at the seemingly slumbering youth before turning to exit the room. As the door closed, Su Mian immediately opened his eyes. He raised the fingers that had just been pried apart, examining them closely. The tips still held a trace of the coolness and slight calluses from Ling Zhao's touch. Then, he rolled over, burying his face into the pillow, which bore the scent of disinfectant, and silently chuckled, his shoulders gently shaking. System 666. Behavioral patterns of the target have deviated. The host's perception of the tool's attributes is further shaken. Trust level at 10. A faint inclination of protectiveness has been detected in the target. Princess Carrie Ling Zhao. It's over for you. You are beginning to treat me in ways beyond mere data logic. He understood that the seed named dependency had quietly and successfully taken root in the long-frozen wasteland. Though it remained small for now, he was confident it would take root, sprout, and eventually break through the ice. Chapter 45. A trap thoughtfully laid. The warmth brought by the deep recovery mode was but an illusion once it faded. The coldness of Zone B7 seeped into his very bones. Su Mian sat on the bed, hugging his knees, as the simulated starlight cast flickering shadows across his face. Ling Zhao's Princess Carrie, in that fleeting moment of stillness, resembled a stone cast into an icy lake. After the ripples faded, the surface appeared to regain its tranquility. Yet beneath the water, certain elements had quietly transformed. System 666. Notice, target character behavior database updated, incorporating unnecessary physical contact and delayed guidance directives. Analysis. Minor fissures in rational logic detected. Su Mian gently exhaled, a silent smile blooming amidst the swirling mist. Fissures? What I desire is a dam burst. He understood that he could not continuously rely on this feeble tactic. Ling Zhao was a top-tier scientist. Repeated exposure to the same stimuli would yield diminishing returns and might even arouse suspicion. He needed to be more proactive and intimate, embedding himself deeper into Ling Zhao's work and daily life. The opportunity lay with Zhou Ming. This adjutant was meticulous and loyal, Yet it was precisely his rigor that made him susceptible to being led astray in certain details. His admiration for Ling Zhao was nearly blind. Any presence that might disrupt the professor's research would be perceived as a threat. Initially, there was rejection, but now, having witnessed Ling Zhao's extraordinary attention towards Su Mian, this rejection perhaps mingled with an imperceptible sense of crisis. The following day, Zhou Ming arrived punctually with a nutritional supplement. Instead of immediately accepting it, as usual, Su Mian lifted his gaze, timidly glancing at Zhou Ming, his voice fragile. "Deputy Adjutant Zhou, may I ask a question?" Zhou Ming paused, his brow instinctively furrowing. But upon seeing Su Mian's cautious demeanor, as if summoning all his courage, he replied stiffly, "Speak. It concerns Professor Ling Zhao's mental energy wave frequency." Su Mian carefully chose his words, his eyes radiating a pure and inquisitive light. "During my last guidance session, I sensed that near the third quadrant, the chaos of energy strands seemed to exhibit some intermittent regularity. If I could understand some foundational data better, perhaps next time I could collaborate more effectively with the professor, minimizing unnecessary consumption." The area he mentioned was indeed a relatively stable, yet critically significant point during Ling Zhao's mental energy surges. The original host's memory held a vague impression of it, but had never delved deeply. Zhou Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Mian would inquire about this. A mere tool was contemplating how to optimize its efficiency of use for the better service of the professor. This rationale precisely struck Zhou Ming's soft spot. Anything beneficial to the professor's research fell within his consideration. Furthermore, Su Mian's mention of reducing consumption resonated with the frailty he had previously observed. He fell silent for a few moments, seemingly weighing his options. Ultimately, the absolute preservation of Ling Zhao's interests overshadowed his personal disdain for Su Mian. He activated his portable photon panel, retrieving non-core yet foundational framework data of the mental energy field's public model, presenting it to Su Mian, his tone remaining cold. "This portion is public information. You may reference it, but recording or disseminating it is prohibited." "Thank you." Su Mian's face instantly lit up with a grateful, childlike smile, as if he had received a sweet treat, his hazel eyes shimmering with delight. He leaned closer to the photon panel, attentively examining the data, his fingers unconsciously tapping on several energy nodes, softly murmuring to himself as he endeavored to comprehend. Zhou Ming gazed at his focused profile, the earnest determination to excel evident upon his features, and the flicker of doubt and resistance within him seemed to wane slightly. Perhaps this guide truly sought to fulfill his duties with unwavering loyalty? Indeed, the profound allegiance to Ling Zhao presents the most promising avenue for Zhou Ming. On the next guidance day, Ling Zhao stood before the control console, the data streaming across the screen more intricate than ever before. He had recently embarked on a high-precision energy simulation that demanded exceptional stability of his mental faculties. Su Mian sat in the guidance chair, closing his eyes. This time, the flow of his mental energy was no longer merely a gentle, obedient entanglement. As he navigated to the familiar rhythmic nodes within the third quadrant, he guided the flow, opting not to calm the turbulence directly as he usually did. Instead, he subtly attempted to simulate a stable resonant frequency from the fundamental model Zhou Ming had shown him. This frequency exhibited a slight compatibility with Ling Zhao's unique mental characteristics. In that fleeting moment of experimentation, Ling Zhao's previously stable mental field experienced a barely perceptible fluctuation. It was not a rejection, but rather a faint tremor of resonance. The node that would typically require considerable effort to stabilize smoothly settled instead. On the screen, the curve representing the stability of that area abruptly surged upward, surpassing previous records. Ling Zhao halted his fingers above the virtual keyboard, turning to face Su Mian. For the first time during the guidance process, his silver-gray eyes locked on his Su Mian with direct and unwavering focus. "You adjusted the guidance frequency," he stated, his tone still flat, yet Su Mian detected a subtle, unfamiliar ripple within it. It was a blend of inquiry and affirmation. Su Mian, startled, suddenly realized what he had done. A wave of panic washed over his face. and he quickly lowered his head, his fingers nervously intertwining as he stammered. Yes, I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to. After our last session, I reflected on the foundational model vice officer Zhou showed me and thought perhaps I could try this here. Did I do something wrong? He looked up. His eyes slightly reddened, resembling a child awaiting judgment for a misdeed, yet a faint glimmer of longing for approval flickered within the depths of his gaze. Zhou Ming, standing nearby, stiffened slightly at the mention of his name. Ling Zhao's gaze lingered on Su Mian's anxious face for a moment before sweeping over the noticeably optimized data point on the screen, ultimately returning to Su Mian. There is no error, Ling Zhao replied, his tone reverting to its usual neutrality, though the content of his words startled Zhou Ming. Efficiency has increased by 73. This adjustment is feasible. He shifted his attention back to the screen, his long fingers swiftly inputting commands, seemingly formalizing Su Mian's inadvertent attempt into the guidance model's data records. Proceed, he commanded, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. Su Mian exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing he had taken the right gamble. He acknowledged my cleverness. He promptly responded, closing his eyes once more to continue his guidance. This time, however, as his mental energy flowed past that pivotal node, he instinctively maintained the adjusted frequency. The subsequent process of guidance unfolded with remarkable ease. At the conclusion, Su Mian feigned an appropriate degree of weakness, his complexion pale and his body slightly swaying as planned. Almost instantaneously, at the moment of his unsteady motion, Ling Zhao's arm extended effortlessly to steady him at the waist. The gesture bore a near-instinctual proficiency, even more swift and natural than the last occasion. Su Mian leaned against him in a state of exhaustion, this time opting not to clutch at his garment, but instead resting his forehead gently upon Ling Zhao's shoulder, his breaths faint. Ling Zhao gazed down at the soft, tousled head resting against his shoulder, the air around them infused with the boy's clean, gentle scent, which starkly contrasted with the sterile atmosphere of the laboratory. He could feel the slenderness of Su Mian's waist and the cool temperature radiating through the fabric. Zhou Ming observed in silence, this time devoid of any inclination to step forward. He simply regarded Su Mian with a gaze laden with intricate emotions. This guide seemed to comprehend far more about influencing the professor than he had anticipated. Ling Zhao did not immediately push Su Mian away. Instead, he adjusted his posture to provide greater comfort. Then, addressing Zhou Ming, he instructed in an emotionless tone, record the frequency correction data from the third quadrant just now. Additionally, grant him Level 1 access to the non-confidential foundational theoretical literature on mental fields. Zhou Ming's pupils constricted at the mention of Level 1 access. This implied that Su Mian would have the opportunity to delve into more extensive and profound materials. He lowered his head, concealing the shock in his eyes. Understood, Professor. With that, Ling Zhao supported Su Mian and escorted him back to Area B7. Before departing, he cast a glance at the seemingly unconscious youth on the bed, murmuring a barely audible comment, akin to a soliloquy or a form of confirmation. It is to reduce consumption. The door closed. In the darkness, Su Mian opened his eyes, clarity filling his gaze. System 666. The target's perception of the host's tools continues to weaken, recognizing the host's subjective agency. Trust level 15. A self-consistent tendency is detected in the target's logical chain, rationalizing the host behavior. See, Ling Zhao, even you're helping me find excuses. What a perfect pretext for reducing consumption. You will gradually become accustomed to my consideration and thoughtfulness, until one day you realize that your research, your rationality, and even your life have been eroded by my sweetly deceptive intentions, leaving you vulnerable. He turned over to face the cold wall, as if he could see through it to the equally cold man in the adjacent laboratory. The trap had been laid, the bait exuding a sweet aroma, and the prey was steadily advancing toward the center. Chapter 46. Chapter 6. The perfect collapse. The tranquil days flowed silently through the laboratory like the constant currents of air. Su Mian acquired first-level access to foundational theoretical literature, his thirst for knowledge insatiable. He often found himself immersed in the ethereal blue glow emitted by the photon panel. occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation of a complex concept, only to be illuminated by sudden clarity, a genuine spark of pure curiosity shimmering in his eyes. He resembled a sponge cast into the frigid sea, greedily absorbing everything about this unfamiliar world, particularly pertaining to mental power and all aspects of Ling Zhao's research domain. This knowledge served as the warp and weft for weaving greater traps. Zhou Ming observed his diligence, and during reports, his tone bore fewer traces of the previous rigidity, infused with a subtle recognition. After all, a guide striving to enhance himself to better serve the professor was far more agreeable than a mere quaking burden. Ling Zhao, however, remained indifferent, engrossed in the vast sea of data and experiments, as if Su Mian's existence were merely an optimized variable in his equation. Yet, Su Mian sensed a shift. Ling Zhao's gaze lingered upon him longer, especially when he was absorbed in the literature, that scrutiny transforming from mere assessment to a curious observation of an unknown phenomenon. System 666. The target's attention to the host's learning behavior continues to rise. Analysis. In their cognition, the host is transitioning from a static tool to a growth variable. Growth variable? Ah, I shall make you witness how this variable evolves into a constant that will upend your entire world. The disruption occurred on a seemingly ordinary afternoon. Ling Zhao was undertaking a high-risk stability test of dimensional energy fissures, a task demanding exquisite precision in his mental control, where even the slightest fluctuation could lead to catastrophic energy backlash. As usual, Su Mian was studying literature in the adjacent B7 area when suddenly, a piercing alarm, sharp enough to rend the very soul, shattered the soundproof walls, leaving his eardrums vibrating. Instantly, a colossal, chaotic surge of destructive mental energy, akin to an uncontrollable tsunami, surged from the direction of the main laboratory. It was Ling Zhao's mental upheaval, more intense than any previous occurrence. The photon panel slipped from Su Mian's hands and clattered to the ground. It was not fear that caused this action, but the sheer force of the impact rendered his mind blank, a tremor from the depths of his soul, nearly incapacitating his thoughts. Warning: high concentration of chaotic mental energy, field detected. Host vessel is in extreme discomfort. Immediate mental barrier defense is advised. The System 666 issued an urgent alert. Almost simultaneously, the door to B7 was flung open, revealing Zhou Ming, his face ashen, his tone unprecedentedly frantic, even tinged with panic. Su Mian. Quickly. The professor. He need not finish. Su Mian had already steadied himself against the wall, unsteadily rising to his feet. His complexion had turned pale from the sudden onslaught, his heart racing wildly within his chest. An opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He glanced at Zhou Ming, whose light brown eyes vividly mirrored genuine terror, yet deep within burned a near-maniacal resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he stumbled out of Zone B7, racing towards the eye of the tempest of psychic energy. The scene within the main laboratory resembled an apocalyptic nightmare. The energy containment field generator flickered ominously with a red glow, while several sophisticated instruments emitted faint arcs and crackled ominously. Ling Zhao stood at the heart of the storm, his hands pressed firmly against the control panel, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. He bit his lip tightly, his silver-gray eyes swirling with chaos and anguish, teetering on the brink of losing control. The collar of his meticulously arranged uniform was torn open, and strands of hair, soaked with sweat, clung to his pale skin. He spotted Su Mian rushing in, his pupils dilating in shock, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, but a more violent wave of psychic force surged forth, causing him to grunt softly and stagger. "Professor," Su Mian called out, his voice tinged with desperation and reckless courage. Unlike the original host, he did not falter. Instead, he lunged forward, not towards Ling Zhao, but towards the guiding seat, nearly collapsing into it. He closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing his instinctual psychic barriers, and poured his relatively feeble psychic energy, unreservedly, into the tumultuous metallic storm like a moth drawn to a flame. At the moment of contact, an unimaginable agony engulfed him. It felt as though he had thrust his consciousness into a high-speed shredder. Ling Zhao's previously cold psychic energy now surged with a searing intensity, threatening to tear everything asunder. Su Mian's psychic essence was almost instantly torn asunder, yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he felt genuine blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, the result of biting his tongue in response to the intense mental pain. He recalled every fragment of knowledge he had acquired during this time, every subtle characteristic of Ling Zhao's psychic field, abandoning any pursuit of gentle guidance. Instead, he transformed his psychic energy into the purest cushion and conduit, desperately and clumsily attempting to redirect the raging torrent toward a safer outlet. His face turned as pale as parchment, cold sweat saturating the fabric of his back, his body trembling violently in the seat as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Yet he pressed on, his light brown pupils dilating from the depths of agony and concentration, reflecting Ling Zhao as gradually clarifying silver-gray eyes, which were emerging from the chaos. Ling Zhao watched him, the frail youth who, in the heart of a storm potent enough to shatter any guide's psyche, burned himself for his sake, utterly selfless. Time seemed to elongate infinitely. When the final surge of violent energy was laboriously channeled into the emergency release pathway, the alarms in the laboratory gradually subsided, and the suffocating psychic pressure receded like a receding tide. Su Mian's psychic energy had waned to a point of near invisibility. He had accomplished it. He had reached the limits of what a self-sacrificing, fragile guide could achieve. Then, as if he had finally exhausted the last vestige of his strength, or perhaps completed his final act, his body suddenly slackened, and he tumbled forward from the guiding seat. This time, he was not pretending. The intense mental exhaustion and the jarring impact of genuine suffering plunged his consciousness to the brink of semi-unconsciousness. Just before he completely lost awareness, he sensed a pair of arms, infused with an unprecedented and somewhat trembling strength, catching his plummeting form with remarkable force. It was Ling Zhao. He rushed in, nearly colliding with Zhou Ming, who attempted to assist, and tightly enveloped Su Mian in his embrace, as if to confine him entirely. Su Mian's cheek pressed against his damp chest, which throbbed with fervent heartbeat. He could detect the potent, icy scent that belonged to Ling Zhao, along with a faint hint of metallic tang, an echo of his own bitten tongue. With feeble effort, he fluttered his eyelashes, and through his blurred vision, he discerned Ling Zhao's silver-gray eyes, which were alarmingly close. Within them, the eternal frost seemed to have been violently shattered, revealing distinct cracks of astonishment, disbelief, and an unprecedented emotion that resembled panic, surging within. Su Mian's lips moved slightly, as if he wished to utter something, but only a faint gasp escaped him before his head tilted and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the fleeting second before his awareness sank into darkness, he distinctly heard Ling Zhao's typically steady and frigid voice, now laced with an unfamiliar, almost torn rasp, roaring in his ear, "Su Mian." Following this was Zhou Ming's frantic voice, "Professor, his vital signs are declining. The fluctuations in his mental energy are rapidly dissipating." Ling Zhao abruptly lifted his gaze, his shattered ice-gray eyes instantly suffused with bloodshot veins. He tightened his grip around Su Mian as if to meld him into his very being. Addressing Zhou Ming, or perhaps the entire laboratory, he unleashed a roar, suppressed yet imbued with palpable menace. "Save him, at all costs." System 666. The target's rational barriers have sustained severe damage. Emotional modules exhibit violent fluctuations. Trust level at 30. Protective instincts are soaring. Mixed emotions of strong possessiveness and panic detected. Before losing consciousness entirely, Su Mian's final thought was, "I have won." This meticulously orchestrated collapse, with himself as the wager, had finally derailed the vessel named Ling Zhao, which had never strayed from its course. And after the storm, what lay ahead on the path? Chapter 47. The cracks in the iceberg consciousness felt as if it were submerged in a frigid abyss, surrounded by silent darkness and pressure. Time became an enigma as a faint glimmer of light and the incessant, rhythmic sound of dripping began to tether Su Mian back to reality. His initial sensation was not pain, but an omnipresent, bone-deep weariness, as though every muscle and vestige of mental energy had been utterly drained. Next, he perceived the soft touch of fabric enveloping him and the lingering scent of antiseptic, more potent than that of the laboratory. He gradually opened his heavy eyelids, acclimating to the gentle illumination that was far from blinding. Instead of the cold metallic ceiling of Zone B7, he was greeted by a gentle, simulated natural light illuminating the surroundings. He lay upon a medical bed far wider and more comfortable than the previous one, connected to several flexible sensors monitoring his vital signs, emitting rhythmic beeping sounds. The room remained simple, yet was evidently a higher standard medical observation chamber. An upgrade in treatment, he attempted to move his fingers, only to be met with a wave of weakness. "You are awake." A calm, unwavering voice resonated beside the bed, startling Su Mian. Turning his head, he beheld Ling Zhao seated in a chair at his bedside, clad in a pristine silver-gray uniform with hair meticulously arranged. His face bore the customary cold mask, as if the man who had earlier spiraled into panic amidst the tempest of psychic energy was merely a figment of Su Mian's imagination. However, Su Mian keenly observed the subtle tension in Ling Zhao's fingers resting upon his knees, and beneath the icy depths of his silver-gray eyes, there seemed to be a shift, a hint of complexity intertwined with his scrutinizing gaze. "Professor Su Mian," he began, his voice hoarse and dry. Instinctively, Su Mian attempted to prop himself up, only to collapse back down, a flicker of embarrassment and anxiety crossing his pale, fragile face. Ling Zhao remained still, refraining from issuing commands to stay put as he had before. Instead, he simply watched Su Mian, observing the minute changes in his expression and the slight tremor of his lashes due to weakness. Vital signs are stable. The core of psychic energy is 17 damaged. Recovery will require time. Ling Zhao reported the data, yet his gaze never strayed from Su Mian's face. "Why did you rush in?" His question was direct and cold, akin to a scalpel. Su Mian appeared taken aback by the blunt inquiry, his eyes flickering as he instinctively averted his gaze, fingers anxiously tugging at the white bed linens. His voice lowered, tinged with a sense of grievance and fear. I didn't think much of it when the alarm rang. Vice Officer Zhou was very anxious about me. I only knew you needed me." He lifted his head, a sheen of moisture clouding his light brown eyes. Not an act, but genuine frailty and emotional turmoil stemming from surviving the ordeal. Did I make a mistake again? Did I make things worse for you?" That gaze, pure and untainted, brimmed with genuine concern and self-doubt. Ling Zhao's fingers, resting upon his knees, curled ever so slightly. The data indicated that Su Mian's actions were the direct cause of his own severe injuries. Yet, it was this irrational act that had forcibly pulled him back from a psychic upheaval far beyond anticipated intensity, preventing even graver consequences. The logical chain was unmistakably clear. The tool, in protecting its subject, was damaged, affirming its loyalty and worth. No, it seemed to transcend mere value. He recalled the astonishing lightness of Su Mian when he had embraced him, and in his psychic perception, the faint wave that flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish. An unfamiliar sensation, akin to an error in program execution, had briefly disrupted his core logical operations. "No." Ling Zhao averted his gaze, directing it to the monitoring screen flashing with data beside him. His voice remained steady. "You did exceptionally well." The word "very good" emerged from his lips with an unusual rigidity, as though he were unaccustomed to employing such subjectively charged terminology. Su Mian appeared to relax slightly at this affirmation, yet his feeble body remained curled in on itself. The temperature regulation system in the medical room seemed to be set a tad too low, causing tiny goosebumps to rise on his exposed arm, eliciting a gentle shiver. This subtle movement did not escape Ling Zhao's notice. He rose silently, approaching the control panel on the wall, and deftly adjusted several parameters. A barely perceptible warmth seemed to flow through the medical room as the temperature gradually ascended. After completing these adjustments, he did not return his seat, but instead stood at the bedside, gazing down at Su Mian. His tall figure cast a shadow, enveloping Su Mian within its embrace. "Rest well," he commanded, though after a brief pause, he added in a tone softened by gravity, "There will be no tasks assigned until you fully recover." With that, he did not linger, turning on his heel and departing the medical room, his steps steady yet slightly hurried. The moment the door closed, the fragile unease etched upon Su Mian's face gradually faded, replaced by a weary yet understanding tranquility. System 666. The behavioral logic of the target exhibits contradictory points. Their instrumental positioning regarding the host has significantly wavered. Trust level 25. It has detected a redefinition of the relational model with the host. Are you beginning to doubt yourself, Ling Zhao? The moment you attempt to rationally analyze an irrational behavior is when your descent begins. After a while, the door to the medical room was gently pushed open once more, revealing Zhou Ming. He held a cup containing a moderately warm, advanced nutrient solution specifically designed for mental recovery. His expression was complex. The prior scrutiny and rejection in his gaze towards Su Mian had nearly vanished, replaced by a blend of gratitude, guilt, and a hint of reverence. Su Mian, the nutrient solution, Zhou Ming placed it on the bedside, his tone unusually gentle, even tinged with caution. "It was thanks to you this time." Su Mian managed to muster a weak smile, shaking his head. "This is what I should do." "Deputy Officer Zhou, is the professor truly all right? I feel as though I've caused him considerable trouble." "No, not at all," Zhou Ming promptly refuted, his tone almost urgent. "The professor's condition has stabilized. But you—" He paused, observing Su Mian's pallid complexion and the unmistakable fatigue in his eyes. "The professor instructed that you should rest here peacefully. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Su Mian obediently nodded, sipping delicately from the nutrient solution, refraining from further speech. Zhou Ming stood by, contemplating the youth who had seemingly traded half his life to restore the professor's stability, his mind a tumult of emotions. He had previously harbored doubts regarding Su Mian's motives, even considering the use of a mental stabilizer. In hindsight, it seemed he had been overly narrow-minded. This guy, perhaps, truly exhibited a pure and instinctive reliance on and protection of the professor. Maybe the professor's special regard for him is not without reason. After Zhou Ming's departure, Su Mian reclined once more, gazing at the ceiling. The medical room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of the machinery. The air still carried a trace of Ling Zhao's chilling cedar scent, mingling with the antiseptic aroma. He understood that the icy wall had been breached, leaving a distinct, undeniable fissure in its wake. Ling Zhao had begun to take note of his feelings, adjusting the room temperature, granting him privileges beyond mere utility, such as access to a superior medical suite and the suspension of tasks, even using non-data-related words to assess him, like good. Although all of this remained shrouded beneath his rational exterior, the crack had undeniably formed. Su Mian closed his eyes, feeling waves of weakness radiate from the depths of his body, yet the corners of his mouth lifted in the faintest of smiles. "How perplexing this must be for you, Professor Ling Zhao. When you finally untangle your thoughts, you will discover that this fissure has grown into a symbiotic vine you can no longer extricate yourself from." Chapter 48. Section 8. The observer's gaze. The days in the medical observation room unfolded as if set to a slower tempo. Su Mian oscillated between a heavy slumber and a state of frail wakefulness. The superior nutritional solutions and meticulous care facilitated a gradual recovery of his physique. Yet the damage to his mental core resembled deep cracks on parched earth, requiring time to mend. He lay like a wounded creature in hiding, quiet and compliant, mostly with eyes closed and breath shallow. Only when Zhou Ming periodically delivered nutritional solutions or the doctor came for examinations did he feebly open his eyes, swallowing with effort or responding to simple inquiries with those hazel eyes still tinged with fatigue. However, he was not entirely oblivious. At some point, Su Mian began to sense a gaze upon him. Unlike Zhou Ming's businesslike demeanor or the doctor's professional scrutiny, this gaze was more serene and focused. imbued with an almost scholarly curiosity. Initially, he dismissed it as an illusion. It was not until he awoke from a light slumber one day, his lashes fluttering, that he caught a glimpse of a tall, silver-gray figure fleetingly standing at the doorway of the medical observation room. It was Ling Zhao. He did not enter, but lingered at the threshold, a silent observer. Su Mian could even feel that gaze resting upon the slightly open collar of his gown. Upon his hands, now gaunt and with knuckles more pronounced, draped over the quilt, and upon his eyelids, which fluttered gently with each breath, adorned with long lashes. So you have begun to observe me? Not through the data screen, but in the realm of reality? Su Mian did not awaken. He maintained his sleeping posture, even his breathing rate unchanged, yet within, his thoughts rippled like stones cast into a lake. Ling Zhao's actions proved to be even more intriguing than he had anticipated. In the ensuing days, this observation became more frequent and prolonged. Sometimes in the early morning, before Su Mian fully awoke, he could sense that gaze had been present for some time, as if Ling Zhao were watching him gradually emerge from the depths of sleep. At times, as he sipped the nutrient solution from a small cup, a silhouette would quietly linger at the doorway, observing his slightly furrowed brow as he swallowed, acknowledging the unpleasant taste of the liquid. Other moments found him idly gazing at the ceiling, his eyes vacant, his fingers unconsciously tracing aimless lines upon the sheets. Ling Zhao never intruded nor revealed himself. He resembled a scientist documenting natural phenomena, silently gathering all non-experimental data regarding Su Mian. Su Mian willingly cooperated, subtly infusing fragility and delicacy into every detail. The slight tremor of his fingertips while drinking, the fleeting look of confusion and yearning in his eyes as he glanced out the window, albeit at a simulated landscape, and even the unconscious curling of his body in sleep, burying his face into the pillow in search of solace, all became his meticulously orchestrated, silent performance. That afternoon, Su Mian felt a modicum of improvement in his spirits as he leaned against the headboard, holding a well-worn paper book that Zhou Ming had brought at his request, a vintage guide on interstellar flora. The vibrant images warmed him far more than the cold, unfeeling photon screen. He read slowly, his fingertips gently brushing over an illustration of stardust grass adorned with blue blossoms, his gaze intent, the corners of his mouth curving into the faintest, almost imperceptible softness. He sensed that gaze returning, lingering longer than before. Without raising his eyes, he knew Ling Zhao stood just outside the door. He could even envision him, standing tall, his silver-gray eyes peering through the lenses, calmly documenting the serene tableau of his quiet reading, perhaps noting in some inner database Su Mian's preference for colorful images over data streams. System 666. The frequency of non-essential observational behavior of the target has been steadily increasing. New entry in the database. The target exhibits an extraordinary focus on the host's non-aggressive daily conduct. Indeed, just so. Treat me as an enigma to be deciphered. When your attention is sufficiently invested, Ling Zhao, you will discover that the key to unraveling this riddle has long since slipped from your grasp. At that moment, a wave of slight dizziness washed over him. Perhaps it was due to prolonged sitting, or maybe his body had yet to fully recuperate. The book slipped from his hands, thudding softly onto the carpet. Instinctively, he reached to retrieve it, but his movement caused him to sway slightly, prompting him to brace his forehead with a hand, his brow knitting tightly in discomfort, his complexion paling a shade. Almost simultaneously, the door to the medical room swung open. Ling Zhao strode in with hurried steps, his demeanor markedly different from its usual calm. He bypassed the book entirely, moving directly to Su Mian's bedside, placing a steadying hand on his slightly trembling shoulder. "What's wrong?" His voice retained its characteristic evenness, yet the grip on Su Mian's shoulder was somewhat firm. Su Mian appeared startled by his sudden presence and touch. Raising his gaze, his eyes still somewhat dazed and pained, his voice a mere whisper, "It's nothing, just a bit dizzy." Ling Zhao's silver-gray eyes scrutinized his face closely, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words and the nuances of his physical condition. He did not release his grip on Su Mian's shoulder. Instead, he raised his other hand, his fingertips hovering before her forehead, seemingly attempting to probe her with his mental energy, yet hesitating, as if weighed down by some concern. The distance between them was exceedingly close. Su Mian could distinctly see her own small, pale reflection in Ling Zhao's glasses, feel the faint current of air stirred by his breath, and sense the searing warmth of his palm through the thin fabric of her hospital gown. He has entered and made contact, no longer an observation detached by data. Su Mian felt somewhat flustered by his proximity and touch. Her eyelashes fluttered rapidly, and she instinctively sought to retreat, only to find herself too dizzy to move, so she merely inclined her head slightly, her ears tinged with an imperceptible blush. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Professor, I'm fine truly." Ling Zhao's gaze shifted from her flushed ears to her averted eyes, and then returned to her still pallid lips. His finger, suspended in the air, ultimately did not descend, but instead slowly lowered. However, his hand on Su Mian's shoulder remained steadfast, maintaining a half-supportive, half-embracing posture. He silently regarded Su Mian for several seconds before speaking, his tone somewhat deeper than before. "Lie down and rest." The commanding inflection, in light of the present context and proximity, took on an unusual quality. Obediently, with his support, Su Mian gradually reclined back onto the bed. Ling Zhao's hand lingered on her back for a moment, ensuring she was securely lying down before withdrawing it. The sudden absence of support and warmth left Su Mian with an inexplicable emptiness. Ling Zhao bent down to pick up the fallen plant encyclopedia, meticulously brushing away non-existent dust before gently placing it on the bedside table. His gaze lingered for a moment on the image of the blue stardust grass. "If you need anything," informed Zhou Ming. He straightened up, observing Su Mian, who had closed her eyes once more, seemingly wearier from the earlier commotion. With this final remark, he turned to leave. The door closed behind him. Su Mian opened her eyes, gazing at the encyclopedia on the bedside table, and raised her hand to touch her shoulder, where Ling Zhao had just supported her. It felt as if remnants of his warmth and strength still lingered there. System 666. The behavioral patterns of the target have further deviated. New records of voluntary intervention in non-critical situations and prolonged unnecessary physical contact have been established. Trust level 10. Ling Zhao, your observation is no longer confined to mere watching. You approach voluntarily, reach out to touch, and break the distance you have maintained due to my slightest discomfort. Su Mian pulled the blanket up to cover half her face, revealing only her eyes, which shone exceptionally bright in the dim light. She understood that this meticulous observer was unknowingly stepping down from his cold perch, gradually entering the ecosystem she had created. Named Su Mian, and she would be the sole, yet fatal, beautiful trap within this ecosystem. Chapter 49, Chapter 9. The first maintenance. The air in the medical observation room seemed to freeze. Su Mian curled up in the blanket, feeling as if she had been tossed into an ice cellar, her breath escaping in white puffs. The thin blanket that Zhou Ming had previously delivered proved utterly useless in this deliberately lowered temperature. He gritted his teeth, striving to conceal his shivering, but the chill that permeated his fingertips and the pallor of his lips were impossible to completely disguise. Zhou Ming had indeed taken action. Was it due to the last encounter where Ling Zhao personally assisted me, making him feel threatened? He understood that Zhou Ming's loyalty to Ling Zhao bordered on obsession, viewing any potential disruption to the professor as a hazard. The previous tranquilizers and the current low-temperature tactics might not be particularly sophisticated, yet they were sufficiently effective, especially in his current weakened state. Su Mian refrained from voicing any complaints, nor did he press the call button. Instead, he burrowed deeper into the blanket, closing his eyes, attempting to fend off the cold and discomfort through sleep. This was a silent endurance, a subtle test. He was wagering whether Ling Zhao, who had begun to observe him, would notice this slight anomaly. Time trickled slowly in the icy silence, just as Su Mian felt on the verge of numbness. The door to the medical room slid open once again. The familiar, steady sound of footsteps echoed. Ling Zhao had arrived. Su Mian did not awaken immediately. He maintained his curled position, turning away from the door, feigning an uneasy slumber, his body shivering slightly beneath the blanket, almost involuntarily. The footsteps halted beside his bed. Su Mian sensed Ling Zhao's gaze upon his hand, which was exposed outside the blanket, slightly curled and appearing pale due to the low temperature. The fingertips tinged with an unhealthy shade of blue. A few seconds of silence ensued, filled only with Su Mian's deliberately softened breaths, tinged with a hint of nasal congestion. Then he heard Ling Zhao turn and approach the environmental control system against the wall. There were no inquiries, no doubts, only the precise sound of buttons being pressed, shattering the room's stillness. A gentle warmth began to permeate the space almost instantaneously, dispelling the unbearable chill. The temperature gradually rose, akin to the thawing of spring waters over frozen rivers. Su Mian's tense body, amidst this warmth, relaxed imperceptibly. Yet, he remained motionless. After adjusting the temperature, Ling Zhao did not depart immediately. He returned to Su Mian's bedside, his gaze now resting on Su Mian's frail back, accentuated by his sideline position, and on the delicate nape of his neck that peeked out from the oversized hospital gown. At that moment, Zhou Ming entered as part of his routine check. Upon sensing the noticeably elevated temperature and seeing Ling Zhao beside the bed, his expression shifted, his footsteps faltering. "Professor?" Zhou Ming's voice carried a barely discernible tension. Ling Zhao did not turn, his attention still fixed on Su Mian, his tone calm, yet undeniably authoritative. "The temperature setting is incorrect." It was not a question, but a declaration. Zhou Ming's face paled. His lips moved as if he wished to explain, but before Ling Zhao's composed yet imposing presence, he ultimately found himself speechless, bowing his head deeply. "It was my oversight. I will immediately verify the system." "Does the professor know? Is he blaming me for Su Mian's sake?" "No need." Ling Zhao finally turned around, his silver-gray eyes sweeping over Zhou Ming with a gaze so piercing it seemed capable of penetrating one's soul. "From now on, the parameters of the indoor environment will be set directly by me." Zhou Ming abruptly raised his head, disbelief filling his eyes. This signified that Ling Zhao had stripped him of his authority in this trivial matter and had unequivocally expressed his distrust. All of this was due to that seemingly harmless guide lying on the bed. "Professor," Zhou Ming's voice was dry. He hastily offered a bow and fled the medical room, almost forgetting the purpose of his visit. Once the door closed, only the two of them remained in the room. The warm air enveloped Su Mian, dispelling the chill deep within his bones. He sensed Ling Zhao's gaze returning to him, lingering a tad longer than before. Su Mian understood that the performance was drawing to a close, as if awakened by the gradually rising warmth. He fluttered his eyelashes a few times before slowly opening his eyes, a dazed expression accompanying his awakening as he looked toward Ling Zhao, who stood beside the bed. "Professor? Why are you here?" His voice was still hoarse with sleep, his eyes glistening like a lost fawn in the woods. Ling Zhao observed his freshly awakened state, his cheeks adorned with a faint blush from the warmth, and did not answer the question, but instead inquired, "Are you still cold?" Su Mian seemed momentarily taken aback before he attuned to the surrounding temperature, gently shaking his head and revealing a shy, delicate smile. "Not cold anymore, thank you." After a pause, as if realizing what Ling Zhao might have done, he quietly added, "Did you raise the temperature?" Ling Zhao acknowledged with a simple conceding his action. His gaze fell upon Su Mian's face, which had regained some color. Under the soft light, the boy's exquisite features appeared particularly gentle and harmless. "If you feel unwell in the future, report it directly," Ling Zhao stated, his tone still commanding, yet imbued with a sense of care. Su Mian obediently nodded. "I understand." Ling Zhao said nothing further, glanced at the plant encyclopedia on the bedside table, and turned to leave. The medical room returned to its tranquil state, with only the warm air silently swirling. Sitting up, Su Mian leaned against the headboard and reached for the encyclopedia, his fingertips gliding over the smooth pages. He lowered his head to examine the text, a clear, mischievous smile slowly curving his lips. System 666. The target character has clearly exhibited protective behavior for the first time, exerting pressure on a third party, Zhou Ming. His special perception of the host has been preliminarily established. Trust level 20. Zhou Ming's hostility toward the host has increased, and his vigilance has intensified. Direct protection, stripping the aid of authority. Ling Zhao, your guardianship is quite domineering. It appears that my fragile persona not only ignites your protective instincts, but also encroaches upon your undeniable realm of possession. He flipped through the encyclopedia, his mood buoyant. He was not surprised by Zhou Ming's hostility. Rather, he welcomed it. This only served to highlight Ling Zhao's exceptional regard for him. Moreover, Ling Zhao's actions today had undoubtedly drawn a clear boundary between him and Zhou Ming. The delineation signifies that, in Ling Zhao's perception, Su Mian is no longer an ordinary tool subject to the management and adjustment of Zhou Ming. He is transformed into a singular possession that requires Ling Zhao's personal care and attention. Although Ling Zhao may not yet fully grasp this reality, Su Mian is acutely aware of it. It matters not, Ling Zhao. I shall ensure that you increasingly realize to whom I truly belong. Chapter 50. The silent boundary. The temperature incident rippled through the tranquil atmosphere like a stone cast into a serene lake, its effects spreading quietly. Su Mian could distinctly sense a shift in the air of the medical observation room. Zhou Ming continued to appear punctually each day, delivering nutritional fluids and conducting basic examinations, yet his actions appeared more meticulous, his gaze purposefully avoiding direct contact with Su Mian, as though he were merely a delicate instrument in need of maintenance, rather than a living being. The suppressed hostility lurked beneath the surface like an undercurrent, silent yet chillingly palpable. Su Mian remained unfazed by this development, even finding a certain satisfaction in it. He resembled a plant that genuinely required tender care, gradually reviving in the comfortable temperature set by Ling Zhao. He spent most of his time quietly reclining or perusing a botanical compendium, his fingertips lingering amidst the vibrant hues, occasionally revealing a faint, curious smile at a flower with an unusual shape. System 666. Zhou Ming's hostility level is steadily increasing. His wariness towards the host has transformed into passive aloofness. Analysis. This state aids in reinforcing the possessive maintenance tendencies towards the target individual. Aloofness is beneficial. The more you regard me as a troublesome entity requiring boundaries, the more Ling Zhao will enclose me within his domain. Ling Zhao's observations did not wane due to Zhou Ming's distance. Rather, they became more habitual. He no longer merely stood at the doorway, but sometimes walked directly into the room, standing by the bedside, silently gazing at the data on the monitoring screen, or at Su Mian's tranquil visage as he slept, or at the gentle flutter of his eyelashes while engrossed in reading. He still spoke infrequently, yet Su Mian could sense that the gaze was no longer merely a cold record. It now contained a blend of inscrutable elements, an inquisitive scrutiny intertwined with a lingering sentiment that even Ling Zhao himself had yet to recognize. On this particular day, Su Mian felt slightly better, leaning against the headboard and sipping the moderately warm nutritional fluid. He drank slowly, his brow furrowing slightly at the rather unpalatable taste, resembling a reluctant kitten forced to take its medicine, exuding a pitiful charm. Ling Zhao entered, holding a slender, new photon panel. He did not look at Su Mian, but walked directly to the foot of the bed, connecting the photon panel to the main interface of the medical monitoring system, seemingly engaged in a data synchronization or update. Su Mian halted his swallowing, holding the cup, quietly observing Ling Zhao's busy silhouette. Simulated sunlight streamed through the observation window, outlining the cold, hard edges of his silver-gray uniform. Upon completing his task and disconnecting, Ling Zhao turned to face Su Mian. His gaze naturally fell upon Su Mian, resting on his delicate fingers that cradled the cup, and upon his lips, which glistened with a natural sheen from the recent sip, appearing slightly moist. The air was momentarily suspended. Su Mian felt somewhat at a loss under his gaze, instinctively licking her slightly parched lips. This unconscious gesture, however, deepened Ling Zhao's scrutiny. At that moment, Zhou Ming entered, carrying a tray of sterilized medical instruments. Upon seeing the two individuals in the room, he hesitated ever so slightly, Particularly taken aback by the intense focus Ling Zhao directed at Su Mian. "Professor, the instruments have been disinfected." Zhou Ming's voice shattered the silence as he approached, ready to place the equipment in the designated cabinet. Yet, as he passed by the bedside, merely a few steps away from Su Mian, Ling Zhao suddenly spoke. His voice low, yet imbued with an unmistakable sense of authority. "Stop." Zhou Ming halted abruptly, astonished as he looked at Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's gaze had shifted from Su Mian to Zhou Ming, his silver-gray eyes devoid of emotion, yet exuding an intangible pressure. "From now on," he stated flatly, as though revising a program directive, "all items entering this medical room, including yourself, must be confirmed by me before approaching within a 3-meter radius." 3 meters. A clear and absolute safety distance. Zhou Ming's face drained of color. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Ling Zhao, his lips moving soundlessly. This was no mere maintenance. It was a delineation of territory. It meant that Su Mian was to be entirely enclosed within his protective sphere, while he, Zhou Ming, a longtime aide, was explicitly excluded. 3 meters? "Professor, do you guard against me so fiercely?" For his sake. Su Mian, too, exhibited a hint of shock and confusion, her grip on the cup tightening as her gaze flitted anxiously between Ling Zhao and Zhou Ming, seemingly unable to comprehend the sudden tension that enveloped the room. Ling Zhao disregarded Zhou Ming's reaction, turning back to Su Mian with a slightly softened tone. Though still commanding, "Continue drinking." Obediently, Su Mian lowered her head, sipping the nutritional liquid, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing a fleeting understanding. Zhou Ming stood rigidly, caught in a dilemma. Shame and a sense of betrayal gnawed at his heart. Finally, he took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he placed the tray at a distance from the bed, then performed an impeccably formal bow towards Ling Zhao's back, his voice dry. "Understood, sir." With that, he nearly fled the scene, his retreat marked by an indescribable desolation and disarray. Once again, the medical room was left with only the two of them. Ling Zhao approached the bedside, standing close. He looked down at Su Mian as she drank the nutritional liquid, noticing her slightly furrowed brow. Suddenly, he reached out, not to take the cup, but to gently brush aside a stray lock of hair that had slipped down her forehead as she leaned forward. His fingertips, imbued with the laboratory's customary chill, made contact with Su Mian's warm skin, causing both to momentarily still. Su Mian raised her eyes in surprise, her light brown irises reflecting the focused yet expressionless face of Ling Zhao. "Is it not to your liking?" Ling Zhao withdrew his hand, his tone devoid of emotion, as if the earlier intimate gesture were the most natural thing in the world. Su Mian paused for a moment, nodding earnestly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yes." It's somewhat bitter. Observing the slight look of grievance on Su Mian's face, which held back any complaint, Ling Zhao remained silent for a brief moment before declaring, "Next time, we shall try a different flavor." There was no inquiry, merely a decision made with the same ease as setting parameters in a program. Su Mian blinked. A flicker of genuine surprise reflected on his face, and softly acknowledged with a hum. System 666. Target's territorial awareness behavior reinforced. Physical and authority security distance established. Host attention to daily details. Nutritional liquid flavor has been refined. Trust level at 15. Zhou Ming's loyalty fluctuates. Hostility solidified. Smiley face. 3-meter safe zone. Personally confirming Ling Zhao. Your possessiveness is both chilling and charmingly domineering. Even your aide has been excluded from your circle. Su Mian lowered his head, continuing to sip the rather unpalatable nutritional liquid. Yet inside, he felt as if he were being gently enveloped in warm water. He understood that this unspoken boundary was not only drawn in front of Zhou Ming, but also within Ling Zhao's own heart. He was, in a manner perhaps even he did not fully comprehend, firmly delineating Su Mian as someone who belonged solely to him, beyond the reach of others. This, in fact, was the position Su Mian had meticulously calculated and ultimately aspired to reach. Chapter 51. Chapter 11. Sparks in the depths of the scene. The flavor of the nutritional liquid had indeed changed, transforming from an indescribable bitterness to a subtly sweet berry taste. Su Mian sipped gently, savoring the slight improvement, a genuine sense of joy blossoming within him. Ling Zhao's care was seeping from macro temperature control into these minutiae of daily life. System 666 targets attention to host daily details continues to rise. Behavioral patterns are becoming increasingly customized. Customized? Excellent. When he becomes accustomed to tailoring everything for me, it will be the moment he can no longer part from me. His mental strength slowly began to recover under this meticulous care. Although it was still far from its peak, it no longer felt as if it would deplete at any moment. Ling Zhao did not mention the guidance task again. Yet Su Mian sensed that some invisible tension was gathering. Ling Zhao's mental field resembled the calm surface of the sea before a storm, seemingly tranquil. Yet beneath it surged an increasingly difficult-to-restrain restlessness. That night, Su Mian slept uneasily on the bed in the medical observation room. Perhaps it was the weight of his thoughts from the day, or perhaps the dissipating mental energy of Ling Zhao that influenced him. For he found himself trapped in a kaleidoscope of bizarre dream fragments. The dream echoed with the deafening cheers from Gu Chen's concert, the piercing alarms of Ling Zhao's laboratory, and the cold pain of conduits extracting mental energy. In his sleep, he furrowed his brow, instinctively curling up, emitting a suppressed, tearful whimper. Almost the moment he made a sound, the door of the medical room slid open silently. Ling Zhao stood at the threshold, shrouded in the dim light of the corridor and the faint glow of the instrument screens, his tall and silent silhouette outlined against the darkness. He appeared to have just extricated himself from work, still bearing the distinctive scent of the laboratory, a fusion of energy fields and cold metal. Approaching the bedside, his silvery gray eyes, shrouded in the dimness, resembled those of a nocturnal predator, keenly observing Su Mian's restless tremors in slumber. The fine beads of cold sweat trickling from his brow, and the lips that slightly parted as if silently beseeching something. Ling Zhao gazed at him for an extended period, so long that Su Mian, caught in a half-dream, nearly lost the thread of his performance and almost truly awakened. Then, Su Mian felt an exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure spiritual force, akin to the gentlest of spider silk, cautiously probing into his mental landscape. This was not the previous aggressive intrusion, but rather a tentative touch, imbued with a hesitation that even Ling Zhao himself was unaware of. Is he initiating contact with his spiritual force? During a time meant for no such engagement, a stirring within Su Mian prompted him to relinquish all resistance, even voluntarily retracting his instinctive mental barriers, presenting his still fragile, yet warm-hearted mental landscape as though unfurling a delicate scroll, wholly unreserved before that thread of silk. With his cooperation, Ling Zhao's spiritual filament effortlessly slipped inside. Without encountering any obstacles, Ling Zhao seemed to pause for a moment. Then, that strand of spiritual energy began to stroll through Su Mian's mental imagery at an unprecedentedly slow pace. At this moment, Su Mian's mental landscape resembled a tranquil wasteland post-battle. The sky was a soft gray blue, the ground parched and cracked, a testament to the damage inflicted upon his spiritual force. Yet, deep within some of the fissures, resilient glimmers of light flickered, akin to dormant sparks, embodying the indomitable vitality of his core spiritual essence, as well as the fragile, yet hopeful imagery he had deliberately constructed. Ling Zhao's spiritual filament descended upon this desolate expanse like cold raindrops. It flowed over the cracked scars, offering a subtle, soothing coolness. It approached the flickering sparks, which would subtly dance as if drawn to it, radiating a warmer, softer glow. This was an intimacy far more profound than mere physical contact. Su Mian could distinctly sense the unique texture of Ling Zhao's spiritual force, cold, orderly, like a precisely functioning mechanical clock, but beneath that chill lay a profound yearning for warmth and vitality. What does his mental landscape truly resemble? As his thought arose, Su Mian instinctively guided a thread of the faintest, most harmless spark, like a moth drawn to a flame, to timidly entwine with the icy filament observing him within his landscape. At the moment that spark touched the cold thread, a sudden transformation ensued. The strand of Ling Zhao's spiritual energy quivered violently, as if scorched, instinctively attempting to retract. Yet simultaneously, a more immense and irresistible force surged along that thread from an unreachable source. Su Mian felt his consciousness being abruptly yanked by this overwhelming power. Before him, the medical observation room twisted and vanished, giving way to an endless expanse of cold, metallic ruins. He beheld Ling Zhao's mental landscape. It was not a wasteland, but a vast, intricate, yet utterly desolate and frigid mechanical city. Towering data spires loomed like gravestones, rusted energy conduits coiled like gigantic serpents, gears lay motionless, and conveyor belts hung suspended in midair, all enveloped in a thick layer of frost that would never thaw. The sky was an eternal iron gray, devoid of sun or stars, with countless shattered streams of icy data cascading like snowflakes. An excruciating chill seeped deep into the soul, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of solitude and confinement. Was this the inner world of Ling Zhao? The flicker of Su Mian's minuscule spark appeared as inconsequential as dust amidst the vast metallic wasteland. Yet, the meager warmth and light it radiated formed a stark and harrowing contrast to the oppressive silence and coldness of this realm. He sensed that the entire mechanical city trembled ever so slightly, as if the intrusion of this anomaly stirred the rusted gears to attempt a feeble re-engagement. He noticed that in the space illuminated by his spark, the thick frost seemed to melt, revealing beneath it a cold, albeit originally colored, metallic surface. At that moment, a powerful and chaotic consciousness surged through the area, imbued with a wrath born of secrets being unveiled and a hint of barely perceptible panic. It was Ling Zhao. He had discovered him. Su Mian felt an immense force of rejection, striving to expel his consciousness entirely from this realm. In the final moment before being thrust out, he undertook an audacious act. He did not struggle, nor did he succumb to fear. Instead, he concentrated all his thoughts, releasing every ounce of warmth, reliance, and harmless intent that his spark could transmit, like a final beacon, with great intensity. Then, his consciousness was violently ejected. In the medical observation room, Su Mian abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, his heart racing wildly within his chest. Almost simultaneously, Ling Zhao, standing at the bedside, imperceptibly staggered, abruptly retracting the thread of his mental energy. In his silver-gray eyes, an intense and nearly uncontrollable emotional turmoil manifested for the first time. Shock, anger, and a hint of bewilderment struck by that last warm beacon. He fixed his gaze on Su Mian, who had just awakened, his eyes still reflecting residual fear and confusion. His lips pressed into a cold, straight line. The two exchanged glances in the dim light, the air thick with a suffocating silence, as if they had just engaged in a clandestine confrontation. System 666. Warning. Host consciousness has illegally intruded into the target's core mental landscape. Target's emotions exhibit severe fluctuations. Trust level 10, curiosity level 30, depth of correlation binding 50. Su Mian, observing the complex and inscrutable light in Ling Zhao's eyes, slowly curled up, cradling his knees and burying his face within, leaving only a frail silhouette that trembled ever so slightly. I have seen your world, Ling Zhao. The frigid ruins await me. I shall ignite a spark to engulf your desolate expanse. Chapter 52, Chapter 12. The Fracture of Rationality's Wall. The air within the medical observation room seemed to have solidified. Su Mian buried his face between his knees, his body trembling slightly, not in pretense, but as a genuine physiological response to being forcibly ejected from an eerily silent and frigid realm. The boundless metallic wasteland in Ling Zhao's mental imagery, permeated by an all-consuming loneliness and confinement, lingered in the depths of his perception like an ice pick. He could feel Ling Zhao's gaze, as tangible as a physical force, piercing into his back, sharp, cold, imbued with the wrath of an encroached territory and a flicker of unease at having his innermost secrets inadvertently unveiled. System 666. Target emotional fluctuation peak has been recorded. Initiating logical coherence program to rationalize the incident of unauthorized intrusion. Su Mian opted not to raise his head. He understood that any explanation or eye contact at that moment could exacerbate Ling Zhao's defensive mechanisms. He merely needed to maintain the guise of victim, an unwitting guide ensnared in a powerful mental field, frightened and vulnerable. Time trickled slowly in the silence of their standoff, each second resonating like a taut string. At last, Ling Zhao moved. He posed no inquiries, issued no reprimands, nor did he utter a sound. Su Mian only heard the faint rustle of his uniform fabric as he turned, accompanied by the steady, yet slightly heavier cadence of his footsteps, retreating step by step from the bedside toward the door. The door slid open, then gently closed behind him. He departed, leaving no trace of words. Only then did Su Mian slowly lift his head, his face undeniably pale from lingering shock, yet beneath the surface, a fierce clarity burned within his eyes. He raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, his fingertips icy. You did not react on the spot, nor did you issue a mental warning. Ling Zhao, what are you contemplating? Are you employing your formidable rationality to forcibly suppress the instinctive urge to retaliate? In the ensuing days, Ling Zhao did not return to the medical observation room. Even Zhou Ming's visits noticeably dwindled. When he did come, it was merely to drop off supplies before hastily departing, his gaze more evasive than ever, as if Su Mian were a vessel harboring a deadly virus. The entire medical area was shrouded in an unusual low-pressure atmosphere. Su Mian rimandum perturveth. Like an experienced hunter, he patiently awaited the moment his prey would reveal a flaw amid their agitation and confusion. He continued to eat regularly, slept obediently, perused the plant encyclopedia he had already read several times, and even ambled slowly around the room when his body permitted, attempting to relieve his stiff limbs. He conducted himself as though nothing had transpired, merely a diligent tool, striving for recovery. Are you observing me, Ling Zhao? Through surveillance? Through Zhou Ming's reports? Did you see it? My normalcy, my harmlessness. On the evening of the fourth day, Zhou Ming brought not the usual liquid nutrient solution, but rather a carefully prepared meal that resembled ordinary food. Though still simple, it featured a clear distinction of grains, vegetables, and proteins. A small cup of transparent beverage, exuding a subtle fruity aroma, accompanied the meal. Su Mian gazed at the upgraded meal before him, momentarily taken aback. Zhou Ming set down the tray, his tone rigid, as if compelled by a directive that contradicted his personal will. The professor has instructed that your recovery necessitates more comprehensive nourishment. This has been tailored according to your physical data. Su Mian lifted his gaze, his light brown eyes appropriately revealing surprise tinged with a hint of flattery. He murmured, "Thank you, Deputy Officer Zhou, and please extend my gratitude to the professor." Zhou Ming offered no reply and turned to leave. Su Mian picked up his utensils and ate slowly. The food was rather bland, yet it was a far cry from the nutritional liquid he had been accustomed to. Sipping the fruity beverage, the sweet flavor unfurled upon his tongue. System 666. The target individual conveys information indirectly by adjusting the host's living conditions. Behavioral logic. Attempting to attribute previous abnormal occurrences to optimizing the host state to enhance tool efficacy. Look, it has begun. You are even crafting excuses for my intrusive behavior. Optimizing tool efficacy? What a splendid justification. However, the true turning point occurred in the dead of night. Su Mian was not in a deep slumber. In a state of half-dreaming, he sensed once more the familiar, chilling waves of mental energy oscillating outside the medical room. This time, it made no attempt to enter but lingered like a wandering ghost, hovering outside the door for an extended while. Then, Su Mian felt an exceedingly faint, meticulously controlled ripple of mental energy, imbued with a soothing quality, akin to a stone cast into a lake, gently rippling across the periphery of his mental landscape. That sensation was fleeting, so swift it almost felt illusory. Yet, Su Mian understood it was not an illusion. Was Ling Zhao, in his own manner, providing a subtle compensation for his previous potentially alarming intrusion? Or was he merely affirming the stability of Su Mian's mental landscape? Soothing? Ling Zhao, I cannot believe you would do such a thing. The following day, Su Mian appeared considerably improved. When Zhou Ming brought breakfast, he took the initiative to speak. His voice still soft, laced with cautious inquiry. Deputy Officer Zhou, I feel much better. Is it possible for me to return to District B7 now? It feels inappropriate to continue consuming medical resources. Zhou Ming glanced at him, his expression complex, not responding immediately. He merely stated, I will report to the professor. In the afternoon, Ling Zhao arrived. This marked his first direct appearance before Su Mian since that evening. He maintained his usual cold and meticulous demeanor. His silver-gray uniform impeccably pressed, and his gaze behind the lenses remained calm and unwavering, as if the previous days of avoidance and the secretive soothing of the night had never transpired. He stood at the bedside, not looking at Su Mian, but first scanning the data on the monitoring screen. The recovery progress met expectations. He spoke in a businesslike manner. You could be transferred back to District B7. Su Mian lowered his head and replied softly, All right, Professor. Only then did Ling Zhao's gaze settle upon him, swiftly assessing him from head to toe, as if conducting a final evaluation of his health. His eyes lingered for half a second on Su Mian's cheeks, which appeared slightly more flushed than in previous days. Regarding the previous incident of mental energy dissipation, Ling Zhao suddenly spoke, his tone as calm as one analyzing experimental errors, categorizing it as an abnormal energy interaction phenomenon that has been recorded in the database and no longer requires discussion. Su Mian's heart skipped a beat. Dissipation incident? Has he categorized my intrusion that night? Defined it as an unforeseen, bidirectional dissipation. He raised his head, his face displaying an appropriate blend of confusion and compliance. I don't quite understand, Professor. What transpired that night? It seems I had a rather chilling dream. Ling Zhao gazed at his pure, somewhat fearful eyes, and within the depths of his silver-gray irises, something seemed to shift ever so slightly. He offered no explanation, merely stating, It has been dealt with. It will not happen again. After saying this, he gestured for Zhou Ming to commence the arrangements for transfer. With Zhou Ming's assistance, Su Mian slowly maneuvered off the bed. His steps were somewhat unsteady, and as he approached the door, his body wavered slightly. Almost in the instant of his falter, an arm reached out from the side, firmly supporting his elbow. It was Ling Zhao. His movement was swift, imbued with a sense of anticipated urgency, as if he had been prepared for the possibility of Su Mian collapsing. The warmth of his palm, though separated by the thin fabric of the hospital gown, conveyed a steadfast and fervent heat. Su Mian seemed taken aback by the contact, his body tensing slightly as he raised his gaze, looking at Ling Zhao with a hint of bewilderment. Ling Zhao, however, did not meet his eyes, maintaining a forward gaze while keeping his grip on Su Mian's elbow, guiding him out of the medical observation room and towards the familiar B7 area. His hand was steady, the pressure perfectly calibrated to provide support without causing discomfort. Su Mian lowered his head, feeling the warmth and strength that emanated from Ling Zhao at his elbow, allowing himself to be led forward. System 666. Behavioral patterns of the target have undergone phased adjustments. The anomalous incident has been successfully incorporated into a controllable logical framework. The host's vulnerability and dependency recognition have deepened. Trust has been restored at 5. Define, soothe, then take charge personally. Ling Zhao, how ingeniously you have crafted a perfect cage for yourself with your rationality. You have interpreted my adventurous intrusion as an unexpected dissipation, subsequently reintegrating me into your management and protection. Upon returning to the B7 area, Ling Zhao placed him beside the bed and then released his hold. Rest on schedule, he remarked before turning to leave. Su Mian sat at the edge of the bed, staring at the closed metallic door, gently touching the elbow that Ling Zhao had supported moments ago. There, the undeniable, lingering chill of warmth seemed to remain. The barriers of rationality had begun to crack. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao was attempting to stitch this fissure into a variable named Su Mian with even more stringent logic. Unbeknownst to him, this variable was destined to become an irredeemable bug that would ultimately subvert his flawless logical realm. Chapter 53. Chapter 13. I only trust you upon returning to the B7 area. The familiar cold metallic walls and deceptive starry screens inexplicably evoked a sense of intimacy in Soo-mi-yeon. Here lies the main stage of his performance, a space more conducive for him to exhibit his talents compared to the confines of the medical observation room. After Zhou Ming escorted him back, he departed almost instantly, as if lingering for even a moment would invite trouble. Soo-mi-yeon rimandan fast, quietly seated at the edge of the bed, sensing the gradual resurgence of strength within his body, while his mind raced, replaying Ling Zhao's previous reactions. System 666. The logical coherence of the target has been established. The host is now classified as a high-value asset requiring special management due to its vulnerability. The focus of attention towards the host has transitioned from mere observation to a more controlled maintenance approach. Vulnerable asset? Controlled maintenance? It sounds cold, yet it signifies a substantial leap beyond mere utility. It is time to infuse this maintenance with a touch of personal nuance. He understood that Zhou Ming's hostility and aloofness served as an excellent catalyst for his purposes. An environment rife with malice would accentuate the preciousness of Ling Zhao, the solitary island amidst the turmoil. Days later, Soo-mi-yeon's physical condition had nearly returned to normal, and Ling Zhao arranged for the first routine assessment following his reintegration. This assessment was closely supervised by Zhou Ming, while Ling Zhao monitored the data remotely from the control console. The testing process proceeded smoothly. Soo-mi-yeon flawlessly replicated the efficient yet self-depleting mode of guidance from before. By the conclusion, his complexion was pale, breath slightly labored, exhibiting just the right degree of frailty. After recording the data, Zhou Ming observed Soo-mi-yeon's appearance, which seemed on the brink of collapse, his brow furrowed in concern. Following protocol, he prepared to approach for a post-assessment examination of vital signs. However, just as he took a step closer to Soo-mi-yeon, the latter instinctively recoiled, wrapping his arms around himself, his eyes betraying a clear sense of fear and resistance. His pallor deepening. Zhou Ming's steps froze, his expression darkening significantly. He recognized precisely whom Soo-mi-yeon's resistance was directed towards. You. Zhou Ming's voice trembled with suppressed anger. Yet, before he could finish, Soo-mi-yeon abruptly turned his head, his gaze crossing over Zhou Ming to urgently seek Ling Zhao behind the control console. The soft brown of his eyes quickly filled with tears. His voice tinged with a pleading tone. Professor, may I only have you? The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Zhou Ming's face turned an ominous shade. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly embedded into his palms. Does he trust only the professor? Am I so insignificant in his eyes? Ling Zhao's fingers paused over the screen. He lifted his gaze, his silver-gray eyes piercing through the space to rest upon Soo-mi-yeon's face, which was awash with fear and supplication. Soo-mi-yeon's eyes were so direct, so pure, as if he were the sole beacon of light in an endless abyss. Seeing that Ling Zhao did not respond immediately, tears finally brimmed in Soo-mi-yeon's eyes, cascading down his pale cheeks. He appeared to have exhausted all his courage, resembling a cornered young beast, expressing a desperate resolve as he choked on his words. I understand I may be overthinking, but Vice Officer Zhou, he did not explicitly state it, yet the fear and dread regarding the low-temperature incident were unmistakably conveyed. I only feel safe when you are around, Professor, apart from you. I possess nothing and trust no one but you. This statement struck like a heavy hammer, cracking the most vulnerable fissure in Ling Zhao's rational defenses. I possess nothing and trust only you. Images of Soo-mi-yeon's mental landscape flashed uncontrollably in Ling Zhao's mind. An arid expanse flickering with starlight, the back of Soo-mi-yeon, resolutely charging into a tempest of madness, and the tear-filled eyes that viewed him as their sole refuge. The data stream on the screen froze. Zhou Ming could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his tone charged with agitation. Professor, he is instigating. He is manipulating you. Ling Zhao interjected, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an unyielding, icy authority. Zhou Ming's words lodged in his throat as he looked at Ling Zhao in disbelief. Ling Zhao emerged from behind the control panel, his steps steady as he approached Soo-mi-yeon directly. He disregarded Zhou Ming, who stood frozen with an ashen face, and focused on Su Mian's tear-streaked visage. Without uttering a word, he extended his hand and, somewhat awkwardly, almost experimentally, wiped away the tears from Su Mian's cheek. His fingertips were cool, the gesture lacking in tenderness. Yet it instantly halted Su Mian's sobs, leaving only the faintest, pitiful hiccups. "It's all right," Ling Zhao remarked, observing the redness around Su Mian's eyes and nose from his weeping. He then turned to Zhou Ming, his tone reverting to its usual icy demeanor, issuing a command. "From now on, I shall be responsible for post-guidance checks. You will only handle the peripheral data recording." Zhou Ming felt as if struck by lightning, his body swaying, his complexion drained of color. He opened his mouth but ultimately uttered nothing, gazing at Ling Zhao with profound humiliation and disappointment before lowering his head despondently. "Understood, Professor." He staggered out of the laboratory, leaving the space to the two within. Once the door closed, only the faint sound of Su Mian's sobs and the low hum of machinery filled the laboratory. Ling Zhao looked down at Su Mian, who remained seated in the guidance chair, gazing up at him. The boy's light brown eyes, washed by tears, appeared exceptionally clear and bright, reflecting Ling Zhao's figure within them. Filled with complete trust and a sense of reassurance akin to having regained something lost. System 666. Target's unique recognition established. Successfully severed the third party, Zhou Ming, from the core interaction. Trust, level 25. The dependency relationship deepens mutually. Su Mian looked at Ling Zhao, as if finally feeling at ease, and let out a soft sigh. He raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, slightly embarrassed as he lowered his head and murmured, "I'm sorry, Professor, am I being too willful and causing you trouble?" Ling Zhao did not respond to his question. His gaze fell upon the slightly reddened corners of Su Mian's eyes, lingering for a moment before shifting to the vacant monitoring equipment beside him. "Please rise," he commanded, his tone devoid of emotion, "and proceed with the physical examination." Su Mian obediently stood up and walked towards the apparatus. Ling Zhao personally operated the device, scanning and recording data with precision and efficiency, as was his custom. Yet, Su Mian sensed that the scrutiny directed at him was more intense than ever before. Upon the completion of the examination, with all data appearing normal, Ling Zhao instructed, "Return to rest." Su Mian nodded, turning towards the door. Just as he was about to exit, he paused, glanced back, and offered Ling Zhao a faint, shy, yet undeniably genuine smile. "Professor, thank you." Then, he swiftly turned and departed, seemingly bashful. Ling Zhao remained rooted in place, gazing at the door that had just closed, motionless for an extended period. The cold light of the laboratory illuminated him, casting a long, solitary shadow at his feet. The warmth of the tear stains he had just touched lingered on his fingertips, imbued with a residual moisture. The seemingly simple phrase, "Just trust me," resonated within the desolate ruins of his cold mental landscape, triggering a subtle, persistent echo. For the first time, he acutely realized that this variable, named Su Mian, not only influenced his research data, but also began to tug at an unknown realm beyond his logical comprehension. It appeared that he was not as capable of controlling the fluctuations within this domain as he had once believed. A strange emotion, akin to responsibility or perhaps possessiveness, began to entwine itself around the roots of his rationality like a creeping vine. Chapter 54. The formation of habits. Zhou Ming found himself excluded from the core circle of interaction, akin to a satellite forcibly severed from its orbit. His trajectory growing distant and silent. He continued to fulfill his duties as an aide, managing the myriad affairs of the laboratory. Yet each necessary interaction with Su Mian became exceedingly brief and formulaic, his gaze stripped of warmth, leaving only the chill of official business. Su Mian remained oblivious to this shift, even finding a certain satisfaction in it. Zhou Ming's absence significantly highlighted Ling Zhao as presence. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao seemed to be adapting and solidifying this new normal at a pace unbeknownst to himself. Habit 1. Confirmation following guidance after each session of mental energy guidance. Whether Su Mian exhibited signs of weakness or not, Ling Zhao would personally conduct a fundamental physical examination. His movements with the equipment remained precise and efficient. Yet Su Mian could sense that the duration of Ling Zhao's gaze upon him was subtly lengthening. Initially merely a matter of data retrieval, it evolved into a ritual where, upon noticing Su Mian's slight flinch from the apparatus, he would imperceptibly adjust the pressure of his touch. Or when Su Mian exhaled softly at the conclusion of the examination, Ling Zhao's gaze would momentarily linger on the gentle rise and fall of his chest. This was no longer merely a verification of the equipment's wear, but rather a routine to ensure the integrity of everything involved. Habit 2. Preference for nutritional solutions. Berry-flavored nutritional solutions became a staple supply. One day, as Su Mian sipped his drink, he unconsciously wrinkled his nose. The following day, the nutritional solution delivered to him had been replaced with another, imbued with a subtle floral fragrance and sweetness. Ling Zhao had never inquired about his preferences. He merely observed in silence and made direct adjustments, akin to refining an unsatisfactory experimental parameter, until Su Mian's brow no longer furrowed while drinking, occasionally revealing a fleeting expression of subtle satisfaction. System 666. The target's nonverbal feedback sensitivity towards the host has increased. Behavioral patterns exhibit predictive adjustment characteristics. Habit 3. Silent companionship. Ling Zhao seemed to spend longer hours in the main laboratory. He was not always preoccupied with research. Sometimes he merely stood, gazing at the flowing data on the screen that Su Mian could not comprehend, or fine-tuning intricate instruments. Su Mian, on the other hand, was permitted, or rather, tacitly assumed, to remain in the laboratory, seated in that familiar, comforting chair, quietly reading or daydreaming at the artificial starry sky displayed on the screen. Often, hours would pass without a single word exchanged between them. The laboratory resonated only with a low hum of machinery and their gentle, intermingling breaths. Yet, Su Mian sensed that Ling Zhao was aware of his presence. Whenever he turned a page, or unconsciously sighed softly, there was a barely perceptible pause in Ling Zhao's actions as he operated the screen or adjusted the instruments, as if Su Mian's existence had become an indispensable, stable frequency in the background of Ling Zhao's work. That afternoon, Su Mian leaned back in the comforting chair, cradling a botanical guide in his hands. Though his mind wandered, the simulated landscape outside shifted to a dusk mode, warm orange light spilling through the observation window, casting a gentle glow upon his profile. He gazed at the open page, showcasing a vibrant rainforest scene, his eyes somewhat vacant, while his fingers absent-mindedly traced the entwined vines and enormous leaves. What would it feel like to touch a real plant? Ling Zhao had just concluded a complex data calculation. Rubbing his temples, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Su Mian, catching a fleeting glimpse of a mixed expression of yearning and bewilderment on his face, along with the lingering motion of his fingertips on the pages. Ling Zhao's gaze oscillated between the rainforest image and Su Mian's profile before he refrained from speaking and redirected his focus to the screen. However, a few minutes later, as Su Mian adjusted his position due to discomfort from prolonged sitting, causing the blanket to slip from his lap, Ling Zhao almost simultaneously lifted his head. Without even glancing at Su Mian, he accurately anticipated the direction in which the blanket had fallen and the potential consequences. Catching a chill, he set down what he was holding and approached. As Su Mian bent to retrieve it, Ling Zhao was already ahead of him, leaning down to pick up the soft blanket. He did not immediately hand it to Su Mian, but paused in his bent position. The distance between them was minimal, allowing Su Mian to catch the familiar, crisp scent of cedarwood that mingled with the laboratory's unique aroma. He could observe the delicate lashes of Ling Zhao, casting tiny shadows behind the lenses, as well as the sharply defined line of his jaw. Ling Zhao's gaze seemed to linger upon the fragile, porcelain-like neck of Su Mian, which was revealed by his lowered head. The duration of that gaze exceeded the time it would take to retrieve a blanket by just a fraction. Then, he straightened up, unfurling the blanket, his movements not particularly tender, yet remarkably assured, as he draped it back over Su Mian's knees. As his fingertips retracted, they inadvertently brushed against the back of Su Mian's hand, a fleeting contact imbued with a coolness reminiscent of the laboratory's atmosphere. Su Mian appeared startled by this unexpected touch, his body quivering almost imperceptibly as he lifted his eyes to gaze at Ling Zhao in a state of bewilderment. Ling Zhao had resumed his usual demeanor, looking down at him with an air of superiority. His silver-gray eyes, under the twilight's glow, seemed less frigid and instead hinted at an unexpressed, profound significance. "Si properly," he instructed, his tone neutral, devoid of emotion, before turning back to his screen. Su Mian lowered his gaze to the soft blanket draped over his knees and then glanced at the spot on his hand that had just been touched, where a lingering trace of coolness seemed to remain. He gently curled his fingers, concealing that hand beneath the blanket. System 666. Target's unnecessary care behaviors are solidifying. Tolerance for physical contact is increasing. The behavior pattern database has added a predictive module correlating environmental factors with the host state. Even if the blanket were to fall, Ling Zhao would personally retrieve it. These habits are transforming you into my exclusive steward. Su Mian buried his face into the soft blanket, revealing only his crescent-shaped eyes. He understood that these seemingly trivial details, akin to water-eroding stone, were gradually wearing down the fortress of absolute rationality that Ling Zhao had constructed. As he became accustomed to attending to his warmth and chill, to anticipating his needs, and to acknowledging his presence in every corner of his space, he could never return to the desolate coldness devoid of Su Mian. Habit is the most terrifying addiction, and Ling Zhao, unbeknownst to himself, was becoming addicted to this variable that Su Mian had brought back. Chapter 55. Chapter 15. The boundaries of loss of control habits, like an invisible web, ensnared Ling Zhao tighter and tighter. He still maintained his icy exterior, yet Su Mian could distinctly hear the muffled groans of something beneath that facade, overwhelmed. Ling Zhao's mental energy field had recently turned exceedingly unstable, akin to a volcano with internal pressures building, on the verge of eruption. Even without a designated time for release, Su Mian could vaguely sense the immense force stirring restlessly at the edges of his consciousness. The instruments within the laboratory appeared to be operating with increased frequency, their low hum imbued with a taut significance. Even Zhou Ming had sensed the anomaly, becoming more silent and cautious in his comings and goings. His gaze filled with concern as it fell upon Ling Zhao's retreating figure. System 666. Warning. Abnormal elevation detected in the target's mental energy core activity, with stability continuously declining, nearing the threshold of loss of control. Has the pressure reached its limit? It appears that the time has come to provide him with a suitable outlet for his emotions. After yet another intense research meeting, Ling Zhao returned to the main laboratory, his complexion paler than usual, his brow furrowed with an unmistakable fatigue and agitation. He bypassed his customary data review and headed straight for the calming chair, hoarsely commanding, "Commence the release." Su Mian could sense that Ling Zhao's mental energy had transformed. No longer was it the cold, orderly storm of metal, but rather a turbulent vortex, sharp-edged and chaotic, infused with a searing anxiety that threatened to ignite his very soul, alongside an insatiable yearning for something elusive. He guided his own mental energy stream, as he always did, cautiously approaching. Yet, the moment his essence brushed against that tumultuous domain, an unexpected shift occurred. Ling Zhao's mental energy surged forth, no longer passively receptive to guidance, but awakening with the ferocity of a shark sensing blood. A powerful, spine-chilling suction emerged, no longer the restrained steering of before, but a primal, voracious grasp. Su Mian let out a sharp cry, feeling as if his mental energy were being violently torn apart and consumed by that force. This was not guidance. It felt more akin to plunder. Ling Zhao's eyes were tightly shut, his brow knit, veins at his temples standing out. He seemed lost in a fierce internal struggle, his control over his mental energy rapidly deteriorating. His essence, driven by the most primal instincts, frantically coiled and constricted, ensnaring Su Mian's warm mental energy as if it were the only oasis for a thirsty traveler in the desert, refusing to relinquish its hold. Now is the moment. Su Mian did not attempt to resist, knowing such actions would only provoke a more instinctual and fierce retaliation from Ling Zhao. Instead, he surrendered completely, willingly opening himself, as if in the most devout of sacrifices, to that feral, craving power. He ceased his attempts to untangle and instead sought to merge and soothe. He allowed his mental energy to radiate a richer, more benign warmth and aura of reliance, akin to the most effective tranquilizer, silently permeating the searing chaos around them. Professor Su Mian emitted faint, pained whimpers in reality, his face ashen, his body slightly convulsing from the intense mental confrontation. Yet, he did not retreat, rather, as if in search of solace, he unconsciously extended a trembling hand toward Ling Zhao. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's eyes flew open. His silver-gray irises were now shot through with crimson veins, swirling with intense struggle, chaotic desire, and a flicker of panic upon witnessing Su Mian's plight. He saw Su Mian's outstretched hand, slender and pale, trembling helplessly. Just as Su Mian's fingers were about to brush against his sleeve, Ling Zhao, as if propelled by an invisible force, reached out and seized Su Mian's wrist with a grip so powerful it nearly crushed the bones within. However, at that moment, Su Mian sensed that the frenzied force, which had been relentlessly grasping and entwining at the spiritual level, suddenly faltered. Ling Zhao's mental energy remained tightly coiled around him. Yet the violent, destructive elements within it seemed to have been pressed on pause. In their stead emerged a deeper intertwining, imbued with a sense of affirmation. It resembled frigid vines that had found a warm trunk to cling to, no longer destructive, but instead exhibiting an almost obsessive binding and possession. The perception of reality and the mental landscape overlapped at that instant. Ling Zhao firmly grasped Su Mian's wrist, abruptly pulling him towards himself. Caught off guard, Su Mian was yanked forward from the reclined seat and crashed directly into Ling Zhao's embrace. The dull thud echoed as Su Mian's forehead collided with Ling Zhao's chest. Both were jolted by the impact. Su Mian could distinctly hear the erratic, fierce beating of Ling Zhao's heart within his chest, feel the rapid rise and fall of his breathing, and sense the unnaturally heated body temperature emanating through the thin fabric. The chilling scent of cedar emanating from Ling Zhao now seemed to be intensified by the heat, enveloping Su Mian with an almost scorching aggression. Ling Zhao's arm encircled Su Mian's slender back like an iron band, firmly imprisoning him within his embrace. The force carried a sense of fear akin to losing and regaining something precious, an absolute possession that permitted no escape. Su Mian's face was forced into the crook of Ling Zhao's neck, his breaths filled with the overwhelming presence of the other. He could feel Ling Zhao's chin resting atop his head, even sensing the slight tremors coursing through Ling Zhao's body. System 666. The target's mental energy instability has been suppressed. Behavioral patterns exhibit marked possessive traits. Physical contact level has breached safety thresholds. Trust dependency correlation values are soaring. Professor Su Mian struggled slightly in his embrace, his voice muffled, tinged with fear and confusion. "You hurt me." This statement fell upon Ling Zhao like a bucket of icy water. The grip of his arms loosened slightly. Yet he did not release Su Mian. He lowered his head, his silvery gray eyes piercing into Su Mian's tear-filled gaze, which churned with a complex array of emotions that was startling. He noticed the clear red marks on Su Mian's wrist caused by his own grip, and the pale face that reflected lingering terror. A strange sensation, akin to remorse, coursed through his chaotic mind like a fine electric current. He released his hold on Su Mian's wrist, yet his arms remained in a firm, protective, albeit constraining position around his waist and back. "Do not move." Ling Zhao's voice was hoarse, laden with a fatigue that spoke of survival after a calamity, coupled with an inexplicable obsession to not let go. Su Mian indeed remained still. He appeared as if he had been frightened, yet also as if he had finally found a safe harbor, obediently leaning into Ling Zhao's embrace, with only the faint, stifled sobs, and involuntary shivers betraying the ordeal he had just endured. Ling Zhao held him tightly, standing amidst the chaotic aftermath of psychic energy in a vast laboratory. At some point, Zhou Ming had quietly stepped outside, carefully closing the door behind him, leaving the eerie tranquility of this uncontrolled aftermath to the two entwined figures. Su Mian buried his face in Ling Zhao's neck, and from an angle unseen by the other, he slowly, imperceptibly, curled his lips into a smile. Ling Zhao's psychic energy continued to envelop him, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own, imbued with an almost insatiable attachment. The embrace of the body, the intertwining of minds. At this moment, the solid boundaries of Ling Zhao's rationality were utterly breached by the tumultuous, unfamiliar emotions surging from within. In concert with the fragile guide in his arms, Su Mian understood that from this moment forth, Ling Zhao could no longer define him through tools or assets. He had become the sole, irreplaceable exception within the confines of his uncontrolled boundaries. Chapter 56. The perplexed scientist and unprecedented silence enveloped the laboratory, punctuated only by the faint hum of cooling instruments and Su Mian's still uneven, delicate sobs. Ling Zhao's arms remained wrapped around Su Mian's waist, the pressure balancing between confinement and support, intensely warm, yet subtly rigid. He maintained this position, his silver-gray eyes cast downward, resting on Su Mian's soft hair, while his gaze behind the lenses seemed to penetrate the void, focusing on an internal interface embroiled in fierce conflict. System 666. Target subject has entered a logical reconstruction state. The core program is attempting to analyze and define the recently occurred non-standard interaction behavior. Su Mian could sense Ling Zhao's heartbeat beneath his chest, gradually stabilizing, yet still more fervent than usual, alongside the remnants of his psychic field, chaotic like a beach after the tide has receded, yet no longer aggressive. He ceased to struggle or speak, obediently leaning in, akin to a frightened creature that has found refuge, surrendering his entire weight to the support behind him, occasionally trembling slightly from residual fear. This subtle tremor served as a precise feedback signal, causing Ling Zhao's arms around his waist to imperceptibly tighten with each occurrence. Time flowed in silence. Finally, Ling Zhao moved. Instead of immediately releasing Su Mian, he subtly adjusted his position to provide more stable support, then used his free hand to gently grasp Su Mian's shoulder, nudging him slightly away to better observe his face. Su Mian was compelled to lift his head, his eyes and nose still tinged with red, the glimmer of unshed tears lingering in his light brown eyes, reflecting confusion and a trace of residual fear as he gazed at Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's gaze was intensely focused as it traversed Su Mian's damp lashes, the reddened corners of his eyes, and the slightly swollen lips, those he had bitten in tension, finally resting on the distinct red marks encircling his wrist, remnants of his earlier loss of control. Ling Zhao's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He extended his hand, his fingertips hovering just above the crimson mark on Su Mian's wrist, seemingly poised to make contact, yet hesitating at the last moment. The coolness emanating from his fingertip was characteristic of a laboratory. "Does it hurt?" he inquired, his voice still slightly husky, though it had regained some of its steadiness, as if he were gathering data. Su Mian took a gentle breath, nodded, then quickly shook her head, her voice tinged with a heavy nasal tone. It's all right." This contradictory response evidently defied logic. Ling Zhao's gaze fell once more upon the glaring red mark, lingering in silence for a few seconds. Then, he retracted his hand and retrieved a flat, cool metal patch from the inner pocket of his uniform. It was a portable cellular repair device, commonly utilized within a laboratory. He tore off the protective film, his movements not particularly gentle, yet executed with remarkable precision as he placed a repair patch over the red mark on Su Mian's wrist. A wave of soothing coolness instantly permeated her skin, alleviating the searing pain. Su Mian looked at his actions with surprise, tiny tears still clinging to her eyelashes. "Is he treating my wound with his personal repair device?" Ling Zhao offered no explanation. Only after completing this task did he fully release the arm he had wrapped around Su Mian's waist. Without his support, her legs weakened, and she nearly faltered. Instinctively, Ling Zhao reached out to steady her once more, only withdrawing his hand when he confirmed she could stand on her own. A slight distance formed between them, yet the invisible tension in the air remained palpable. Following their recent exchange of mental energies, Ling Zhao spoke, his gaze regaining its calm, analytical nature. As if addressing Su Mian while simultaneously rationalizing to himself, an unexpected phenomenon of strong attraction and fusion has occurred. The cause requires analysis. What is the extent of your mental energy depletion? Su Mian gathered her thoughts, assessing her state, and replied softly, a bit more exhausting than usual, but it's manageable. Ling Zhao nodded, turning toward the main control panel to retrieve the records of the mental energy fluctuations from their previous interaction. On the screen, two energy curves representing their mental forces no longer displayed the previous guiding and being guided relationship. Instead, they intertwined violently, almost savagely, becoming indistinguishable from one another. With peaks far exceeding the safety threshold, Ling Zhao studied the anomalous data graph, remaining silent for an extended period. What is the cause of the uncontrollable strong attraction and fusion? Is it induced by Su Mian's mental energy characteristics? Or is it a result of my own decreasing stability leading to loss of control? He attempted to construct a model using known variables, only to find an unquantifiable factor continually disrupting the results. The warmth transmitted from Su Mian as she trembled in his embrace. The moisture of her tears coursing down her skin, and his undeniable, intense urge to confine her within his arms. These sensations eluded accurate description through data. At that moment, Zhou Ming cautiously pushed the door open, holding a document that required Ling Zhao's immediate signature. He glanced at Su Mian, still pale and standing to the side. Then at Ling Zhao, who remained silent before the screen, keenly sensing the unusual atmosphere in the laboratory. Yet, he asked nothing, merely presenting the document with respect. Ling Zhao took the document, quickly skimmed it, signed his name, and returned it to Zhou Ming. Throughout the entire process, his gaze scarcely departed from the luminous screen. Zhou Ming received the documents, hesitated for a moment, and then quietly reminded, "Professor, the video conference with the military has been postponed for 3 hours." Ling Zhao, without turning his head, replied in a cold tone. Zhou Ming was momentarily taken aback. Postponed? The professor had never delayed a meeting with the military for personal reasons. He glanced at Su Mian, realization dawning upon him. It was once again for him. An indescribable pang of bitterness and powerlessness surged within him as he lowered his head, replying, "Yes." After Zhou Ming departed, Ling Zhao shut down the troubling data charts on screen. He turned to face Su Mian, who still stood quietly in place. Upon feeling his scrutinizing gaze, Su Mian instinctively shrank his shoulders, as if fearing the onset of yet another test. Observing Su Mian's demeanor, Ling Zhao hesitated to voice the technical queries regarding the anomalous fusion of psychic energy that lingered on his lips. After a moment of silence, he simply stated, "Go back and rest. There is no need for further data recording today." Su Mian felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Softly murmuring in acknowledgement before slowly making his way to the door, his steps somewhat unsteady and his figure frail. Ling Zhao watched as his silhouette vanished behind the door before gradually averting his gaze. He raised a hand to gently massage his still throbbing temples. For the first time, recognizing that managing a single variable consumed far more mental energy than grappling with the most intricate of energy equations. Approaching the observation window, he gazed at the simulated, unchanging starry sky outside. System 666. Target subject's logical reconstruction is obstructed. Non-data interference factors have emerged. Their behavioral decisions now incorporate irrational considerations, postponing an important meeting. Why is it that these sensory inputs, which embrace tears and tremors, cannot be classified and analyzed as smoothly as other data? Ling Zhao, the scientist who stood at the pinnacle of imperial technology, encountered a conundrum within his familiar domain that could not be elegantly elucidated by existing theories and models. The name of this enigma was Su Mian. He found himself perplexed. realizing that his once proud rationality seemed insufficient in the face of this challenge. Chapter 57. Clumsy exploration. Since that uncontrolled embrace, a subtle shift had occurred in Ling Zhao's aura. He remained silent, still engrossed in his research. Yet Su Mian could sense an intangible confusion, like a delicate mist enveloping the scientist known for his absolute rationality. The way he looked at Su Mian now contained a cautiousness akin to analyzing complex data, along with an imperceptible air of uncertainty. System 666. Target subject has entered the preliminary exploration phase of a non-standard emotional module. Behavioral patterns exhibit trial-and-error feedback characteristics. Su Mian maintained his composure, continuing to embody the parasitic plant that depended on the towering tree, quiet, fragile, and entirely reliant. He understood that Ling Zhao was currently standing in unfamiliar crossroads, and all he needed to do was to become the sole enticing path. On this day, Ling Zhao did not arrange for any guiding tests. He sat before the control console, his fingers gliding swiftly across the luminous screen. The information he was retrieving was not intricate energy formulas or experimental data, but rather a series of abstracts that Su Mian found somewhat obscure, seemingly pertaining to behavioral biology, foundational psychology, and even the emotional sociology of ancient Earth. His brow furrowed at times, then relaxed, with a flicker of computation and comprehension gleaming in his silver-gray eyes, though a hint of obvious perplexity occasionally surfaced. Was he researching about emotions? Su Mian curled up in the ergonomic chair, cradling a new compendium on interstellar animal behavior, feigning deep concentration while his peripheral vision remained attuned to Ling Zhao. He noticed Ling Zhao pausing for an extended moment over a document discussing attachment behaviors among non-kin individuals, even going so far as to make a few annotations. A rare occurrence. After a while, Ling Zhao deactivated the screen, rose, and paced a few steps within the laboratory. His gaze settled on Su Mian, more precisely on Su Mian's fingers, which had grown somewhat chilled from prolonged sitting. He approached silently, without uttering a word, and picked up a nearby lightweight blanket, one not typically used by Su Mian, but rather one he himself occasionally draped over his shoulders during overnight lab sessions. Thicker and imbued with the crisp scent of cedar. With somewhat clumsy motions, he draped the blanket over Su Mian's legs, unintentionally knocking the compendium from Su Mian's lap. Both Su Mian and Ling Zhao were momentarily taken aback. Ling Zhao bent to retrieve the compendium, expression neutral, and returned it to Su Mian's hands. Then, as if completing a preordained program, he turned and returned to the control console, resuming his prior research. Su Mian held the compendium, still imbued with the fleeting warmth of Ling Zhao's touch, while the weight of the blanket, redolent of the other's presence, settled over him, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Is this his interpretation of care? Like draping a dust cover over a machine? Yet, this was merely the beginning. During lunchtime, alongside the meal brought by Zhou Ming, there was an additional small dish containing translucent, jelly-like morsels, exuding a sweet aroma. This was not part of the standard provisions. Su Mian glanced at Zhou Ming, who appeared somewhat uneasy, awkwardly explaining, "The professor instructed that this is to supplement vitamins." His tone carried an air of helplessness, as if to say he too was baffled by the professor's behavior. Su Mian scooped a small portion with a spoon and tasted it. It was sweet and cool, with an exquisite texture. He raised his head and offered Zhou Ming a grateful smile, saying, "It's delicious. Thank you, Vice Officer Zhou." Zhou Ming's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing further and hurried away. As Su Mian savored the jelly, his thoughts were clear as crystal. Has he discovered information about human infants' preference for sweetness? In the afternoon, Su Mian leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat drowsy. His mental energy had been recovering well lately, though his body grew easily fatigued. Just as his eyelids began to droop and his head bobbed slightly, he sensed someone approaching. It was Ling Zhao, holding a portable environmental monitor, seemingly assessing the air velocity and temperature in Su Mian's vicinity. He adjusted several parameters to soften the airflow. Then his gaze fell upon Su Mian's lips, slightly parted due to drowsiness, appearing exceptionally delicate. Ling Zhao stared for a few seconds, then made a gesture that nearly caused Su Mian to falter in her expression. He raised his hand and, with his fingertips, lightly and swiftly touched Su Mian's forehead, as if testing her temperature or confirming a certain sensation. His fingertips remained slightly cool, parting almost instantly. At that moment, Su Mian stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. Professor? Ling Zhao had already withdrawn his hand, his expression unchanging, as if the abrupt contact had merely been a figment of Su Mian's imagination. His tone was flat. Maintain an alert posture to avoid neck discomfort. Oh, okay. Su Mian obediently straightened up, her heart blooming with joy. Touch. He is attempting non-functional physical contact. Ling Zhao turned to walk away. Yet Su Mian noticed that upon returning to the control console, he did not immediately resume his work, but instead stared at his fingertips, lost in thought for a few seconds before he began to operate the display again. In the evening, Su Mian prepared to return to Area B7 to rest. As he stood up, he rose a bit too abruptly, momentarily seeing black before his vision cleared, his body swaying slightly. Almost as soon as he began to wobble, Ling Zhao appeared at his side, his arm steadying Su Mian's elbow. This time, his touch was no longer as rough as during the previous incident. The pressure was expertly calibrated, exuding a calculated steadiness. Be careful, Ling Zhao's voice resonated from above. Su Mian leaned against him for balance, lifting his gaze to reveal a slightly shy, dependent smile. Thank you, Professor. Ling Zhao acknowledged with a hum, yet his hand did not immediately release its grip. Only after confirming that Su Mian had regained his balance did he slowly withdraw. His gaze lingered for a moment on Su Mian's face, which had regained some color, before he suddenly spoke. Tomorrow, you will receive new reading materials. Su Mian blinked. New ones? Yes. Ling Zhao did not elaborate, but added, you will like them. System 666. The target's tentative caring behavior received positive feedback. The host accepted and expressed gratitude. This behavior pattern is beginning to integrate the host's preference prediction function. On the following day, Zhou Ming delivered a new set of albums, not filled with cold, hard technology or flora and fauna, but rather a collection of images depicting the magnificent natural scenery and unique cultural landscapes of various star systems. The colors were vibrant, the visuals breathtaking, brimming with the essence of life and distant calls. Su Mian gazed at these albums, remaining silent for a long while. He lifted his head, looking towards the figure behind the control console, seemingly absorbed in work, and for the first time, a genuine, complex emotion flickered in his light brown eyes. He is truly attempting to understand me, in his clumsy, scientific manner. Ling Zhao seemed to sense his gaze, lifting his head to meet Su Mian's eyes. Su Mian offered him an unprecedented smile, imbued with sincerity and softness, whispering, Thank you, Professor. I really like it. Ling Zhao regarded her smile, his silver-gray eyes behind the lenses momentarily shifting. He did not respond, but lowered his gaze once more to the display. However, Su Mian noticed that for several seconds, his fingers rested motionless upon the virtual keyboard. Clumsy exploration, awkward care, and data-driven conjectures. Ling Zhao, you are perilously digging a grave for yourself. Su Mian lowered his gaze, perusing the splendid images of nebulae in his hands, applying a gentle pressure with his fingertips. He understood that when this scientist, accustomed to logic and data, began to interpret and respond to emotions in the same manner, he had already ventured halfway into the abyss named Su Mian, from which there would be no return. And he was more than willing to pull him deeper still. Chapter 58. Chapter 18. The gift that collection of natural landscapes seemed to have activated a new switch. Ling Zhao remained taciturn, yet his clumsy exploratory actions began to drift away from mere data collection and logical deduction, taking on an elusive sense of purpose. Su Mian could sense Ling Zhao observing his reactions as he flipped through the albums. When he lingered over an image of a vast nebula, his gaze vacant. When his fingertips unconsciously brushed across a vibrant rainforest image, a slight smile gracing his lips, or even when he beheld the aurora of a glacial planet, softly exclaiming in awe at its resplendent colors. Ling Zhao's manipulation of the control screen or adjustment of instruments always bore subtle, synchronous pauses. System 666. The target individual's attentiveness to the host's positive emotional responses has surpassed that of negative states. Behavioral motivations have shifted. Has he begun to care about my preferences? No longer merely focused on ensuring my stability? That day, Ling Zhao did not immerse himself in his research as usual. Standing at the main console, the interface he summoned was no longer a complex flow of data, but rather a three-dimensional modeling program. His fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard, constructing a precisely structured spherical model, occasionally pausing to reference technical literature regarding optical projection and environmental simulation. Su Mian cast a curious glance, noting that the model resembled an upgraded version of an environmental simulator. He refrained from asking further questions, continuing to peruse his album. Yet a vague premonition began to stir within him. On an evening a few days later, Zhou Ming entered empty-handed, his expression more intricate than usual, tinged with disbelief. He glanced at Su Mian, opening his mouth as if to speak, only to swallow his words, ultimately reporting stiffly to Ling Zhao, "Professor, the items have arrived." Ling Zhao lifted his gaze from the screen, acknowledging with a brief sound. Zhou Ming hesitated, then retreated into silence, but not before casting a deep, lingering look at Su Mian, his eyes a mixture of shock, confusion, and the semblance of having witnessed something miraculous. Ling Zhao rose and approached a corner of the laboratory, where a silver-gray metal box devoid of any markings awaited. He entered a password, and the lid slid open silently. From within, he retrieved a precision instrument, matte black and elegantly contoured, roughly the size of a football. Su Mian recognized it immediately. It was the Empire's latest generation immersive personal star projection device, yet to be fully released to the public. Not only does it project an extraordinarily realistic starry sky, but it also adjusts according to the user's biological signals, such as brainwaves and heart rate, simulating variations in the night sky reflective of different emotions. It even emits special frequency waves that aid in mental relaxation. The value of this device far surpasses that of previous items like nutritional fluids, blankets, or albums. It has transcended the realm of mere daily necessities or knowledge carriers, resembling more a luxury item or, perhaps, a profoundly meaningful gift. Ling Zhao approached Su Mian, holding the projector. His expression remained largely unchanged. Yet Su Mian caught a fleeting glimpse of focused anticipation in his silvery gray eyes, as if awaiting data feedback. "This is for you." Ling Zhao extended the projector with a tone as neutral as if handing over a laboratory specimen. Su Mian was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Ling Zhao, then at the evidently valuable projector, hesitating to accept it. His light brown eyes brimmed with genuine astonishment and confusion. "Professor, this is too extravagant. Customized based on your psychic wave frequency and visual preferences." Ling Zhao interrupted his hesitation, explaining in his typical, emotionally detached logical manner. "The simulated starry spectrum has been optimized. Theoretically, it is more conducive to your mental recovery and stability than the simulated scenery from the observation window. Once again, it's all about the theory and its benefits for recovery." "Ling Zhao, can't you just admit that you simply want to give me something?" Watching him earnestly explain, Su Mian's initial surprise gradually morphed into a blend of amusement and an inexplicable tenderness. He extended his hand, cautiously accepting the weighty projector. The cool metallic touch and exquisite craftsmanship unmistakably revealed its exceptional nature. "Thank you." Su Mian lowered his head, his voice soft, tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. This time, it was no performance. He was genuinely moved by this clumsy, yet heartfelt gesture concealed beneath cold logic. Ling Zhao observed the faint blush creeping to Su Mian's ears and the slight tremor in his fingers as they held the projector, pausing in silence. He seemed poised to say more, perhaps detailing its usage or reiterating its theoretical benefits for mental recovery. But ultimately, he simply remarked, "Usage instructions have been sent to your lounge terminal." With that, he turned back to the control console, immersing himself in work as if he had merely completed a routine exchange. Su Mian, clutching the starry sky projector, lingered momentarily, absorbing the weight and chill of the device in his arms, before looking up at Ling Zhao's engrossed silhouette. System 666. Target's behavioral pattern has transcended the practical framework, exhibiting a tendency towards resource-oriented gifting. This behavior cannot be fully explained by tool efficacy optimization. The emotional module exploration has entered a new phase. That night, in the cold confines of Zone B7, Su-Mian followed the instructions on the terminal to activate the starry sky projector. As the lights dimmed, the entire room was instantly engulfed by an infinite, resplendent sea of stars. No longer was it the fixed, illusory pattern seen from the observation window, but a dynamic, breathing cosmos. The nebula spins gently, with meteors occasionally piercing the profound darkness, the starlight soft and authentic, flickering in accordance with his breath. A serene, vast sensation envelopes him, and the tension and scheming of recent days seem to find a momentary solace in this instant. He lies beneath the starry sky, gazing up at the celestial river meticulously crafted for him by Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao, do you see it? This expanse of stars speaks more eloquently than any language could. Meanwhile, in the main laboratory, Ling Zhao stands before the observation window, surveying the unchanging simulated landscape outside. His personal terminal displays the real-time operational status of the starry sky projector in Zone B7, alongside the gradually stabilizing life signs of Su-Mian, which have even taken on a hint of a soothing frequency. The cold light of the screen reflects on his expressionless face. He retrieves the data records from when he constructed the projector model, his gaze slowly scanning through entries such as user visual preference parameters based on album dwell time analysis, mental resonance frequency compatibility, and the probability model of environmental atmosphere positively affecting emotions. All the data converges to one conclusion. This gift is both efficient and essential. Yet, his fingertips unconsciously tap against the cold metal surface of the console. When he received the projector, the physiological data recorded a flush of red at his ears, indicating a correlation with joy and other positive emotional responses reaching 873. Thus, this efficient gift also elicited positive emotions. Ling Zhao closes the data interface. He raises a hand to gently adjust his glasses perched on his nose, a faint trace of satisfaction, unnamed even by himself, flickering in the depths of his silver-gray eyes. This satisfaction cannot be quantified within existing analytical models, yet it undeniably exists, like a newly ignited star quietly shining in the night sky. Chapter 59, Chapter 19. Madness for You. The starry sky projector customized by Ling Zhao sends ripples through Su-Mian's heart, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The clumsy yet precious sentiment allowing him to see the undercurrents surging beneath Ling Zhao's frozen exterior. However, the tranquil days do not last long. An external pressure descends like an encroaching storm cloud. System 666. Warning: external authority interference detected. The Imperial Research Headquarters has initiated an assessment program regarding the singular binding risk of S-Class guides. Deputy Officer Zhou Ming has submitted a supplementary report. Su-Mian immediately comprehends the situation. Zhou Ming could no longer restrain himself, formally reporting the growing influence Ling Zhao has over him and the potential risks therein. This not only reflects Zhou Ming's personal animosity, but also embodies the Empire's instinctive vigilance against over-reliance on an uncertain variable regarding Ling Zhao. This invaluable gem. The atmosphere in the laboratory abruptly tightens. Zhou Ming becomes increasingly silent, scarcely exchanging glances with Su-Mian, yet the oppressive tension pervades the air. Ling Zhao seemed to have received relevant inquiries as well, spending an extended duration at the control console, grappling with an increasingly vast and intricate array of data. Occasionally, he engaged in encrypted communications with headquarters. Though his tone remained composed, a palpable chill lingered in his brow. Su-Mian, akin to a creature sensing an impending storm, grew quieter and more clingy. He spent additional time in the laboratory, curling up in the ergonomic chair, clutching a nature photography album, or staring vacantly at Ling Zhao's silhouette. When Ling Zhao, fatigued from prolonged labor, rubbed his temples, Su-Mian would delicately offer a glass of water at the perfect temperature, upon the conclusion of Ling Zhao's communications. When the atmosphere grew ominously tense, he would anxiously fidget with the hem of his clothing, his light brown eyes brimming with evident concern. He did not inquire about the unfolding events. Instead, through this silent companionship and reliance, he continuously reinforced his unique and indispensable role within Ling Zhao's world. On this day, a critically important remote hearing was convened in Ling Zhao's laboratory. The enormous screen displayed the blurred yet authoritative figures of several high-ranking officials from the Imperial Research Headquarters. Zhou Ming, serving as the event's reporter, also appeared on a split screen, his expression grave. Professor Ling Zhao, the lead official's voice resonated through the speakers. Imbued with undeniable authority regarding your binding relationship with guide number 739, Su Mian, headquarters has assessed that there exists a potential risk. To ensure the absolute safety of the Empire's core research projects and your personal stability, we recommend incorporating Guide 739 into the direct management of headquarters, subjecting him to periodic guidance by an expert team to ensure. I refuse. Ling Zhao coldly interrupted, not waiting for the official to finish, his voice devoid of hesitation. Standing before the screen, his tall figure resembled a solitary iceberg, isolating himself from all forces attempting to intervene. The officials on the screen appeared momentarily taken aback, their tone growing more severe. Professor Ling Zhao, please understand, this is based on the highest security protocols. My psychic field data can only be stabilized by Su Mian. Ling Zhao interjected once more, his voice unwavering, yet exuding an oppressive weight derived from absolute strength. The compatibility and efficiency of the headquarters expert team cannot reach the current level. A forced replacement would delay my research progress by at least 375 days and pose the risk of inciting an uncontrollable psychic upheaval. Will headquarters bear this responsibility? He wielded data and risk as weapons, precisely seizing the opponent's lifeline. The research headquarters might disregard the allegiance of a guide, but they could not afford to overlook Ling Zhao's research progress and stability. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. At that moment, Zhou Ming's voice intruded, laden with a desperate determination. Professor, with all due respect, the influence of Guide Su Mian on you has exceeded normal limits. His very existence is the greatest destabilizing factor. My judgment is based on ineffective samples and subjective biases. Ling Zhao turned his head, his silver-gray eyes piercing like ice picks towards Zhou Ming's split screen. Your authority has been questioned. You're unqualified to assess this matter. Zhou Ming's face turned a ghastly white in an instant. The hearing was temporarily suspended in an atmosphere of discontent. As the light screen extinguished, an oppressive silence enveloped the laboratory. Ling Zhao stood motionless, his back turned to Su Mian, his shoulders taut with tension. Su Mian could sense the immense aura of his spiritual energy becoming increasingly agitated, fueled by suppressed rage and the strain of confrontation, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. At that moment, the emergency communication light in the lab began to flash erratically. The piercing alarm shattered the stillness. Warning: energy core overload detected in Zone K3. Stability has fallen below critical levels. A chain reaction is imminent. Repeat, Zone K3. Zone K3. This was one of the core research areas under Ling Zhao's supervision, where an extremely perilous dimensional energy extraction experiment was underway. Ling Zhao's pupils constricted sharply as he rushed to the control panel, his hands a blur on the screen as he attempted to stabilize the energy core remotely. However, the rate of overload exceeded all expectations, and the control protocols failed one after another. There was no time left. Someone had to manually sever the main energy valve. Zhou Ming's anxious voice crackled through the communicator, laced with despair, but everyone understood that entering at this moment meant facing almost certain death. Ling Zhao's movements abruptly halted as he gazed at the rapidly deteriorating data on the screen, a fierce struggle emerging in his eyes for the first time. His research, his responsibilities, and then, at this critical juncture, a figure suddenly darted past him, unhesitatingly heading for the isolation door leading to Zone K3. It was Su Mian. His face bore no trace of fear, only a near-manic resolve, his light brown eyes ablaze with a fierce, reckless determination. Su Mian, come back, Ling Zhao shouted. his voice tinged with a panic he had not even recognized. Su Mian glanced back at him, his expression complex enough to make Ling Zhao's heart momentarily stop. There was affection, farewell, and an unwavering commitment to undertake this perilous task for him. In a soft voice, Professor Su Mian cut through the alarm's clamor. My life was given by you. With that, he pressed the button to open the isolation door, his figure instantly engulfed by the chaotic energy currents beyond. No. Ling Zhao watched helplessly as the door closed before him, feeling as though his very soul was being drawn away. On the screen, the signal representing Su Mian's life signs diminished rapidly the moment he entered Zone K3, flickering like a candle in the wind. The fluctuations of his spiritual energy waning to the brink of disappearance. For him, Su Mian once again rushed towards death. In his mind, Su Mian's tearful visage, expressing unwavering trust in him, and the image of him embracing the starlit projector with flushed ears, along with that final, parting glance, struck him like a ferocious virus, instantly collapsing all rational barriers within him. Ah! Ling Zhao let out a primal scream, his long-suppressed spiritual energy erupting like a colossal beast freed from all restraints. The instruments in the main laboratory erupted in blinding sparks, the lights flickering wildly. He struck fiercely, his fist crashing into a priceless precision analyzer nearby. Bang! The metal casing buckled, parts scattering everywhere. These damned data, these damned regulations. His crimson eyes were fixed on the desolate laboratory, directed towards the extinguished screen that symbolized the Empire's authority, and he unleashed a roar that tore through the silence. I do not wish for him to save me. I only desire for him to live. Like a lion utterly bereft of reason, he rampaged through his surroundings, attempting to release the overwhelming emotions of terror, fury, and an overwhelming, incomprehensible love that threatened to rend him asunder in the most primal way. System 666. Target's rationality has completely collapsed. Emotional module overloaded. Protective instincts possessiveness. And panic levels have breached their peak. Worldview is undergoing reconstruction. Amidst the chaos and the blaring alarms, Ling Zhao spun around abruptly, charging towards the isolation door of Zone K3 like an arrow released from a bow, disregarding the terrified protests of Zhou Ming over the communicator, and forcibly activated the highest level of authority, tearing apart the door that separated life from death. He was determined to retrieve his Su Mian, no matter the cost. Chapter 60. The definition of happiness and rebirth within Zone K3. Erratic energy currents slash through the fabric of space like tangible blades. Blinding arcs of electricity leapt between the shattered instruments, producing a cacophony of sounds that grated on the nerves. High concentrations of radiation and the remnants of chaotic psychic energy had transformed this place into a forbidden zone for life. The moment Ling Zhao burst in, the alarms on his protective suit screamed at their maximum pitch. Yet, he remained oblivious, his silver-gray eyes frantically scanning the wreckage, his psychic energy spreading out like a searchlight. Heedless of his own depletion, desperately seeking that familiar and faint presence. Su Mian. His voice sounded muffled and hoarse behind the mask, laced with an unprecedented panic. At last, behind an overturned console, he spotted the curled figure on the ground. Su Mian lay on the cold metallic floor, in a small patch that had yet to be tainted by energy pollution. His complexion was ghostly pale, nearly translucent, with tightly shut eyes and long eyelashes resembling the wings of a broken butterfly, quietly drooping down. A trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, a result of the internal injuries sustained when the main energy valve was forcibly severed. The fluctuations of his psychic energy were feeble, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, and his vital signs teetered on the brink of danger. Yet, in his hand, he clutched a small, now inactive portable energy disruptor, the very evidence of his successful manual shutdown of the main energy valve. Ling Zhao's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, pain constricting his breath. He staggered forward, kneeling on one knee, trembling hands lifting Su Mian from the frigid floor. The boy's body felt horrifically light, limply resting against him, offering no response. Su Mian, wake up. Ling Zhao's voice was hoarse, tinged with a near-pleading tone as he futilely wiped away the blood from the corner of Su Mian's mouth, attempting to channel his psychic energy to stabilize him, only to discover that Su Mian's mental landscape was like shattered glass. Any attempt to probe further caused the fragments to become even more precarious. System 666. Warning. Host vital signs are continuously declining. Core of psychic energy is on the verge of collapse. Is this the limit? Nevertheless, it was worth it. Ling Zhao ceased any further actions that might inflict secondary harm. He held Su Mian tightly in his embrace, using his own body to shield him from the relentless energy waves that continued to ravage the surroundings, as if he yearned to transfer every ounce of his strength and vitality to him. Lowering his head, he pressed his forehead against Su Mian's icy brow, closing his eyes. For the first time, he allowed the overwhelming and unfamiliar emotions, known as fear and loss, to engulf him like a tsunami. "You shall not die," he vowed in a deep, despairing whisper, akin to a cornered beast, resolute in his determination. The long-awaited rescue team finally arrived, clad in heavy protective gear, forcibly extracting the almost deranged Ling Zhao and the unconscious Su Mian from Zone K3. In the days that followed, Ling Zhao spared no resource, employing the Empire's most elite medical team, the most precious cell repair fluids and mental stability agents, as if they were of no cost, all in service of Su Mian. He remained steadfastly outside the medical pod, his silver-gray uniform growing wrinkled, dark circles forming beneath his eyes, and his once meticulously styled hair now in disarray. He no longer cared for any research data or attended to communications from headquarters. His entire world seemed to revolve solely around the unconscious youth within the medical pod. Zhou Ming silently handled all subsequent matters, observing Ling Zhao's soul-drained visage, the last remnants of his resentment and hostility transformed into a complex sigh. He understood that some boundaries, once crossed, could never be returned from. Time slipped by, and just as Ling Zhao was on the brink of exhausting all hope, the indicator light of the medical pod finally shifted from red to green. Su Mian's vital signs stabilized, although his mental core was severely damaged. Its foundation remained intact and had ceased to disintegrate. As he slowly opened his eyes and beheld the weary Ling Zhao standing vigil at his bedside, confusion flickered in his hazel eyes, quickly replaced by a faint yet profoundly genuine smile. "Professor, it's wonderful to see you well," his voice fragile as a whisper. Ling Zhao watched him awaken, witnessing the smile directed at him, and felt the tension in his body dissolve in an instant. A wave of immense fatigue intertwined with a euphoric relief surged through him, rendering him momentarily speechless. He reached out, cautiously, as if handling a delicate treasure, grasping Su Mian's hand, which lay limply outside the covers, still lacking in strength. His palm radiated a searing warmth, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. Su Mian did not withdraw but allowed him to hold on, his fingertips gently stirring in response within Ling Zhao's grasp. System 666. Target's emotional module stabilized and solidified. Happiness perception system activated. Current happiness value, 100,100. Main storyline mission of the Third World completed. Su Mian's recovery was a slow and protracted journey. Yet this time, Ling Zhao's companionship was meticulous. He no longer sought to rationalize his actions. He simply followed his instincts. He personally adjusted Su Mian's nutritional meals. Though they remained less than delectable, the variety and combinations reflected considerable thought. He would gently cover Su Mian's forehead with his palm during the pain of mental restoration, attempting to offer a modicum of comfort through his cool touch. He even installed a larger and more intricate star projector in Su Mian's B7 district, allowing the customized galaxy to become even more magnificent and enchanting. When Su Mian was finally able to rise from his bed, Ling Zhao would assist him, guiding him slowly along the corridor outside the laboratory. Beyond the observation windows of the corridor lay the vast and boundless universe. On one occasion, as Su Mian gazed at a slowly rotating blue planet outside, he softly remarked, "That planet appears quite warm." Ling Zhao followed his gaze, fell silent for a moment, and then replied, Its surface temperature is not suitable for human habitation. Su Mian paused, then chuckled softly, shaking his head without offering an explanation. Ling Zhao watched him laugh, though he did not comprehend the source of the humor. Nonetheless, seeing the vitality return to Su Mian's face softened the corners of his tightly pressed lips, albeit imperceptibly. As time passed, under Ling Zhao's almost obsessive care, Su Mian's body and mental strength gradually recovered, even becoming more stable than before. Ling Zhao's mental field also became remarkably steady due to Su Mian's presence. A wondrous symbiosis and balance formed between them. One day, Su Mian reclined on a resting chair, typically used by Ling Zhao, observing him as he checked data not far away. The simulated sunlight cast a warm golden glow around him. A familiar sense of detachment washed over Su Mian. System 666. Preparing for world extraction. 10-9. 8. He gazed at Ling Zhao's focused profile, enveloped in tranquility. Farewell, Ling Zhao. I have accepted your happiness. In the instant of complete consciousness extraction, he noticed Ling Zhao seemingly sensing something, abruptly turning his head. In his silver-gray eyes, Su Mian's gradually becoming transparent figure was clearly reflected, devoid of fear. Only a profound understanding and reluctance, as if it had all been foreseen. Ling Zhao hurried to his side, and, before he vanished entirely, leaned down to place a delicate kiss, imbued with the cool fragrance of cedar, upon his forehead. World mission, the forbidden pet of an S-class professor, has been completed. Task completion assessment, SSS level. Beginning task reward settlement. Abnormal energy resonance detected, analyzing. Successfully recovered and fused Oath of the Soul Fragment Guardian X1. Current soul completeness, 15. Fragment characteristic. This fragment enhances the host's resonance and understanding of the will to guard absolute order and reason. A flow of warmth. Similar yet uniquely distinct from the previous two experiences, coursed into his soul, carrying a resolute protective will generated by a frigid program, constructing an undeniable barrier akin to the most rigorous logic. This sensation was clearer and more stable than in the past. Su Mian's consciousness gradually coalesced within the system space. Watching as 3 golden light points operated steadily within his soul, obsessive, fierce, guarding their independence, while subtly forming a more complete silhouette. The third fragment, Ling Zhao's Oath of Protection. These fragments seem to resonate with each other. Teleportation preparation complete. Entering the fourth world, the bride of the Demon King. A new journey is about to commence. Su Mian's perception of the soul fragments has transformed from a vague familiarity into a distinct awareness, prompting him to actively observe the connections between the fragments. Chapter 1. The red attire of the night, the bridal gown of a new soul suffocation. It felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, squeezing the last vestige of air from his chest. Su Mian abruptly opened his eyes, coughing violently, greeted by a blinding, oscillating expanse of red. As consciousness returned, the first sensation that reached his mind was the cold touch of silk, smooth and delicate, yet imbued with an eerie chill that penetrated to his very bones. Clinging tightly to his skin, a heavy pressure settled upon his head and neck. He strained to move his eyes, utilizing the dim, flickering light to discern the intricate, deep crimson bridal gown enveloping his slender form, adorned with golden threads embroidered with bizarre phoenixes and entwined lotus patterns, layering upon him like a shroud. Atop his head rested a similarly weighty and frigid metallic crown, embellished with pearls and gemstones, nearly preventing him from raising his head. Where is this? He lay upon an expansive, ornately carved antique wooden bed, draped in dark red curtains that obscured part of his vision. The air was thick with an overpowering, suffocating scent of sandalwood, mingling with a musty odor of aged wood and dust that invaded his nostrils. Outside the window, there was an eerie silence, occasionally pierced by the mournful cawing of a crow, a sound so haunting it sent shivers down his spine. Memories pierced his mind like ice picks. He is now Su Mian, a bride chosen by a declining family to become a sacrificial offering to the ancient ghost king, Ming Yuan, who has resided here for a millennium. The family hopes to exchange his life for a fleeting tranquility and elusive blessings. The original owner, having been delivered to this grim mansion last night, met his end upon the Ghost King's midnight manifestation. His final memory crystallized in the lifeless gaze that seemed to embody all the malice of the world, a sight that terrified him to death. His heart tightened, not merely from the original owner's memories, but because of the revelation. A Ghost King? Forced affection? A supernatural narrative? This is a stage tailor-made for me. A tremor, a blend of profound dread and morbid excitement, surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, nearly overwhelming his ability to maintain composure. This predicament, for him, was akin to a parched traveler encountering an oasis. Beep. Host consciousness detected as awake. World 4. The Ghost King's sacrificial bride fully loaded. The system's cold electronic voice, 666, resonated with an unusual gravity. Main quest released. Ensure the target, Ming Yuan, experiences a lifetime of happiness. Current world side quest. Maintain the timid and submissive persona of a sacrificial offering to lower the target's guard. Severe warning. This world possesses a high difficulty level with a supernatural backdrop. The target is a non-human entity, with danger levels far exceeding previous encounters. Its form, abilities, and behavioral logic defy conventional understanding. The host must exercise utmost caution. Survival is the foremost priority. Su Mian swallowed hard, his throat parched and aching. He cautiously turned his neck, surveying this so-called new chamber. The room was vast, yet starkly empty. Apart from the bed beneath him and a dressing table, there was little else in the room. The furniture, crafted from fine wood, lay shrouded in a thick layer of dust, with cobwebs gathering in the corners. The candlestick, pale as bone, held a crimson candle that burned with a ghostly green flame, casting an eerie glow throughout the chamber. Faintly, one could discern vague, dark red murals on the walls, their cryptic designs obscured and enigmatic. The arrangement of this scene, the interplay of light and shadow, and the chilling atmosphere were reminiscent of a textbook example of horror cinema, far more compelling than my own narratives. He attempted to move a finger, and the sleeve of the bridal gown slipped down, revealing a pale, slender wrist. Adorning it was a heavy silver bracelet, intricately engraved with protective runes and family insignia, serving both as a safeguard and a marker binding him to this ancient house and the ghostly monarch. So cold, he murmured softly, his voice barely audible in the vast emptiness of the room. It was not just a bridal gown that felt frigid. The entire room exuded an oppressive chill, reminiscent of an ice cellar. In accordance with his timid and submissive character, he should have been huddled in the corner of the bed, clutching the covers and trembling, too afraid to even weep aloud. Indeed, Su Mian did just that. He struggled to shift his body, ensnared by the heavy bridal attire. Curling up and wrapping his arms around his knees, burying his face within. His shoulders quivered slightly, as if he were silently sobbing. Only through the slight opening between his fingers could one glimpse his remarkably bright eyes, illuminated by the eerie green candlelight, meticulously scanning every corner of the room, assessing potential paths of survival and demise while evaluating the craftsmanship of this stage. The name of the ghostly monarch, Ming Yuan, was formidable enough. What might he resemble? A visage of green skin and sharp fangs? A swirling mass of darkness? Or perhaps strikingly handsome, only to reveal a sinister countenance? I would welcome any of these possibilities. Fear was genuine, confronting the unknown, an existence that transcended the bounds of comprehension, is an innate human instinct. Yet, excitement was equally palpable. As a seasoned author of tales, harboring a clandestine yearning for unorthodox relationships and an insatiable desire for control, this precarious situation ignited within him an intense creative fervor. He was frightened, yet simultaneously reveling in the thrill of being on the edge of oblivion. A faint yet distinct sound, like nails scraping against wood or some entity slowly shifting, emerged from a corner of the room. Su Mian's body stiffened abruptly, his breath held captive. It was not the creaking of doors or windows. Rather, it was something more sinister. The ghostly green flame flickered violently, elongating the shadows of all objects in the room. Those distorted silhouettes appeared to come alive. The scent of sandalwood intensified, thick enough to induce a slight dizziness. That cold, oppressive aura crept in like a tide, saturating his bridal gown and penetrating his very bones. System 666. Warning. High concentrations of malevolent energy detected nearby. Host, please maintain character and proceed with caution. It was here. Su Mian buried his head deeper, trembling more violently, his teeth beginning to chatter uncontrollably. This was not solely an act. The intangible pressure drawing near felt as heavy and substantial as a tangible weight pressing down upon his heart. He could sense something had entered the room, perhaps lurking just behind him or slowly crawling out from beneath the bed. He dared not lift his gaze, nor did he have the courage to look. Instead, he tightly shut his eyes, listening to the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat and the seemingly omnipresent, subtle, chilling sounds. Come, let me behold my lord. Do not disappoint me. Dressed in crimson like blood, the bridal gown resembled that of a prisoner. Deep within this ancient mansion, the tale of the sacrifice and the ghostly king silently began to unfold amidst the dim green candlelight and the bone-chilling cold. He, the unwilling performer, yet internally exhilarated, had assumed the most timid posture, ready to commence his heartfelt and schemed performance. Chapter 62. Chapter 2. Deep in the ancient mansion. The initial encounter with the chill after that sound, the room fell into a deeper silence. Even the occasional cawing of crows outside had ceased, leaving only the faint crackle of the burning candle and Su Mian's own suppressed, racing heartbeat. It was cold, colder still. It felt as though one had instantaneously transitioned from early autumn to the depths of winter. The chilling aura no longer merely permeated the air. It coiled around him like a living tendril, weaving its way into the heavy bridal gown, penetrating his skin and freezing his blood. The exposed skin of Su Mian's neck and wrists broke out in fine goosebumps, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, this time not an act, but a genuine bodily response. The air conditioning is rather overpowering. His curled-up body was as stiff as stone, not daring to move even a fingertip. All his senses were heightened to the extreme, capturing every minute change. It had arrived. He keenly sensed the presence in the room. No footsteps, no breath. It was there, emanating a pressure that sent shivers through his very soul. System 666. Target energy entity has entered a perceivable range. Energy level, extremely high. Attribute, extremely EEN. Warning, please maintain your persona. Avoid provoking the target. Su Mian buried his face deeper into his knees, leaving only a small gap for breath. He struggled to regulate his breathing, making it sound like the erratic and hurried breaths of someone gripped by profound fear. Time seemed to languidly flow in the icy stillness. Then, Su Mian felt the intangible, frigid gaze settle upon his back. It pierced him like a shard of ice, penetrating through the heavy bridal gown and flesh, reaching into his very marrow. The gaze contained no trace of human emotion, no curiosity, no desire, only a pure, cold scrutiny, akin to that of a deity looking down upon mere ants. He clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding themselves into the flesh of his palms, using the slight pain to remain alert, battling the overwhelming terror that threatened to shatter his mind. Steady yourself, Su Mian. You are a professional. This is merely a more advanced, interactive narrative. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the gaze shifted. Su Mian could feel it glide silently from the corner of the room to the foot of the bed. The oppressive chill intensified suddenly, nearly suffocating him. He could even perceive an exceedingly faint, peculiar odor, reminiscent of the scent that wafts from an ancient tomb upon its recent unsealing. A strange amalgamation of earthy dampness and decay. It lingered by the edge of the bed, alarmingly close. Su Mian's heart raced, threatening to escape his chest. He tightly shut his eyes, his long eyelashes quivering violently from fear. Will it touch me? What will it feel like? Icy? Or will it simply pass through me? Yet, the anticipated contact never materialized. That presence merely remained there, silently observing him, as though appraising a newly delivered and unsatisfactory item. This unresolved, unknown dread tormented him far more than any immediate harm could. Fine beads of cold sweat formed on Su Mian's forehead, and the wedding gown on his back became drenched. clinging to his skin and amplifying the bone-chilling cold. He could no longer afford to remain passive. He had to take action to shatter this maddening stalemate while maintaining his facade, drawing a sharp breath, as though finally unable to bear the immense pressure. A faint, fragmented voice, heavy with a sobbing undertone, emerged from between his knees. "Please, don't eat me." The words were barely audible, trembling intensely, filled with desperate pleading. I'm not appetizing. I'm thin, with hardly any flesh." He continued to ramble incoherently, akin to a terrified child beseeching the mercy of a brutal assailant. "Please, spare me." By the end, he emitted a faint, suppressed whimper. His shoulders tightened further, curling into an even smaller, utterly unthreatening ball. "Am I sufficiently timid and submissive now? Respond already, Great One." The air seemed to thicken. That cold gaze remained fixed upon him. Yet Su Mian keenly sensed a slight reduction in the suffocating pressure surrounding him. Was it his feeble, sacrificial response that appeased this Lord of Spectres? Just as Su Mian pondered this, a more tangible, intense chill, like a gossamer veil, gently swept over his crown, gliding past the heavy tiara that adorned his hair. Though there was no physical contact, it sent his hair standing on end. The sensation was akin to an icy shard gliding across his scalp. He involuntarily let out a short, startled cry, his body jolting as if to spring from the bed, only to be forcibly restrained, curling up tighter, his whimpers becoming more pronounced. Goodness, this is even more terrifying than being touched. That cold presence lingered above him for a moment, seemingly amused by his exaggerated reaction. Soon after, the chill began to shift. It resembled an invisible, frigid hand, slowly and subtly gliding over the taut lines of his back beneath the wedding gown, brushing against his sides, which quivered in fear. And finally, as if by mere chance, coiling around his slender wrist adorned with a silver bracelet. The instant that intangible coldness made contact with his skin, Su Mian trembled violently, as though struck by a current. It was not a physical sensation, but rather a direct, penetrating chill that reached into the very depths of his soul. As if suddenly immersed in an ancient icy cavern, even his thoughts seemed to freeze. The silver bracelet on his wrist radiated a slight warmth, seemingly resisting the chilling aura surrounding him. System 666. Warning. The host is in contact with high-purity Yin energy. The pure Yin body is resonating. Please exercise caution. A pure Yin body? Resonance? Before Su Mian could fully comprehend the implications of the system's alert, he felt the Yin energy coiling around his wrist pause momentarily. Soon after, instead of retreating, it became increasingly animated, as if it had discovered something intriguing. It no longer merely wrapped around him. Instead, it morphed into a fine, icy mist, slowly and methodically caressing the inner side of his wrist, where his pulse throbbed. Cold, viscous, imbued with an otherworldly, probing essence. Su Mian's whimpers abruptly ceased as he bit down hard on his lower lip, enduring this extraordinarily strange touch. His body quivered slightly from the intense cold and fear, along with a hint of indescribable stimulation. He could feel his pulse racing wildly beneath the icy embrace, almost breaking free from the confines of his veins. Am I going to die? What is this? A prelude to a ghostly encounter? This spine-chilling intimacy persisted for nearly a minute, just as Su Mian felt he might be frozen or faint from terror. The Yin energy entwined around his wrist vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, retreating like a receding tide, taking with it the bone-chilling cold and suffocating pressure that had pervaded the room. The temperature within the chamber seemed to rise slightly, and the ghostly green candlelight resumed its normal flickering. It was as if everything that had transpired was merely an exceedingly vivid nightmare. Su Mian remained curled up, rigid, for quite some time before daring to slowly raise his head, cautiously testing the air. His face bore the remnants of tears, physiological, and the pallor of lingering fear. The room was empty. Apart from himself, there was nothing else. The ghostly king, known as the abyss of the underworld, had come and gone without a trace. Trembling, Su Mian lifted his wrist, peering at it in the dim green candlelight. The skin on the inner side of his wrist was smooth and pale, leaving no marks. Yet the peculiar sensation of the icy energy's caress was indelibly etched into his nerves, impossible to erase. He exhaled a long, trembling breath, feeling utterly drained as he slumped onto the cold bed, the heavy bridal gown feeling as if it were soaked through. Is this the conclusion of our initial encounter? He had survived. Moreover, it seemed he had piqued the interest of that ghostly king. Su Mian gazed at the dark red canopy above, slowly curling the corners of his mouth into a complex smile, a blend of lingering fear, exhaustion, and an indescribable thrill. System 666. Initial contact with the target completed. Character stability, excellent. Warning. The purine body has attracted the target's attention. Subsequent interactions present both risks and opportunities. Risks? Opportunities? Su Mian licked his cracked lips. He understood that this game between man and ghost had only just begun. The seemingly frail offering a cast the first tentative stone. It was now his turn to embody the timid and compliant bride, who inadvertently exuded an alluring aura. Chapter 63. Unintentional words, touching the forbidden scale the following day. Su Mian awoke in a profound silence. His body felt as though it had been disassembled and reconfigured, each muscle aching and stiff. The terror and chill from the previous night seemed to linger deep within his bones, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This dismal place, even sleeping, feels akin to practicing yoga in an ice cellar. He cautiously sat up. The heavy wedding attire, ravaged through the night, had become even more wrinkled, chafing against his skin painfully. The room remained illuminated only by the eerie green candlelight, rendering it impossible to discern day from night. With a creak, the door was silently pushed open, yet no human entered. Two pallid faces, adorned with exaggerated crimson blush, floated in, clad in oversized, ancient servant-like paper garments. Their movements stiff and awkward. They possessed no feet. Their lower halves were obscured, resembling blurred paper rolls. They were paper servants. Su Mian's heart raced, and his body instinctively recoiled, a look of terror manifesting on his face. Paper servants? This is exceedingly uncanny. The two figures held wooden trays, one containing clear water and a cloth, while the other bore a bowl of an unidentifiable, cold, mushy substance paired with a hard, dry bun. They placed the trays on the low table beside the bed, then turned in unison to face Su Mian, their hollow, expressionless eyes gazing at him, the rigid smiles on their lips appearing particularly sinister. One of the paper servants raised its hand, crafted from paper, and pointed to the tray, then to Su Mian. The motion slow and clumsy. Su Mian understood their intention. He swallowed hard and murmured, thank you. The paper servants remained unresponsive, maintaining their stance and smiles. Not daring to linger, Su Mian endured the discomfort and used the cold water to wash his face. He glanced at the bowl of mush and the dry bun. His stomach churned, yet he forced himself to take small bites. The flavor was insipid, tinged with a musty odor, barely sufficient to satiate his hunger. This culinary standard deserves a poor review. Is this the treatment of the Ghost King's consort? Upon finishing his meager meal, the two paper servants stiffly collected the trays and silently floated out, closing the door behind them. Once again, Su Mian found himself alone in the room. He exhaled in relief, rubbing his still-cold wrists, the sensation of being ensnared by the dark energy of the abyss fresh in his memory. He realized he could not remain in this room, waiting passively. He needed to gather more information about this ancient abode and the Ghost King. System 666. It is advisable for the host to explore the surroundings moderately, ensuring safety while collecting intelligence. This was precisely what he desired. Taking a deep breath, Su Mian steeled himself and stealthily approached the door, testing it gently. To his delight, it was unlocked. Cautiously, he pulled it ajar. Outside lay a dimly lit, shadowy corridor, flanked by similar rooms, most doors tightly shut and cloaked in dust. The air was still thick with the chilling, decayed atmosphere. He glided through the corridor like a specter, his footsteps barely disturbing the silence as the wooden floorboards emitted faint creaks that resonated in the stillness. He endeavored to sidestep the particularly dilapidated or sinister-looking rooms, seeking out potential repositories of information. As he passed a slightly ajar, ornately carved wooden door that appeared more ancient and substantial than the others. A faint yet distinct aroma, an ancient ink scent mingled with a more oppressive aura, wafted through the crack. Su Mian hesitated, momentarily intrigued by the peculiar scent. Curiosity, coupled with his profession's insatiable thirst for discovery, ultimately triumphed over his trepidation. He gently pushed the door open. Inside lay a room even more spacious than the new house, devoid of furniture, its walls densely adorned with portraits of women. These paintings, varying in age and executed with remarkable skill, bore a somber style. The women depicted, clad in traditional attire, possessed striking beauty, yet were overshadowed by an unmistakable air of melancholy. Upon closer inspection, Su Mian discerned an inexplicable resemblance between them and himself. Most notably, a portrait hanging centrally, the best preserved of the lot, featured a woman with a captivating smile and lively eyes, strikingly similar to Su Mian's own appearance at that moment. Substitute literature? The white moonlight trope? I knew it. A classic plot twist, albeit delayed. He approached the central portrait, tilting his head to gaze at it. The woman in the painting was undeniably beautiful, exuding an ethereal purity that seemed untouched by the mundane world. He tilted his head, instinctively comparing features. Her eyes lack my vibrancy, and her nose seems less pronounced. The curve of her lips appears somewhat contrived. Perhaps it was the occupational hazard of being an author. Or perhaps the thrill of having narrowly escaped peril the previous night had emboldened him. Or maybe it was the eerie similarity that sparked a subtle competitive instinct within him. He stared at the painting and murmured softly, "It's merely adequate, really. Not nearly as striking as I am." No sooner had he spoken than a violent, frigid wave of energy erupted from the room's corners, far more intense than the previous night. The portraits trembled violently, producing a cacophony of sound. Su Mian was nearly thrown off balance by the sudden force, almost toppling over. The temperature plummeted to freezing, and a thin layer of frost began to coat the floor. A dense, almost inescapable shadow began to coalesce before him at an unfathomable speed, surpassing the limits of the naked eye. In the next moment, an icy hand, as unyielding as a vice, clamped around Su Mian's delicate throat. Gasp! Taken by surprise, Su Mian found his breath snatched away. His face quickly flushed from the lack of oxygen. He was compelled to lift his gaze, locking eyes with a presence no longer intangible but vividly real, belonging to the abyss. Those eyes were profoundly deep, nearly devoid of color, without distinction between pupil and sclera, only an endless, swirling darkness, akin to two black holes capable of devouring everything. At that moment, within those eyes surged a tempest of fury and a chilling intent to kill, warping the very space around him in response to its wrath. The abyss had manifested. He donned an ancient robe adorned with intricate dark patterns, his long hair as inky as night, and his visage strikingly beautiful to the point of being almost otherworldly, yet pale to the point of resembling a specter. Surrounding him was a palpable aura of dense, shadowy energy that flickered like black flames, exuding an overwhelming presence that chilled the very essence of one's soul. "What do you say?" The voice of the abyss resonated, deep and raspy, as if emerging from the depths of a hellish abyss. Each utterance laced with an icy shard that struck Su Mian's face and heart. The grip around his neck tightened slowly, the sound of bones creaking under unbearable pressure echoing ominously. System 666. Warning. Warning. Host has touched the target's inverse scale. Life-threatening danger. Urgency level. Maximum. Su Mian's mind went blank from lack of oxygen, an immense terror engulfing him like a tsunami. He could acutely sense the unmasked intent to kill emanating from the abyss. He was truly capable of ending his life. This has gone awry. This time, it's truly disastrous. A fierce instinct for survival ignited within him, propelling him into a desperate struggle as he futilely attempted to pry apart the abyss's iron grip with his hands, his legs weakly flailing. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. "Let me go," he managed to choke out in broken syllables, his gaze filled with a despairing urgency, pleading for mercy. The abyss fixed its gaze upon him, its pitch-black eyes aflame with rage, as if intending to reduce this sacrificial offering, who dared to desecrate its sacred ground, to ashes. The pressure of its grip showed no signs of relenting. Su Mion's consciousness began to blur, the once defined features of the abyss's handsome, yet menacing face fading into obscurity. Is this how it ends? I cannot accept this. Just as he teetered on the brink of complete unconsciousness, he sensed a minuscule fluctuation in the abyss's obsidian eyes. Its gaze shifted from Su Mion's contorted visage, marked by pain yet still reminiscent of the ethereal beauty in art, to the tear-stained corners of his reddened eyes, and then to his slightly parted, colorless lips. The grip around his neck loosened ever so slightly, though still cold and suffocating. It granted Su Mion a sliver of breathing space. Like a fish on the verge of death, he gasped greedily for the frigid air, accompanied by violent coughs. The abyss still held onto his neck, not fully relinquishing its grip, yet the furious wrath in its dark eyes seemed to subside, transforming into a deeper, more complex obscurity. It scrutinized Su Mion's feeble struggles from close proximity, his fragility evident. As it hesitated, is it because of his face? Seizing this flicker of hope, Su Mion ceased his resistance, instead gazing up at the abyss with tear-filled eyes, brimming with fear and submission, silently pleading for clemency. The abyss locked eyes with him for what felt like an eternity. The surrounding shadows remained chillingly potent, yet the violent intent seemed to gradually dissipate. Ultimately, the abyss abruptly released its hold. Su Mion collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, crumpling to the ground as he coughed violently, clutching his neck, gasping for breath. His body trembling fiercely from the lingering fear and cold. From a lofty vantage point, the abyss gazed down upon him, its voice still frigid, yet devoid of murderous intent. Instead imbued with a chilling warning, leave this place. Should you tread here again, both body and spirit shall perish. Upon uttering these words, its corporeal form gradually dissipated, transforming once more into an intangible veil of shadows, vanishing from the room, leaving behind only a floor coated in frost and a shaken Su Mion. Su Mion slumped against the icy ground, and after an extended moment, he slowly gathered his wits. His fingers brushed against the vivid red marks encircling his neck, a reminder of lingering dread. System 666, crisis averted. Warning, target's Achilles heel confirmed, closely related to the woman depicted in the image. Host must exercise caution henceforth. Su Mion's gaze fell upon the portrait of the enchanting woman gracing the wall, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The white moonlight substitute nearly met its demise over this. It was both thrilling and melodramatic. He steadied himself against the wall, struggling to rise, unsteadily departing from the chamber that had nearly become his tomb. This probing had come at a steep price, yet it had unveiled a crucial thread of insight. The challenge now lay in dancing upon the edge of this thread, skillfully leveraging this resemblance while deftly avoiding inciting the whims of the capricious Ghost King, a delicate endeavor that required meticulous planning. He understood that the abyss's murderous intent had not entirely dissipated. It was merely subdued, awaiting its moment. This perilous game, intensified by his indiscreet words, had escalated to a more thrilling stage. Chapter 64. Chapter 4. The Coffin Slumber. The obedient offering Su Mion nearly tumbled and crawled back into the newly adorned chamber, draped in crimson. Leaning against the cold, heavy wooden door, he sank to the floor, clutching his still, throbbing neck, gasping for breath, each inhalation trembling with the aftermath of his narrow escape. His throat burned, as if still haunted by the iron grip and piercing chill of the abyss's fingers. It was a hair's breadth from utter annihilation. Fear coiled around his heart like a frigid vine, refusing to disperse. For the first time, he felt acutely aware of how perilously close death loomed in this realm. The Ghost King truly regarded human life as insignificant, especially when his vulnerabilities were provoked. He curled up behind the door, and after what felt like an eternity, his body's tremors gradually subsided. Cold sweat soaked his inner garment, clinging to his skin, bringing a wave of clammy chill. System 666. Host's vital signs stable. Warning: target's danger rating has escalated to extreme. It is advised that the host strictly avoid its taboos. Avoidance, a notion so easily spoken. Su Mian chuckled dryly, his voice hoarse. In this ancient mansion, resembling a vast prison, where could he possibly seek refuge? As dusk fell, the paper servant returned with the inedible, chilling meal, yet the encounter had shifted. No longer were there merely the two stiff-faced, ordinary paper figures. Instead, a taller paper figure approached, its cheeks painted in garish hues, yet its smile bore a disconcerting curvature. Its gaze, if the painted dots could be deemed a gaze, fell upon Su Mian, unabashedly scrutinizing him with an icy appraisal. Rather than placing the food and departing as before, it extended its paper-crafted arm, pointing towards the door. Su Mian felt a tightening in his chest, a surge of ominous premonition. Where are they taking me? He dared not resist and could only lower his head, cautiously following the imposing figure of the paperman before him. The paperman's pace was leisurely, yet the path did not lead back into the corridor's depths, but rather towards the more secluded and sinister rear courtyard of the ancient mansion. The temperature around him dropped noticeably, the light dimmed further, and the air was thick with a peculiar aroma, a blend of earthy decay and the staleness of ancient coffins. Eventually, the paperman halted before a vast, dark stone door, ajar, exuding an even more potent aura of gloom and chill from within. The paperman turned slightly, pointing with its illustrated finger towards the interior, its stiff smile seemingly widening, evoking a sense of dread. Su Mian's heart sank. He recognized this place from fragmented memories of the original owner. It appeared to be the main tomb chamber of the mansion, the true resting place of the ghostly king. Ming Yuan, and a locale designated for the disposal of disobedient offerings. Are they going to entomb me in a coffin? He stood frozen in place, his hands and feet icy, unable to take a step forward. The towering paperman, seemingly impatient, suddenly shoved him with a paper hand. The force was slight, but carried a chilling wind, propelling Su Mian, stumbling through the stone door. Bang! The stone door behind him closed silently, completely severing him from the outside world. He fell onto the cold, hard ground, and as he looked up, he gasped in shock. Before him lay an expansive underground stone chamber, its walls embedded with mysterious stones emitting an eerie green glow, illuminating the space akin to a ghostly realm. At the center of the chamber rested a massive coffin, entirely crafted from dark ice. The coffin was translucent, radiating visible white coldness and an almost soul-freezing extreme temperature. Beside the coffin stood the imposing figure of Ming Yuan, wreathed in black mist, his back turned to Su Mian, arms crossed behind him. Even from behind, the overwhelming pressure and chill radiating from him rendered Su Mian instantly rigid, unable to move. As an offering, Ming Yuan's frigid voice echoed throughout the chamber, devoid of any human emotion, as if simply stating a fact: you are to remain where an offering belongs. He slowly turned to face Su Mian, his pitch-black eyes settling upon him as if he were an inanimate object. From now on, this shall be your abode. With those words, Ming Yuan's figure dissipated like wisps of smoke, leaving only the chilling command and the eternally cold, dark ice coffin. The chamber fell into a profound silence, broken only by Su Mian's labored breathing and the relentless cold emanating from the dark ice coffin, as if time itself were being frozen. A coffin is my abode. How truly unique a punishment. Su Mian sat on the ground, hugging his knees, burying his face within them, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if in silent weeping. This time, it was not merely an act. In this grave-like chamber, confronted with a coffin clearly not intended for the living, the sense of despair was all too real. System 666. Detecting host's emotional state is low. The environment is extremely harsh. Please find solution promptly. After weeping for a while, primarily to dispel the chilling fear within, Su Mian slowly lifted his head, traces of tears still visible on his face. He surveyed the frigid stone chamber, which was devoid of anything save for the lone coffin. Leaning against the cold stone wall, he trembled as he stood upright, cautiously making his way towards the dark ice coffin. As he drew nearer, the coldness became even more piercing. The lid of the coffin was not entirely sealed. leaving a narrow crevice. He tiptoed and grasped the edge of the coffin, peering inside with utmost care. Within the coffin lay a soft, black fabric of unknown origin, appearing remarkably clean. Scattered among these were a few small items: a dull-hued jade pendant intricately carved with complex patterns, a broken, antiquated jade hairpin, and a small, smooth wooden plaque that was pitch black to the touch. Did this fall from the abyss? Or is it a remnant of the offerings from times long past? His gaze was drawn to the jade pendant, which rested upon the black fabric, emanating a faint warmth that distinguished it from the other objects. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Su Mian reached out and picked up the pendant. Contrary to his expectations, it was not cold to the touch. Instead, it bore a peculiar warmth that felt oddly out of place in this frigid environment. The patterns on the pendant seemed to shift ever so slightly beneath his fingertips. System 666 detected a special item, fragment of the soul, nourishing jade. It possesses a faint ability to nurture the soul and calm the mind. It naturally attracts spirits. The soul-nourishing jade attracts spirits? Su Mian's heart stirred as he began to comprehend why this item had been left behind in the coffin. Perhaps this coffin was indeed a vessel for nourishing itself with the essence of the departed. He tightened his grip on the pendant, and its faint warmth spread through his palm, curiously alleviating some discomfort caused by the surrounding chill. It seems this coffin is not entirely devoid of merit. He cast another glance at the enormous dark ice coffin, and his expression shifted. Fear still lingered, yet a reckless curiosity began to emerge. Isn't it just a coffin? Consider an experience at a themed hotel, a top-notch ice cave suite. Nonetheless, taking a deep breath of the frigid air, he seemed to resolve himself. Then, with some awkwardness, he crawled into the dark ice coffin using both hands and feet. As his body sank into the soft fabric, the biting cold enveloped him like countless needles piercing from all directions, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He quickly curled up, wrapping the heavy bridal gown tightly around himself, resembling a hibernating creature. The space inside the coffin was more spacious than he had anticipated, yet still cramped. Lying there, he could gaze up at the stones on the ceiling of the chamber, which glowed with an eerie green light, resembling a bizarre starry sky. He turned onto his side, cradling the soul-nourishing jade closely, as if it were his sole source of warmth. Then, addressing the empty, icy stone chamber, he spoke in a voice tinged with a slight nasal quality, faint yet somewhat endearing. It's actually quite peaceful here, just a bit cold. His voice echoed softly in the chamber, carrying a hint of pitiful grievance, only to be swiftly swallowed by the boundless silence and chill. Upon concluding his words, he fell silent, curling up within the coffin, closing his eyes and striving to regulate his breath, feigning acceptance and submission to this new abode. The jade pendant in his embrace emitted a faint warmth, while the air around him was laced with the chilling essence of aged wood and the lingering aura of the underworld. Uncertain if the abyss was observing him, he understood the necessity of exhibiting absolute obedience and resignation. System 666. Environmental Adaptability Assessment. Excellent. Subject under observation. Time passed slowly amidst the biting cold and profound silence. Su Mian stifled his discomfort, remaining utterly still, after what felt like an eternity, just as he sensed the encroaching numbness. The soul-gathering jade in his possession seemed to radiate a slight warmth. Subsequently, he perceived an extremely pure, yet significantly gentler aura than the coffin's frigidness, flowing like a soft stream, quietly merging into the air around him, gradually nurturing his nearly frozen limbs. The sensation was akin to being submerged in icy spring water. Yet a warm current surged from within. Su Mian's heart jolted, yet he refrained from opening his eyes, clutching the jade pendant tighter, the corners of his mouth curving imperceptibly in the darkness. He heard it, and he responded. Within the punishment, there seemed to be a barely discernible leniency. This coffin of profound ice was a prison, yet perhaps it could also transform into his unique stronghold. And he, the seemingly compliant sacrificial offering, was cautiously probing the boundaries of the Ghost King in this dire situation, striving to carve out a sliver of survival for himself. Chapter 65. Bedtime stories and instinctual reliance. The days spent confined to the coffin of ice were not as unbearable as anticipated. Once he accepted the premise of sleeping in a coffin, Su Mian even began to find humor amidst the hardship. The jade pendant appeared to possess remarkable efficacy. Cradled in his arms, the biting cold became tolerable, and under the gentle nurturing of the pure yin energy, he felt his hands and feet warming slightly. The Ghost King's special heating pad works decently. By day, the paper servant continued to deliver cold meals, with the same towering paper figure responsible for the task. Its gaze, if one could indeed call it that, seemed increasingly unfriendly, and the act of placing down the food box was marked by evident rudeness. On one occasion, it accidentally spilled some viscous substance, which splattered stickily onto the sleeves of Su Mian's wedding attire. He merely glanced down silently, bowing his head to finish the remaining food in small bites, without complaint or attempt to clean up. He understood that in such a place, weakness and endurance were the paths to survival. A dog relies on its master's power, while a paper figure relies on the ghost's might. Just wait until I become familiar with your esteemed king. Nighttime was the true trial. The stone chamber was suffocatingly silent, and the eerie green light cast a strange hue upon everything. Lying alone within the frigid coffin, listening to the excessive clarity of his own heartbeat was a tremendous psychological torment. Su Mian often lay with his eyes wide open, gazing at the glowing stones above that resembled ghostly eyes, until his eyelids grew too heavy to bear. He knew the abyss was surely watching him from some dimension beyond his perception. Observe this newly arrived offering, assessing whether it remains compliant and if it possesses any value worthy of attention. System 666 detected continued observation behavior of the target. It is recommended that the host utilize this opportunity for harmless interaction attempts. Harmless interaction? Su Mian gazed at the warm jade pendant cradled in his hands, a thought gradually taking shape in his mind. Once again, it was a night enveloped in silence and chill. Su Mian curled within the coffin, not attempting to sleep as he usually would. He strained his ears, mobilizing all his senses to capture any subtle fluctuations of energy within the stone chamber. It has arrived. That familiar, restrained yet omnipresent pressure permeated the air like ink dissolving into clear water, silently filling the entire stone chamber. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees further. The abyss had come. Though it did not manifest, Su Mian could sense that pure, icy gaze resting upon the coffin, upon him. His heart involuntarily quickened its rhythm. Drawing a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, he slowly sat up from the coffin. He hugged his knees, resting his chin atop them, his gaze unfocused as he directed it toward the general direction of the abyss's energy. His voice emerged, tinged with a husky timbre from just awakening and a hint of timid inquiry. "Have you come?" The stone chamber remained eerily silent, his voice the only faint echo. Receiving no response, Su Mian felt a twinge of disappointment, instinctively drawing his neck in with a touch of fear. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he continued in a feeble, almost pitiable tone. I can't seem to sleep. It's so quiet and dark here." He paused as if gathering his thoughts, then, as if suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he infused his tone with a barely perceptible note of coaxing. Could you perhaps keep me company? Or, I could tell you a story, if that's all right." Still, there was no reply. That frigid gaze lingered upon him, as if scrutinizing his absurd suggestion. Yet Su Mian appeared to take the silence as tacit consent, or perhaps he simply lacked the courage to halt and await a definitive refusal. Clearing his throat, he began to recite a simple, pure fairy tale from his memory in a soft, soothing voice that carried a hint of lullaby. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest where many small animals dwelled. His voice gently flowed through the cold, empty stone chamber, creating a stark contrast to the surrounding eerie atmosphere. He spoke slowly, occasionally stuttering from nervousness or inserting meaningless filler words. He narrated tales of a rabbit searching for carrots and birds learning to fly. The content was laughably juvenile, yet his expression remained focused, as if he were engaged in an incredibly significant endeavor. In the beginning, the chilling pressure within the chamber showed no sign of change. However, as the story unfolded, Su Mian perceptively noticed that the oppressive gaze enveloping him seemed to lose some of its weight. The biting cold that made his teeth chatter appeared to ease just a fraction. There is promise. His heart stirred slightly, and the tone of his narration became increasingly gentle, even laced with a hint of drowsy nasal intonation. As he reached the latter part of the story, his eyelids began to flutter, his head nodding ever so slightly, while his voice grew softer and more indistinct. Eventually, the little rabbit discovered the largest carrot, and together with a good friend, his words gradually devolved into nonsensical murmurs. Ultimately, his voice faded into silence. He relaxed into a posture with his knees drawn up, his body tilting slightly to one side, his head resting against the cool, smooth interior of the coffin, and his breathing became steady and prolonged as he drifted into slumber. Shortly after he fell asleep, a silhouette emerged slowly in the center of the stone chamber, Mingyuan, adorned in a dark robe, his inky hair cascading down. His strikingly pale face bore no expression, while his pitch-black eyes resembled a deep abyss, quietly observing the curled-up youth within the coffin. Su Mian was fast asleep, his long, thick eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath his eyes. Due to the cold and his position, his cheeks were slightly pale, and the color of his lips was faint, rendering him seemingly fragile and vulnerable. The soul-concealing jade was unconsciously clutched tightly against his chest. Ming Yuan's gaze shifted from Su Mian's serene visage to the small section of his fair neck exposed outside the wedding attire, then to the delicate contours of his slender spine, accentuated by his side-lying position. He watched intently for a long while. Then, he noticed that in his slumber, Su Mian seemed to instinctively seek a sense of security, his body slowly and unconsciously shifting towards one direction, the very direction where Ming Yuan stood, the source of the most potent and purest aura of darkness within the stone chamber. Su Mian's movements were gentle, akin to a boat propelled by a gentle current. He slightly turned over, his cheek brushing against the edge of the coffin, drawing nearer to the hem of Ming Yuan's robe. He even emitted a faint, satisfied nasal sound, as if finding solace in the proximity. Closer, ever closer to the place of the thickest, dark energy, indeed the warmest. In Ming Yuan's pitch-black eyes, a fleeting ripple of emotion shimmered momentarily. He remained rooted in place, neither retreating from the audacious closeness nor advancing. He simply observed this fragile human offering, instinctively relying on him in the depths of his unknowing sleep, drawing near to this corporeal form that could cause the souls of ordinary beings to scatter in terror. This pure, intent-free closeness was an unprecedented experience for Ming Yuan, who had endured millennia of solitude, accustomed to fear and reverence. After a prolonged silence, Ming Yuan slowly raised his hand. His long, pale fingers, entwined with wisps of black, dark energy, did not directly touch Su Mian, but hovered just above his forehead. A wisp of coldness, more refined and gentle than that of the coffin, flowed from his fingertips like a tamed, shadowy stream, softly enveloping Su Mian's entire being, especially the slight furrow of his brow, as if dispelling any chill or unease that might linger in his dreams. Under the soothing influence of this power, Su Mian's brow unfurled, his body completely relaxed, sinking into an even deeper slumber. He even unconsciously smacked his lips, as if dreaming of something delightful. The abyss retracted his hand, his figure gradually fading away, ultimately dissolving into the night like a wisp of shadow within the stone chamber. Only a strand of pure Yin energy remained, enveloping the slumbering offering within the coffin like an intangible velvet shroud. The System 666 reported, target interaction completed. Harmlessness assessment, excellent. Target's attention elevated. A faint inclination of protection towards the host detected. Inside the stone chamber, the ghostly light persisted and the chill lingered. Yet, curled within the frigid coffin, Su Mian's lips curled into the faintest, sweetest smile, hidden in the unseen darkness. Indeed, bedtime stories appeal to all ages, bridging the realms of the living and the dead. He realized that he had once again taken a steady step on the tightrope, relying purely on the most profound dependency to touch the coldest of defenses, which perhaps were not entirely frigid. Chapter 66. The trials of the paper servant. Since that evening's bedtime tale, Su Mian had sensed a subtle bond forming between himself and the elusive Ghost King. The chill in the stone chamber remained, yet as night descended and the abyss cast his gaze upon him, the icy scrutiny seemed to soften, replaced by an ineffable silence of acceptance. However, the days grew increasingly arduous. The source of his troubles lay with the towering paper servant responsible for delivering meals. Su Mian had privately dubbed it Red Cheeks. This creature appeared acutely aware of the subtle shift in the abyss's attitude towards Su Mian. Although the confinement continued as punishment, it had not genuinely threatened his life. In fact, since that night, the pure energy within the chamber had noticeably thickened and gentled. Such a change evidently stirred the nerves of Red Cheeks. Well, even paper servants learn to gauge their masters. Jealousy transforms appearances. Oh no, it merely makes the paper servant blush even deeper. Thus, the trials commenced. The food delivered was no longer the simple cold gruel and hard buns. At times, it morphed into thoroughly spoiled offerings, reeking of sourness, while other times it was merely half a bowl, the sediment of sand clearly visible at the bottom. The clear water was often murky, carrying a distinct earthy taste. Su Mian gazed at the food placed beside the coffin on a low stone, his stomach churning. He lifted his pale face towards Red Cheeks, who hovered nearby, a smile etched on its face that seemed to mock him. His lips moved as if to speak, yet he ultimately lowered his head, silently and cautiously consuming what little was edible. Enduring minor grievances paves the way for grand strategies. Once I conquer your king, you shall be the first to be sacrificed as firewood. Seeing him endure in silence emboldened Red Cheeks further. On this day, it delivered a set of clothing for change, also of an ancient style, yet the fabric was considerably coarser, drab in color, with noticeable mold spots and several inconspicuous holes. Meanwhile, it had donned a clearly more exquisite paper garment, intricately embroidered at the cuffs. How audacious! To deprive me of my belongings while adorning itself in finery. Su Mian curled up within the coffin, staring at the pile of garments on the ground, unmoving. The figure with crimson cheeks pointed delicately at the garments, then directed its finger towards Su Mian's resplendent crimson wedding gown, though wrinkled, still exuding an air of opulence. It emitted a sound reminiscent of paper scraping, sharp yet indistinct, akin to a taunt or an urging. Su Mian clutched the soul-concealing jade tightly, shrinking back slightly, murmuring, "I can wear this just fine." The exaggerated blush on the figure seemed to intensify as it suddenly floated closer, its paper-like hand carrying a chill. Reaching to tug at the sleeve of Su Mian's wedding attire. Startled, Su Mian gasped and recoiled sharply, the back of her head colliding with the icy interior of the coffin, momentarily causing darkness to cloud her vision. What the hell? Is it really going to attack? Observing her panicked and disheveled state, the figure halted, its rigid smile stretching wider, producing a sound that grated on the nerves, as if mocking her in delight. It ceased its torment, merely fixing its hollow gaze upon Su Mian for a lingering moment before drifting away languidly. Su Mian, cradling her sore head, felt tears welling in her eyes, the sting partly genuine. She bit her lip, glancing at the pile of moldy garments, then down at her own singular wedding gown. Imbued with a significance she could not escape, a wave of profound grievance and helplessness surged within her. System 666. Malicious harassment detected. Deteriorating living conditions. Please prioritize basic survival needs. Safeguard? How could she safeguard herself? In this forsaken realm, devoid of any celestial assistance, whom could she rely upon? Nightfall arrived as anticipated. As the familiar and oppressive aura of malevolence silently enveloped the space, Su Mian remained curled within the coffin, her posture more withdrawn than before. Unlike the previous days, she refrained from attempting interaction, even failing to sit up. The silhouette of the abyss slowly coalesced within the stone chamber. He immediately sensed the anomaly. Beside the coffin, a low stone bore remnants of food, evidently spoiled and barely touched, alongside murky water. Scattered upon the ground were a collection of inferior garments marred by mildew. The young figure within the coffin turned his back to him, his frail shoulders trembling slightly, as if desperately stifling tears. The crimson gown, illuminated by the ghostly green light, accentuated the pallor of his exposed neck, rendering it nearly translucent. The abyss's pitch-black eyes swept over the food and garments, then returned to Su-Mian. The atmosphere in the chamber seemed to thicken momentarily. He did not act immediately, merely standing there in silence, as was customary. Yet, Su-Mian could feel his gaze upon her back linger longer and heavier than usual. He saw her. He must have seen her. Su-Mian did not turn around or speak, instead burying her face deeper into the curve of her arm, emitting a faint, choked sob. Like a child who, having suffered great injustice outside, returned home, yet dared not complain, could only hide and weep in solitude. This silent accusation bore more weight than any spoken word. The following morning, the figure with crimson cheeks floated into the stone chamber once more, punctually. As it beheld the untouched and even more wretched food upon the low stone, the painted eyebrows seemed to twitch slightly, perhaps due to the deepening creases of the paper. It was poised, as usual, to express its dissatisfaction through the sharp rustle of the paper, and even contemplated advancing to admonish the disobedient offering. Suddenly, an invisible yet profoundly terrifying pressure descended, akin to a mountain crashing down upon it. The paper figure, known as red-cheeked, froze abruptly, then began to tremble uncontrollably, producing a cacophony of rustling paper. The rigid, mocking smile on its face instantaneously contorted into a visage of utter terror. It yearned to turn and flee, but that oppressive force acted like tangible shackles, pinning it to the spot. The abyss did not manifest, yet the cold, death-laden intent was unmistakably conveyed, igniting fury against the wretched paper servant. With a resounding thud, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had struck it, causing its entire paper form to crash violently against the frigid stone wall with a muffled thump. The newly donned, exquisite paper attire instantly tore apart, and its painted features twisted and marred, rendering it a pitiable sight. It collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear, trembling no more, left with only silent dread. Soon after, two expressionless ordinary paper figures glided in, swiftly and silently collecting the decayed food and inferior garments. In no time, they returned with new provisions, though still simple porridge. At least it was warm and clean. The water was crystal clear, and the fresh garments, while lacking the opulence of the initial bridal attire, were soft and made of clean cotton. The entire process was quiet, efficient, and imbued with a chilling sense of ruthlessness. Su-Mian remained curled within the coffin, oblivious to the happenings beyond, until the paper figures had completely withdrawn, leaving the stone chamber in an eerie silence. Only then did he cautiously turn his head. Gazing at the steaming food and clean clothing on the low stone, he blinked his still moist eyes and let out a long, nearly inaudible sigh of relief. It seems the display of authority was successful. Even the Lord of Ghosts occasionally tends to domestic matters. He climbed out of the coffin, picked up the bowl of warm porridge, and began to sip it slowly. The taste was rather bland, yet the warmth flowed down his throat into his stomach, dissipating a measure of cold and grievance. System 666. The subplot of the supporting character's torment has been triggered and resolved. Target's protective behavior confirmed. Host's living conditions have improved. Su-Mian understood that this temporary tranquility was a result of the silent indulgence of the abyss. He was like a fragile vine clinging to a towering ghost tree, weak yet granted a sliver of breathing space. As he finished the last spoonful of porridge, he wiped his mouth with a clean cloth. Just wait, red-cheeked. We will settle our accounts in due time. He reclined once more in the coffin, cradling his warm, soul-nurturing jade, and closed his eyes in an environment that remained cold, yet bore a hint less malice. At least tonight, he hoped to enjoy a good night's sleep. Chapter 67. The influx of energy and clumsy care after the red-cheeked incident, Su-Mian's living conditions showed a visibly improved state. The food was clean and warm, the garments soft and comfortable. Even the pervasive chill of the stone chamber seemed to have diminished somewhat. However, this benevolence did not endure for long. New troubles soon followed. The deep-seated, Millennia-old malevolence of the ancient dwelling was ultimately not a place where the living could linger for long. Even with the nourishment of the soul-infused jade and the pure essence of Een occasionally flowing from the nether abyss, Su Mion's mortal body began to exhibit signs of strain. Initially, it was merely an occasional cough, which later escalated into a persistent low fever. He felt an overwhelming fatigue coursing through his bones, his head heavy as if stuffed with damp cotton. His appetite waned significantly. Even the delicately prepared meals delivered by the paper figure often failed to entice him to lift his chopsticks. Was this debuff the result of the Een energy infiltrating his body, or merely a common cold? In this ghostly place, even a doctor was nowhere to be found. He forced himself to maintain a semblance of composure, continuing to present a quiet and obedient demeanor each night when the nether abyss descended, occasionally appearing dependent. Yet, the discomfort in his body was difficult to conceal. His complexion was paler than usual, his lips devoid of color, and curled within the coffin, he would involuntarily shiver, not from fear, but due to the alternating chills of warmth and cold. That night, as the figure of the nether abyss coalesced within the stone chamber, it keenly sensed something amiss. The boy within the coffin breathed heavily, his breaths more labored and rapid than usual. The previously steady rhythm had become disordered. A faint, sickly aura, characteristic of ailing mortals, permeated the air, clashing with the pure Een energy surrounding him. The abyssal blackness of the nether abyss's eyes fell upon Su Mion, who curled up in a haze. His cheeks flushed with an unusual redness, his forehead damp with cold sweat, clinging to his smooth brow. He seemed to be in a restless slumber, his brows knitted tightly, long eyelashes quivering incessantly, occasionally releasing indistinct, pained murmurs from his throat. The nether abyss observed him quietly for a moment. The surrounding Een energy seemed to thicken in response to his will. He could sense a disordered chill from the outside world, like a maggot burrowing into the depths of this frail body's meridians, eroding its vitality. System 666. Warning. Host bodily functions are declining. Life force is rapidly depleting. It is advised to expel the chaotic Een energy from within as soon as possible. Expel? The nether abyss tilted his head slightly, as if confronted with an unfamiliar dilemma. He was accustomed to devouring, annihilating, or, as he did with Su Mion, nourishing a compatible vessel with his pure Een energy. However, the notion of extracting harmful impurities from the fragile essence of a living soul was uncharted territory for him. He extended his hand, pale and slender, fingers entwined with black Een energy, hovering above Su Mion's fevered brow. In the midst of his confusion, Su Mion felt a familiar, icy energy approaching. This energy bore a comforting aura, the essence of the nether abyss, yet was more invasive than usual. Unconsciously, like a small creature seeking refuge, he nuzzled against the cold source, emitting a muffled whimper. It's so cold, it hurts. This plaintive moan, tinged with a cry, pricked the still waters of the nether abyss's heart, untouched for millennia. He no longer hesitated. As his fingertips gently descended, they alighted upon Su Mion's brow. An extraordinarily pure, yet deliberately tempered, chilling force seeped forth, akin to a trickling stream, cautiously infiltrating Su Mion's consciousness and then meandering down his meridians. A soft, pained groan escaped Su Mion's lips amidst the haze. The sensation was exceedingly peculiar, resembling an icy blade traversing within him, freezing the chaotic, tormenting dark energies in its wake, while simultaneously inducing a shuddering feeling of invasive exposure. The battle between the frigid and the fervent raged within him, causing involuntary spasms. Ming Yuan's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He perceived the stagnant, ashen impurities within Su Mion's meridians, melting away like snow under his influence. However, this process evidently burdened the frail vessel. He moderated his pace, refining his control over the power. The icy breeze caressed his fiery lungs, soothing the tumultuous breaths. It coursed through his weary limbs, dispelling the accumulated chill poison. Initially, Su Mion writhed in discomfort, but as the pure dark energy permeated deeper. The irritating heat and sting within him gradually surrendered to a profound, soothing coolness. It was as if the parched, cracked earth had finally welcomed a gentle rain. His tense body began to relax, the furrowed brow unfurling, and the rapid breaths gradually transformed into a steady rhythm. He even unconsciously released a contented sigh, akin to that of a kitten, instinctively leaning closer to the icy source of Ming Yuan's touch, along with the reassuring aura of dark energy enveloping him. Ming Yuan's fingertips lingered near Su Mian's heart, attuning to the steadily strengthening heartbeat beneath. In his obsidian eyes, the reflection of the youth's frail visage, rendered even more delicate by illness, appeared tranquil under his influence. This was an unprecedented experience, wielding the perception of another life, governing its anguish and tranquility. Yet, this dominion was not for destruction, but for preservation. He withdrew his fingers, but remained present. An abundance of gentle, pure dark energy emanated from him like an invisible veil, tenderly enveloping the entire coffin, thoroughly isolating Su Mian from the harmful chaotic energies of the outside world, thus creating a unique, secure sanctuary for him. Within this meticulously crafted, cold yet profoundly comforting embrace of dark energy, Su Mian fell into a deep slumber. The abnormal flush upon his face faded, returning to a slightly pallid hue. Yet his expression radiated serenity. Ming Yuan stood beside the coffin, gazing for an extended moment. Only as dawn's light began to break did he dissolve into the shadows, quietly vanishing. When Su Mian awoke the following day, he was astonished to find himself significantly lighter. Though still somewhat weak, the sensation of heaviness and pervasive chill had vanished. He sat up, stretching his limbs, feeling an unparalleled ease. Did I dream last night? Dream of ice blocks providing me therapy? He instinctively touched his forehead and heart, where a faint, lingering coolness seemed to remain. The surrounding air, suffused with a chilling essence, appeared to take on an unusually pristine and docile quality. He glanced at the low stone table, where the breakfast presented was even more exquisite than in previous days, accompanied by a small dish of pastries that exuded a sweet and sticky allure. System 666. Host's physical condition has improved. Targeted treatment behavior confirmed. Sanctuary level elevated. Su Mian picked up a piece of pastry, taking a delicate bite, the sugary flavor unfurling upon his tongue. He chewed slowly, his gaze drifting to the empty center of the stone chamber. It seems this lord of the underworld is not entirely indifferent to the well-being of his subordinates. Though the methods were somewhat tyrannical and the process uncomfortable, the outcome was rather favorable. He licked the crumbs of pastry from the corner of his mouth, carefully wrapping up the remaining piece. Then, cradling the soul-nurturing jade, he reclined once more within the coffin. While his body felt at ease, this illness and the subtle progression of his relationship with the abyss could perhaps be cleverly utilized. He closed his eyes, beginning to silently devise plans for their next interaction, pondering what performance would best solidify and expand this hard-won affection. Chapter 68. Establishing authority and uniqueness, the illness receded like threads being pulled, for although the abyss had eradicated the source of his ailment with its purest essence, the sense of physical weakness still required time to mend. Su Mian grew increasingly quiet, spending most of his days curled within the coffin, clutching the soul-nurturing jade, as if drawing upon its faint warmth, or perhaps seeking some form of spiritual solace. He ceased to explore the stone chamber, even responding with indifference to the meals brought by the paper figures, often mechanically consuming a few bites before setting them down, his gaze reflecting a vacant submission born of hardship. Surely, the persona of a frail beauty would elicit more sympathy, wouldn't it? On this particular day, the usual delivery was replaced by two ordinary paper figures, their movements still stiff and unfeeling. Yet, as they placed the food box down, the painted eyes seemed to flicker rapidly, discreetly sweeping over Su Mian's pale, fragile visage and the faint reddish marks encircling his neck that had yet to fully fade. Su Mian sensed this subtle scrutiny with heightened awareness. He lowered his eyelashes, the long fringes casting anxious shadows beneath his eyes. his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his pristine cotton garments, his body retreating slightly deeper into the coffin, resembling a timid creature startled into greater trepidation. Everyone is watching, waiting to see how long this new offering can endure. In the evening, the figure of the abyss coalesced in the stone chamber earlier than usual. At the moment of his appearance, Su-mian found himself lost in thought, staring at the nearly untouched bowl of kanji. Upon sensing that familiar energy, which seemed capable of freezing the very air, his slender shoulders trembled abruptly, startled. He hastily set down the bowl, flustered, attempting to rise from the coffin in a gesture of welcome, but his sudden movement caused his vision to darken momentarily, and his body swayed, almost collapsing. A cold hand caught his arm just in time. The touch was not of flesh and blood, but rather a hand formed from pure, chilling essence, stable yet devoid of warmth. Su-mian lifted his gaze, meeting the abyss's pitch-black, unfathomable eyes. He seemed to finally comprehend the identity of the person supporting him as the last vestige of color drained from his face, rendering it paler than parchment. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, yet no words escaped his mouth, leaving only a gaze filled with trepidation and a barely perceptible, dependent sense of grievance. Ming Yuan's gaze lingered on his countenance for a moment, sweeping past the faint blue shadows beneath his eyes, gliding over his slightly cracked lips, and ultimately resting upon the slender arm he had been steadying. Even through the fabric, the frailty beneath was palpable. He remained silent, assisting Su-mian back to the edge of the coffin. Then, his eyes shifted towards the entrance of the stone chamber. Although it appeared devoid of any presence, an invisible, suffocating pressure began to swell like a tide, firmly locking onto certain entities concealed in the shadows of the stone structure or peering in through some clandestine means. In the next instant, a chilling wind surged within the chamber. A dense black mist lashed out like a whip, precisely ensnaring a shadow that was attempting to retreat unnoticed. The very tall paper figure secretly referred to by Su-mian as the red-cheeked man. The red-cheeked man emitted not a single cry of despair. Its paper form twisted violently under the grip of the black mist, contorting grotesquely until, with a soft pop, it disintegrated into a small cloud of ashes that gently fluttered to the ground. The entire process was silent and swift, imbued with an unmistakable sense of annihilation. At that moment, all hidden consciousnesses within and outside the stone chamber felt a tremor rooted in the instinct of the soul. Those who watched with curiosity, malice, or apathy vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only then did Ming Yuan slowly retract his gaze, turning back to Su-mian, who sat at the edge of the coffin, seemingly stunned by the abrupt spectacle. The young man's eyes widened, the light brown of his irises vividly reflecting Ming Yuan's cold silhouette and the remnants of paper, ash still drifting in the air. He appeared unable to grasp what had transpired, perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer might, his body trembling slightly as he instinctively leaned closer to Ming Yuan, his delicate fingers tentatively and gently clutching at the corner of Ming Yuan's dark robe. The grip was light, imbued with a sense of uncertain fear, as if he were grasping the only lifeline. Ming Yuan lowered his gaze to the hand clinging to his sleeve, the knuckles whitening from the tension. He did not shake it off. Instead, he raised his other hand, his cold fingertips brushing through Su-mian's damp, tousled hair, the gesture carrying an unfamiliar yet irresistible quality. His voice resonated within the vast stone chamber, low and frigid, yet clearly penetrating the consciousness of every potential listener. Behold clearly. His gaze swept through the void, ultimately returning to Su-mian's pale, yet exquisitely delicate face. I am Ming Yuan, the soul bride. Henceforth, my will shall be the law of this realm. Offenders shall face utter obliteration. The final 4 words, laden with chilling intent and the gravitas of a millennium-old ghost king, struck like a hammer upon the core perception of every non-human entity. The stone chamber, indeed the entirety of the ancient residence, fell into a profound silence, even the faintest vibrations of energy extinguished, leaving only absolute submission and dread. Su-mian gazed upward, captivated by the striking yet inhuman visage of Ming Yuan, who stood mere inches away. His voice, which declared dominion, caused her fingers to tighten around her sleeve. The line about being the unique bride, albeit somewhat melodramatic, was undeniably impactful. Her eyes quickly brimmed with tears, not from fear, but from a poignant blend of survival, overwhelming astonishment, and an ineffable sense of being sheltered. Crystal droplets clung to her long lashes, precariously poised to fall, reflecting the dim green light of the stone chamber, rendering her particularly fragile and enchanting. It seemed she finally summoned the courage to respond, her voice quivering yet distinctly audible, tinged with a nasal timbre. "Husband." This utterance seemed to drain her of all strength, imbued with total reliance and resignation. Deep within Ming Yuan's pitch-black eyes, something stirred ever so slightly at her address. The chilling aura surrounding him no longer felt as piercing. He raised a hand, his icy fingertips gently brushing away the tears that lingered on Su Mian's cheeks. Though the gesture lacked tenderness, it bore a clear, possessive intent. He replied softly, before his form gradually dissipated, leaving Su Mian alone by the coffin, still holding onto the sensation of his sleeve, her expression a delicate amalgamation of fear, bewilderment, and vulnerability following a profound shock. After what felt like an eternity, Su Mian slowly released her clenched fist, which had grown pale from tension, and touched her cheek where Ming Yuan's fingers had grazed. There lingered a trace of the cold, ghostly touch. Lowering her gaze, she observed the ashes on the ground, remnants of the once vibrant blush that had vanished completely. A subtle smile, almost imperceptible and laced with a weight of finality, crept onto her lips. With her authority established, she felt liberated from the oppressive gazes of the paper figures that had haunted her in this eerie abode. Returning to the coffin, she cradled the soul-consolidating jade in her arms. This time, the frigid touch of the ice beneath her felt less unbearable, as the coffin that had imprisoned her now seemed to transform into her safest refuge within this haunted mansion, a sanctuary bestowed by the capricious yet recently affirming ghostly king. Her husband. She understood that her relationship with Ming Yuan had crossed a pivotal threshold, evolving from mere sacrificial offering and possessor to something far more intricate and ambiguous. Chapter 69, Chapter 9. The touch of fingertips and the pure, in-body Ming Yuan's assertion of power yielded immediate results. Su Mian distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the ancient residence. The pervasive, curious, or malicious scrutiny had vanished, replaced by a breathless reverence. The paper servants, while delivering meals, moved with a newfound gentleness and respect, their previously rigid expressions seemingly striving to convey a hint of deference. The food and supplies delivered have become considerably more refined, occasionally featuring one or two delicacies that clearly reflect thoughtful preparation, imbued with a hint of earthly warmth. Su Mian continues to maintain his frail, quiet demeanor, easily startled, yet he no longer exhibits complete passivity towards these offerings. He takes small bites of the treats and softly murmurs to the empty stone chamber, "This is very sweet," or after donning a soft new garment. He unconsciously caresses the fabric, a trace of barely perceptible satisfaction flickering in his eyes. With these subtle, innocuous reactions, he quietly delineates his preferences, akin to a domesticated pet cautiously beginning to express its needs. As for Ming Yuan, he seems to tacitly accept and even indulge this transformation. When he descends into the stone chamber at night, the oppressive aura surrounding him has lessened, resembling instead a tranquil, frigid backdrop. He still rarely manifests his form, yet Su Mian can sense that the intangible gaze upon him lingers longer each time. On this particular night, Su Mian does not curl up in feigned slumber as usual. Instead, he sits on the edge of the coffin, holding the soul-conserving jade, his bare feet dangling above the ground, gently swaying, the delicate ankles glowing pale in the dim green light. He appears somewhat bored and lost in thought, his gaze unfocused as it drifts towards the luminous stones adorning the chamber ceiling. When that familiar chill begins to permeate the air, he seems startled, his body trembling slightly as he lifts his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the gathering energy. Ming Yuan's figure gradually materializes, still clad in a dark robe. his ink-black hair cascading down, standing there like an ancient iceberg. Su Mian gazes at him, his light brown eyes revealing a lingering hint of trepidation, but more prominently, a burgeoning dependence and curiosity that he himself has yet to fully acknowledge. His attention inadvertently falls upon Ming Yuan's hand, which hangs gracefully at his side. It is an exquisitely beautiful hand, with distinct knuckles, long and powerful fingers, a color devoid of warmth, icy white. The fingertips entwined with strands of shadowy energy akin to fine black sand, adding an eerie allure to its beauty. Su Mian seems entranced. Or perhaps it is merely an innocent act. He tilts his head slightly, a look of naivety gracing his features, and softly, with a hint of trepidation, murmurs, "Your hand is so cold." In an unexpected impulse, he extends the hand, not clutching the jade pendant, slender fingers imbued with a trace of warmth. Cautiously and slowly reaching towards Ming Yuan's frigid hand. His movements are deliberate, marked by evident hesitation and fear, as if approaching a shard of ice that could scorch him at any moment. His fingertips tremble slightly. Ming Yuan's pitch-black eyes shift slightly as he observes the approaching warmth of the living hand. He remains still, neither recoiling nor obstructing the gesture. Just as Su Mian's icy fingertips were about to make contact with the skin of Ming Yuan's hand, shrouded in malevolent energy, an unexpected twist occurred. In a flash, Ming Yuan's hand flipped over, moving with lightning speed to seize Su Mian's outstretched wrist with precision. Su Mian gasped in shock, feeling a grip as frigid as iron. Not painful, yet the momentary confinement and the chill sent shivers down his spine. Goodness, such a strong reaction. He attempted to struggle, but Ming Yuan's hand was as unyielding as cast iron, remaining steadfast. The chilling malevolence seeped into Su Mian's pulse through the point of contact, tendrils of energy infiltrating his very being. Su Mian's complexion turned pale, his eyes welling up with tears of physiological distress as he anxiously stammered, "Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not, His words were abruptly cut off. After gripping his wrist, Ming Yuan refrained from any further punitive action. Instead, for the first time, a semblance of astonishment flickered in his pitch-black eyes. The frigid energy that delved into Su Mian's pulse initially bore a scrutinizing intent, yet soon, it appeared to encounter some inexplicable allure, becoming animated, no longer a mere invasion, but rather resonating with a latent power within Su Mian. Su Mian, too, was taken aback. He sensed that the chilling energy flowing into his body from the grip on his wrist did not bring discomfort as it had during his illness. Rather, it felt as if a stream was merging into the vast ocean, seamlessly integrating into his limbs and core, imparting an indescribable, refreshing coolness. Even the soul-concealing jade nestled in his embrace seemed to emit a faint warmth, responding in kind to the energy coursing within him. Ming Yuan's fingertips rested on Su Mian's pulse, attuned to the steady yet extraordinary rhythm beneath, and to the peculiar phenomenon of his body welcoming the pure malevolence. Almost in a harmonious absorption, his inky gaze deepened, resembling two swirling vortices, firmly locking onto Su Mian's lips that slightly parted in fear and confusion. System 666. Warning. Detected target is probing host's body deeply. Pure in-body characteristics activated passively. Pure in-body? Before Su Mian could ponder the meaning of this unfamiliar term, Ming Yuan suddenly lifted his gaze, his pitch-black eyes, capable of devouring all light, fixed upon him with an unprecedented, almost searing intensity. "You." Ming Yuan's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a barely detectable tremor. "Is it truly a pure in-body?" Su Mian felt a shiver run down his spine as he met his gaze, his wrist firmly held, leaving him no choice but to nod helplessly. Tears brimming in his eyes. I don't know what a pure in-body is." Ming Yuan did not respond. His gaze was like the most precise scalpel, meticulously scanning Su Mian's face, his neck, his fragile chest, as if seeking to penetrate the flesh and unveil the essence of his soul. A pure in-body, one in a million, innately attuned to profound in, impervious to the corrosive influence of malevolent energy. and even capable of instinctively attracting and nurturing souls of darkness. For one like him, it was the epitome of a legendary vessel and companion. A perfect match sought after for millennia, yet never found. Yet, who would have thought that the casually offered sacrifice from the family bore such a remarkable constitution? It is no wonder that he could remain unscathed in this gathering of malevolent energy, nor that he could endure the nourishment of his own dark essence. It is no wonder that as he approached, his lifeless soul would stir with waves of emotion, the nature of which eluded even his own understanding. Everything seemed to fall into place. The grip of Mingyuan on Su Mian's wrist slackened somewhat, though his cold fingertips lingered on the pulse of his wrist. As if confirming this incredible truth, Su Mian sensed the shift in pressure and seized the opportunity to stifle a soft sob, gazing up at him with his damp, bewildered, and innocent eyes, pleading in a whisper, "Could you please let go of my hand? It hurts." Mingyuan regarded his fragile, yet remarkably unique form, his pure black eyes swirling with intricate and difficult-to-define emotions. He did not immediately release him. Instead, he slowly traced his thumb over the delicate warmth of Su Mian's inner wrist, a gesture imbued with exploration and affirmation. That touch, a mingling of cold and warmth, elicited a subtle tingling and shiver that coursed along Su Mian's spine. What is this? The caress of a ghost king? Su Mian's cheeks flashed uncontrollably, and he hastily lowered his lashes, unable to meet the gaze of Mingyuan, which seemed capable of drawing in his very soul. Observing Su Mian's bashful reaction and sensing the body beneath his fingertips unreservedly accepting his dark energy, Mingyuan took a while before finally releasing his grip, laden with an ineffable reluctance. Su Mian immediately retracted his hand, retreating like a startled rabbit, while clutching the soul-nourishing jade tightly, as if it were his final bastion. He bowed his head, his ears burning with embarrassment, and his body trembled slightly, the cause of which remained a mystery, whether from fear or something else entirely. Watching him, the chilling aura surrounding Mingyuan seemed to retract ever so slightly. He chose not to speak further, his figure gradually dissipating into the shadows of the stone chamber. Leaving Su Mian alone, his heart pounding like a drum, the skin on his wrist still tingling with a lingering sensation of coldness and a peculiar numbness. System 666. Target confirmed as a pure in-body. This constitution possesses a profoundly high natural attraction and compatibility with the target. Subsequent interactions will significantly elevate both risks and opportunities. Su Mian caressed his still warm wrist, slowly lifting his gaze towards the place where Mingyuan had vanished. A flicker of understanding illuminating his eyes. So this is the essence of the pure in-body. No wonder. He looked down at his pale wrist, where the chilling essence of Mingyuan still seemed to linger. A bold, even somewhat reckless thought quietly took root in his mind. This body seemed to be more than merely a vessel for his role. It was, in fact, the most crucial bargaining chip and weapon in this intricate game between humans and spirits. Chapter 70, Chapter 10. Amusements within the courtyard. The secret of the pure in-body rippled silently between Su Mian and Mingyuan, like stones cast into a tranquil lake. Since that fateful night of touch and exploration upon his wrist, Su Mian has distinctly sensed a transformative shift in the gaze of Mingyuan upon him. No longer merely a scrutinizing examination of possessions, nor a fleeting interest in fragile items. That gaze now intertwined with a complexity that Su Mian could not fully decipher, a primal attraction, a profound attention born of confirmed affinity, and even a faint, almost imperceptible satisfaction of possessiveness, of which Mingyuan himself might remain unaware. The notion of being a pure in-body seemed tailor-made for him, enhancing his leverage further. Su Mian continued to play the role of the obedient and timid sacrifice, yet his courage appeared to swell ever so slightly due to this peculiar connection and Mingyuan's unspoken indulgence. He began to grow dissatisfied with being confined within the cold stone chamber and sarcophagus day after day. Occasionally, he would clutch the soul-gathering jade and inch toward the stone door, cautiously peering out into the dimly lit corridor, his eyes betraying an insatiable curiosity about the outside world, akin to a bird long caged, finally daring to test the edges of its confinement. On this particular day, when Ming Yuan manifested, he beheld Su Mian clinging to the doorframe, entranced by the faint glimmer of daylight at the corridor's end, perhaps some bioluminescent moss. The slender figure, swathed in voluminous cotton garments, appeared oddly vacant, emanating a sense of bewilderment and a subtle yearning for freedom. Ming Yuan paused for a moment. Su Mian seemingly sensed the energetic shift behind him, abruptly turning around, a flicker of panic crossing his face, much like a child caught in a misdeed. He quickly lowered his gaze, fidgeting with his fingers, hesitant to speak. Would he face confinement again for being caught in the act? However, the anticipated reprimand did not come. Ming Yuan approached him, the chilling aura brushing against Su Mian's ear. Without casting his gaze upon Su Mian, he directed his attention toward the shadowy corridor, his voice devoid of emotion. "Do you wish to go outside?" Su Mian's head shot up, his light brown eyes sparkling with surprise, only to be swiftly dampened by trepidation. He timidly inquired, "Is it permissible?" Ming Yuan did not respond directly, but instead turned and strode deeper into the corridor, the hem of his dark robe gently swaying in the cold air. Su Mian paused for a moment, then realized this was an implicit consent. His heart raced as he hurriedly followed, maintaining a cautious distance behind Ming Yuan, neither daring to draw too close nor risk losing sight of this solitary guide. This marked Su Mian's first genuine exploration of the ancient mansion, which had stood for a millennium. The estate was astonishingly vast, with winding corridors and deeply nestled courtyards. Yet, all sights were veiled in a shroud of deathly gloom. The vegetation was withered and twisted, the rock formations resembled crouching beasts, and the pond's water was a thick, motionless shade of green, exuding a scent of decay. The air perpetually carried a cold, putrid essence, occasionally revealing other paper servant figures silently drifting in the distance. Freezing at the sight of Ming Yuan, as if entrapped in ice, only daring to move once he had passed, Ming Yuan walked at a leisurely pace, seemingly intent on allowing Su Mian to fully absorb the eerie beauty of it all. He remained silent, and Su Mian, too, dared not utter a word. Following closely in his footsteps, her eyes restlessly surveying her surroundings, silently committing everything she observed to memory. They traversed a moon gate and arrived at an even more desolate courtyard. Once it seemed to have been a garden, but now only cracked earth remained, interspersed with a few clusters of resilient yet dreary-looking plants. Su Mian slowed her pace, her gaze settling on a small patch of these tenacious but lifeless plants. She crouched down, extending her fingertip to gently touch a curled leaf adorned with gray spots. Ming Yuan halted, glancing back at her. Su Mian looked up, gazing at the towering Ming Yuan with a pure, untainted curiosity, and softly inquired, "Did flowers once bloom here?" Ming Yuan's pitch-black eyes regarded her without reply. Su Mian seemed not to expect an answer. She withdrew her hand, hugged her knees, and stared at the barren land, her expression somewhat distant, as if lost in recollection or reverie. Her voice, light as a whisper, drifted into the air. "I remember a flower called the night bloom, which blossoms only in the deepest night, with petals of moon-white hue and a delightful fragrance. If only night blooms could grow here, their nocturnal blossoms would surely be enchanting." Upon realizing the folly of her words, she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a blush, stammering, "I was just saying something random." Ming Yuan continued to silently observe her, watching the slender figure of the young girl squatting in the desolate courtyard, noting the fleeting glimmer of longing for beauty that graced her face, followed by the dawning awareness of her surroundings, accompanied by a sense of timidity and loss. Only the faint sound of the cold wind rustling through the withered branches punctuated the silence. After a considerable time, Ming Yuan finally spoke, his voice still cold, yet seemingly devoid of the usual indifference. "Let us go." He turned and continued forward. Su Mian hastily rose to her feet and kept pace with him, no longer glancing back at the desolation, as if that brief moment of reverie had been naught but an impractical dream. Following this brief respite, Su Mian's life appeared to undergo a subtle transformation. Occasionally, Ming Yuan would lead her through specific, relatively safe areas of the ancient residence during the night. Su Mian consistently displayed a demeanor of obedience and trepidation, closely trailing behind Ming Yuan, occasionally casting a curious glance at a less intimidating corner. During their limited excursions, she began to intermittently describe the outside world to Ming Yuan in a tone tinged with both apprehension and nostalgia. The sunlight outside is warm and golden. It feels delightful on the skin. There exists a grand tree, known as the banyan, which grows innumerable aerial roots, resembling an old man's beard. The streets bustle with people, vibrant and lively, where candied hawthorns are sold, sweet and tangy. There are flowers of every hue, red, yellow, purple, blossoming in vast patches, swaying like colorful waves in the breeze. Her descriptions were simple, even somewhat clumsy, colored by distant memories. She never sought to embellish her words. Rather, she occasionally shared them, as if recounting a distant dream that bore no connection to her present. Ming Yuan, in contrast, remained a silent listener, his obsidian eyes resembling a deep well, reflecting not a hint of emotion. However, Su Mian keenly sensed that when he described the entities belonging to the realm of life, vibrant with colors and warmth, the surrounding frigid aura seemed to grow notably still. It was a posture of attentive listening. On that clear morning, as Su Mian rubbed his eyes and instinctively shuffled to the threshold of the stone chamber, preparing for his daily vigil, he was taken aback. At the entrance, which had previously been desolate, with only the cracked earth lining the stone steps, an unusual plant had emerged, seemingly from nowhere. Its form was peculiar, with branches resembling ink and deep purple leaves curling inward. At the apex of the branches, there rested a tightly closed, jade-white bud, strikingly incongruous and pure amid the surrounding desolation and gloom. Su Mian crouched down, incredulously gazing at this bud that appeared as if summoned from thin air. He extended his hand, but halted just before his fingertips could graze the icy petals, fearing it might merely be an illusion. The Yuhua? Has he truly brought it here? He abruptly lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. The stone chamber remained unchanged, the corridor deep and silent, devoid of the presence of the abyss. Yet, in the air lingered a faint trace of cold energy reminiscent of the abyss. Su Mian's heart raced uncontrollably. He withdrew his hand, burying his face in his knees, his shoulders quivering slightly. This time it was no mere act. A mixture of shock, indescribable emotion, and a hint of bitterness, unexpected even to himself, surged within him, causing his eyes to warm. System 666. Target responding to host's unconscious longing. Emotional connection heightened. He maintained this position at the entrance of the stone chamber for an extended period. It was not until the paper figure delivered breakfast that he silently rose to retrieve the food box. As he passed by the delicate bud, his steps faltered momentarily, his gaze tenderly brushing over the tightly sealed flower. "Abyss, you heard me, did you not?" He returned to the coffin's side, consuming small bites. The taste as bland as chewing wax. Yet, reverberating in his mind was the phrase he had murmured to the air just before drifting into slumber the previous night. If only he could witness the Yuhua bloom. It appeared that not only had the abyss noted his casual remarks during the day, but it had also retained his subconscious murmurs from sleep. This eerie ancient abode, this realm of death, seemed to have quietly absorbed a thread of genuine vitality, thanks to that incongruous Yuhua and the silent response of the cold specter. Chapter 71. Crisis of the Archenemy approaches. The emergence of the Yuhua was akin to a faint beam of light piercing through the world shrouded in coldness and silence that enveloped Su Mian. He found himself squatting at the entrance of the stone chamber nearly every day, meticulously observing the tightly closed jade-white bud, eagerly anticipating the moment of its bloom, as if it were not merely a flower, but a token of some unspoken covenant between him and the abyss. Days within the ancient mansion seemed to descend into a peculiar tranquility. The paper servant figures became increasingly obedient, and the abyss's nocturnal companionship became routine, although still largely silent. Su Mian could sense an ineffable indulgence woven into the cold attentiveness directed toward him. He even dared to recite fragmented tales of the supernatural gleaned from miscellaneous books, while clutching the soul-concealing jade during the manifestation of the abyss. The abyss would silently listen, its pitch-black eyes occasionally resting on his gently parting lips, tinged with a faint blush. However, the tranquility maintained by the abyss's absolute power was soon shattered. It was an ordinary deep night. Su Mian had just drifted into a light slumber when the soul-concealing jade stirred restlessly in his embrace, awakening him from his shallow sleep. Almost simultaneously, a chilling energy, distinctly different and rife with brutality and the scent of blood, infiltrated the ancient residence without warning, like ink dropped into clear water. This energy, imbued with a sharp malice, starkly contrasted with the abyss's serene and profound aura, exuding aggression and a desire for destruction. Deep within the ancient residence, a mournful and chilling horn echoed, not a physical sound, but a warning that resonated directly with the soul. The entire mansion seemed to come alive as dark crimson runes on the walls began to pulse with a ghostly light, and the oppressive air grew restless with ominous energy. Su Mian's heart constricted suddenly, gripped by a primal fear stemming from his very essence. He clutched the soul-concealing jade tighter, curling up in the depths of the coffin, afraid to even breathe. System 666. Warning. High-intensity, hostile energy intrusion detected. Energy attributes: bloodthirsty and malevolent. Classified as a Nemesis-level threat. Host, please seek a safe area immediately. A safe area? Where could be safe? To him, this ancient residence was a perilous trap. Save for the vicinity of the abyss. Outside the stone chamber, a bone-chilling tearing sound and the thunderous clash of energies reverberated. He could vaguely hear the brief and sharp sound of paper figures being torn apart. The violent energy turbulence even reached the stone chamber, the ghostly green light flickering violently, and dust falling from the walls. Su Mian turned pale with fright, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could sense that the once tranquil and powerful energy field enveloping the ancient residence was now fiercely contending with the incoming violent force. A brutal clash. Yeah. Abyss. After a millennium, you've chosen to hide in leisure and even nurture a little trinket. A sharp, piercing voice, akin to metal scraping, penetrated through barriers, resonating in every corner of the ancient residence and clearly reaching Su Mian's ears. The voice dripped with malicious mockery and greed. Hand over that pure-in body. Perhaps I might allow your dilapidated abode to endure a few more days. The pure-in body. They were coming for him. Su Mian felt his blood freeze instantaneously. Damn it. Indeed, possessing something precious brings calamity. Just then, the temperature within the stone chamber plummeted to freezing point. A wave of even colder, more formidable energy surged forth like a tsunami. The figure of the abyss materialized in the center of the stone chamber, clad in his dark robe. The black energy swirling around him resembled a boiling sea of ink, constantly churning, exuding a terrifying murderous intent that could freeze one's soul. For the first time, a visible icy blue flame ignited in his pitch-black eyes, a manifestation of pure rage and unleashed power. He did not spare a single glance at Su Mian. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a dense stream of black light and surged out of the stone chamber. Instantly, the sounds of energy colliding outside intensified, becoming increasingly fierce and terrifying, as though the entire ancient estate was groaning and trembling under the clash of two formidable entities. The cacophony of roars, explosions, and shattering barriers filled the air. Su Mian pressed his hands tightly against his ears, curling up within the coffin, feeling akin to a fragile leaf adrift in a tempest, on the brink of being torn apart. Never before had he felt so acutely his own insignificance and helplessness. Can the abyss prevail? Time slipped away. Perhaps it was merely a moment, or perhaps an eternity, but gradually the horrifying sound from outside began to subside. Yet the unsettling silence that followed did not persist for long. A potent aroma of blood mixed with the acrid scent of charred remnants wafted in from the entrance of the stone chamber. Su Mian's heart raced, lodged in his throat. Faint, Almost imperceptible footsteps approached. The figure of the abyss reappeared at the doorway of the stone chamber. He remained the same abyss, yet his condition was markedly different. His dark robe was stained with large patches of a somber hue, reminiscent of dried blood, as if bearing the marks of dissipated energy. The aura surrounding him fluctuated wildly, at times surging violently, at others so faint it was nearly undetectable. His strikingly pale face appeared even more translucent, and within his pitch-black eyes, the ice-blue flames had extinguished, leaving only an unfathomable weariness and a barely discernible dimness. He moved with deliberate slowness, his steps seeming almost ethereal. Approaching the coffin, he leaned down to gaze at Su Mian, who was curled up inside, as frightened as a bird startled by an arrow. Su Mian looked up at him, his light brown eyes filled with lingering fear and a genuine concern. He parted his lips, wishing to inquire about his well-being, but no sound emerged. The abyss extended his hand, seemingly intent on ruffling his hair or brushing away his unease as he often did. However, halfway through the gesture, he halted. The shadowy energy at his fingertips flickered weakly, nearly dissipating. A fleeting glimmer of a sentiment resembling frustration crossed his deep-set eyes. Ultimately, he did nothing, merely gazing deeply at Su Mian, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, comprising reassurance of his safety and something deeper that Su Mian could not yet comprehend. Then, he turned away, his form becoming even more tenuous than before, almost merging with the surrounding darkness, and slowly, silently vanished into the depths of the stone chamber. Su Mian remained alone, sitting dazedly within the coffin, cradling the warm soul essence jade, his nostrils filled with a lingering scent of blood and char from the abyss, along with the noticeably diminished remnants of energy. System 666. External crisis temporarily averted. Target energy levels have significantly decreased. Soul body damaged. Warning. The nemesis has not been completely eradicated. The threat remains. Su Mian slowly raised his hand, observing his trembling fingertips. He had survived, thanks to the protection of the abyss. Yet the abyss was wounded, having shielded this ancient estate and safeguarded him in the process. An unprecedented emotion, a tumultuous blend of fear, gratitude, and a sharp pang of pain, seized his heart with a vice-like grip. He was no longer the mere traveler playing a role to fulfill a task. In this moment, he felt the palpable danger of this world and recognized the chilling specter of the Ghost King, who, in times of crisis, had indeed sheltered him beneath its wings. Even if those wings were now tattered, did he sustain such grave injuries while protecting me? Su Mian clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm. He gazed in the direction where the abyss had vanished, his expression gradually resolute. He could no longer passively await salvation. Given the exceptional nature of his pure Yin physique, did it not imply that he too could offer something of worth to the abyss? A vague thought, stemming from a memory of a forgotten legacy, quietly surfaced in his mind. Could my blood possess some utility? Chapter 72, Chapter 12. Luring with blood, voluntary offering to spirits in the days following the abyss's injury. The ancient mansion was enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of low pressure. He no longer manifested each night, and even the omnipresent energy fluctuations that belonged to him had become exceedingly faint, as if they might dissipate at any moment. The aura of the stone chamber had lost its previous purity and stability, becoming thin and chaotic. The temperature seemed to have risen slightly, yet it only added to the desolation of deathly silence. Su Mian, clutching the soul-infused jade, curled up within the coffin, but found it impossible to sleep peacefully. He strained his ears, attuned to any subtle sounds beyond the stone chamber, his heart always in a state of suspense. The paper figure delivering meals bore a visage of respect tinged with unmistakable apprehension. How severe is his injury? He could sense the waning of the abyss's power. The once unyielding aura that enveloped the mansion and commanded the submission of countless spirits now wavered precariously. The protective barrier of the ancient mansion appeared significantly weakened, and he could occasionally feel the malignant scrutiny from the outside world resurfacing. System 666. Warning, target's energy continues to decline. soul stability diminishing. Defensive strength of the mansion lowered. Rival threat level rising. He could wait no longer. In his mind, the notion of pure Een blood grew increasingly vivid. Fragments of memories, perhaps deep within the bloodline of this body or from the original owner's clandestine legacy, surfaced like sediment, revealing that the blood of a pure Een body was a supreme elixir, brimming with vitality for spirits and phantoms, especially effective for those with damaged souls. Can my blood save him? This realization set his heart racing, not from fear, but from a fervent impulse intertwined with desperation. He did not wish to remain idle, to watch the abyss's power dissipate, nor to become prey to his adversary or fade away alongside the ancient mansion. More importantly, he could not bear to witness the dimming of the being that, though cold, had continuously sheltered his existence in unseen ways. That night, Su Mian did not curl up as he usually did. He sat at the edge of the coffin, clutching a shard of bone with sharp edges, a remnant of some unfortunate existence caught in the chaos of a previous battle. He rubbed the piece of bone repeatedly, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. As that familiar yet faintly ominous aura began to permeate the stone chamber like a flickering candle in the wind, Su Mian understood that the abyss had arrived. He lifted his gaze towards the source of the gathered energy. The figure of the abyss appeared even more ethereal than days prior, nearly translucent. The surrounding aura of darkness disordered and struggling to maintain its form. Its pitch-black eyes had lost their former depth and brilliance, now weary and hollow. Su Mian's heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, a wave of pain coursing through him. He hesitated no longer. Drawing a deep breath, he used the sharp bone shard to make a swift incision on the delicate, pale skin of his left wrist. A sharp sting followed, and crimson droplets instantly welled up from the slender wound, trickling down his thin wrist. In the air, a faint yet remarkably sweet and enticing scent arose, belonging to the pure Een body, imbued with vital essence and the primal source of extreme Een. The abyss's previously hollow black eyes suddenly contracted upon sensing this aroma. It was as if a dying beast had caught a whiff of a life-saving elixir, a primal instinct of thirst and turmoil momentarily solidifying its nearly disintegrating soul. It emitted a hoarse, fragmented sound. Su Mian, gritting his teeth against the pain, raised his bleeding wrist before the abyss. His complexion, already pale from blood loss and tension, appeared even more ashen, yet his light brown eyes sparkled with an unprecedented, almost stubborn determination. "For you," he uttered, his voice trembling with pain, yet remarkably clear, "my blood." He tilted his head back, gazing at the abyss, devoid of fear or ulterior motives, only an earnest urgency to save him. "You are injured. This is useful to you, is it not?" The abyss fixed its intense gaze upon the enticing blood trickling from Su Mian's wrist, its black eyes swirling with a complex tide of instinctual greed for the pure Een blood, astonishment at this sudden gesture, and an unprecedented impact from such raw and vulnerable offering after millennia of solitude. A suppressed growl emanated from throat, as if resisting this lethal temptation while struggling to maintain its final shreds of reason. The violent fluctuations of its soul revealed the internal conflict raging within. "Take it," it managed to rasp, the words squeezed from between clenched teeth, its voice hoarse and barely recognizable. It did not wish to succumb in such a manner. No, Su Mian, however, was exceptionally resolute, even pushing his bleeding wrist closer, nearly touching the abyss's cold lips. "Drink it. You must recover." The scent of blood intensified, further tantalizing the abyss's senses. The deep longing for restoration and power emanating from its soul ultimately overpowered the remnants of resistance. It suddenly bowed its head. There was no violent tearing, nor greedy consumption. His cold, slightly trembling lips cautiously, almost reverently, grazed the slender wound on Su Mian's wrist. Then he extended his tongue, delicately licking the injury. A soft, involuntary moan escaped Su Mian's lips. The sensation was extraordinarily strange. The coldness of Ming Yuan's lips and tongue, like frost, contrasted sharply with the fiery sting of the wound, bringing both a sharp chill and an oddly soothing relief from the pain. An indescribable shiver coursed through his body, as if his very soul was being touched, sending electric currents surging through him, rendering his limbs weak and unsteady. He could distinctly feel his blood, accompanied by Ming Yuan's gentle and continuous sucking, flowing into the other's mouth, merging with the damaged soul. Simultaneously, a pure, gentle essence. The innate yin energy of Ming Yuan flowed back through the wound, nourishing his body, which was slightly dizzy from blood loss. This was a mutual, intimately peculiar communion. Ming Yuan, with closed eyes, let his long, raven-like eyelashes cast shadows upon his pale visage. His sucking motion was slow and gentle, as if savoring the world's most exquisite nectar or performing some sacred ritual. The chaotic yin energy surrounding him began to stabilize and coalesce at a visible pace. Though still weak, the unsettling sense of decay rapidly diminished. Su Mian gazed at his focused, and one might even say tender profile, feeling the cold yet burning sensation on his wrist, his cheeks flushing uncontrollably. He turned his face away, unable to look further, his heart racing like a drum. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Ming Yuan finally ceased his actions. He slowly lifted his head, a trace of crimson staining his lips, creating a stark contrast with his pallid complexion, adding an air of enchanting beauty. His pure black eyes rekindled a profound glimmer, although far from their peak vitality. The reassuring essence of a formidable presence had returned significantly. His gaze fell upon Su Mian's wrist. The wound, nourished by his yin energy, no longer bled, leaving only a delicate pink line that healed rapidly. Their eyes met in the air. Su Mian, as if scalded, abruptly withdrew his hand, concealing it behind him. His cheeks flushed to the point of near bleeding. He lowered his head, his ears also tinged with crimson, feeling an overwhelming embarrassment that made him wish to vanish into the ground. Ming Yuan observed his reaction, feeling the long-lost, slowly returning strength within his soul, alongside the refreshing sensation brought by the pure yin blood, as if cleansing a millennia of ailments. He extended his hand, his icy fingertips gently lifting Su Mian's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. His jet-black eyes delved deeply into the pair of hazel orbs, shimmering with moisture, filled with shyness and uncertainty. Why? His voice remained husky, but was no longer fragmented, imbued with a hint of inquiry and a complexity of emotion he himself had yet to recognize. Su Mian was forced to look at him, his long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. He pressed his lips, still tinged with lingering pain, and softly responded. Tinged with a hint of grievance and an inherent reliance, his voice choked with emotion. Because you are my husband. He sniffled, his eyes growing redder, his tone imbued with genuine sorrow. I feel sad when you are hurt. I do not wish for you to disappear. Ming Yuan gazed at him, observing the unfeigned worry and dependence reflected in his eyes, experiencing an unprecedented sensation brought forth by the title of husband. After a long pause, he slowly released his grip. The cold, gloomy aura surrounding him seemed to have quietly melted away in part. He spoke no further. Yet, Su Mian understood that some things had irrevocably changed. System 666. The target's soul damage has been effectively repaired. Energy levels are steadily rising. The host blood-feeding the ghost has significantly deepened the emotional connection. Trust and intimacy have greatly increased. He watched Ming Yan's silhouette, now more solid than upon arrival, gently caressing the nearly invisible mark on his wrist. It seems this investment yields a high return. Risk and opportunity coexist, and once again, he appeared to have made a fortunate wager. Chapter 73. Chapter 13. Sincerity and strategy after the blood feeding. The relationship between Su Mian and Ming Yuan entered an unprecedentedly delicate stage. The recovery speed of Ming Yuan's soul was visibly remarkable. Within just a few days, the ominous aura radiating from him regained its dense and formidable presence, seemingly even more pure and restrained than before his injury. The pressure belonging to the millennia-old Ghost King enveloped the entire ancient residence like an invisible dome, thoroughly suppressing the prying eyes lurking outside. The effects of this pure Yin blood are comparable to a panacea. The ancient residence regained its former order, even more imposing than before. The paper servant figures became increasingly silent and obedient, their movements imbued with a rigid reverence. The ghostly blossoms outside the stone chamber, perhaps benefiting from the pure Yin energy emanating from Mingyuan's recovery, appeared to swell further, their cool fragrance intensifying. However, the most significant change lay in Mingyuan's attitude towards Su Mian. He remained taciturn, and when night descended upon the stone chamber, he did not always manifest. Yet, Su Mian could distinctly feel that the gaze upon him was no longer merely a cold scrutiny or an assessment of possession. It was interwoven with a more complex and indefinable essence, a probing inquiry, a profound confirmation, and even a faint warmth that Mingyuan himself had yet to fully comprehend. He began to manifest more frequently. Sometimes he would simply stand silently beside the coffin, watching Su Mian daydream while holding the soul-concealing jade or nibbling on food. At other times, he would accompany Su Mian on walks through specific areas of the ancient residence, the routes no longer confined to desolate corners, but occasionally passing through corridors and empty halls adorned with ancient carvings or unusual energy flows. Su Mian continued to play the role of timid and compliant offering. Yet subtle transgressions began to arise naturally. He would instinctively recoil in fear at the sudden approach of Mingyuan, yet as the latter turned away, he unconsciously extended his fingertips to gently grasp the hem of the dark robe, only to swiftly release it as if realizing his audacity. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson. While Mingyuan patiently, perhaps merely silently, listened to him recount naive tales of the outside world, he would furtively lift his lashes, casting a fleeting glance at the perfect yet frigid contour of Mingyuan's profile, and then, as if scalded, quickly lower his gaze, his ears tinged with warmth. Every nuance of this exchange was observed by Mingyuan, who neither intervened nor reprimanded. In the depths of his pitch-black eyes, there occasionally flickered a barely perceptible glimmer reminiscent of indulgence. That night, when Mingyuan manifested, Su Mian sat at the edge of the coffin, his bare toes unconsciously tapping against the icy ground. He did not immediately adopt a posture of alarm or reverence as usual. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, gazing at Mingyuan with his light brown eyes, which held a pure and untainted curiosity. "Have you always been alone here?" he asked softly, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Mingyuan's figure momentarily paused, his dark eyes turning toward him, devoid of emotion yet lingering for a moment. Su Mian seemed not to expect a definitive answer. Cradling his knees, he rested his chin upon them, his gaze wandering as he murmured almost to himself, "In my family, no one really spoke to me. They seemed a bit afraid of me." His voice gradually dwindled, tinged with a subtle melancholy. Yet here, he lifted his head once more to regard Mingyuan, his eyes appearing particularly clear under the dim green light, reflecting Mingyuan's figure distinctly. Although fear sometimes gripped him, he felt less lonely. Mingyuan listened quietly, the chilling aura surrounding him seemingly suspended. Su Mian observed Mingyuan's impassive features, summoning immense courage as his voice trembled slightly. Infused with a sincerity bordering on desperation, he continued, "I know you might only need my vitality, or perhaps find me somewhat interesting. But," he inhaled deeply, his eyes quickly reddening, tears swirling within them as his voice choked, "I truly consider you my husband. You protect me from harm and even bring me Yutan. If you were to be hurt, I would be profoundly saddened and terrified." Large tears could no longer bear their weight, cascading down his pale cheeks. He did not wipe them away. Instead, he fixed his tear-brightened eyes defiantly upon Mingyuan, as if attempting to pierce through those pitch-black depths to glimpse the soul frozen for millennia within. "Thus, I offer you my blood willingly. I do not wish for you to vanish. I want to remain by your side, even if you're forever like this. Even if this place remains eternally dark and cold, I accept it." This declaration was composed of 7 parts sincerity and 3 parts strategy. The sincerity stemmed from the trials of life and death and their time spent together, during which he had indeed developed a complex reliance and perhaps even an affection towards Mingyuan. The essence lies in his precise utilization of genuine emotions, adopting a posture of utter vulnerability to articulate words that resonate deeply with the hearts of the lonely. The abyssal black of Mingyuan's eyes, akin to two obsidian stones absorbing all light, fixated intently upon him. Within the stone chamber, an enduring and heart-stopping silence enveloped the atmosphere. Only the faint, repressed sound of Su Mian's suppressed sobs echoed in the vast emptiness. He could sense Mingyuan's cold gaze, seemingly capable of freezing souls, meticulously traversing his face, tracing the remnants of tears and the slight tremor of his lips due to anxiety. That gaze bore an unprecedented sharpness, almost dissecting him, as if intent on seeing through to his very core. Su Mian's heartbeat raced perilously close to losing control. He compelled himself to meet that gaze, unwavering and unflinching, allowing his tears to fall silently, fully revealing his most authentic and fragile self before the other. Time became an indeterminate expanse, stretching to the point where Su Mian nearly faltered under the weight of his feigned composure. A barely perceptible fluctuation of dark energy emanated from Mingyuan, reminiscent of the faint sound of ice cracking from within. Then he moved. Without uttering a word, he began to approach Su Mian slowly, step by deliberate step. He advanced at a languid pace, the hem of his dark robe swaying silently in the ambient gloom. The towering figure exuded a palpable sense of pressure, causing Su Mian to instinctively desire retreat, yet the complex emotions in Mingyuan's eyes anchored him in place. Ultimately, Mingyuan came to a halt before the sarcophagus. He lowered his head, observing Su Mian, who sat at the edge of the coffin, weeping with eyes and nose flushed, resembling a fledgling bird drenched by rain. He raised his hand. This time, it was no longer hovering or tentative. Those cold, elongated fingers, entwined with tendrils of dark energy, bore an almost solemn intent as they gently settled upon the soft crown of Su Mian's head. Then, with an unfamiliar clumsiness, as if he had not done so in a millennium, he softly ruffled the hair. The motion was delicate and slow. The icy sensation permeated through the strands, yet strangely, it did not invoke fear in Su Mian. Instead, it offered an indescribable sense of solace. Mingyuan's pitch-black eyes remained unfathomable. Yet Su Mian seemed to glimpse a fleeting trace of exasperation, or perhaps the signs of some ancient ice beginning to thaw. "Do not cry," he murmured. His voice retained its chill, yet lacked some of its usual indifference, infused with a hint of awkward warmth. After uttering those 3 words, he appeared at a loss for what else to say. His hand, resting on Su Mian's head, lingered for a moment before withdrawing. He did not glance back at Su Mian. Instead, he turned, his figure merging with the shadows, slowly dissipating. Left alone, Su Mian sat dazed at the edge of the coffin, the lingering sensation of that cold and clumsy touch still imprinted upon him. He lifted his hand to feel the top of his head, then touched his damp cheeks. The target has manifested a clear intent of belonging and protection towards the host. Su Mian slowly exhaled, releasing a breath he and realized he was holding. The tautness in his nerves suddenly relaxed, leaving him with a wave of weakness akin to faintness. He lifted his hand, using his sleeve to hastily wipe away the traces of tears on his face. It succeeded. Although the process was thrilling, and there was a moment when he truly believed that piercing gaze would see through him completely, in the end, he emerged victorious. That seemingly indestructible millennium-old ice had finally been cracked open by his heart and cunning, revealing a tiny fissure. He understood that with this first crack, what followed would become much more manageable. He reclined back into the coffin, cradling the soul-nurturing jade. This time he felt that the cold, dark ice beneath him seemed to possess a touch of warmth. A warmth stemming from the fact that his ghostly lord had clumsily responded to him for the very first time. Chapter 74. Chapter 14. Soothing waters and the fusion of souls. The awkward caress at the crown of his head was like a stone cast into the lake of his heart, sending ripples that lingered long after. He could sense that the invisible, formidable ice separating him from the abyss had indeed cracked open. The abyss remained silent, Yet that silence was no longer suffocating. Instead, it felt like a tacit acceptance, tinged with a hint of helpless indulgence. Under such indulgence, Su Mion's courage blossomed like vines nourished by spring rain, quietly extending a few more inches. He began to manifest in the abyss, no longer confined solely to the vicinity of the coffin. Occasionally, he would embrace the soul-nurturing jade and meander slowly within the limited confines of the stone chamber, or curiously touch the cold stone walls, akin to a young beast exploring its territory. One day, Su Mion realized that the cotton garment he had worn for far too long seemed to have absorbed the chilling aura of the ancient residence, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He murmured softly and unconsciously, "It feels a bit dirty." At that moment, the abyss had not manifested, yet an unseen gaze fell upon him. When night fell and the abyss appeared, he did not linger in the stone chamber, as usual. He looked at Su Mion, his pitch-black eyes appearing particularly profound under the faint light. "Follow me." Without further ado, he turned and walked away. Su Mion paused for a moment, quickly setting down the soul-nurturing jade and following him barefoot, a mix of anxiety and inexplicable anticipation swirling within him. Where are we going this time? The abyss led him through several corridors he had never trodden before, deeper and more winding than any he had encountered. The surrounding aura grew increasingly thick and pure, and a faint, peculiar scent reminiscent of sulfur, yet more refreshing, began to permeate the air. Eventually, they halted before the entrance of a cave, partially encircled by jagged stones. A dense white mist billowed from the cave's mouth, imbued with a warm humidity, starkly contrasting with the bone-chilling cold of other areas within the ancient home. The abyss entered first, and Su Mion hesitated before following. The moment he stepped into the cave, his eyes widened in astonishment. The interior of the cave is modest in size, with a natural pool at its center. The water shimmers in a translucent, milky hue, continuously bubbling with fine effervescence that releases a warm steam infused with pure energy. Countless tiny crystals, akin to black quartz, are congealed upon the pool's walls and surrounding rocks, glimmering softly in the swirling mist. Is this a sacred spring? A hot spring from the realm of spirits? Such a splendid place exists. The warm humidity dispels the chill that lingers in Su Mion's bones, enveloping him in a sense of comfort that nearly elicits a sigh of relief. Standing at the edge of the pool, he gazes hesitantly at the alluring milky water, casting a furtive glance at the figure of Ming Yuan beside him. Ming Yuan does not meet his gaze, his attention fixed upon the ethereal surface of the pool. Voice calm and unwavering. "This spring is beneficial for your body." Su Mion's heart begins to race. Is he truly permitted to bathe here? A flush of crimson swiftly rises to his cheeks, fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment, his voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, my lord." He turns his back, trembling fingers working to undo the ties of his cotton clothing, even though he knows Ming Yuan may not be watching. The palpable presence and proximity still incite a blush that spreads across his skin. The fabric rustles as it falls to the ground. The youthful, slender form of the boy is exposed to the warm, humid air, his fair skin glowing softly amidst the milky mist and dark crystals. He dares not look back, wrapping his arms around himself as he swiftly slips into the warm embrace of the pool. The instant the warm, pure, energy-infused water envelopes his body, Su Mion cannot suppress a soft, satisfied sigh. The water seems alive, gently soothing his meridians, long tormented by the cold, dissipating fatigue and discomfort. He submerges fully, revealing only his flushed face, eyes blissfully closed. This is paradise, truly paradise. Leaning against the smooth wall of the pool, he savors this rare moment of delight. Almost forgetting the presence beside him, time elapses, and he senses a shift in the energy nearby. Unbeknownst to him, Ming Yuan has approached the edge of the pool. He does not enter the water, but crouches down, the hem of his dark robe trailing into the water's edge. Extending his pale, slender hand, entwined with black energy, he scoops a handful of milky spring water. Then, amidst Su Mion's bewildered gaze, he slowly pours the water over Su Mion's damp, cascading hair. The cold fingertips brush faintly against the warm skin at the nape of Su Mion's neck. He jolts, his body freezing in place. What is he doing? Yet, Ming Yuan's actions do not cease. His fingers, glistening with spring water and bearing an icy touch, awkwardly weave through Su Mion's soft strands. Is he helping him untangle his wet hair? Su Mion is utterly dazed, his mind a blank slate, rendered immobile as he feels the chill of those fingers delicately traversing his scalp and hair, moving slowly, methodically. Each unintentional touch felt like a surge of electricity coursing through his spine, eliciting subtle shivers. He dared not move or utter a sound, even holding his breath. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripe fruit, with the delicate skin of his neck and collarbone also tinged with an enticing pink. Ming Yuan lowered his lashes, his obsidian eyes intently focused on the soft, silky black hair in his hands, as though he were handling an exquisitely fragile porcelain artifact. The ominous energy that enveloped him became less piercing amidst the steam of the hot spring, blending seamlessly into the mist, gently enveloping Sumian. The sound of water trickled softly, accompanying the silent and nearly stagnant atmosphere between them. Sumian could feel Ming Yun's gaze resting upon the crown of his head, the side of his neck, and even sliding down the damp curve that clung to his spine. That gaze had transformed from a cold scrutiny to one of exploration, imbued with an indescribable intensity. He felt a wave of embarrassment, almost curling in on himself. Yet deep within, this intimate and boundary-crossing contact stirred an unfamiliar, tingling warmth that he could not control. At that moment, Ming Yuan's fingers, which were combing through hair, hesitated slightly. A strand of uncontrollable, pure black energy, like a mischievous serpent, drifted from his fingertips, not merging with the spring water, but instead gliding along Sumian's smooth spine, traveling a short distance downward. This energy was chillingly cold, starkly contrasting with the warm water, provoking intense shivers and goosebumps across Sumian's skin. He involuntarily gasped, his body instinctively recoiling forward, nearly slipping into the water. Ming Yuan seemed momentarily taken aback. The dissipating energy instantly retracted. He observed Sumian's flushed, glistening back and the slight tremor of his shoulders, and within the depths of his dark eyes, a fleeting emotion akin to vexation flickered. He remained silent for a moment before withdrawing his hand, refraining from continuing the awkward grooming. Sumian buried his crimson face in the warm spring water, revealing only a pair of misty eyes, filled with embarrassment and helplessness as he furtively glanced at Ming Yuan. Ming Yuan had already risen, resuming his aloof and frigid demeanor, as if the intimate boundary crossing had never occurred. Yet, his aura seemed even more tranquil and elusive than before. The hour was late. It was time to return. His voice remained flat as he turned to leave. Sumian watched his retreating figure until the dark hem of his robes vanished into the mist at the cave's entrance, then let out a deep sigh, sinking softly into the water, wishing to bury himself. He touched his still burning cheeks and the remnants of the cold sensation lingering in his hair, his heart racing uncontrollably. Was Ming Yuan's act of combing hair a mere accident, or was something more? He dared not ponder further. As Su Mion emerged from the spiritual spring, drying his body and donning a set of pristine, soft garments placed by the enigmatic paper figure at the edge of the pool, he felt an inexplicable bond with the ancient mansion and the frigid ghost king Titan, becoming all the more ambiguous. Returning to the stone chamber, he lay within the chilling confines of the coffin, yet the warmth and humidity of the spiritual spring lingered at the tip of his nose, mingling with the crisp scent of cedar emanating from the depths of the underworld. This time, sleep eluded him. Chapter 75, Chapter 15. The revelation of the truth behind the white moonlight, the subtle thrill stemming from their shared bathing in the spiritual spring took root in Su Mion's heart like seeds cast into a tranquil lake, fostering an atmosphere between him and the underworld that grew increasingly ineffable. The icy gaze remained, yet it bore less scrutiny and more of a tranquil, almost gentle embrace. Su Mion even dared to hum softly, cradling the soul-nurturing jade, singing off-key melodies from the world beyond, while the underworld listened in silence, his obsidian eyes occasionally fixating on Su Mion's lips as they parted and closed in tune with the song, unwavering in their focus. The atmosphere was improving. It was time to brush against that most perilous of red lines. This red line was, of course, the forbidden chamber adorned with portraits of women, and the image of the woman who bore a striking resemblance to him, the one whose existence had incited the Ghost King's wrath. Su Mian understood the risks involved, yet he was acutely aware that unless he unraveled this emotional knot, that woman would forever remain a thorn, obstructing his connection with the underworld. He needed to discern whether she was an unattainable vermilion birthmark or something entirely different. On this day, the underworld took him for a stroll, and unwittingly, their path led closer to that ominous area once more. When the ancient, ornate wooden door, which he had previously pushed open, came into view, Su Mian's steps noticeably slowed. A flicker of mixed fear and complex curiosity crossed his face. He halted, unable to proceed, merely gazing at the door from a distance, his fingers instinctively clutching the hem of his garment. The underworld noticed his unease and halted as well, following Su Mian's gaze. His pitch-black eyes flickered with a barely perceptible shadow. Su Mian raised his head to meet the underworld's gaze, his light brown eyes reflecting residual trepidation and a hint of cautious inquiry. His voice was but a whisper. Who was the woman depicted within? As soon as he spoke, regret washed over him for his impulsiveness, and he quickly lowered his head, adding, I'm just a bit curious. If it's inconvenient to discuss, then forget it. The underworld remained silent. The stone corridor was steeped in an oppressive stillness, only the intangible shadows swirling slowly. Just as Su Mian believed the matter would go unanswered and prepared to shift the topic, the underworld suddenly spoke. His voice deep and devoid of discernible emotion. Her name is a Yuan. Su Mian's heart leaped. A Yuan was indeed a woman's name. The underworld's gaze seemed to pierce through the heavy wooden door, resting upon the portraits, lost in some distant recollection. His voice carried a profound melancholy, as if a millennium of sorrow weighed upon him. She is my sister. Sister? Su Mian's head shot up, his eyes brimming with incredulity and shock. This revelation utterly took him by surprise. It was not the beloved one, nor the unattainable white moonlight, but rather his sister? Has the narrative of substitution transformed into a profound sibling bond? What a twist! Mingyuan did not meet his gaze, continuing to recount in a tone that was unremarkable yet imbued with profound sorrow, as if narrating a story that was both unrelated and deeply etched in his heart. A millennium ago, the dynasty fell, and the chaotic army invaded the city. I failed to protect her. The final words were uttered softly, yet they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, crashing down upon Su Mian's heart. The surrounding chill intensified, rippling with the fluctuations of his emotions. She perished before my eyes. Within the depths of Mingyuan's pitch-black eyes, something seemed to shatter. I embraced her gradually cooling body, swore a ghostly pact, transformed into a vengeful spirit, and annihilated that army, but ultimately, it could not bring her back. I collected all her portraits, maintaining her courtyard as it was. I believed that in doing so, she would not have truly departed. His voice carried a hint of faint self-mockery and endless desolation. As I became fixated on seeking a soul that bore even a slight resemblance to hers, attempting to mend the regrets of yesteryears, his gaze finally returned from the forbidden chamber, landing upon Su Mian's face, a gaze complex and inscrutable, filled with scrutiny, nostalgia, and perhaps a hint of relief. Your arrival, at first, was indeed due to those few similarities in your features. Su Mian listened in a daze, her initial shock gradually replaced by an indescribable bitterness. It turned out that the overwhelming rage, the murderous intent that nearly cost him his life, did not stem from jealousy of love, but from a millennia-old anguish and guilt of failing to protect a cherished sibling. This eerie, ancient residence, these bizarre portraits, were all a brother's clumsy and stubborn longing for a sister who passed away too soon. He had misunderstood. System 666. The core emotional knot of failing to protect his sister has been partially revealed. The host inadvertently unraveled part of the obsession. The target's perception of the host as a substitute begins to waver. Su Mian gazed at Mingyuan's still cold, yet seemingly unburdened profile, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She recalled her earlier flippant remark that the painting was not as beautiful as herself, only now realizing that it was akin to pouring salt into Mingyuan's gaping wound. She pressed her lips together, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. Taking a small step forward, she cautiously extended her hand, not to touch Mingyuan, but to gently grasp the corner of his dark robe, reminiscent of his previous occasional gestures. "Yes, I am sorry." Her voice carried sincere regret and a hint of choked emotion. "I did not realize I had spoken so harshly." Mingyuan lowered his head, observing the slender, pale hand that grasped his sleeve, then turned to meet Su Mian's misty, regretful eyes. He did not pull away. Su Mian tilted her head up to look at him, her light brown eyes clear as crystal, reflecting his form, devoid of fear, filled only with pure compassion and understanding. She spoke softly, yet with utmost clarity. "Miss A. Yuan must have been a truly wonderful person. If she knew how much you have missed her, how much you have suffered, it would surely cause her great sorrow as well. She would undoubtedly wish for your well-being." These words, devoid of any artifice, stem from the most genuine feelings of his heart at this moment. He no longer perceives the other as a target to be conquered, fraught with danger, but instead, he authentically senses the profound sorrow that transcends millennia. The abyss's pitch-black eyes gaze deeply into his. Su Mian's words radiate like a warm, yet faint light, striving to illuminate the corner of his heart, long encased in the ice of guilt and obsession for 1,000 years. After a considerable pause, a barely perceptible sigh escaped from the abyss, as light as a breeze, yet seemed to disperse some of the lingering gloom. He raised his other hand, his fingertips no longer coldly combing, but gently brushing away the unshed tears from the corner of Su Mian's eyes. "It is all in the past," he murmured. These 3 words felt less directed at Su Mian and more like a farewell to himself, to a past he could hardly bear to recall. He turned his hand to grasp the one that clutched his sleeve. That hand remained icy, yet it bore an unprecedented strength, resolute and steadfast. He refrained from glancing at the door of the forbidden chamber. Instead, he took Su Mian's hand and turned to retrace his steps. Su Mian walked beside him, feeling the cold temperature emanating from him, coupled with a newfound steadiness in his stride. Stealing a glance, he beheld the stark contours of the abyss's profile. "So now, I'm no longer anyone's substitute, am I?" The secrets of the forbidden chamber unveiled, the deeply embedded thorn extracted. Though the wound still lingered, it no longer festered, nor did it inflict unbearable pain. He understood that from this moment forth, in the eyes of the abyss, he was simply Su Mian, the one who had inadvertently arrived by his side, burdened with a pure body, somewhat timid and troublesome, yet capable of feeling sorrow for his injuries, clumsily attempting to comfort him, and comprehending his unique role as a sacrificial offering or companion. Sunlight, if the eerie green light deep within the ancient mansion could be deemed sunlight, filtered through the gaps in the corridor, casting its glow upon their intertwined hands, one cold, the other warm, a vivid contrast yet strangely harmonious. Su Mian lowered his gaze to their clasped hands, a gentle smile blossoming at the corners of his mouth, a subtle arc imbued with a sense of resolution. System 666. Core obsession of the target loosening. Independent recognition of the host established. Emotional connection entering a new phase. The red thread has passed, and the path ahead seems to open up brilliantly. Chapter 76. The struggle of different paths for humans and spirits. The truth of the forbidden chamber emerged like a blinding light, dispelling the last remnants of Su Mian's shadows concerning being a substitute. He felt acutely that the abyss's gaze upon him had transformed. That gaze remained deep and frigid, yet no longer sought another shadow through him. It was undeniably focused solely on him, Su Mian. It bore scrutiny, affirmation, and a deepening intensity of focus that even the abyss himself might not entirely comprehend. The ambience within the ancient mansion seemed to shift accordingly. The ethereal flowers outside the stone chamber quietly bloomed in the depths of an unnoticed night. The jade-white petals unfurled in layers, shimmering with a cool, Pure radiance under the eerie green light, and fragrant tendrils of cool scent seeped into the stone chamber, dispelling some of the decay. How beautifully it has blossomed. The flowers he cultivated for me enveloped Su Mion's heart in a softening embrace. Infused with the fragrance that wafted through the air and the silent transformation of the abyss. A sweet, almost intoxicating warmth surged uncontrollably through his limbs. Even when the abyss manifested, he would eagerly nestle with the soul-capturing jade, sitting not far from him, no longer merely curled up in timid retreat. He would point to the petals of the ethereal blooms, his eyes sparkling, whispering, "Look, it has blossomed," while discreetly observing the abyss's response. Most of the time, the abyss would merely gaze in silence, its pitch-black eyes reflecting the pristine flowers and the boy's exuberant profile, the chilling aura surrounding it becoming exceptionally serene. Occasionally, it would emit a faint sound, a mere acknowledgement. Everything seemed to glide towards a sweet intimacy. Yet, just as Su Mion was on the verge of becoming enraptured by this increasingly affectionate atmosphere, the abyss unexpectedly receded. Initially, the change was subtle. Its nightly presence in the stone chamber diminished. Sometimes it would simply observe him from afar for a moment before vanishing without a trace, no longer manifesting easily. Even when it did appear, it maintained an intentionally greater distance than before, no longer permitting Su Mion to approach unconsciously. When he attempted to catch the edge of its sleeve, as he had done previously, it would skillfully evade him. Su Mion sensed this growing estrangement acutely. At first, he thought it was merely his imagination or that the abyss was temporarily in a foul mood. He endeavored to gaze at it, as he usually did, with a look of dependency and trepidation, softly sharing trivial tidbits or awkwardly expressing concern. Yet, in response, he was met with an increasingly protracted silence and the unmistakable coldness reflected in those obsidian eyes, akin to a frozen lake. Within them, something nascent seemed to be forcibly stifled, encased in ice. What has happened? Wasn't everything well just a few days ago? Anxiety, like a delicate web, quietly ensnared Su Mion's heart. That night, the abyss manifested once more, but only stood in the shadows at the entrance of the stone chamber, gazing at Su Mion within the coffin, showing no intention of approaching. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Mion sat up within the coffin, clutching the soul-capturing jade, and directed his gaze toward the shadow, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor and grievance. "Have you been avoiding me lately?" The figure of the abyss momentarily stiffened in the shadows. Silence, palpable and heavy, spread between them. After a long pause, it finally replied in a cold, emotionless tone, "No." "You have." Su Mion's voice rose slightly, infused with the sorrow of dismissal,